The mother and daughter cried uncontrollably, feeling lost and helpless. "Mother, are you saying I should go back to the Song family? Do you want that sly woman to live in our home? I would have to do all the chores and serve those shameless people?" The old woman from the Song family doesn't care about the truth. She just blames me for not being a good wife, and that's why he went out looking for someone to have a son with. Aunt Gao didn't expect her daughter to suffer such humiliation and was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "That old woman, I want to confront her." Manhua grabbed Aunt Gao's sleeve. "Mother, what are you saying? We can't compete with them. I thought Songda was honest when I first saw him, but I was mistaken. In just 4 or 5 years, he has changed so much." Aunt Gao and her daughter were sharing their feelings until they heard the voice of their daughter-in-law, Qin. "Mother, sister, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Aunt Gao quickly wiped her tears. "Let's have plain rice. Cook a bit more, so that Xiaoya can eat enough." Qin smiled a little. "Okay. Xiaoya, come help me with the fire." Aunt Gao felt both sad and troubled. With their current situation, how could they compete with others? If her daughter really returned home, life would become even harder. Manhua could see what her mother was thinking and let her tears flow without saying anything more. The two of them were crying when they heard a little girl's voice. "Grandma Gao, my mother sent some sweet steamed buns for you." Aunt Gao hurried to open the door and saw Xiaoxing handing a big bowl of buns to Xiaoya. "Today, my sister and I wanted sweet buns, and my aunt made some for us." "Xiaoya, hurry and eat. My mother said these buns are sweet and fluffy." The big bowl had 4 large buns, and Xiaoya was so happy that she laughed, took one, tore off a small piece, and put it in her mouth. "Grandma, mother, it's really sweet. Come and eat. It's warm." Aunt Gao patted Xiaoxing's head. "Good child. Thank you for bringing these. Unfortunately, Grandma Gao doesn't have any sugar to give you a sweet treat." Thinking about how Wei Xiaoye had taken care of them after they moved into that old house, Aunt Gao felt grateful. Plain steamed buns were already a treat, let alone these sweet ones. Seeing Xiaoya enjoy the buns made Qin feel much better. Even the worries about her sister hiding in her room and crying every day seemed to fade away. Just as she was about to take a bite, someone else entered the yard. "Manhua, Dongshu's mother. I see you don't want to come back to my family, hiding at your mother's house, right? You leave all the chores for my mother, trying to wear her out?" Hearing this loud voice, Aunt Gao and Qin were startled. It was Songda, who had come to visit. He saw Aunt Gao and didn't greet her, sneering, "Your daughter, raised well by you, can't even have a son and has learned to be lazy. She hides away for days. I've never heard of a daughter-in-law who throws all the work onto her mother-in-law. My mother has been worn out these past few days." Aunt Gao trembled with anger. "Songda, you have no manners at all. Is this how a son-in-law behaves after hitting my daughter? Truly, like mother, like daughter. Is my good wife just following her mother's example? No wonder my father-in-law passed away so early. He must have been driven to it." Aunt Gao stared at Songda in disbelief, regretting that she had ever thought he was a good man who would treat her daughter well. If he treated her this way, how must her daughter be suffering in his home? Manhua rushed out of the house, tears still streaming down her face. "How can you speak to my mother like that?" Seeing the bruises on Manhua's face, Songda scoffed. "How should I speak to her? Yes, she's my mother-in-law, but she shouldn't act so superior. Besides, this is your fault. You left your husband and child to hide at your mother's house for days, trying to tire out your mother-in-law." Manhua trembled with anger at Songda's shamelessness. He looked at her defiantly, sure she wouldn't dare to speak the truth. Manhua pointed at him, shaking with rage. "You heartless." Before she could finish, she was slapped across the face. Aunt Gao and Qin gasped in shock. How dare Songda hit his wife at her mother's house? Manhua covered her face in disbelief, while Songda dismissed her. "Why did I hit you? Because you are always disobedient. Now, thinking you can boss me around just because you're at your mother's house?" The women in the room were too shocked to respond to his twisted logic. The frightened Xiaoya started crying. The commotion attracted many villagers who came to watch. Manhua looked at Songda, feeling he was a hypocrite as he told the villagers it was because she was disobedient and only wanted to be lazy. Furious, she shouted, "Songda, are you even a man? You can't even say why I came back to my family, can you?"
Why?
Songda didn't care about Manhua's tears. He was sure that she couldn't reveal her shame. Unexpectedly, Manhua shouted, "You're not a real man. You brought that woman home to humiliate me." Gasps arose from the crowd. Songda didn't expect Manhua to expose her own wounds. Just as he was about to defend himself, a cold female voice interrupted. "Is that true? You brought that woman home to anger your wife, and even to her family's house." Aunt Gao then cried out and grabbed Wei Xiaoye's hand, saying, "Xiaoya, you're here." She didn't know how to express herself. But with Wei Xiaoye's arrival, she felt a sense of support. However, she couldn't bring herself to ask Xiaoya to take charge. Wei Xiaoye comfortingly patted Aunt Gao, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here." Aunt Gao nodded repeatedly and stood with her daughter. Songda scoffed. "Who do you think you are, meddling in my family's affairs? You seem to have some courage." Before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed. Songda was stunned. He had just been slapped twice by this woman. Quickly recovering, he raised his hand to strike Wei Xiaoye back. Wei Xiaoye, with a mocking look, didn't expect Manhua to rush forward and take a hit for her. Wei Xiaoye helped Manhua to the side, saying, "You don't need to step in. I can handle him." She stared directly at Songda. "Today, I will hit you, but this has nothing to do with Manhua or the others. I'm doing this simply because I can't stand you. After I hit you, feel free to report me to the authorities." Songda was confused. Was this woman a bit crazy? But soon he changed his mind. Wei Xiaoye picked up a stick and began to hit Songda wildly, making him cry out in pain. Songda was shocked to find he couldn't defend himself against her. He not only couldn't win but also couldn't escape. He hurriedly tried to block his head and face with his hands, but soon his arms were in unbearable pain. As he tried to flee, he cursed, but he couldn't escape the yard. Wei Xiaoye struck his thighs with 2 blows, causing him to scream and fall to the ground. "Are you crazy? This is my family matter. What does it have to do with you? Why should you get involved?" Wei Xiaoye's followers continued. "Does it hurt? It should. Is it enjoyable to hit a woman? Now you can feel what it's like." The villagers had seen Wei Xiaoye's skills several times and always thought she had the advantage with her weapons like sticks and hammers. Now they realized that Wei Xiaoye was truly skilled. Otherwise, why would such a big man not be her match? No one knew how many hits Songda had taken. His face was bruised, and every part of his body felt like it had been run over by a cart. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and cried out for mercy. "Please spare me, it's all my fault. I won't hit Manhua again. It's all my fault." Only then did Wei Xiaoye stop. "I'm not doing this for Manhua. I just don't like you, so I decided to beat you up. But if you cause trouble again, I will dislike you even more. Be ready for what I might do next time." Songda was furious. This woman really had issues. Wasn't she clearly doing this for Manhua? Yet she insisted it was just because she didn't like him? Wei Xiaoye smiled. "Still glaring at me? The more you glare, the more I dislike you." Songda quickly looked away, too afraid to speak. Finally, he managed to get up. "Manhua, let's go back." Dongzhu cries for her mother every day. Manhua felt a sense of satisfaction. Although she didn't hit him herself, watching Wei Xiaoye mercilessly beat him made her feel better. Qin quickly handed 2 sweet buns to Manhua. "Sister, you're going back without eating. Have a couple of bites to fill your stomach." Manhua hesitated, feeling confused. Should she really go back with him? Looking at her mother and sister-in-law, they seemed worried and unsure as well. In a couple's quarrel, or when a woman is mistreated in her husband's home, it usually ends with the husband going to the mother-in-law's house to bring her back. Wei Xiaoye sighed quietly. This time she had stepped in and dealt with Songda for Manhua. But did that solve Manhua's problems? Not really. She gently said, "Manhua, if you don't want to go back, then don't. Just bring Dongzhu here." "That won't work. Manhua is married now. If we bring Dongzhu here, won't that just make room for that woman?" Qin clearly disagreed. Even Aunt Gao looked uncertain. She certainly didn't want her daughter and granddaughter to live such a difficult life, but now that she was married, what could she do? Should she follow Xiaoya's example and leave her husband? Or should she get a divorce? Wouldn't that just give that young woman more space, as her daughter-in-law said? Manhua forced a smile and said, Xiaoyi, thank you so much today. Wei Xiaoye looked at Manhua's bruised face and said, if you need anything, just come to me. Manhua felt very grateful. You've already helped me today by letting out my anger. In the end, Manhua returned with Songda, while Aunt Gao was in tears. Xiaoyi, I misjudged him. I thought Songda was a good man, honest and straightforward. I never expected he would treat my Manhua like this. Wei Xiaoye nodded. It's hard to believe you would push your daughter into a dangerous situation. Hearing this made Aunt Gao even more upset. Now her daughter was in a terrible situation, and she couldn't help at all. She could only hope that Songda would have a change of heart and repent. On the way back, Wei Xiaoye asked her daughter, Xinger, you did really well this time by coming to get me right away. Were you scared? I wasn't scared, but I felt so sorry for Aunt Manhua, said Xiaoxing, her eyes filled with both fear and sympathy. Wei Xiaoye squeezed her daughter's hand to comfort her. Wei Xiaowan, while tidying up the kitchen, heard about the situation and sighed deeply. Older sister, why is the world so unfair? Women work so hard, yet after marriage, they don't get respect and can even be mistreated. That's why you must be careful and not choose the wrong person. Even if you do make a mistake, you need to stop it before it gets worse. Wei Xiaowan smiled and said, Older sister, I used to think marriage was scary. But now I think if it doesn't work out, I can always get a divorce. I'm not so afraid anymore. I must learn sewing well, no matter what, so I have a skill to rely on. Wei Xiaoye agreed. You can be taught. What Manhua didn't expect was that on the way, Songda slapped her twice. Songda was very angry. You want to go find that Wei woman to stand up for you? I warn you, if you cause any more trouble, I'll throw Dongzhu into the well. How can you say that? You're her father. Dongzhu is your own daughter. Manhua shouted in disbelief, covering her face. Songda shrugged. She's just a little girl. Why should I care? I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. You can't just stay here. That's not an option. The two of them embraced and went back inside. Manhua struggled to get up, and Dongzhu was almost scared silly, quickly rushing over to help her. Why can't you just behave? Why did you have to fight her? Look what happened, you ended up getting hurt. A woman who doesn't have a man's affection ends up like this. In this house, I'm the only one who still cares about you. Clean yourself up and go cook, the old woman shouted. Then tell me, where did this woman come from? Manhua wiped the blood from her lips. She's not from our village, and I don't know where she came from. Is she a widow? Or something else? The old woman quickly interrupted her. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you talking? She's just a good girl who caught my eldest son's eye. And look at your face. No man would be interested in you. After saying that, the old woman gracefully went back to her room. Manhua took Dongzhu to the kitchen and numbly started a fire to cook. She found it strange that this Wu woman just appeared out of nowhere. Why would she choose someone like Songda, who is neither rich nor handsome? Why would she willingly be with him? Dongzhu, stay here and don't move. I'll sneak over and be back soon. Dongzhu nodded obediently. Manhua quietly stood by the door, listening closely, and indeed heard something. Songda, I think you should just divorce her. Having her around makes me uncomfortable, Wu said softly. It's easy for me to divorce her, but if she leaves, who will do the work in the fields? Will you do it?
Songda replied.
Wu paused for a moment and sighed. I don't want to do that kind of work. I come from a wealthy family. Even though I was a maid, I was a senior maid. I can't do rough work, only serve tea and water. Working in the fields will ruin my hands. The two exchanged sweet words, and Songda laughed. You really are from a wealthy family. Your hands and face are as delicate as can be, unlike village women. But why did the Su family want to sell you? They said something about selling you to a dark alley.
Songda.
Don't talk about that at home. It's just that the lady of the house is jealous of me. Luckily, I met you. A few coins bought such a delicate person like me. You got a great deal. Songda laughed heartily. I really did get a great deal. After listening for a while, Manhua quietly retreated back to the kitchen. I see. So, it turns out she was a servant sold by a wealthy family. No wonder her behavior is different from that of ordinary village women. Why did that lady get so angry that she sold her in a dark alley? Perhaps the servant had thoughts of getting too close, which made the lady wary. Manhua felt a plan forming in her mind, and her mood improved a lot. While cooking with Dongju, she took the chance when no one was in the kitchen to boil 2 eggs. Once they were cooked, she took them out and hid them in the woodpile at the back of the kitchen for Dongju to eat. Dongju, both excited and scared, whispered, Mom, can I really eat this? Manhua quickly peeled the eggs and signaled for her to eat. Then she used A to dig a small hole in the backyard and buried the eggshells. Dongju, come back after you finish eating. After reminding her daughter, Manhua returned to the stove, feeling very sad. After a moment, she took a knife and cut a long piece of brown sugar hidden in the cupboard. Dongju had just finished the 2 eggs when she saw her mother handing her a piece of sugar, her eyes squinting with joy. Poor Dongju had never tasted sugar before, and they had never shared eggs at home. Just having 2 eggs and a small piece of brown sugar made Dongju happy. Mom, does it hurt? Let me on it for you. Manhua tried to smile and comfort Dongju, fearing she might accidentally cry. The next day at noon, the Song family was all napping, and Songda and Wu Shi were nowhere to be found. Manhua seized the opportunity to enter what used to be her bedroom, now occupied by Wu Shi. She carefully rummaged through the drawers and finally found an old pouch containing a document, a contract of servitude. Manhua didn't know many words, but she could understand contract. Knowing this must be Wu Shi's contract, she quickly tucked it into her clothes. She also gathered 2 old pieces of clothing, picked up Dongju, and hurried out the door. Mom, where are you taking me? Dongju was not scared at all. She was very happy. I'm taking you to your grandmother's house. We won't be coming back to this home anymore. Manhua and her daughter returned to her family home, drawing the attention of many villagers. Manhua, what happened to you? An aunt exclaimed. When Manhua returned yesterday, although her face had bruises, it wasn't as terrifying as it was now. The injuries on her face looked fresh. This meant that Manhua had just returned and had been beaten again, which was infuriating. Aunt Gao rushed out of the yard and, upon seeing the tragic state of Manhua and her daughter, immediately burst into tears. That Song family is inhumane. I thought he brought you back yesterday, and you could continue living your life. It's all my fault for encouraging you to go back. And now you got hurt again. Aunt Gao cried as she spoke, and Qin's face showed some discomfort. She had strongly insisted that her sister-in-law return yesterday. Who would have thought that she would get hurt right after going back? Qin wiped her eyes and tried to take Dongju, but Dongju didn't want her to hold her and instead went to Manhua. Mom, sister-in-law, I can't go on like this. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. This statement made Aunt Gao even sadder. You silly girl, I'm not worried about you two going hungry. It just pains me to see you like this. Your father passed away so early, and even your older brother is gone. Who in our family can help you now? Mom, don't cry. Things will get better. Manhua comforted Aunt Gao. Manhua returned to her family home, and Wei Xiaoye naturally found out about it. Yang Ting, who taught the Xingyue sisters to read and write, looked upset. Ting, you shouldn't put yourself in Manhua's shoes. When you find a good partner, you won't face such troubles, Wei Xiaoye reassured her. Yang Ting smiled awkwardly. Xiaoya, even you notice my worries. Living comfortably at my family home, I can't imagine what it would be like to face such things if I married into another family. Just thinking about it is frightening. She felt bad for speaking like this in front of Wei Xiaoye, who had experienced similar troubles, and quickly added, Xiaoya, you are amazing. As you said, it's important to cut losses and live a good life now. They both fell silent, aware that not just in the village, but even in towns and cities, women's status at home was often low and life was tough. While they were talking, they noticed Manhua coming over with Dongzhu. Wei Xiaoye felt that Manhua seemed a bit different. Although her face was bruised, she didn't look as frightened as yesterday. Xiaojun had never seen such a scene and tried to act like it didn't bother her to ease the awkwardness. As soon as Xiaoxing and Xiaoya saw Dongzhu, they took her to play and eat treats. Dongzhu, feeling comfortable, finally showed a happy smile. Manhua said calmly, "Xiaoya, thank you for helping me deal with that man named Song yesterday. To be honest, he tried to hurt me on the way back. After I returned, that woman was still there, and we had another fight. Today, while they were away, I found this document." Manhua pulled out a contract, and the faces of Wei Xiaoye and her sister lit up with joy. With this contract, I should be able to control that woman, right? Wei Xiaojun thought simply that holding this contract would prevent the woman from causing trouble. Wei Xiaoye asked in a serious tone, "Manhua, what are your plans?" "I want a divorce. Of course, I don't want them to have it easy." Manhua's face showed determination. She was no longer soft and had no tears in her eyes. "I want to sell that woman. As for the Song family, I must get a divorce. But my Dongzhu, even though the Song family doesn't care about her, they definitely won't want to give her to me. Just to torment me, they wouldn't want to hand her over." When she mentioned Dongzhu, Manhua felt a bit flustered. She didn't care about herself, but the thought of not being able to take her daughter away made her heart ache. Wei Xiaoye felt powerless in this era. There were few ways for women to get a divorce. Even if a couple separated, it was usually the wife who was dismissed. Even if she did manage to get a divorce, the children wouldn't be allowed to stay with the mother. She considered herself lucky. She had acted quickly and decisively to subdue the Wong family. If Manhua wanted to take Dongzhu away, the Song family might retaliate harshly. "Don't you want to take half of the Song family's money as well?" Manhua was surprised. How could they let me take their money? Besides, the Song family is very poor. Buying that Wu woman already cost them most of their money. All their funds are controlled by the matriarch, so I wouldn't get a single coin. Wei Xiaoye sighed. "Then even if you take Dongzhu back to your family, how will you live?" "I have a few acres of land at home. To be honest, my sister-in-law doesn't do much work. Most of it is done by my mother. She's getting older. When I go back, I'll naturally take on those tasks. Although life will be tough and I'll face gossip, it's still better than living with the Song family. However, my sister-in-law might have some objections. She might think I tarnished our family's reputation, which could affect Dongzhu and even Xinya." At this point, Manhua felt helpless. After thinking for a moment, she brightened up. "If worse comes to worst, I can move to the old house. I heard you three lived there for a while. If you could stay, why can't I?" She was considering living in that old, run-down house, which wouldn't bother her sister-in-law. Wei Xiaojun advised her, "Sister Manhua, since you've decided to go back to your family, just stay at home. That old house is even more dilapidated now. In this cold winter, living there with a child would be truly difficult." Manhua smiled and said, "Let's discuss this matter later. We need to handle the current situation first. Do you have any uncles or relatives at home who can support you? I can go with you, but it might be better if there are elders involved." Wei Xiaoye understood the situation in the village, especially in ancient times, where having elders speak on your behalf made things more legitimate. Manhua hesitated. "My uncles don't take charge of things. Our relationship hasn't been very good in the past." Wei Xiaoye recalled from the original owner's memories that since Aunt Gao's husband passed away, her family had some conflicts with the clan. After Manhua's older brother died, the clan even wanted to reclaim their land. It was Aunt Gao's strong personality that protected their land. At that moment, they wouldn't stand up for Manhua. Seeing Manhua's gloomy expression, Wei Xiaoye comforted her. "It's okay. I will help you. Now that you have a contract in hand, it will be much easier." The two discussed for a while before Manhua left. "Older sister, why do I feel like this is very difficult?" Wei Wan still had concerns. "It will definitely be challenging, but you have to fight for yourself. No matter how hard it is, it just takes effort. Those who are tough fear those who are fearless." Wei Xiaoye thought about the token given to her by Lu Jinu. If it came to the point where she needed to use it, she would try her best. With the token in hand, perhaps the county magistrate would listen to her. Most importantly, people fear authority. Maybe if she showed that she had support, the Song family would be intimidated. The next morning, after breakfast, Wei Xiaoye took her 2 children to Aunt Gao's house. As soon as Aunt Gao saw her, tears welled up in her eyes. "Xiaoya, this matter should have been handled by the clan, but they are just laughing at us." It turned out that Aunt Gao had gone to the clan yesterday, hoping that Manhua's uncles would speak up for her, but instead, she faced mockery and sarcasm. "They said that when my family had no men left, we wanted to take over the land, but they never thought that today." Aunt Gao's tears showed she felt deeply wronged. Manhua's face was still bruised. "Mother, it's all my fault for causing you to suffer." Qin, standing by, remained silent. Wei Xiaoye found it strange. As a sister-in-law, Qin didn't stand up for her sister-in-law, nor did she offer any words of comfort. Aunt Gao and her daughter seemed used to it, tidying up and reminding Qin to watch the children at home. The mother and daughter set off with Wei Xiaoye to the Song family in the neighboring river village. They first went to Zhao Lijing's house, where Lijing's wife was very surprised. "Isn't that Manhua? How could she end up like this?" Manhua cried out in pain. "Aunt, you and Uncle Lijing have to help me. My family bought a servant, but she climbed into bed with Songda. Not only that, but she also helped him beat me up." Lijing's wife widened her eyes in shock. "How could this happen? Songda is unreasonable. What kind of family buys a servant? We are just simple farmers, not landlords." What surprised Lijing's wife even more was that a commoner had bought a servant, rather than the fact that Manhua was beaten. But the fact that a servant dared to hit her master was infuriating. "Aunt, I want to sell this servant who bullies me. But Songda is protecting her, and I really have no way to deal with it." Manhua looked truly miserable. Her face was bruised, and her eyes were swollen from crying, looking like walnuts. Tears streamed down her face, making it heartbreaking to see. Lijing's wife turned to her husband. "Dear, how could such a thing happen in our river village? A servant has taken control over her master. You need to do something about it." Lijing also found it strange that the Song family would buy a servant. How could a commoner afford one? But then he thought it might be because they wanted someone to bear them a son. Lijing's wife realized this too, and looked at Manhua with more sympathy. Many families have daughters first. If they have a few more children, they are likely to have a son. But since they only had one daughter, Songda might be looking for another woman to have a son with, while allowing the servant to bully the mistress. It seemed he intended to replace the rightful wife once a son was born. As a fellow woman, she felt even more sympathy for Manhua and also felt a sense of crisis. If a commoner could have such ideas, how could Lijing, a respected and wealthy man in the village, not follow suit? Thus, Lijing's wife was filled with righteous anger. "Dear, we must stand up for Manhua. Although she married from the neighboring village, after this incident, who would dare to marry into our village?" Aunt Gao was also teary-eyed and quickly held Lijing's wife's hand. "You are truly righteous, madam. My son-in-law slapped me in the face. Please, Lijing and madam, help our Manhua." The village head was lifted up and had to agree. "I need to step in and give you an explanation." He curiously glanced at Wei Xiaoye, thinking that this quiet woman was Manhua's sister-in-law. It was a bit surprising. This sister-in-law looked younger than Manhua. The group walked to the Song family's courtyard, just as Wei Xiaojun brought the midwife over. This had been planned earlier. Manhua and the others went to ask the village head for help, while Wei Xiaojun went to the town to invite the midwife. The Song family came out to the courtyard and saw a crowd gathering, feeling quite confused. "Uncle Village Head, why are you here?" Songda glared at Manhua beside the village head, thinking she had asked him to mediate their conflict. "Uncle Village Head, this is just a family matter between Manhua and me. Manhua is being lazy at home and doesn't want to work. We just had a little argument." He looked at the many onlookers and quickly downplayed the situation. "Songda, we didn't come here for your family matters. Manhua told us that your servant dared to hit her. This is a serious issue. The displeased voice of the village head's wife made everyone in the Song family jump, especially Wu Shi, who immediately panicked and poked Songda's arm. Old Lady Fong was taken aback. Village head's wife, you must be mistaken. We don't have any servants in our house. If we had servants, would I be working so hard? The midwife was amused. What is this about? Didn't you say you wanted to sell a servant? Is there one or not? There is, and the contract is with me. Midwife, take a look. How much can this girl be sold for? Manhua said as she pulled Wu Shi out. Everyone was shocked. Was Wu Shi a servant? Wu Shi panicked. Songda, what's going on? The midwife examined Wu Shi. She looks decent, a bit older, but I wonder how well she can work. She pinched Wu Shi's face and even checked her teeth. Then she grabbed Wu Shi's hands to feel if they were rough or soft. Wu Shi cried out in panic. What are you doing? What right do you have to treat me like this? I am Songda's wife. And we are about to formalize our marriage. Songda seemed to remember something, hurried into the house to search for a moment, and then stormed out, reaching for Manhua. Hand it over. Manhua stepped forward and showed the contract to the village head. Songda rushed to grab it, but suddenly let out a painful cry. He glared at Wei Xiaoye. It's you again. This is my family's matter. It has nothing to do with you. You are not welcome here, so leave. Mrs. Fong saw Wei Xiaoye holding a short stick and suddenly struck her son's arm with it. She pointed at Wei Xiaoye and shouted, Who do you think you are, coming to my house to hit people? I am the family of Manhua. If your son dares to hit Manhua, why shouldn't I hit your son? Wei Xiaoye then coldly turned to Wu. I heard that you, a servant, also dare to hit the mistress at home? Wu felt a chill all over. It seemed like the woman in front of her was going to devour her. Terrified, she quickly shook her head. No, I wouldn't dare to hit her. You wouldn't dare to hit me? You and Song both held me down and hit me. Have you forgotten what happened yesterday? You said you wouldn't divorce me and wanted me to serve you in the Song family? Manhua would not let her off easily and quickly spoke out. The villagers began to whisper among themselves. Is she really a servant of the Song family? How dare she hit Manhua? Clearly, they are involved in something messy together. I was wondering why they brought a woman back. I thought she was a relative? With that charming appearance, she doesn't look like a relative at all. Turns out she's not only involved but is also a servant. The villagers discussed openly, and the way they looked at Wu made her shiver. I am not a servant. Brother Song said he would marry me in the future. Wu couldn't help but argue. This only sparked more outrage among the women. Oh, so she really is a seductress. We are all common folk, and someone like Brother Song could lead the village men astray. Exactly. This is the village's reputation. Aunt Gao wiped her tears. My Manhua married into your Song family, working hard and being respectful to her in-laws. What did she do wrong? Now your Song family lets a servant ride over her and treat her this way. Is this a sign that my family has no one to stand up for them? Aunt Gao spoke with deep sorrow. This was indeed a sign of her family being powerless. If Manhua's father and older brother were here, would the Song family dare to act like this? Today, as Manhua's family, we are here to sell this servant and to seek a divorce. Wei Xiaoye wasted no time and looked at the matchmaker. How much is she worth? Just take her away. The matchmaker held up her hand. 5 taels of silver. That's a high price. Song angrily said, She is someone I bought. When did it become your place to decide? This is surprising. The head of the household can't decide to sell a servant? Wei Xiaoye laughed and looked at him. If she can't be sold, then report it to the authorities. I want to see how a servant who climbed into bed and teamed up with the master to beat the mistress will be judged by the law. This was a typical situation. The faces of the Song family turned pale. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the side. Isn't this Wu? Isn't she the servant we sold? Has she climbed into bed again? This statement hit like thunder in the courtyard. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a young man with 2 attendants, frowning at Wu. Wu panicked and quickly lowered her head. Wei Xiaoye recognized him. He was the young master from the tavern in town. Wong Sansong had previously worked there. He remembered that Wong had claimed he was uncomfortable because of him, which led to his dismissal, allowing him to vent his frustration. Wei Xiaoye looked up just as young Master Su smiled at her. The attendant felt a chill. It was this woman again. What a coincidence. The young master said he came to the estate to relax, and now he unexpectedly encountered this woman. Wei Xiaoye took the opportunity to speak. Oh? This young master says this Wu was originally your servant? Is that true? Wu was almost mortified, tugging at Song Da's sleeve with tears in her eyes. Song Da quickly gruffly said, I don't care if she was your servant before. I bought her, and now she is part of my family. Our family matters are none of your business. He then glared at Manhua. As for divorce? Don't even think about it. I might consider it, but not now. I'll wait until Yanqiu has a son, and then I'll think about it. Song Do intentionally exposed his ugly side in front of Manhua and Aunt Gao to hurt them. Sure enough, Aunt Gao trembled with anger, realizing her daughter was living such a life. Meanwhile, she had hoped her daughter would endure and continue living with her in-laws. At Wei Xiaoye's signal, Manhua reached out and slapped Wu twice. Wu was stunned by the blows, but in front of everyone, she didn't dare retaliate and quickly hid behind Song Da. Song Da immediately felt pity for Wu and angrily pointed at Manhua. Who do you think you are to hit someone in front of me? Manhua immediately turned and slapped him twice as well, using all her strength, causing his face to swell instantly. Wei Xiaoye didn't hesitate and started hitting Song Da with a short stick. The villagers were confused, not understanding why they suddenly started fighting. Shouldn't they have argued for a while first? Even more surprising was that Song Da, a big man, was no match for Wei Xiaoye. He was being chased around, crying out in pain from a weaker woman. Old Lady Fong couldn't stand seeing someone hit her son, so she picked up a broom and rushed in. Aunt Gao couldn't just watch either. She shouted and ran towards Old Lady Fong. Filled with anger, Aunt Gao thought about how this old woman was bothering her daughter. She felt frustrated and finally found a chance to vent. It didn't matter if she got hit. She just wanted to take down Old Lady Fong. Before long, Old Lady Fong was scared. Why was her in-law so determined? She didn't care about herself, only wanted to hit her. Old Man Song realized this was a problem. But before he could intervene, the village head spoke up. You usually pick on Manhua, and now you want to hit her family? Old Man Song was stunned. Wasn't his family the one being beaten? Wei Xiaoye had already defeated Song Da and pointed at Old Man Song. Come on, old man. Seeing his son curled up on the ground, Old Man Song hesitated. But Wei Xiaoye didn't care. She quickly approached him and hit his arms and legs several times. As she hit him, she said, This is your outcome. You all gang up on your daughter-in-law, making her serve you like a servant? With each hit, Old Man Song realized how much it hurt. He cried out in pain, but no one came to help him. Everyone saw that Manhua's sister-in-law was tough, who needed a big brother to step in. The sister-in-law was fierce enough. People felt a bit sorry for Manhua. She should have called her sister-in-law to help earlier instead of taking so many hits. Finally, when Wei Xiaoye had enough, she turned to the servant. Take this maid away. Wu didn't want to leave. If she got sold again, how would she ever find someone who wanted to marry her? No, you can't sell me. I'm part of the Song family. Wu shouted desperately. Song Do was also caught up in the moment and didn't want the servant to take her away, shouting loudly as well. Wei Xiaoye sneered. If you don't want to sell her, then you need to divorce Manhua and sign the divorce papers. If you don't agree, today I will not only sell Manhua, but I will also come to your Song family from time to cause trouble. Old Lady Fong lay on the ground and shouted, Why do we need a divorce? Son, just divorce her. Aunt Gao, who had already subdued her, slapped her twice and scolded, How dare you divorce my daughter? Fine, we will come to cause a scene every day. Sell this ungrateful person right now. Wei Xiaoye suddenly pushed Wu to Aunt Ya. Aunt Ya impatiently said, Hurry up and sign the contract. I'll give you 5 taels of silver. She wasn't really impatient. She was just bored and thought this was an entertaining show. She wanted to negotiate for a better price, but looking at Wei Xiaoye made her a bit afraid. This woman could be violent. Negotiating with her might not work. Seeing Wu about to be taken away, Songda quickly shouted, all right, I agree to the divorce. He didn't know many characters, so he had the village chief take a look at the document to confirm it was indeed a divorce letter. Without saying another word, he awkwardly signed his name. Old Lady Fong suddenly thought of Dongzhu and shouted, where is Dongzhu? She is a member of the Song family. You are thinking too much. The document clearly states that Dongzhu will go with Manhua, Wei Xiaoye said with a smirk. As long as this method works, why not use it repeatedly? The divorce is fine, but the document also clearly states that the dowry must be returned. When Manhua married, she brought 2 blankets and a silver hairpin. Songda didn't expect this and yelled at the village chief. Why didn't you mention this earlier? The village chief's wife was quite displeased. What? Do you want to keep Manhua's dowry for yourself? No one in the village is as shameful as you. Old Lady Fong jumped up. Then the betrothal money must be returned. It cost 4 or 5 taels of silver to marry this useless hen. Besides, how much has the He family eaten and drunk at my Song family? They should pay it all back. Wei Xiaoye was speechless. This was truly a spectacle. If she hadn't come, Aunt Gao and her daughter would have never been a match for the Song family. Manhua's work at your house is worth 500 won a month. Settle it quickly. How many years did Manhua work for you? Wei Xiaoye calmly replied. Old Lady Fong was furious and couldn't think of a comeback at the moment. At this point, Manhua didn't want to argue with the Song family anymore. She and Aunt Gao wrapped the 2 blankets in a sheet. But she couldn't find the silver hairpin. Where is the silver hairpin? That was my dowry. If you don't return it to me, I will sell Wu right now. Anyway, the contract is in my hands. Manhua said fiercely. Wu was surprised to hear about her involvement and quickly took out a silver hairpin from her sleeve and handed it to Manhua. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wu had kept Manhua's silver hairpin in her pocket. What nerve she had! Su Minguan said loudly, this is my family's shameless maid, and it seems she's not clean in her actions either. I always said it would be better to sell her far away, but my mother is kind-hearted. Who knew that selling her right in front of us would harm innocent people? Wu gathered her courage to retort, young Master Su, I am no longer your family's servant, so why do you continue to slander me in front of everyone?
Slander you?
At your young age, you are thinking about climbing into my father's bed. Are you ashamed of what you do? The crowd, having had their fill of gossip, began to buzz with chatter. Wu did not expect Su Minguan to bring this up publicly. She was furious, her eyes red, but she couldn't retort. Manhua sneered at Songda, from now on, I sever all ties with your Song family. I will live my life well with Dongzhu, and you can enjoy your life with your unfaithful partner. Manhua, who usually was too shy to curse, had changed greatly in recent days. These people could be so disgusting and oppressive towards her. Could she not say a few words in return? Manhua and Aunt Gao carefully tucked away the divorce papers and packed up the dowry, throwing the contract on the ground as she walked out with Wei Xiaoye. Just a few steps out, Wei Xiaoye heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw Shiaan and her family. Shen's mother looked a bit guilty. Benefactor, we didn't know Manhua was your sister. We should have protected her. Look at what happened to her. Don't worry, we will definitely help you strongly reject the Song family and that woman, Wei Xiaoye said calmly with a smile. Shiaan blushed slightly. Sister Xiaoya, I have found someone I like, and we will marry next spring. I will live well from now on and won't aim too high. If I face any troubles, I will think of ways to solve them instead of running away. Wei Xiaoye felt a bit relieved. That's great. Your parents love you and will support you, so trust them. Shen's father and mother smiled widely. Suddenly, Su Minguan approached. Madam Wei, I helped you again today. May I invite you to dinner? Wei Xiaoye was surprised and waved her hand, saying, Young Master Su, please don't joke. Our family doesn't live in this village. We are from the neighboring one. Madam Wei is being a bit stingy. Never mind, let's go, Su Minguan said, and he walked away with 2 young servants. Wei Xiaoye also said goodbye to the Shin family. The matchmaker had made a trip, but still managed to earn some money. Aunt Gao gave her 20 coins, so she stopped complaining and instead started a business. If anyone needs to buy or sell servants in the future, come find me in town. Wei Xiaojun was going back to town to learn tailoring, so she walked with the matchmaker. Aunt Gao and her daughter were in good spirits as they walked quickly, eager to return and see Dongzhu. Xiaoya, thank you so much today, Aunt Gao said sincerely. Are you still upset that Wu Shi wasn't sold? Wei Xiaoya asked, still concerned about the matter. Although Manhua had received the divorce papers and taken back 2 quilts and a silver hairpin, she felt that Manhua might still be unhappy. To her surprise, Manhua smiled and said, even though I hate those 2, I'm not bitter. This is a good outcome. The most important thing is that Dongzhu is with me. If I had pushed them to their limits, I don't know what they might have done. The Song family is not easy to deal with, and I'm just lucky to have escaped. Wei Xiaoya sighed, feeling frustrated by her own limitations. She wondered how many women suffered similar hardships, but she could only manage the little things in front of her. Understanding, Manhua comforted her in return, saying, Xiaoya, I truly owe you today. Life at the Song family was really hard for me. Even without Wu Shi, my days weren't good. In the future, I will take Dongzhu with me. Even if we have to eat plain food, life will still be sweet. Aunt Gao felt tears welling up and gently tapped Manhua on the arm. You should have told me about your troubles instead of hiding them out of concern for me. As they talked about their future, the mood grew a bit heavy. After all, there were still the same number of mouths to feed, but now there were 2 more. Aunt Gao, your sewing skills are quite good in this village. I imagine Manhua's skills are good too. Otherwise, we could look for work at the embroidery shop in town, like making handkerchiefs, Wei Xiaoya suggested. After all, there were very few jobs available for women at that time. Aunt Gao sighed, my skills are only good enough for the village. The requirements at the clothing and embroidery shops are very high. Let me tell you about Manhua's hands. As she spoke, she pulled Manhua's hands over, and tears immediately fell. Wei Xiaoya glanced at Manhua's hands, which were covered in calluses. How could she still do embroidery? Manhua withdrew her hands and said, it's fine. If I can't do embroidery, I'll work hard to plant the fields. She was naturally anxious and quietly asked, Xiaoya, I heard from my mother that you and Aicao went to the mountains last time and found some Hishowu? Aunt Gao quickly signaled her with her eyes to stop asking. Wei Xiaoya smiled, and we're all family, so it's okay to talk about it. We did find quite a few herbs in the deep mountains, and we even got a Hishowu that weighed 8 pounds. 8 pounds. Both mother and daughter were shocked. That's right. The shopkeeper said that while weight and age matter, quality is the most important. I was lucky because a wealthy family in the county needed it and was looking for it. I just happened to deliver it, so I received a lot of silver. No one in the village knew the exact amount of silver. However, Aicao received 10 taels, so it must have been at least 20 taels. Manhua hesitated and said, Xiaoya, if you and Aicao go to the mountains again, please take me with you. I don't want 30%. Just give me 10%. At that moment, Manhua seemed very humble. Aunt Gao looked at Wei Xiaoya with hopeful eyes. Wei Xiaoya sighed, and Manhua, to be honest, people in the village are afraid to go to the deep mountains. They say hunters have gone missing there before. I had already agreed with Aicao not to go back to the mountains this year because of the danger. Besides, we were quite lucky this time. We won't always find Hishowu. Xiaoya, I understand all that, especially about the Hishowu. I never had greedy thoughts. I just thought that even in winter, there are still many herbs on the mountain. Especially in the deep mountains, no one usually goes there. I thought if we could find a few coins, it would be good. Manhua then expressed some regret. I'm sorry, Xiaoya. It's my fault for not understanding, making it difficult for you. Wei Xiaoya shook her head. It's not a difficulty. If we really want to go to the mountains, we need to be well prepared. Aunt Gao and her daughter were very excited. Did Xiaoya agree? Aunt Gao quickly stated, Xiaoya, if you really go to the mountains, don't go too deep. Just stay at the foot of the mountain and avoid the deep valleys. What else do we need to prepare? Flint, a hatchet, and so on. We definitely need to bring those. Wei Xiaoye agreed, saying that if they really went up the mountain, they at least needed to be prepared with weapons. After returning home, it was fine for Wei Xiaoye, but the villagers were curious when they saw Manhua and Aunt Gao coming back with large bundles. Manhua felt relaxed and said, "I have already divorced. From now on, the Song family and their matters have nothing to do with me." Although her face was still bruised, she smiled. At that moment, a woman whispered, "Divorce is not good, though they say it's a divorce. Isn't it really just being cast aside? Our village may not follow the strict rules of big families, but a divorce still brings a bad reputation." Aunt Gao couldn't hold back upon hearing this. She grabbed a broom and swept it fiercely under the woman's feet, shouting, "Shut your mouth. Get out of my house, or you'll bring your bad luck here." The woman jumped back several steps to avoid the broom. She angrily replied, "Am I wrong? Now, it's not just Wei's family. Now we have your Manhua too. This will make it hard for all the girls in the village to get married." Aunt Gao raised the broom, ready to chase her, but the woman quickly ran out of the yard. The other women looked on with strange expressions. Aunt Gao understood what they were thinking, and her good mood quickly faded, her face growing serious. Manhua comforted her, saying, "Mom, I knew what I would face when I decided to divorce. We shouldn't worry about rumors. What's important is finding a way to live our lives. What more can we do to live?" Qin said with a worried expression, holding onto Xingya tightly. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I won't be idle." Manhua felt a bit helpless about Qin's situation. After thinking for a moment, she handed a silver hairpin to Qin, saying, "Sister-in-law, take this. You can sell it or use it. It will help us get by for a while. The blankets we brought back, one is new from last year. You can take that one." Qin took the silver hairpin and said, "That works. This hairpin will help us get through this year." As she went inside to grab a blanket, Manhua sighed silently. Aunt Gao quietly advised her, "Your sister-in-law has it tough too." "I know, Mom. It's hard for all three of us. But if Xiaoya can take care of 2 kids on her own, then the 3 of us should be able to support 2 kids as well." As Manhua spoke, she began cleaning up inside and out. Aunt Gao helped tidy up and wondered if the little girl was coming over. At a glance, it was indeed Little Star. She handed over a porcelain bottle and sweetly said, "Aunt Manhua, this is the ointment my mother gave. If you apply it twice a day, it won't hurt anymore." Manhua quickly shook her head. "No need, dear girl. This ointment is quite expensive. You should take it back. My mother said it's not expensive. She only gave a portion, not the whole bottle. Just try it, it works really well." Little Star spoke like an adult, making Aunt Gao feel a deep affection for her. Manhua accepted it, saying, "Little Star, your mother has done a lot for me. I currently have no way to thank her." Aunt Gao tugged at her. "What does Little Star know? You should tell Xiaoyi this in person. Xiaoyi knows what I want to say. If I say it, it would seem insincere." Manhua smiled and let Dongzhu and Little Star play together. Little Star, being clever, relayed Manhua's words when she got home. Wei Xiaojun expressed some concern. "Elder sister, I worry you might be putting in effort without reward. It seems like you're helping Manhua, but how will they manage in the future? Plus, the village women love to gossip, and I'm afraid they might blame you later." Wei Xiaoye didn't mind. "It's fine. I see that Aunt Gao and Manhua are not those kinds of people, which is why I dared to get involved. Besides, people will talk no matter what. We can't control that. As long as they don't come to me with their gossip, they won't affect me." Wei Xiaojun looked at her sister with admiration, surprised by her elder sister's strong mindset. Isn't life about caring about one's reputation and what others think of you? Seeing her sister's expression, Wei Xiaoya understood what she was thinking and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you daydreaming about, little girl? They can't affect me at all. Gossiping won't put food on my table. I need to focus on my studies and earn a good reputation in the community." Wei Xiaojun laughed out loud. "If only elder sister could take the exams, maybe you could even become an official." Wei Xiaoya chuckled to herself, recalling that in her past life, she was a serious college student. But becoming an official isn't that simple. Taking exams and getting a position is not easy. Now, living as a farmer in the village, life was relaxed and carefree. No need for scheming or effort. Her heart felt at ease. The next day, Qin returned to her family home. Aunt Gao and Manhua didn't mind, as it was normal for a widow to visit her family often. Manhua applied the ointment and sighed, "Mother, I wonder how much silver this ointment costs. Its effect is truly excellent. Last night I applied it once, and today I applied it again. My face doesn't hurt anymore." Aunt Gao looked closely and said, "It does look much better. Although it's still a bit bruised, the swelling has gone down a lot." Manhua covered her face with a towel and said, "I'm going to find Xiaoya." Seeing her take a basket and Ada go out, Aunt Gao sighed again, thankful for Xiaoya. Who would have thought that a casual gesture back then would bring her closer to Xiaoya? When she arrived at Wei Xiaoye's house, she saw Xiaoxing and Xiaoya practicing writing, with Yang Ting teaching them nearby. Manhua felt a bit envious. These two girls are really well raised. Not only do they have enough to eat and wear, but they are also polite and studying. She quietly admired them in her heart, then adjusted her mood and called out to Wei Xiaoye, "Xiaoya, I heard you bought that hill with a large bamboo forest. Did you collect any winter bamboo shoots?" Wei Xiaoye was slightly surprised. "Oh, I completely forgot. Let's go dig for bamboo shoots. In that big bamboo forest, there are plenty of winter bamboo shoots at this time. In spring, there will be spring bamboo shoots too." She was so happy. Since it used to belong to the public, the shoots were quickly taken by the villagers, but now it was hers. Just thinking about having so much property made her feel great. Wei Xiaoye picked up her and carried a bamboo basket, chatting and laughing with Manhua as they headed to her hill. The bamboo forest was filled with a unique tranquility and vitality. The bamboo leaves were still lush and green, and even though they were touched by the winter frost, they looked even fresher and more refined. Manhua clearly had a lot of experience. Look closely. If there are cracks, it's very likely winter bamboo shoots. Check which way the bamboo leans. The shoots will be on that side. If the bamboo nodes are long, the shoots will be deep. If the nodes are short, the shoots will be shallow. If you find an old shoot hole, dig down. There will likely be shoots. Wei Xiaoye admired her, realizing there were many tricks to digging for bamboo shoots. She mimicked Manhua, carefully digging when she found a shoot. She felt a bit obsessive, wanting to dig them out perfectly. There were so many shoots in this big bamboo forest. In no time, the two of them had gathered quite a lot. "I wonder what the price of winter bamboo shoots is now." Wei Xiaoye murmured. "It should be about 7 or 8 coins per pound." Wei Xiaoye glanced at the system, which showed a price of 5 coins. Why is this price lower than in real life? Host, this year, many women who traveled here have sold a lot of winter bamboo shoots to the system, causing the price to drop. Wei Xiaoye silently pouted. Looks like they would have to take the shoots to town to sell. Manhua followed Wei Xiaoye home and handed over all the winter bamboo shoots to her. Wei Xiaoye quickly refused. "With just this few shoots, why are you being polite? Take them back and enjoy some fresh ones. How could I bear to eat these precious shoots? In the past, they belonged to the government, and everyone would dig them up early. This year, since they are yours, they have grown so plump. They can sell for a good amount of money. Xiaoya, don't waste this opportunity." Wei Xiaoye insisted on putting a few shoots into Manhua's basket for her to take home. That day, Wei Xiaoye prepared 2 dishes with the winter bamboo shoots. One was stir-fried with cured meat, and the other was braised in oil. Everyone in the family loved them, and Wei Xiaoye found them especially delicious. Even though she had a system that allowed her to buy fresh vegetables that many others couldn't get, she still thought these winter bamboo shoots were very tasty. Wei Xiaojun felt a bit sorry, saying, "Eldest sister, it would be better to sell these bamboo shoots for money. They are worth several coins per pound, and we are just eating them. Don't worry, there are plenty more in the mountains. We should enjoy them. Selling for money is also for eating, right? If we have something delicious in front of us, should we let it go to waste?" Wei Xiaojun laughed. If everyone thought like that, how would we get by? Of course, she knew that her eldest sister had plenty of money, which is why she could say such bold things. The next morning, after breakfast, the Wei sisters set off together, each carrying a basket of bamboo shoots. Wei Xiaoye felt a mix of emotions. Having family around was nice, but it also made things inconvenient for her. She could have directly stored the bamboo shoots in her space and quietly taken them out when they reached town. On the bullock cart, other women heading to town envied her. "Xiaoya, you make money easily. These winter bamboo shoots are so plump, and at this time, they will sell for a good price." Wei Xiaoye smiled. "I hope so." Someone said with a hint of jealousy, "Originally, these shoots belonged to the government. Anyone could dig them up if they were quick. Unfortunately, now they are my personal property. I bought that hillside with my money. It was just sitting there, and anyone could have bought it." Wei Xiaoye spoke firmly, sticking to the facts. Mrs. Huang felt attacked and retorted sharply, "What's so great about having a few coins? You don't care about us neighbors at all. Little do you know, you and Manhua have spoiled the village's atmosphere." Wei Xiaoye frowned, her voice turning cold. "Don't come looking for trouble.
You don't matter to me.
As for whether I and Manhua have ruined the atmosphere, that's not my concern. I'm quite selfish. As long as I'm comfortable, I don't care about others. But how does our separation affect you? Is it bothering you that you can't remarry, or that your mother can't remarry either?" The people in the cart laughed heartily. They looked at Huang with some sympathy, wondering why she would provoke Wei. Is Wei Xiaoye just an ordinary person? She is the one who took down the entire Wong family with a hammer. Huang was furious at Wei Xiaoye's words and the laughter around her, feeling overwhelmed. She pointed at Wei Xiaoye and shouted, "What are you? Just a woman that Wong Sansong didn't want. He would rather have a widow than you. Why do you think Wong Sansong is so important? You're so happy. He doesn't want me. Is he your dream lover? Is that why you're so upset? If you think he's so great, go find him. His wife has run off, so you can take her place." Wei Xiaoye smiled, genuinely finding it amusing. With just a little effort, she made Huang's face change dramatically. "What nonsense are you talking? Don't ruin my reputation." Wei Xiaoye's smile faded. "Then why are you so anxious? Do you think I can't live without Wong Sansong?
I'm not you.
Look at these 2 baskets of bamboo shoots. Once I sell them, I can buy a chicken to eat. I'll be living well, so why would I care about Wong Sansong? Are you joking?" Huang's face changed from red to green, then to white, unable to respond. She felt that Wei Xiaoye's words were somehow wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint the issue. If she had a big house, plenty of money, and could eat well every day, would she still care about being in charge? Absolutely not. Huang realized she couldn't attack Wei Xiaoye anymore and felt frustrated. After a long pause, she finally said, "What do you have to be proud of? You don't even have a companion and your future looks bleak. While everyone else enjoys family gatherings, you'll be all alone." It seemed Huang had hit a nerve, and she felt a sense of triumph. Wei Xiaoye found it even more amusing. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'll work a bit harder, and then I'll buy 2 maids to accompany me and take care of me. I would truly feel lonely and miserable. Everyone felt a chill. Could the Wei family really afford to buy maids? In reality, buying a little maid only costs a few taels of silver, so it seemed she could actually afford it and support them. The other women had only vaguely thought that the Wei family was wealthy, but now they realized that Wei could live like a landowner. This realization not only brought a sense of novelty, but also created a distance. Wei Xiaoye smiled again, saying, "Of course, I don't want to take on the burden of feeding 2 more mouths. With that money, wouldn't it be better to take good care of my 2 daughters?" The atmosphere around them lightened again. Wei Xiaoye secretly chuckled. Showing off wealth should be done in moderation. Creating too much distance wasn't necessary after all, since she was still living in this village. Huang stopped speaking and quietly listened to Wei Xiaoye chatting and laughing with others. Honestly, she felt a bit discouraged. When they arrived in town, Wei Xiaojun wanted to help Wei Xiaoye set up a stall, but she was refused. "You should focus on learning your craft. I can manage on my own. Do you really think I can't handle the scales and calculate the accounts?" Wei Xiaoye urged her to go to the embroidery shop. Wei Xiaojun found it amusing. who was her older sister mocking. She later realized that her sister's math skills might be even better than a bookkeeper's. She didn't know how her sister's mind worked. Besides, with such a strong sister, what was there to worry about? So, after helping Wei Xiaoye set up the stall, she went to the embroidery shop on her own. When Wei Xiaoye arrived, it was still early, and she secured a good spot. Before long, someone came to ask about the price of the winter bamboo shoots. Wei Xiaoye estimated and replied, 9 won per pound.
Ah? So expensive?
The woman who asked turned and left. Wei Xiaoye felt a bit frustrated. Was it really that pricey? When the next customer arrived, she quoted 8 won and thankfully, this time someone was willing to buy. In winter, this was a fresh and good dish, and those who could afford it were eager to buy, so they sold quickly. As the 2 baskets were nearly sold out, with only about 10 pounds left, a male voice called out, "Hey, is that Mrs. Wei selling bamboo shoots here?" Wei Xiaoye looked up. Wasn't that young Master Su again? Yes, young Master Su, would you like to buy some? 8 won per pound. Su Minguan smiled. Of course, I'll take the rest. His servant quickly packed the bamboo shoots and paid with copper coins. Wei Xiaoye noticed that the winter bamboo shoots were sold out and felt pleased. I walked over from that direction and didn't see anyone else selling bamboo shoots. I still have some at home. If young Master Su thinks they are good, I can sell more tomorrow. Su Minguan, the young master of the tavern, understood the importance of fresh ingredients and quickly agreed. Wei Xiaoye didn't linger and took 2 empty baskets to catch a bullock cart home. She glanced at her system, noting that she had collected a total of 120 pounds of winter bamboo shoots, earning 960 coins. A profit of nearly 2 taels of silver was quite satisfying. She wondered why no one had bought that little hillside. Perhaps it was because everyone was busy digging for bamboo shoots and the market didn't look good, so they could only sell for a few coins. No one thought to invest 8 taels of silver all at once. After all, besides that bamboo grove, everything else was bare. She didn't know how many more winter bamboo shoots could be dug up. When Wei Xiaoye returned home, Manhua approached her, looking hesitant. Manhua, if you have something to say, just tell me. Why are you being so reserved? Manhua sighed. Xiaoya, after you went to sell the bamboo shoots today, I thought about your bamboo grove and decided to take a look. I found that no one else was there, but your brother and sister-in-law were digging for bamboo shoots. I think they filled a basket. Wei Xiaoya's expression darkened immediately. Her brother and sister-in-law really had some nerve. Seeing Wei Xiaoya's change in mood, Manhua hurriedly added, Xiaoya, I don't know if I should have said anything. After all, they are your family and everything can be discussed. Wei Xiaoye stood up abruptly. If they want to eat, they should ask me. I would have let them dig a little. But to go and fill a basket without telling me? Isn't that just stealing? No, I need to show them a lesson. Now it was Manhua who felt a bit anxious. Wei Xiaoye reassured her. Manhua, thank you for watching over my bamboo grove and letting me know about this. What I do with them is none of your concern. You don't need to worry about them blaming you. They did this wrong, and they shouldn't expect to escape criticism. I'm not afraid of them blaming me. I'm just worried about you having a bad relationship with your family, Manhua paused. Now that you have 2 children, it's important to maintain a good relationship with your family. If anything happens, you'll have support. Wei Xiaoye nodded absent-mindedly. Even someone as brave as Manhua thought that women still needed to rely on their families. It was hard to explain everything in a short time, so Wei Xiaoye decided to hold back her words for now. Manhua, I'm going to my parents' house to bring back those bamboo shoots. With that, she walked out the door. Cheng was nervously peeling bamboo shoots with you. Meifeng, these winter bamboo shoots are valuable. You and Xiaofeng shouldn't just go dig up Xiaoya shoots. We don't want any trouble. Yu's expression stiffened. There are so many shoots, Xiaoya probably won't mind. We're her brother and sister-in-law. Wei Xiaofeng shouted, Xiaoya digs her own shoots, and it's hard work. We're helping her. This talk of family left the honest Cheng speechless. Really? Helping me dig shoots? Should I thank you? I'll give you 2 shoots and a dish. But I'm taking these shoots back. Wei Xiaoya's voice came, startling the Wei family. Especially you, who had taken the lead. Everyone else was related to Xiaoya, but she wasn't. Did this sister-in-law want to take her anger out on her? Looking at Wei Xiaoye, her face was stern, showing no signs of joking. Cheng panicked a bit. Xiaoya, your brother and sister-in-law helped you dig. Since you helped me dig, I'm taking them now. You don't need to dig for me again. The villagers might think you're stealing my shoots. As she spoke, she reached for the bamboo basket. The shoots were mostly peeled, saving her the trouble of doing it herself. Wei Xiaofeng's face turned red with anger as he grabbed the basket. What's wrong with us digging some shoots for you? You're my sister. You know these shoots are valuable, right? 8 coins a pound. This basket is worth about 400 coins. You're my brother, right? Why don't you give me 400 coins? Isn't there plenty in your bamboo forest? You know that's my bamboo forest. I paid for it. It's mine. You think you can just take my things? If you come to dig my shoots again, don't expect any gifts during holidays. Wei Xiaoye looked at the others. People often say brothers should settle accounts clearly. I said before, we are not one family. We are 2 families. Sister-in-law, if you think we are one family, go back to your parents' house and ask your brother and sister-in-law for 400 coins. Try digging their vegetables or harvesting their crops. Yusher felt embarrassed, her face turning red, and tears welled up in her eyes. Elder sister, I know you blame me because I'm not a Wei. We don't share blood ties. She expected Wei Xiaoye to deny it, but surprisingly, her sister-in-law admitted it directly. That's right. You know we don't have a blood relationship. So before doing these things, think carefully about whether it's appropriate. Wei Xiaoye showed no mercy to Yusher, which made Wei Xiaofeng anxious. He was about to scold her, but Wei Xiaoye mockingly looked at him. You think it's normal for a married woman to give you things worth hundreds of coins? What have you contributed to the family all year? What kind of man are you? Just someone who wants to live off your sister. Cheng also wanted to advise Wei Xiaoye not to make things too tense with Wei Xiaofeng since they were siblings, but the eldest daughter turned her attention to her. I told you before not to use my things to support your son. It seems you don't take my words seriously. Always trying to take from me to help your son? You really are something. Tears fell from Cheng's eyes. Being confronted like this by her daughter was embarrassing for her. Just then, Wei Laotu came in from outside. Seeing the atmosphere in the yard, he knew something had happened. What's going on? Wei Laotu tried to sound authoritative, wanting to establish his image as a strict father. Wei Xiaoye briefly explained the situation. I want to know what you think about this. Seeing Wei Xiaoye's expression, Wei Laotu realized his eldest daughter was on the verge of anger. He quickly weighed the consequences in his mind and shouted at Wei Xiaofeng, You went to dig bamboo shoots without telling your sister?
How could you do that?
If no one had seen it, do you want Xiaoya to accuse someone else in the village of stealing her bamboo shoots? Wei Xiaofeng muttered, Who would dare to steal? Anyone could guess it was a family member who took some. I didn't take much. Not much. This basket is worth several hundred coins. Wei Xiaoye said impatiently. Wei Xiaoye, I see you really have no sense of family. We're all family here. You're living in a big house and spending a lot of money, and you're upset about me taking a few bamboo shoots. Wei Xiaoye glared at him. I want to see how much your belongings are worth. Are your cotton jacket and quilt worth hundreds of coins? As she spoke, she quickly rushed into the kitchen. No one knew what she was planning to do, but they saw her carrying half a bucket of water and rushing into Wei Xiaofeng's room. You seemed to understand her intentions and shouted, Big sister, we know we were wrong. Please don't do anything crazy. Before she could finish, they heard the sound of water splashing. The Wei family rushed into the room and saw Wei Xiaoye casually throwing the bucket on the floor. The quilt on Wei Xiaofeng's bed was completely soaked. He gritted his teeth in anger. Are you out of your mind? Wei Xiaoye clapped her hands. This time, I just wanted to let off some steam. If you do something like this again, I'll burn your quilt and coat. Those old things aren't worth more than a few hundred coins anyway. What does a few hundred coins mean to you? You're being so stingy over a basket of bamboo shoots. Wei Xiaofeng said through clenched teeth. Don't say a few hundred coins is a lot. Even if it isn't for me, I won't let you take advantage of me. Don't always use the excuse of being siblings to annoy me. It should be give and take among family. If you only think about benefiting yourself, how can I see you as my brother? As she spoke, Wei Xiaoye took a few bamboo shoots from the basket and placed them on the ground. Dad, Mom, this is my daughter's filial piety. These bamboo shoots are valuable. Let's add them to the meal. After saying that, she picked up the basket and was about to head back. Just then, Wei Xiaoyang returned with firewood. He put it down and immediately helped Wei Xiaoye carry the basket. Big sister, this is too heavy. Let me help you. Seeing her younger brother sweating in the cold winter, Wei Xiaoye felt a bit sorry for him. Do you do so much work at home? Wei Xiaoyang smiled innocently. Someone has to do it. Wei Xiaofeng, fuming, said, This kid is trying to take credit, as if I haven't done any work. You really haven't done much. Your brother has done more, Old Wei sighed. These bamboo shoots could buy 2 pounds of meat. They are really valuable. I wouldn't want to eat them just like that. Why don't you sell them tomorrow? Wei Xiaofeng walked into the room. I'm not going. Whoever wants to sell them can go. Cheng pointed at him. You do something like this, and then just ignore it. These bamboo shoots are worth something, yet you refuse to sell them. I think you're the one going crazy. If it's really that hard, let's split the family. I shouldn't have to keep dealing with your mess, and Wei Xiaoye's opinion of me is getting worse. As soon as Cheng said this, she felt a little tempted herself. The Wei couple loves to take advantage of others and lacks responsibility. They don't know what will happen in the future with their situation. When you heard this, she quickly acted innocent, saying, Mother, this time we didn't handle things well. From now on, we will make sure to communicate first and won't bother Xiaoyi again. I won't even eat the bamboo shoots. I will sell them tomorrow. Cheng, who is usually soft-hearted, calmed down after her daughter-in-law's words. Old Wei reminded, Sell the bamboo shoots tomorrow and buy a pound of meat to eat. It's been a long time since we've had some. The last good meal was at Xiaoya's place. You secretly pouted, thinking she didn't get any meat from her sister-in-law. They said they had a great meal and even brought back several pounds of cotton, while she got nothing. But Old Wei had a strong presence, so she didn't dare to say anything and just agreed. Wei Xiaoyang and Wei Xiaoye walked home together, chatting and laughing about their recent schoolwork. Xiaoyang, I think you have a talent for studying. I bought some paper and ink, and I'll share some with you later. Wei Xiaoyang quickly refused, saying, I just want to learn to read. I don't need paper and ink. It's too expensive for us. Buying paper and ink in the town is indeed very costly. But Xiaoya buys them through a system, so they are much cheaper, similar to prices in later times.
Don't worry about it.
Since I bought it, I want you to use it. Just study hard. If you really have a talent for learning, who knows, you might even take the scholar exam one day. Seeing that Xiaoya was serious and smiling, Xiaoyang still hesitated to accept, but a glimmer of hope sparked in his heart. Could he really have that chance? To dress like the scholars in town, polite and refined. Passing the scholar exam would mean he wouldn't have to pay land taxes on 50 acres. He could meet the county magistrate without kneeling. Perhaps he could even teach in a school and earn a respectable income. Xiaoya noticed the look in Xiaoyang's eyes and understood. I hope you study well, but I won't put too much pressure on you. I know it's tough to pass the scholar exam. If that day comes, you will bring honor to the Wei family for generations. Working in the village is hard, and studying is also tough, so just keep working hard. Xiaoya encouraged her brother warmly. In truth, Xiaoyang was only about 16 or 17 years old. Although he was starting late, it was still a good age to study. Wei Xiaoyang was very grateful. Elder sister, our parents think it's enough for me to recognize a few characters, and my brother and sister-in-law believe that because you gave me this money for my studies, it prevented Huzi from going to school. Even when I practice writing at home with branches and ash, they make sarcastic comments. Only you truly encourage me. I know I'm older now, a poor young man from a remote village, and I'm quite rough around the edges.
But,
just like you said, I have dreams now. Having dreams gives you motivation. No matter the outcome or what others think, if you stay determined and work hard, you might receive a wonderful reward. Wei Xiaoye patted his shoulder and offered more encouragement. What she didn't realize was that her simple words meant a lot to the boy, as no one had ever spoken to him like that before, igniting a fire in his heart. Naturally, Wei Xiaoye stayed for dinner. After the meal, the siblings went to the bamboo forest to dig for bamboo shoots, and Manhua came to help. We should be able to dig 2 baskets tomorrow, and that should be enough. Wei Xiaoye thought to herself that this winter, they could earn about 3 or 2 silver coins from the bamboo shoots. In spring, there would be more shoots. The villagers never considered how valuable this bamboo forest was, which allowed her to take advantage of it. Besides bamboo shoots, bamboo itself was also very useful. On his way home, Wei Xiaoye was given a stack of paper and a writing set. He cherished these supplies, glancing at them often as he walked, feeling a bit lightheaded and unable to stop smiling. When he got home, Mrs. Yu noticed the writing supplies and said with a hint of jealousy, "Xiaoyang, your big sister is so good to you, even buying you paper and ink." Even old Wei was surprised. Although he didn't know the exact price, he understood it was very expensive. What kind of place was the bookstore in town? It was somewhere ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter. Looking at the stack of paper, he saw it was smooth, flawless, and pure white. It was definitely not cheap. They occasionally saw the rough paper used for official documents, which was nothing like this. Old Wei opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He thought about saying that buying such expensive paper would be better spent on the cheapest kind, saving money to buy more meat.
But he didn't dare to say it.
In a farming family, there was a natural respect for scholars. Even when it came to these writing supplies, they didn't dare to speak carelessly. However, the Yu family did not have such concerns. She sighed, "Xiaoyang, you are an uncle. Why not share a little with Huzi? I can't believe that this is all for you from Xiaoya. There should be a share for Huzi too." For the first time, Wei Xiaoyang felt a sense of heartache. In the past, when his siblings fought over anything, he didn't care. But now, having to share the stationery felt like cutting into his own flesh. You, as an uncle, shouldn't think of keeping it all to yourself. Huzi is your nephew. It wouldn't be right to ignore him, you said, her eyes turning red. At that moment, she genuinely felt wronged. The wealthy sister-in-law didn't care about her and Wei Xiaofeng, only focusing on Xiaoyang and Xiaowan. But to disregard Huzi as well was unacceptable. Chung stepped in to mediate. "Xiaoyang, you should share a bit with Huzi. I see there's quite a thick stack of paper here." Wei Xiaoyang took a few sheets and handed them to you, saying, "Sister-in-law, let Huzi take care of it. With such a thick stack, you can't just give a few sheets. How can he cherish that?" You replied, clearly unhappy. In the past, this younger brother was hard-working and quiet, never wanting to argue. Now that he had grown up, he was indeed different. "Just use it for now. If it's not enough later, we can talk about it then," Chung suggested again. Seeing Yu unhappily return to her room, Chung turned away Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, you might be a bit stingy. You have so much paper. Mom, you can't be generous with someone else's things. This is a gift from my older sister and I treasure it. I don't even want to use it myself. Besides, Huzi might not understand its value. He doesn't like studying, and I'm worried he might waste it." Chung grew anxious. "Lower your voice. If your sister-in-law hears, it will cause more trouble." Wei Xiaoyang closed his mouth and returned to his room with his things. Chung sighed, thinking that when there was nothing at home, things seemed peaceful. But now that there were some good things, it stirred up unrest. She suddenly wondered if a wealthy family would have even more conflicts. Once inside his room, Wei Xiaoyang carefully took out the 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic he had hidden. These were books specially bought for him by his older sister. He didn't want to tell his siblings, fearing it would make them envious. He gently opened the books, buried his head in them, and took a deep breath of the ink's fragrance. He finally had his own books. At that moment, I was so shocked. My older sister bought 2 books, just like that. It turns out she has such high hopes for me. Thinking about her encouraging words, Wei Xiaoyang quickly washed his face and hands before getting lost in the books. Manhua helped Wei Xiaoye peel bamboo shoots while they chatted. My sister-in-law went back to her family and hasn't returned for the past few days, Manhua sighed. She didn't take Xingya with her, leaving her at home. Maybe it's because I brought Dongzhu back. She might feel a bit uncomfortable about it. You think too much. Bringing Dongzhu back doesn't change her life, does it? It's still the same as before, Wei Xiaoye replied, somewhat confused. Manhua smiled sadly. It might affect her reputation. Besides, my sister-in-law has felt hopeless for a long time. Xiaoya, do you think she wants to remarry? Wei Xiaoye answered seriously. If she wants to remarry, that's understandable. She has the right to pursue her own happiness. Manhua was surprised to hear Wei Xiaoye use the word right and paused for a moment. Does she really have that right? Realizing her words might be too advanced for Manhua, Wei Xiaoye smiled and said, in our society, widows are not treated too harshly when it comes to remarrying. If your sister-in-law truly wants to remarry, you and your aunt should support her. Manhua looked puzzled. Support her? But wouldn't that mean she is leaving Xingya behind? Even though my mother and I would take good care of her, isn't she still her real mother? Would she really leave her child? Would you want her to take Xingya with her to remarry? Manhua immediately rejected the idea.
Of course not.
She's part of our family. Besides, a woman who remarries is already looked down upon, and bringing a child with her would make it even harder for both of them. Why would she do that? Wei Xiaoye sighed inwardly. While remarrying is possible, is it really looked down upon? The more Manhua thought about it, the more she felt that Qin sure wanted to remarry. She muttered, there's something I didn't mention. I gave her my silver hairpin, and also said she could take the relatively new quilt. In the end, she took it all back to her family. She got up really early. I hadn't even gotten up yet. My mother noticed the quilt was gone and thought it was strange. Do you really need to take a quilt back when you're just visiting for a couple of days? Quilts are valuable, especially the one Manhua brought back, which was still quite new. Wei Xiaoye certainly didn't think that Qin Shi taking the quilt meant she was being unreasonable. Instead, they took away the important belongings from the house. I think your guess makes sense. Your sister-in-law might really want to stay at her family home for a long time and is considering remarrying. Manhua lowered her head. If I don't get divorced and return home, would my sister-in-law be willing to take Xingya to stay with us? Is it because of me? Wei Xiaoye quickly reassured her. Why are you thinking so far? If your sister-in-law really wanted to remarry, she would have thought about it long ago. You coming back home is just a coincidence. There's a saying, when it rains, it rains. When a mother wants to remarry, it can't be helped. Don't overthink it. Just remember, as long as you have a clear conscience, that's what matters. Manhua lifted her face and smiled. Xiaoya, you're so kind. Who else would comfort me like this? Although I seem strong on the outside, I feel quite anxious inside. Hearing you say that makes me feel at ease. Even if my sister-in-law truly wants to remarry, I will take care of Xingya. Wei Xiaoye felt a bit emotional. Manhua was really good to Xingya, treating her like her own daughter. After sharing her feelings, Manhua seemed much lighter. It seemed she no longer worried about whether her sister-in-law would remarry. That was a good attitude. Wei Xiaoye enjoyed interacting with someone like her, straightforward and easy to deal with. After finishing with the bamboo shoots, Wei Xiaoye insisted on giving Manhua a few more. Manhua felt a bit shy. Xiaoya, I'm tight on money right now, so I haven't been able to eat the bamboo shoots you gave me yesterday. Since you gave me more today, let's go to the market together tomorrow to sell them. Sure, let's go together, Wei Xiaoye replied cheerfully. At that moment, since winter bamboo shoots were selling well, it was understandable that they didn't want to eat them. The next morning, Manhua came to find Wei Xiaoye. She helped Wei Xiaoye and her sisters lift 2 baskets of processed winter bamboo shoots onto the ox cart. Unexpectedly, they also ran into Yushi, who was carrying a basket of winter bamboo shoots. When she saw Wei Xiaoye, she looked a bit awkward but quickly adjusted her expression. Xiaoya, the bamboo shoots you gave me yesterday, my parents didn't want to eat them, so I'm taking them to sell at the market. Wei Xiaoye smiled lightly. Selling them is a good idea. They're worth a lot right now. Yushi glanced at Wei Xiaojun. Xiaojun, you haven't been home for a while, and in just this short time, you look even more beautiful. Your complexion is rosy, and you seem really well. I guess you're eating well and living happily. This outfit, oh my, is this a new dress, second sister? I learned to make clothes at the shop. This fabric was given to me by eldest sister before, and now I've made it myself. You sure took a closer look, surprised. These stitches are really fine and neat. And this waistline, it's so well fitted, it looks great. Even in this cold winter, it makes you look slim, not bulky at all. The more you sure looked, the more uneasy she felt. Her sister-in-law only cared about Xiaoyang and Xiaowan now. She and Wei Xiaofeng, along with Huzi, seemed invisible to her. Looking at Manhua made her even more frustrated. She wasn't family. Yet, Wei Xiaoye treated her better than she treated her. Manhua's face was almost healed, with just a bit of bruising left, so she covered her face with a handkerchief. Yusher bluntly said, Manhua, is your face still not healed? I heard you were hit by that awful person twice, and they even brought their little pet to stay in the house? And they are a servant. Oh my, this is truly a case of the servant bullying the master. Yusher felt resentment towards Manhua. Her sister-in-law was willing to give Manhua so many bamboo shoots because she had sold out her own interests while digging for them. What is this called? Selling friends for personal gain. By betraying herself, she got so many bamboo shoots. Meanwhile, her husband and she worked hard for nothing and were criticized by their family. Sister-in-law, if you don't want to talk, just be quiet. You're giving me a headache, Wei Xiaoye said coldly, casting a chilly glance. Yusher fell silent, feeling a bit intimidated by Wei Xiaoye. Although she wanted to poke at Manhua's sore spot, she had to keep quiet since her sister-in-law spoke up. But seeing the teasing looks from others made her feel defiant, and she muttered, I was just talking about everyday matters, which everyone knows. Look, even Manhua didn't deny it. Besides, I'm just concerned about her. Manhua understood why Yusher targeted her. Whether you care or not, everyone knows the truth. And even if you do care, I don't need it. My life is going well now, Manhua replied firmly. Seeing Manhua's cold expression, Yusher dared not say more. Wei Xiaoye secretly laughed. Yusher was truly someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they arrived in town, the three set up their stall together. Indeed, winter bamboo shoots were popular, and even some customers from yesterday returned to buy more. Soon, Yusher and Manhua's bamboo shoots were all sold out. Wei Xiaoye had a lot of bamboo shoots, and she quickly sold half of them. Mrs. Wei, you really came to sell bamboo shoots again. Su Minguan efficiently directed the servant. I'll take this whole basket. Wei Xiaoye raised an eyebrow slightly. Does your restaurant need this much? Is that a lot? Yesterday, we didn't have enough to sell. The servant weighed the basket of bamboo shoots, secretly thinking that the young master was hard to understand. If they wanted to buy bamboo shoots, couldn't they just send someone from the kitchen? Why did he have to come himself? When you saw that the basket of bamboo shoots was sold instantly, she was very happy. Sir, we still have more bamboo shoots at home. Would you like me to send some directly to your restaurant tomorrow? She even winked at Wei Xiaoye, wanting to show that she was trying to help her business. That's not necessary. I told Mrs. Wei before that she could send bamboo shoots whenever she wanted, but she still prefers to sell here. It just so happened that I ran into her. Su Minguan smiled, seeming quite familiar with Wei Xiaoye. Yu was a bit puzzled. Her sister-in-law had even caught the attention of the young master of the restaurant? Did he not know that her sister-in-law was a divorced woman with 2 children? She hesitated in her mind about whether to say something directly. Seeing her sister-in-law seemingly gaining the young master's favor made her feel a bit uncomfortable. But if she ruined her sister-in-law's good fortune, she had to consider the consequences. Wei Xiaoye had no idea about Yu's complicated thoughts and smiled lightly. Thank you, Mr. Su. But my bamboo shoots are really popular, and they sell quickly here. As she spoke, the remaining bamboo shoots were indeed sold quickly. Noticing Su Minguan still standing nearby, she added, winter bamboo shoots are usually stir-fried or used in soups. If you make a spicy cold dish with them, it would be very tasty. Su Minguan's eyes lit up. They can be made cold? I'll have the chef try it. Of course. I've tried it myself, and it's very refreshing. After selling her goods, Wei Xiaoye was about to head back with Manhua. You murmured, Xiaoya. Dad asked me to buy some meat after selling the bamboo shoots. Then go buy it. You thought Wei Xiaoye was willing to spend the money to buy meat for Wei Laotu and Shengshi. Little did she know, Wei Xiaoye just replied casually and had no intention of buying meat. You had to awkwardly go buy it herself. Wei Xiaoye said to Manhua, Manhua, I've been thinking these past few days about finding you a job. Manhua looked surprised. A job I can do? Wei Xiaoye saw that the Yu family had walked far away, so she took out a few lace pieces from her pocket. Do you think they look nice? Manhua took them and looked closely. They are really beautiful. I haven't seen these designs before. New Year is coming soon, and there's a high demand for lace. Let's ask at the embroidery shop and the clothing store if they need any. Even if they don't, we can make some and sell them ourselves. Actually, Wei Xiaoye bought these from a system at a low price. There were several of each type, and the designs were unique. Manhua's eyes lit up. Then let's hurry and ask. I can learn to make these lace pieces after a few tries. The two of them visited several clothing and embroidery shops, and the shopkeepers all showed interest. Madams, I can buy this kind of lace for 15 coins each. It's a good time to sell before the new year. Manhua knew the cost of silk and cotton well. 15 coins each was quite profitable. Seeing Manhua's expression, Wei Xiaoye knew they had a deal. They visited several shops and finally secured a supply, buying 200 coins worth of materials. Manhua felt a bit shy. Xiaoya, you paid for all the silk and cotton. Remember to keep track of the expenses, and I'll pay you back after we sell the lace. Don't worry, I'm keeping track, Wei Xiaoye replied. The two happily rode back in a cart, not mentioning their plans to others. Once home, Manhua first gave the 80 coins she earned from selling bamboo shoots to Aunt Gao, and then shared the news about the unique lace. Aunt Gao clasped her hands together. That's wonderful. Xiaoya really found you a job. Go ahead, and if you can't figure it out, bring it to me to take a look. I'll start cooking and check on you later. Wei Xiaoye realized from the original owner's memories that she wasn't very skilled in women's work, so Manhua would have to handle the technical tasks. Manhua naturally learned from Aunt Gao, and while her sewing skills weren't as good as those in the shops, she was still quite capable. Making lace was even easier for her. She knew how to make various designs like link chains, square patterns, plum blossoms, and willow leaves. The lace Wei Xiaoye brought out was even more unique, which the wealthy young ladies in town would surely love. Manhua was quite clever. After a few tries, she learned quickly and immediately began teaching Wei Xiaoye. Xiaoya, did you buy this design when you were in the county? It might be popular in the county, but we haven't seen it in our town yet. We have really seized the opportunity. Manhua didn't doubt anything and automatically thought of a source for Wei Xiaoye. Wei Xiaoye smiled and naturally didn't deny it. Manhua was quick with her hands and feet. Once familiar, she could finish one in just 15 minutes. Thinking about how her work was earning her money, Manhua's face was full of joy, and she was very excited. It wasn't until Aunt Gao called her for lunch that Wei Xiaoye realized, it's already noon. How about we just have a simple meal at my house? Manhua instead invited Wei Xiaoye, come eat at my house. My mom has already prepared food. No need, you go eat. Come back after your meal, Wei Xiaoye replied, standing up to stretch, thinking of buying some ready-made food from the system for a quick meal. Of course, she still needed to cook. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxing had already learned to wash the rice and was sitting by the stove, tending to the fire. Smelling the aroma of the rice, Wei Xiaoye exclaimed, "My big daughter can already cook?" Xiaoxing smiled sweetly, Mom. Of course, I can cook. I was just worried about adding too much water, but now I'm confident. This rice will be just right and very tasty. Seeing that Xiaoxing was no longer so shy and sensitive, Wei Xiaoye felt a sense of accomplishment. She naturally encouraged and praised her a bit more. When the rice was ready, it was indeed just as Xiaoxing had said. The water was perfectly measured. Wei Xiaoye bought a few roasted chicken legs from the system and quickly scrambled an egg and stir-fried some cabbage. The three of them enjoyed a delicious meal. After lunch, not only did Manhua come over, but Aunt Gao also brought Dongzhu and Xingya to play. The four girls quickly started playing together, making the yard lively. Aunt Gao, who was already skilled, learned from Manhua after watching her make two, and she joined in to help. Manhua and Aunt Gao worked quickly, each making two in just 15 minutes. By the end of the afternoon, the three of them had used up all 200 coins worth of silk thread. Manhua excitedly counted. We made a total of 108 knots. Xiaoya, quickly calculate how much money that is. Wei Xiaoye quickly calculated and exclaimed, 15 coins each. That's 1,620 coins. After deducting the 200 coins for costs, we have one tael of silver and 420 coins left. All three were pleasantly surprised. Aunt Gao, still wanting more, said, "You were a bit conservative today. Look, it's still light out. We should buy more thread." "Mom, you're usually so careful, and now you're saying we're too cautious." Manhua teased. The three of them burst into laughter. With money in sight, their spirits were naturally high. The next morning, Manhua appeared before Wei Xiaoye looking fresh and clean. She had not only taken off her face towel but also washed her hair, bathed, and changed into clean clothes. Wei Xiaoye smiled and said, "This is the real Manhua, a beautiful young lady." Manhua's face turned slightly red.
Please don't tease me.
They say that good news lifts your spirits, and I truly feel that right now. To be honest, I was quite anxious after returning to my family home. My sister-in-law went back to her family and hasn't returned, which made it even harder for me.
But now,
I feel like I've found hope. Eldest sister, while it's still before the new year, let me help you with the weaving. I can learn to sew after the holiday, Wei Xiaojun said eagerly. I'll help you for free. Wei Xiaoye found it amusing. That works too. But if we split the earnings, I will definitely give you your share to save for yourself. The three of them set off together. The new and beautiful woven items were carefully wrapped in a piece of clean, fine fabric. People on the ox cart naturally asked what was in the bundles. The three of them surprisingly agreed to stay silent. One woman was dissatisfied. "What are you three selling in town? Is it something worth hiding?" "We're going to make money. Of course we can't say," Manhua replied curtly. She was in a good mood, thinking about the large sum of money they would soon earn, and had no patience for idle chatter. Hiding it? Well, it must just be some embroidered handkerchiefs or sewing work. The woman thought she understood. Unfortunately for her, the three continued to ignore her. Others quickly realized that the three were going to sell something to earn money, but they wanted to keep it a secret and didn't want to share. So, the others wisely stopped asking. When they arrived in town, Wei Xiaoye and the others handed over the woven items to the shop and successfully settled their payment. With Wei Xiaojun and Aunt Gao helping, they bought silk thread worth 500 coins. Eldest sister, with only about 10 days until the new year, how many more times can we sell? Wei Xiaojun felt a bit regretful, wishing she had helped at home yesterday. Don't worry. We'll sell as many days as we can. Even if others want to follow our lead, it will take them a few days, Wei Xiaoye said. Hearing this, Manhua sighed softly. Since she could come up with these designs, others would surely follow suit. So, Xiaoya was right. Now is the time to make some money before the new year. Once everyone else caught on, the unique woven items would lose their value. This is a great opportunity for profit. Let's seize it while we can. Wei Xiaoye comforted them, saying, "We can still make some money." The three hurried back home, not even thinking about stopping to buy anything else on the street. As soon as they arrived home, Aunt Gao came over. The four of them worked well together. Today they were even more skilled and faster than yesterday. Besides Wei Xiaoye making lunch for them, the rest of the time was spent making nets. Before it got dark, they finished all the threads. Manhua carefully counted, as usual. There are a total of 265. Wei Xiaoye slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I forgot. We came back and started making nets, and I completely forgot to divide the money. You all didn't remind me." "I forgot too." Manhua laughed, "But it doesn't matter. We're happy anyway. Let's divide the profit into 3 parts. Before Wei Xiaoye could finish, Aunt Gao quickly interrupted her. "How can we divide it into 3 parts? Even if we split it into two, Manhua would still get the better deal. You brought the idea and talked to the shopkeeper. No, we should take 3, and you take 7. Manhua agreed with her mother, insisting that a 3-7 split was fair. After some debate, they finally settled on a 50-50 split. Wei Xiaoye counted out 735 coins and handed them to Manhua. Both Manhua and Aunt Gao were smiling widely. Xiaoya, we really owe you. Thanks to you, we earned in one day what others might take a month to earn. Earning over 700 coins in a day was unimaginable. Many people wanted to work in town or the county, but they often couldn't find jobs. Opportunities were competitive. Even if they managed to get a job through connections, the pay was usually only 5 or 600 coins. Yet, they earned over 700 coins in just one day. It was truly incredible. Moreover, they could continue to earn for several more days. The next day, Wei Xiaoye and the others successfully delivered their goods and received nearly 4 taels of silver. After deducting the 500 coins for costs, they still had 3,400 coins. Wei Xiaoye, who had seen big money before, remained calm, while Manhua and Wei Xiaojun felt overjoyed. I was thinking that this year we would have to make do and let Xingya and Dongzhu wear their old clothes. Xiaoya, to be honest, now that I've earned some silver, I want to buy some cotton and make a new outfit for each of the girls. As Manhua spoke, her eyes filled with tears. Wei Xiaoye understood her feelings well. Then let's go buy some cotton and get some cloth. Only you won't blame me. If it were someone else, they would say I can't manage my life. Just got divorced and already thinking about making new clothes. Manhua felt very content inside. The 3 of them went together to buy 3 pounds of cotton and a roll of coarse cotton fabric. Though it was rough fabric, the cherry blossom pink color was something every little girl loved. Manhua cherished the items in her arms, unable to hide her smile. Even though she spent 700 or 800 coins, the feeling of satisfaction was beyond words. With this 3 pounds of cotton, I can make 2 jackets for the girls and still have some left. I can also make them each a pair of cotton shoes. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The 2 girls will wear new clothes and shoes for the new year. Manhua's eyes sparkled with joy. Wei Xiaoyan was happy for her too. Sister Manhua, you should make something for yourself as well. That coat you're wearing doesn't seem warm enough. I'm fine in this coat, it's not cold, Manhua quickly denied. The 3 of them got back on the ox cart, and naturally, Manhua's purchases caught the attention of others. By coincidence, they ran into the Ma family, who had previously said unkind things to Aunt Gao. Ma was taken aback when she saw Manhua. Manhua knew that Ma had accused her of ruining the village's reputation. So, she gave Ma a cold shoulder, turning her face away with a huff. What are you huffing about? Ma's anger flared up instantly. I can huff if I want to. It's none of your business, Manhua shot her a glare. Truly a woman with no upbringing, shameless after being divorced. Wei Xiaoye thought Manhua would react like Aunt Gao and get physical, but instead, Manhua just smiled. I'm living well and happily, and these unfortunate old vegetables can't stand to see me doing fine. I understand, I really do. Who said they can't stand you? Who said I'm unfortunate? Ma, who couldn't argue well, was getting frustrated. Those who can't stand me and nitpick are the unfortunate ones. I've seen people pick up money, but I've never seen anyone pick up insults. Manhua remained calm. She was in a great mood today and didn't want to appear flustered. Little did she know, her calmness was the most infuriating. Ma trembled with anger. You useless thing, you can't even keep your man, and here you are showing off. Wei Xiaoye couldn't stand it anymore. If you keep making a scene, you can leave. No one wants to sit with a shrew. Aren't you a shrew? What were you like when you smashed up the Wong family? Have you forgotten? The atmosphere in the village has been spoiled by you too. Unexpectedly, Wei Xiaoye ignored her and started talking to Manhua instead. Manhua, we still have work to do. You need to make cotton jackets for the 2 kids. How will we manage? Manhua perked up, smiling brightly. My mother and I will work together, and it will be quick. Don't worry, we will definitely have the jackets ready before the new year. The other women quickly showed their concern. Manhua actually bought cotton and fabric? I heard when you divorced, you took your dowry back? Did you buy this with that silver hairpin? Manhua shook her head. That silver hairpin went to my sister-in-law. She has worked hard too. I worry she might feel unsettled, so I want to reassure her. The women were no longer interested in the argument with Ma, focusing instead on praising Manhua's thoughtfulness. You really treat your sister-in-law well. Unlike mine, who seems afraid I'll benefit from her. My sister-in-law is also good to our family, Manhua replied briefly. Suddenly, she thought about her sister-in-law not returning yet. Could it be she really had other plans? When she glanced at Wei Xiaoye, she knew what she was thinking. She was eager to go back and weave more nets to earn some money. Both of them shared the same mindset about making money. So even when faced with Ma's provocations, they chose to ignore it. Before they even entered the yard, Aunt Gao was stretching her neck to look outside, eagerly waiting for her daughter to return. When she saw Manhua coming back with a bundle, her eyes lit up with joy. Suddenly, she felt that having her daughter and granddaughter living with her was truly wonderful. Dongzhu was well-behaved, and Manhua was thoughtful, not only working hard but also chatting with her more. Honestly, since Manhua returned, she no longer felt lonely. Dongzhu, Xingya, come and see what I bought. Manhua first gave each of them a piece of candy, and seeing the two little girls, so happy, filled her heart with joy. Aunt Gao quickly gathered around, and upon seeing the new cotton, she couldn't stop smiling. Make each of the girls a new cotton jacket. Manhua laughed. Mom, you thought of the same thing. I was thinking of making them each a jacket and a pair of cotton shoes. Mom, there's still some cotton left. You should make yourself a pair of knee pads. It's so cold. Aren't your knees freezing? Not at all. As long as the kids are warm, that's all that matters. Besides, I'm not cold. Our life in the south is still good. I heard that in the north, the winter is so harsh that people can't leave their homes. That must be even harder. Aunt Gao looked at the fabric and cotton, very pleased. The north may be cold outside, but the houses are warm. I heard from traveling merchants that the homes have heated Kong beds, which are very cozy. As Manhua explained to Aunt Gao, she also asked her to prepare dinner. Mom, I've put everything away. You start cooking first. I'll go work on my tasks. Aunt Gao quickly responded, organized her things, and hurried to cook. After Aunt Gao and Manhua finished their meal and returned, Wei Xiaoye had already taken out the money. Initially, there were 265 bundles. After deducting 500 won for costs and splitting it in two, I should give you 1,737 won. The fabric and cotton cost 820 won, leaving us with 917 won. Wei Xiaoye calculated everything clearly. Aunt Gao exclaimed, "That's wonderful. We bought cotton and fabric, and we still have so much left." After settling the accounts, both Manhua and her mother were very happy. Wei Xiaoye wanted to give Wei Xiaojun half of the copper coins, but Wei Xiaojun quickly refused. Unable to push back any longer, Wei Xiaojun quietly said, "Elder sister, just give me 100 won. I didn't do much. You're already paying my tuition and buying me so much material. It's all money." Hearing this, Wei Xiaoye really gave her 100 won. Then consider the rest as saved with me. Whenever you need it, just ask. Keep this 100 won for yourself. Don't shortchange yourself. Wei Xiaojun was delighted, elder sister. Even 100 won is already a lot. Just doing a day's work earns me this much. It feels like money just fell from the sky, and I picked it up. Aunt Gao quickly agreed. Who says otherwise? I think the same. The four of them worked quickly, chatting and laughing. That day, they received 600 won worth of silk thread. Aunt Gao, being clever, suggested making some larger bundles. The delicate bundles could be hung on belts or used for sachets and fans. Larger bundles were considered auspicious and could be hung in homes for good luck. Wealthy families wouldn't care about such small amounts of money. As long as it was unique and attractive, they would buy it without hesitation, even if it cost a bit more. After finishing their work, it was almost dark. Such days were busy yet fulfilling. However, unexpected changes occurred the next day. Several shopkeepers were in a difficult position. Madam, recently this type of net has become very popular and is almost saturated. More importantly, other young ladies are also selling these nets at lower prices, some for just 10 coins. Manhua was anxious. The price had dropped so much. Even Aunt Gao's large lucky nets could only sell for 16 coins. But still, there was a profit to be made. Wei Xiaoye thought for a moment and discussed with Manhua. They decided to sell. The previous days had seen high profits, and now the price seemed more reasonable. If they continued to sell, the price might drop further. Manhua whispered, "Xiaoya, let's sell while we can still make money." Wei Xiaoye understood that Manhua needed money, so she agreed. Although the price had dropped by 30%, they still sold for 2,660 coins. Seeing the money in hand, Manhua felt relieved. To be safe, Wei Xiaoye asked, "Shopkeeper, with several days until the new year, will you still buy these nets tomorrow? The demand has decreased. We've sold quite a few recently. If you come back tomorrow, we might buy fewer." Wei Xiaoye understood. Manhua felt a bit worried, but they decided to continue working as long as there was a job. So, they bought 300 coins worth of silk thread. After deducting the 600 coins for the thread, Manhua made 1 tael and 30 coins. She was satisfied, saying, "Even though the price dropped, it's still a good amount." When Aunt Gao heard this, she felt a bit disappointed, but was more grateful. After all, for a day's work, the mother and daughter earned 1 tael of silver, which was a rare blessing. Buying 300 coins of silk thread today means the supply will be less tomorrow, she noted. This meant tomorrow's income would also be cut in half. Aunt Gao calculated quietly and realized that after buying cotton and fabric, they still had over 2 taels and 6 coins left. Moreover, even if they couldn't sell many nets next, they would still make a profit. One shouldn't be too greedy. Earning this silver is already a blessing. Aunt Gao comforted them. She then thought about her daughter-in-law not returning and sighed sadly. The mother and daughter had discussed this at home and decided to wait for a few days, allowing Qin to think things through. If she returned, they wouldn't ask her anything. If she plans not to come back, then the mother and daughter will live with Xingya and Dongzhu. As for the money earned from selling the nets, they both decided not to mention it for now. After all, with this amount of money, they wouldn't have to worry for a long time. Therefore, Aunt Gao and her daughter were in a good mood. After finishing the nets, they hurried to make cotton jackets for the 2 little girls. The next day, they settled the money from selling the nets, and each received over 500 coins. "Manhua, the new year is coming. You should buy more festive goods." Manhua replied cheerfully, "We can have a prosperous new year. This year, I want to buy more meat, rice, and flour. We should also get some sugar and snacks." As they walked to the market, they suddenly heard a voice. "Wei Nyangzi, I've been waiting for your bamboo shoots. Why haven't you come to sell them these past few days? Didn't you say you had plenty left at home?" Wei Xiaoye looked and saw it was Su Dongjia. She couldn't help but laugh. "I forgot while working these past few days. With the new year approaching, you're still thinking about those bamboo shoots?" Su Minguan felt a bit wronged. "You said the bamboo shoots could be used in cold dishes. I had the chef try them, and they were indeed delicious. The customers were very satisfied. But then you didn't come to sell them, and many customers have been asking." Wei Xiaoye felt a bit dizzy. "How about this? I'll sell you the remaining bamboo shoots tomorrow. You can just bring them to my restaurant." Before she could finish, another woman's voice interrupted. "Great, I've caught you now. I wondered why you were so cold to me. Turns out you have a lover outside?" A striking woman, hands on her hips, pointed at Su Minguan and Wei Xiaoye, shouting angrily. Su Mingyuan's previously gentle expression turned cold. "Miss Yao, please don't speak nonsense. This is just someone who supplies goods to me. How did it become so ugly when it came from your mouth? You, the young master of a restaurant, are here chatting with a supplier? That's ridiculous. She just delivers goods to your restaurant. Why not deal with the buyer directly? Are you trying to deceive me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Miss Yao clearly didn't believe him. To be fair, her argument was quite logical and made sense. Wei Xiaoye had to explain. "We just happened to meet. My sister, and I need to buy things for the children, so I must take my leave. She thought that by mentioning she was the children's mother, it should no longer concern her. Little did she know, Miss Yao grabbed her sleeve. Are you leaving? Don't think that just because you say that, I'll let you off. Since you have a child, why are you still involved with other men? Does your husband know? Manhua forcefully pulled her hand away and angrily said, What you two are dealing with has nothing to do with us. Are you out of your mind? You two are so flustered because I've exposed your thoughts? It's no surprise. You country girls think that just because you have some looks, you can catch the attention of the young masters from the taverns? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Yao Qingqing gritted her teeth. She had liked Su Minguan since she was about 10 years old, and their families were already familiar with each other. But Su Minguan never acknowledged her as a childhood friend and avoided her at all costs. Now that it was time for marriage talks, both families were interested, but unfortunately, Su Minguan resisted fiercely. Today, she caught him red-handed. She thought, with her family's wealth and her good looks, why did Su Minguan always avoid her? Looking at the woman in front of her, who was indeed pretty, she still thought, in the end, she was just a country woman. How could she win Su Gij's heart? Su Minguan quickly explained, Madam Wei, it's all my fault. I've caused you great distress. Wei Xiaoye was so angry she laughed. I think both of you are out of your minds. I'm not interested in either of you at all. If you keep pulling at me in the street, don't blame me for being rude. She turned to Yao Qingqing. Is having a bit of money so impressive? Even if you are, your Su Gij doesn't care about you. Step aside. Wei Xiaoye held Manhua's hand, and they pushed forward, squeezing Yao Qingqing and her maid aside. Yao Qingqing stumbled but felt a surge of joy. With such embarrassing words from this woman, would Su Gij still have any other thoughts? Su Minguan took a couple of steps after them, calling, Madam Wei, this has nothing to do with me. However, Wei Xiaoye and the others ignored him and walked away. Seeing them disregard, Su Minguan calmed Yao Qingqing's anger, and she walked over to him. Su Gij, shall we go have some tea? Su Minguan glared at her. Don't follow me. And stop bothering me. There's no chance for us. How many times do I have to say it? I have no feelings for you. Can't you understand? In the past, Su Minguan had rejected her, but he had never been this harsh. This was the first time he spoke to Yao Qingqing like this. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Yao Qingqing standing there in shock. The maid beside her cautiously advised, Miss, shall we go back? Maybe you'd like to take a walk? Yao Qingqing turned back and suddenly hit the maid twice. What are you talking for? Are you laughing at me too? The maid endured the pain and dared not speak again, following the angry Yao Qingqing ahead. Manhua and Wei Xiaoye were shopping for New Year goods while still feeling upset. Xiaoya, why are there so many strange people in this world? They just blame others without reason. Wei Xiaoye smiled slightly. Yao Qingqing was not only hot-tempered but also very suspicious. If Su Minguan really married her, life would surely be lively. However, whether their lives were lively or not was not their concern, as long as it didn't affect them. The two bought a lot of New Year goods. With some silver in her hands, Manhua felt less anxious and more cheerful. This net can only be sold for a day or two. This time they bought even less silk thread, just 201. Wei Xiaoye didn't mind much because she already had silver. Manhua quickly adjusted her mindset. Even if they sold for another 2 or 3 days, she could still earn a bit more silver. A few days later, news spread that Wei Xiaoye and Manhua had earned silver from making nets. The villagers were both envious and jealous. In just 7 or 8 days, they say they earned several taels of silver. It's like the silver fell from the sky. This is too easy. The Wei and He families are keeping this secret tight, afraid we'll make money too. Some people discussed this behind their backs and then approached Wei Xiaoye and Manhua. Wei Xiaoye looked at the newcomers with curiosity. Of course, who would share their earnings? Why would we want to take you along? We're all from the same village. Well, I'm not that kind-hearted. I helped Manhua because she and Aunt Gao treated me well, especially when I was down. Once Wei Xiaoye said this, The others fell silent, feeling regret for not having helped her before. But in the past, Wei Xiaoye had always kept her head down and looked shabby. Who would have thought she would rise? Wei Xiaoye's indifferent attitude only made the newcomers feel awkward. On the 28th day of the 12th month, there was a celebration in Xiaan village. Li the carpenter was getting married and hosted a feast for the villagers. Wei Xiaoye was naturally invited and went with Manhua and Aizao. Knowing that the usual contribution for the feast was 21, Wei Xiaoye added a bit and wrapped 28 won in a red envelope. In the countryside, there are some customs regarding feasts. Some people contribute for one but bring several to eat, which can lead to gossip. Wei Xiaoye and Manhua went without children, just to make an appearance. It's frustrating that the Wong family only contributed a small amount of money but brought 4 adults and 1 child. The Wong family really knows how to take advantage. They must have made a profit of 20 coins. The Wong family can't afford to host so many people at a meal. The Wong family seemed to ignore the comments and didn't care at all. Gooden was especially excited. He hadn't had meat in a long time and wanted to enjoy a good meal. The Li family's banquet was quite standard for the village, not too lavish but not too plain either. Each table had 8 dishes, including 3 meat dishes along with white rice and steamed buns. Li the carpenter went to each table to toast, casually glancing at Wei Xiaoye. The women at Wei Xiaoye's table raised their cups of water to toast him, wishing him a long and happy marriage. As he moved to the next table, he felt a twinge of regret. Seeing Wei Xiaoye looking carefree and indifferent, he felt more anticipation for his new married life than regret. Everyone at the banquet was relatively reserved, worried about what others might say, and thinking about packing some food for the elderly and children at home. Except for the table with the Wong family. The Wong family was clearly very hungry, grabbing meat without hesitation, which annoyed the others at the table. Soon, everyone at that table was fighting for meat and buns. If they didn't grab some, the Wong family would take it all. Gooden shouted, "I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." A woman snapped back, "You're just a child, acting like a beggar. Your family should teach you better." Zhang was not pleased and shouted, "He's just a few years old. What's wrong with wanting to eat meat? You're a grown man, arguing with a child. You're all adults, and there are 4 of you and 1 child. Are you planning to eat most of the food at this table? You only contributed 20 coins? You should be taking back 100 coins worth of food." The woman wouldn't let her have the last word. She wanted to take some meat home for her child, but the Wong family was taking it all. She managed to grab 2 pieces, which made Gooden cry out, and she was frustrated. Fortunately, others supported her. "Exactly. We haven't eaten much, and you're about to finish off the whole table."
Right.
"We came as a family of 1 or 2, while your Wong family came with 5. We almost should have given you your own table." Wang Xiaomiao was also very upset. This time, the men in her family wanted to come to the banquet, but they couldn't resist her insistence. At the table of women, there were the He family, the Zhang family, and Lu Posey, along with her and Dog Dan. Someone noticed that in the corner of another table, Old Wang was also sitting there. She laughed and said, "The Wang family has more than 5 people. Old Wang is sitting there too." "Oh, so the Wang family has 6 people? Tomorrow, I'll ask the carpenter's mother how much money the Wang family contributed." Wang Xiaomiao felt her face getting hot. When she looked at her 2 sisters-in-law, they seemed calm and kept eating. She sadly thought about her family's reputation, feeling it was getting worse and further away from educated people like Yangwen. Yangwen's mother was known for being strict. How could she possibly like her? She quietly looked around to see where Yangwen was sitting. After scanning the room, she didn't see him but noticed Yang Ting and Wei Xiaoye sitting together. Since Yang Ting was there, Yangwen must not have come. Now it was already the 28th day of the 12th month. The county school must be closed, and Yangwen was probably at home. Just thinking about this made Wang Xiaomiao's heart race. Facing the cold remarks at the table, she decided not to let it bother her anymore. By the 29th day of the 12th month, Manhua's sister-in-law, Jin, still hadn't returned. Manhua and Aunt Gao were prepared for this, but still thought about visiting their in-laws. The mother and daughter bought some meat and took 2 little girls with them. Qin's family wasn't far. It was in the same town, about 6 or 7 miles from Huan village. When they arrived at Qin's house, they ran into a woman with a lot of makeup, smiling as she was leaving. The Qin family was also happily seeing her off. When they saw Aunt Gao, old Qin and Guo were startled and asked awkwardly, "Why did you come, in-law?" Aunt Gao replied calmly, "I saw Yanzi had been at her mother's house for over 10 days without any news, so I came to check on her." Guo smiled and said, "Let's talk inside." Aunt Gao and her daughter followed behind, glancing back at the departing woman, certain she was the matchmaker. Looking at their expressions, it was clear they had already made arrangements. Qin was in the main room, preparing sunflower seeds and water. When she suddenly saw Aunt Gao, she felt a bit flustered. "Mother, why did you and my sister come here?" Aunt Gao sighed and repeated her earlier statement.
Oh.
"I just stayed at my mother's house a bit longer this time." Qin quickly took what she was holding to the kitchen, took a moment to calm herself, and then came back out. Was that woman who just left a matchmaker? Did she manage to arrange something? Before entering, she heard her mother-in-law ask directly. Qin's hands twisted together, feeling very conflicted inside. How could it be so coincidental? She had originally wanted to keep it a secret and think it over carefully. "Since you have already seen it, I will be honest," Guo said calmly. "My daughter married into your family and became a widow after just a few years. To put it bluntly, you are also a widow. Life is already hard. Now, Manhua has brought her daughter back home. With all women in the family, how will we manage?" Aunt Gao sighed deeply. "I understand what you mean. You are worried about Manhua coming back, right? But I understand. Everyone should plan for themselves. Manhua has told me that if there are better opportunities, she should choose them." "Mother-in-law, I don't like hearing that. Originally, Yanzi was at your home, managing everything diligently and taking care of her daughter. What kind of hard life was she living? Now it seems like Yanzi wants a better life?" Guo was also angry, defending her daughter. "Today we still call each other mother-in-law, but that may not be the case in the future." Although Manhua has returned home, she gave Yanzi the silver hairpin and the new quilt, which shows her sincerity. "Anyway, since Yanzi hasn't come back for so long, my daughter and I have already prepared ourselves mentally. We came here to hear the truth. Now that we have heard it, we will leave." Aunt Gao said this and stood up with Manhua. Qin felt her face burning. When Aunt Gao called her, she could no longer hide and had to come out. "Yanzi, you have suffered at my family's home. If you have a better life, then go for it. Manhua, and I only want what's best for you. As for Xiaoya, don't worry, she is my granddaughter and Manhua's niece, and she will not be treated poorly." Aunt Gao added, unable to resist saying, "In fact, if Manhua hadn't come back, you would have already been thinking about this. You occasionally return to your family to check on things, right? This time, it seems you were satisfied with what you saw." "Mother-in-law, I truly don't like hearing that. Your son left early, leaving Yanzi and her daughter behind. Yanzi feels sad and occasionally returns to her family to ease her mind. How does that mean she was already thinking about it?" "It's clearly because of Manhua." Qin interrupted Guo's endless chatter. "Mother, please stop talking." Aunt Gao fixed her gaze on Guo. "The matchmaker in our village has already hinted to me privately. Do you think the matchmakers in this village don't know each other?" Aunt Gao's words made Guo stop talking. Qin's face turned a bit red. "Mother, as you said, everyone wants to live a good life. I just hope you take good care of Xiaoya. All right, as long as we understand each other. The quilt and the hairpin will be your dowry from me." Aunt Gao felt a bit uncomfortable and urged Manhua to leave. After the mother and daughter disappeared, Qin looked at the piece of meat they left behind, feeling sad, and tears filled her eyes. "Look at you, so useless. After finally finding a suitable match, you shouldn't dwell on the past. You only have a daughter now, what are you thinking? When you turn 16 after the new year, you'll marry into a new family and live a happy life." Guo encouraged her while picking up the piece of meat. "This meat is really good, with 3 layers of fat. I wonder how much my new son-in-law will bring as a betrothal gift when he comes after the new year." Saying this, Guo went to the kitchen to clean up. Qin stood dazed in the living room for a while, and her sister-in-law from her family said, "All right, it's the new year. You shouldn't cry about getting married again. It might bring bad luck to the family." Qin quickly wiped her tears and went back to her room. This room had not been tidied since she got married and was filled with clutter. At least the bed was still there. The quilt she brought back was happily received by Gua, who praised her for her filial piety. Now, she held the silver hairpin Manhua gave her, gently touching it for a while before carefully wrapping it up in the cabinet. Even though it was a second marriage, having this silver hairpin still felt respectable. Manhua and Aunt Gao reached the village entrance and took a bullock cart back. Aunt Gao collected her feelings. In the past, I wouldn't even dare to ride in this cart. This time, thanks to my daughter, I can afford to ride. Manhua laughed. Finally, my old lady isn't nagging me over a few coins anymore. Shall we go buy some New Year goods? We've already prepared a lot. No more buying. We need to spend wisely. The mother and daughter chatted and laughed, but still ended up buying some rice cakes and osmanthus cakes to make the two girls at home happy. Although Qin had indeed gone to see a match and wouldn't return to this home, both of them were mentally prepared. Today seemed to confirm that fact. So, even though they felt a bit lost, they accepted the outcome. After comforting each other a bit, they bought some things, and their mood improved greatly. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that."
Brother Yang.
Yongwen suddenly tried to push her away, but she held onto him tightly with both hands. The front door of the main room was opened. Many people were gathered outside, including the Wong family and two neighboring households. Everyone was shocked for a moment, then they all shouted in surprise. Wang Xiaomiao also screamed and hurried into the neighboring house. News of Yang, when peeking at Wang Xiaomiao bathing, and their secret meetings, spread quickly throughout the village like wildfire. Yongwen was surrounded by the Wong family. He went from shouting to silence. What was the point of shouting? He had fallen into a trap. It was truly frustrating. He had been set up by the Wong family over just 20 coins. Wang Xiaomiao cried softly while secretly feeling pleased. He sure whispered in her ear, "Is this what you wanted?" Wang Xiaomiao couldn't help but smile slightly, then quickly suppressed it. Yang Ting was at home, watching his mother nearly collapse from worry, and calmly said, "Mother, let's go ask the village chief. He will give us justice." "You're right, Tinger, let's go." Though she said that, Yang's mother felt weak all over. Yang Ting was worried. "Mother, you go with Aunt Ning next door. I'll go ask the village chief." Aunt Ning supported Yang's mother. "Sister, you need to stay strong. The Wong family truly deserves to be punished. Not only is Wang Sansong a troublemaker, but his sister is also a troublemaker. I really can't go on living like this." Yang Wen's grandfather treated him like his own eye, and before he died, he ignored his uncle's complaints and gave all 8 acres of land to me. Yang Wen's father, even on his deathbed, kept saying he must support his son. The whole family has relied on him to pass the exams. Who would have thought he would be schemed against by that heartless girl? I really can't go on living. Yang's mother struggled to stand straight, tears streaming down her face. "That's right. Your Won'er is the hope of the Yang family. He can't be treated this way by the Wong family. Tinger has already gone to ask the village chief, so let's calm down and go together. We can't let the Wong family bully Won'er." Upon hearing this, Yang's mother took a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart. A few women who got along well with her came to accompany her, and they all condemned the Wong family along the way. Wei Xiaojun also heard the news. "Eldest sister, the Wong family is truly heartless. They even schemed against that scholar Yongwen. Yongwen is like a prized treasure in the village, isn't he? I just didn't expect Wang Xiaomiao to be so bold." Wei Xiaoye thought about Yongwen's theory of cherishing a wife and the current rules, feeling it was unfair to him. He couldn't really be forced to marry Wang Xiaomiao, could he? "Older sister, can you help him?" Wei Xiaojun asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "How can I help him? What position do I have?" Wei Xiaoye found it amusing to see her flustered sister and started to think of some ideas. For Wei Xiaojun, Yongwen was indeed a good choice. She just wasn't sure about the Yang family's thoughts on it. "Older sister, don't laugh. I'm serious. Can you help him? Wei Xiaojun was a bit annoyed by her sister's teasing. What position do I have to help him?
You.
A person of justice. Both sisters laughed. Let's go see what's happening, Wei Xiaoye said, keeping her options open to observe the situation. When the sisters arrived at Wong's courtyard, they found a large crowd gathered. The village head was already there, and Wang Xiaomiao was dressed and crying on He Shi's shoulder. I brought Brother Yongwen to this hall and thought to get him a bowl of water from the kitchen. But my sister was bathing next door. When I came over, they were hugging. Since the young man has feelings and the young woman has intentions, we should support them, Wang Dasong said with a smile. Yongwen, though pale, was arguing, that's not true. You tricked me here and locked me in this room. Your sister suddenly opened the door and grabbed me. That's how it happened. The village head frowned, seemingly considering how to handle the situation. Yang's mother scolded, you tricked my son into coming to write couplets. I heard it clearly. Who leaves a guest in the hall and then locks the door. And then a girl comes out and grabs my son. If that's the case, then all women in the world should lose their dignity. If they like someone, they can just take off their clothes and hug that man? It must be said, once Yang's mother calmed down, her words were sharp. Seeing the situation was turning against her, Wang Xiaomiao raised her head and cried, Aunt, that's not how it happened. Yongwen hugged me first. You're talking nonsense.
Young Wen exclaimed, nearly fainting.
I was clearly locked in this room, and then you grabbed me. He didn't even dare to say the word hug. However, even without saying it, the situation was still not looking good. This shameless girl wants to marry into the Yang family? No way. It brings shame to our family, Yang's mother said with disdain. Wang Xiaomiao didn't dare to argue back and just cried loudly. Lu Posey jumped in and clapped her hands, saying, Mother-in-law, you can't say that. Xiaomiao is already with Wengur. How can you say she can't enter the Yang family? Is there such a rule in the world? How is she with my Wengur? Yang's mother trembled with anger. Many people saw them together. My daughter's clothes were almost taken off by Wengur. The buttons were undone. Lu Posey felt the situation was under control and spoke boldly. Yang's second aunt angrily replied, It's clear that your Wong family has no shame. You tricked my Wengur into coming here, and now you want to cling to us? No way. Although the Yang family wasn't very close to Yongwen due to the favoritism of old Yang, Yongwen was now a promising student and a hope for the family. They couldn't let the Wong family take advantage of them. But the Wong family also had their eyes on Yongwen and wouldn't let him escape. At that moment, a Wong family aunt shouted, in broad daylight, a man and a woman are hugging each other. You want to clear things up? Even if the magistrate comes, it won't help. Xiaomiao, pack a few clothes and go with Wengur to his house. If they don't accept you, then you can just die at their doorstep. The Wong and Yang families were in chaos, neither side willing to back down. Both families rushed to ask the village head to intervene. The village head felt overwhelmed and knew he had to handle this carefully. I think we should go to the county office. It's still early, and the magistrate will surely handle it fairly, Wei Xiaoye suddenly spoke up. Lu Posey immediately reacted, What are you making a fuss for? Does our Wong family need your input? Get as far away as you can. You're just unwanted goods. Wei Xiaoye's expression turned cold. Be careful, or I might slap you in front of everyone. Try saying that again. Lu Posey was genuinely scared and immediately fell silent. Wei's family was known for being fierce, and if she were to slap herself in public, it would be a huge embarrassment. With such a situation in the village, the man says it's a trick, and the woman says it's not. If that's the case, what's there to fear about confronting each other? Let's go to the county office and let the magistrate decide. Wei Xiaoye looked at Yongwen. Are you willing to go? I am. Let's go right now. I believe the magistrate will handle it fairly. Yongwen looked determined and was grateful for Wei Xiaoye's suggestion. The villagers began to cheer. Will the Wong family go? Let's go now. It's still early. The sooner we go, the sooner we can return and settle this quickly. That's right. Maybe today we can find a good son-in-law. This is a scholar, If the Wong family gets him as a son-in-law, they will really benefit. The villagers laughed, completely ignoring the changing expressions of the Wong family, all joining in the commotion. Let's go, let's go. The village head will go with them. The judge won't allow you to argue here.
Go.
Whoever doesn't go is a coward. The crowd was lively, filled with laughter. The Wong family glared at Wei Xiaoye, almost steaming with anger. It was all because of that troublesome Wei family for making such a suggestion. Suddenly, Wang Xiaomiao screamed and ran toward a pillar. I'd rather die. People gasped, and he and Zhang quickly grabbed Wang Xiaomiao to stop her. Old Lu was about to take advantage of the situation when she saw Yang's mother also screaming, I can't go on living, I want to die. She too ran toward the pillar. Yang's second aunt and Yang Ting quickly pulled her back. The faces of the Wang family turned pale. Are they really not going to give up? He whispered to Wang Xiaomiao, sister, for your future, just go for it. You've already come this far. How about I let go, and you really hit the pillar? Wang Xiaomiao gritted her teeth and almost imperceptibly nodded. In the struggle, Wang Xiaomiao suddenly broke free from he and Zhang's hold and slammed into the pillar. In the silence of the crowd, Wang Xiaomiao collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from her forehead. Old Lu cried out, my daughter. You've killed my daughter. My Xiaomiao. The women of the Wang family hurried over to help Wang Xiaomiao up. With tears in her eyes, Wang Xiaomiao said, now, have I made my point by risking my life? It hurt so much. Wang Xiaomiao felt the pain piercing her heart. Even Wei Xiaoye thought she was tough. But to say she died from hitting the pillar was not so easy. Wang Xiaomiao was hurt, but she was far from dead. However, her injury complicated things immensely. Yang Wen gritted his teeth. Even though you're hurt, I still can't marry you. If I do, it means you've succeeded in your scheme. What kind of scholar are you? Have you lost your conscience? My Xiaomiao is risking her life to make a point, and you still say you can't marry her? I want to ask the county magistrate if someone like you, a scholar, can take the imperial examination? Old Wang spoke rapidly, causing the Yang family to change their expressions dramatically. The Wang family felt a sense of hidden pride. Experience is indeed valuable. Even Yang's mother felt hopeless at that moment. Wasn't Wang Xiaomiao in this situation because of her? Everyone looked at Yang Wen with sympathy. Most villagers had their own opinions. Was Yang's family really going to be stuck with this? Someone had already caused trouble. What else could they do? Yang Wen sadly looked at his mother. Mother, I am unfilial, and I have brought this shame upon you and our family. If I truly have to marry this person, then I might as well give up my studies. I will divide the family land among the clan. Yang's second and third aunts were initially pleased, but then realized that the land would only amount to 2 or 3 acres. Compared to the tax exemption Yang Wen would get if he became scholar, those acres didn't seem appealing anymore. Moreover, if Yang Wen could return home as a scholar, it would bring honor to the family. Whether it was their status in the village or their children's marriages, it would be greatly beneficial. If they truly married someone like Wang Xiaomiao, it would bring chaos to the family, and all their pride and benefits would vanish. Thinking of her son's future father-in-law and her late husband, Yang's mother couldn't hold back her tears. Yang Wen continued, everyone knows what happened today. I came to write couplets, and the Wang family set me up. If I am truly forced to marry, then so be it. I will have no children, and my family line will end with me.
Vianye.
Yang's mother exclaimed in shock. His meaning was clear. If he stopped studying and lost his inheritance, then they could marry him off, and he would live a lonely life. Wang Xiaomiao was taken aback, genuinely hurt. Do you really dislike me that much? Yang Wen glanced at her with disdain. I had no feelings for you before, but now I find you truly unpleasant. Wang Xiaomiao felt a chill. This was not the outcome she had expected. Yang Wen was handsome and came from a wealthy family with a kind mother and an easygoing sister. Besides, he was already a student and would surely become a scholar. Now, because he had to marry her, he was coming up with such a plan. We don't care what you think. You can do as you wish. Since the children's matters are settled, let's pick a good day, and hold the ceremony. Lu Posey didn't have any complicated thoughts. As long as her daughter could get married, that was enough. What did it matter if she would be lonely or not have children? Once she was married, it was only a matter of time before she would be in bed with him. Would getting married mean she couldn't study anymore? That was ridiculous. Anyone who said that was just trying to deceive people. After years of hard work in school, would he really just give up? Could they expect a scholar to take up A?
Impossible.
So, Lu Posey was very optimistic. Just thinking about this matter succeeding made her eyes squint with joy. Yang Wen and his mother didn't expect the conversation to reach this point, yet the Wong family was still considering the marriage proposal. Young brother Yang, you could hire a lawyer and sue this family for setting a trap. If you win, they might face years in prison. Plus, the fines won't be small, and they could even get a few dozen lashes. As everyone sighed quietly, Wei Xiaoye spoke up. She looked serious. I'm saying this for a reason. Last time I was in the county town, I saw a similar case. The family that set the trap ended up sentenced to 5 years in prison and received 20 lashes. You are a scholar, so the county magistrate might take a liking to you. He values educated people. If someone tries to ruin a scholar's reputation, the magistrate will surely punish them severely. Exile is even a possibility. Wei Xiaoye spoke clearly and confidently, leaving everyone present in shock. Could it really be like this? Yang's mother seemed to come alive. Son, today we are going to the county town to find a lawyer and have them write a complaint. We will ask the constable to bring this family to justice, and we will confront them in court. She stopped crying and looked at Lu Posey with determination. Wong family set a trap to ruin my son's future. Just wait. Saying this, Yang's mother energetically grabbed Yang Wen's hand. Son, let's go. We can take a donkey cart. It will be much faster. Yang Wen also lifted his spirits, and the mother and son supported each other as they walked out of the Wong family's courtyard. The Wong family was stunned. Wang Sansong shouted, Wei Xiaoye, it's you again. What are you doing here? Wei Xiaoye clapped her hands easily. When the road is unfair, people will take action. It's that simple. Be careful. If it's heaven's punishment, there is still a chance to survive. But if it's human-made, there is no chance. Lu Posey could no longer hold back and rushed forward with a shout. Just as she was about to collide with Wei Xiaoye, another figure rushed in and cried out in pain. Wei Xiaoye quickly supported the person who was bumped into. Tingmei, are you okay? Yang Ting was hit hard, and saying it didn't hurt would be a lie. Luckily, it was me who got hit. Sister Xiaoyi, you stood up for my family. How could we let you be bullied? Yang Ting was usually gentle and kind, never raising her voice, but now she was very angry at Lu Posey. Wei Xiaowan also supported Yang Ting. Sister Ting, let me see. Lu Posey saw that Wei Xiaoye was not hit and yelled, calling he and Zhang to attack Wei Xiaoye. Wei Xiaoye was ready to teach them a lesson, but the 2 aunts from the Yang family and several other sisters rushed over. This saved Wei Xiaoye from having to fight. They've been dealing with the 3 women from the Wong family for months. I won't let you harm my Yang family. Do you think you can target my Yang family, scholar? Go to jail. Stop dreaming here. Bad behavior comes from bad teaching. Wang Xiaomiao was led astray by old hags like you. Before long, the Wong family was defeated and crying out. However, the men from the Wong family didn't dare to intervene since it was a fight between women. Besides, the men from the Yang family were watching closely. Though the Wong family was present, they didn't dare to help. The Yang family had already said they would report them, so now was not the time to hesitate.
They didn't want to get involved.
The women from the Yang family fought fiercely until the Wong family begged for mercy. The village chief then spoke up. What are you still fighting for? The Yang family is going to report you. Instead of apologizing and begging for forgiveness, you're still fighting. You really don't know what's good for you. Now, the 2 families were left to settle it themselves, which made it easier for the village chief. Otherwise, if both sides fought hard, it would be difficult to handle. Old Wong was starting to panic. Seeing that the Yang family was heading straight for the village entrance, likely to catch a donkey cart, he couldn't help but feel anxious. A corporal punishment?
Finish?
Imprisonment? Even exile? Which of these wouldn't cost them dearly? Wei Xiaoye sneered. You think your clumsy tricks can fool the county magistrate? Once the punishment comes, you'll have to explain everything clearly. Just wait to go to jail. Saying this, she led Yang Ting and Wei Xiaoyan out. The other villagers discussed among themselves as they dispersed. Everyone felt that the excitement was over, and what followed would just be the Wong family's downfall. Wang Xiaomiao panicked, her voice trembling. Dad, Mom, am I really going to be sentenced to jail? Brother, this is your help to me. If we really get punished later. Wang Dasong panicked even more. It's all your fault, you silly girl. Now we've lost everything. Dad, Mom, please make a decision quickly. Are we really going to risk our whole family for my sister's selfish idea? What if Zhuzi's father really ends up in jail? He sure was anxious and glared at her sister-in-law. With such trouble, she was still thinking of plotting against the Yang family. Wang Xiaomiao cried out, Sister-in-law, why are you staring at me? You were the one who said I should really bump into the pillar. I'm in so much pain now. Will I have a scar on my forehead? Is this really the time to worry about scars? Zhang Shi snapped back. Quick, go stop the Yang family. If we wait too long, it will be too late. Sansong, you run fast, you go. We can discuss everything. Old Lady Lu sighed in relief. She was also very anxious. Surely, they wouldn't have such bad luck during the New Year, right? In the end, it was all that Wei Shi's fault. She couldn't stand to see her own family happy and was trying every way to ruin this marriage. How could a woman be so heartless? Sister, if we really get taken to the government office, can you handle the magistrate's questioning? Wang Dasong asked Wang Xiaomiao with a trembling voice. Just thinking about that situation made Wang Xiaomiao shiver with fear. How could I dare to speak to the magistrate? Brother, I really feel like I'm going to die. Wang Xiaomiao cried nonstop. Dad, Mom, I don't want to marry anymore. I don't want to marry Yongwen. He doesn't care about me. For his own future, he will definitely try to ruin me. You won't escape either. When they ask who invited him, who closed the door, and where you were hiding, no one will get away. While they were crying and blaming each other, Wang Sansong had already run breathlessly to catch up with the Yang family.
Aunt Yang, brother Yang Wen, let's talk.
We are from the same village. We can discuss this. Wang Sansong stood in front of them. Seeing them heading for the donkey cart, he realized they were serious about going to the county office to report the Wong family. In the cold weather, Wang Sansong broke out in a cold sweat. Yongwen sneered, What is there to discuss? Your Wong family twists the truth and bullies me. I will naturally ask the magistrate to decide for me. That's right. My son has suffered so much injustice. With the new year coming, his reputation and future were almost ruined. Don't block our way. We need to take the donkey cart. Yang's mother was very angry. The donkey cart driver shouted from a distance, If you want to ride, come over. We have business today, and tomorrow is the new year. The driver didn't know about their argument, but since there was a customer, he was very eager to help. He also brought the cart closer, hoping to save Yang and her son a few steps. Wang Sansong blocked their way again, saying, It's all my fault. We're from the same village. Is it really necessary to take this to the county office? We can talk this over. There's nothing to discuss. If we find a lawyer to accuse you of tricking us, your whole family will end up in jail. Yang Wen supported his mother as they tried to go around Wang Sansong and head to the cart. Wang Sansong became anxious, saying, We're not forcing you to marry my sister. I know you don't want her. Let's just forget about this. Yang's mother and son exchanged glances. Weighing the pros and cons, Yongwen knew that once they went to the office, even as an innocent scholar, he would likely leave a bad impression on the county magistrate. Even if the magistrate knew he was innocent, what difference would it make? He would just think he was foolish for easily falling into someone else's trap. No, we must go today. Your family is terrible for openly bullying us. I want to show you that the Yang family is not easy to mess with. Yang's mother refused to listen and pulled her son forward. She had noticed her son's hesitation and guessed what he was thinking. However, she wanted to maintain her stance and was unwilling to back down easily. Wang Sansong lowered his voice and pleaded again, and finally, Yang's mother softened her tone. We won't go to the county office today, but I want to invite the village leader and the elders to discuss this. Wang Sansong's eyes brightened, thinking she had suddenly changed her mind about the marriage. But Yang's mother coldly laughed and said, "What are you thinking? We need to discuss compensation." Wang Sansong realized this was not good. They wanted compensation? He didn't dare to respond. Unfortunately, he didn't reply in time, and the donkey cart had arrived. Yang's mother and son were about to get on. Wang Sansong had no choice but to agree. Yes, and Yang, this matter was wrong on our part. Please come to my house, so we can discuss it properly. Reluctantly, Yang's mother and son turned back. On the way, they encountered a few children, and Yang asked them to go get the village leader to come to Wang's house. When the villagers learned that Yang's mother and son were returning, they gathered around again. The excitement was not over yet. The Wong family sighed in relief when they saw Wang Sansong successfully bring the person back. When they heard Yang's mother mention compensation, old lady Lu lifted her drooping eyelids and said, "Sister Wen, that's not a nice thing to say. We are all from the same village, and we see each other often. Although there was a misunderstanding today, can't we just talk it out? To mention compensation. You know our Wong family is struggling. How can we afford to pay?" Aunt Yang shouted angrily, "Your Wong family is committing a crime. Do you understand? A crime. Do you want to go to jail, or would you prefer to settle this privately? Either go public or settle privately. Your Wong family has committed a serious offense. Do you think a few kind words will make it go away?" Aunt Yang's sister chimed in. The village head approached and said, "Then you should discuss how to compensate now." It was settled with a firm statement. Yang Wen declared loudly, "First, you must publicly apologize to me and my Yang family, stating that it was your Wong family's scheme. Not only should you make a public statement, but you also need to write it down and sign it." The Wong family exchanged glances, realizing this would give the Yang family leverage. "Exactly. I need to have proof, so your Wong family can't deny it later. If you cause any more trouble, I will have this document," Yang Wen said with determination. Wang Dazhong muttered, "Then you can send us to the authorities anytime. That's the reality. The difference is, if you behave, this matter will be over. If you don't, and you plan to cause more trouble, I will still report it." Seeing their troubled expressions, Yang Wen urged, "If you refuse to admit it, then we will settle this today. We will go to the county office, and you can wait for the constables to come." With that, the Yang family started to leave. Old Man Wang quickly called out to them, All right, just write it down clearly." The village had nodded in agreement. A public statement and a written document would make it official. Yang Wen was indeed well-educated and handled matters much better than the average villager. He looked at the clean-cut young man in front of him and thought that if he could become his family's son-in-law, it would be excellent. "Next, we need compensation for the harm we suffered." Before Yang Wen could finish, Mrs. He murmured, "In fact, you didn't suffer any harm. It was our little Miao who was hurt. Her wound is so large, and she lost so much blood. We don't even know if she will have a scar." Wang Xiaomiao looked up with tear-filled eyes, pleading with Yang Wen, hoping he would show her some mercy and let this matter go. Yang Wen's expression was calm. That wound was self-inflicted. We didn't harm her. Our Yang family has suffered greatly. If we weren't strong, you would have tarnished our reputation and forced us to marry this. You should compensate for the damage to our reputation." The crowd began to discuss how much compensation was appropriate. Some suggested 5 taels of silver, while others said 2 taels. Old Lu was very anxious. "Don't talk about 5 or 2 taels. My family can't even come up with 1 tael right now." She feared the crowd wouldn't believe her, so she started to explain her situation. "You all know what our Wong family is like. I don't need to hide it anymore. The silver was stolen by Sun. We have no money left. We can't even buy New Year goods." The villagers were aware of this situation. Without hesitation, Yang's aunt said, "Then let's write an IOU. You can pay it back when you have the money. Do we really have to be so harsh?" Zhang also got angry. "Huh. Otherwise, should we just let it go?" You all conspired against my Yang family student. Everyone had a part in it. Is this really being harsh? Then everyone should take the blame. Zhang stopped responding after hearing this. As she said, the Wong family was indeed involved. Even if they didn't contribute much, they were still part of it. If the county magistrate asked if she knew about it, could she honestly say she didn't? Yang's aunt knew this was about money. Yang Wen and his mother couldn't speak up, but she could. Compensate us with 10 taels of silver. This is the only way to make up for the harm done to my son Wen and my sister-in-law. Old Wong and Old Lu both gasped in shock. 10 taels? You're extorting us. This is a crime. Both sides began to argue about the compensation. Finally, the village had decided. Then let's settle on 5 taels of silver. Write an IOU, and it must be paid back within a year. If either side is unsatisfied, you can go to the county office and ask the magistrate to decide. Since the village head had spoken, both sides had to accept it. Yang Wen quickly wrote it down. With the village head and villagers as witnesses, both sides signed the agreement. Now, you need to apologize to us in person. Yang Wen stood straight, his expression serious. The Wong family members hesitated, and finally, Wang Dezong stepped forward. This incident was indeed our Wong family's fault. Please forgive us, Brother Yang Wen. Is that it? That's not enough. Yang Wen replied, unmoved. You need to be clear that this was your scheme, a trick. A few people exchanged blame, and Wang Xiaomiao spoke up. This is all because of me. I want to marry you, so I asked my brothers to help bring you here. I was the one who hugged you first. Everything is because I want to marry you. Yang Wen did not expect Wang Xiaomiao to say such a thing in public, and he suddenly felt embarrassed. Seeing his face turn red, Wang Xiaomiao felt hopeful again. Brother Wen, can you really not marry me? I promise to be respectful to your mother, manage the household well, and fully support you in your studies. Everyone was stunned. Wang Xiaomiao was quite bold. Yang's mother spat in disdain. How shameless. After saying that, she hurriedly called Yang Wen to leave the Wong family's yard, as if afraid the place would dirty her shoes. Wang Xiaomiao's face fell. This big commotion was not going as she had hoped. Once they were far from the Wong family, Yang's mother quietly said, Son, you're not feeling sorry for that Wang Xiaomiao, are you? How could I? She and her brother plotted against me. Why would I feel sorry for her? Yang's mother sighed in relief. The Wong family is rotten to the core. Anyone who marries into that family will have bad luck. On the 29th of the 12th month, the Wong family put on quite a show for Hewan village. Wei Xiaojun sighed. Eldest sister, the Wong family is truly rotten inside and out. Luckily, you got away from them. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would have happened. Wei Xiaoye also thought about it. If Shiaan traveled back in time and was still the original owner, what role would she have played in this farce? Would she have been forced to participate in harming Yang Wen? Or would she have refused and ended up being beaten by Aunt Lu and 2 sisters-in-law? Would her whole family have ignored her? Wang Xiaomiao is quite bold to come up with such a plan. Thankfully, Yang Wen didn't fall for it. Otherwise, it would have been a real shame for such a fine young man. Wei Xiaoye's tone held a hint of teasing. Wei Xiaojun quickly agreed. If Yang Wen had fallen for her, it would have been a real loss. How would he continue his studies? The Yang family would never have peace. Just then, Yang Ting approached, carrying a basket with about 20 eggs inside. Little sister Yi, my mother said that thanks to your suggestion, we avoided a terrible outcome. She asked me to come and thank you on behalf of the whole family. Wei Xiaoye accepted the gratitude without hesitation and signaled to Wei Xiaojun. Understanding, Wei Xiaojun took the basket, arranged the eggs, and added a few pieces of cake inside. Yang Ting quickly declined, Sister Xiaoyi, Sister Xiaowan, I just brought some eggs. How can you give me such expensive pastries in return? What's so expensive about it? These were bought from the street. Xiao Xing and Xiaoyi love to eat them, so we always have some at home, replied Wei Xiaowan. Wei Xiaoyi added, Sister Ting also has a sweet tooth, so don't be polite. Yang Ting felt a bit shy. I didn't realize my craving for sweets was so obvious to Sister Xiaowan. Wei Xiaoyi laughed. All girls love something sweet. It's not a bad thing. Just take it. It's not worth much. Seeing that her sisters were sincere, Yang Ting accepted the pastries. When she returned home, she found her aunts discussing things. They quickly divided the pastries among themselves. Xiaoyi is really generous. Even though it's the new year, we couldn't buy so many pastries ourselves. We usually keep some on hand. The Wei sisters are both beautiful and polite. It's a pity that Xiaoyi said she won't marry again. What's so unfortunate about it? Last time, her sister-in-law tried to set her up with that big fool. He doesn't deserve Xiaoyi. Yang's mother relaxed and happily chatted with her sisters-in-law about gossip. Speaking of which, Xiaoya's sister is also pretty. The clothes she wears are truly the best in our village. Is Xiaowan still learning sewing at the shop in town? She'll have a skill to rely on in the future. Yang's second aunt became interested. Do you think my son Yongli would catch the Wei family's eye? Yang's third aunt's eyes widened. Your son Yongli is 16, and Xiaowan seems to be the same age. It's a perfect match. Yang Ting quietly observed her brother's expression and noticed he seemed a bit nervous, slightly frowning. Yang's second aunt clapped her hands. Although my son Yongli hasn't studied much, he has read the 3-character classic and can read. Don't you think he looks good? Xiaowan is pretty, and her older sister will surely consider her future. I think the Wei family would agree. It's just that we don't know what Xiaoyi thinks. Isn't it all about Xiaoya's opinion? Isn't it always the parents' decision and the matchmaker's words? If our family can truly marry Xiaowan, that would be a great thing. How much does Xiaoyi care for her sister? She would surely help her out in the future, Yang's third aunt analyzed carefully. This resonated with Yang's second aunt. The more she thought about it, the more hopeful she felt. If their family could really marry Wei Xiaowan, that would be wonderful. After the new year, when they turn 16, let's find a matchmaker to propose to the Wei family. Yang's second aunt felt satisfied with her decision. After everyone left, Yang Ting softly said, Mom, what do you think of Sister Xiaowan? Sure enough, her brother turned his head. Yang's mother smiled and said, It's good that you're thinking of your brother. Yang Ting knew this was because her mother never considered letting Wei Xiaowan be her daughter-in-law. In fact, she hadn't thought about anyone for that matter. Her son was only 17. It was too early. If he passed the scholar exam, then it would be a different story. The conditions for him to court someone would change, and the same went for her daughter. Seeing Yang's mother go to the kitchen, Yang Ting walked over to Yang Wen and whispered, Brother, do you want to marry Sister Xiaowan? Yang Wen turned red and said, Don't say silly things. Sister Xiaowan is pretty and hardworking. She's learning a skill right now, so there's nothing wrong with her. If you like her, you should talk to Mom about it, so you don't end up engaged to someone else. You might regret it later. As she said this, Yang Ting also felt a bit shy. Yang Wen waved his hand in annoyance. What do you know? You're just a little girl. With that, he went back to his room. Yang Ting sighed. Did he really think she didn't understand? She could see his feelings clearly. After Yang Wen returned to his room, he still felt embarrassed. His sister was so bold to speak so directly. But she had a point. Should he bring it up with their mother? He thought about it. Their mother was focused on his studies and had already told him not to think about marriage until he passed the scholar exam, to avoid distractions. But if he didn't act now and miss the chance, would he regret it later? After thinking it over, he paced back and forth in his room, finally gathering the courage to go to the kitchen. Brother Wen, you should wash your face and feet. I've already boiled the water. Yang's mother didn't notice anything unusual and greeted him as usual. Yang Wen hesitated for a while, and then Yang's mother noticed something was off. Do you have something to say, my son? Mom, I'm sorry for surprising you today. I think I should consider settling down. Before he could finish, Yang's mother interrupted him. Today, we were caught off guard by that schemer. You're only 17. You're still young.
Why think about marriage now?
Yang's mother then became serious. A good man should have ambitions. I won't stand in the way of your progress, but you need to focus on your studies. If I can pass the exam and become a scholar, it will bring honor to our Yang family. If you can go further and become a higher-ranking scholar.
Yang Wen felt overwhelmed.
He was still far from becoming a scholar, Yet his mother was already thinking about higher achievements. "Mother, today Aunt said something about Yongli and to be honest, I also want to marry Xiaowan." Yongwen spoke without thinking, covering his head. His mother was shocked and hit him lightly twice. "Are you out of your mind? Your aunt just said she liked Xiaowan, and now you say you want to marry her? Are you trying to compete with your brother? Besides, why are you so bold today? Have you been secretly in contact with Xiaowan?" "Absolutely not. Mother, please don't think that." Yongwen was scared. If his mother thought he had a secret relationship with Wei Xiaowan, it would not only make him suspicious, but also put Xiaowan in a difficult position. His mother looked doubtful. "Really not?" "Really, absolutely not. Not to mention that I am focused on my studies. Wei Xiaowan has never spoken to me much." His mother seemed to relax a bit and said seriously, "Since you have no secret feelings for her, isn't it good that your brother wants to marry her? Once you become a scholar, both you and your sister can have better matches." Yongwen was at a loss for words and muttered, "I just think that in our village, Xiaowan is a good match for me. Mother, she is hardworking and has a good personality. There aren't many hardworking and kind girls around, are there? You must not get distracted by these matters." His mother interrupted impatiently. "Are you thinking only about getting married and not focusing on your studies?"
Yang Wen fled in embarrassment.
What could he say after his mother said that? New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Wei Xiaoye saw the two sisters, Xingyue, wearing festive new cotton jackets with their hair tied in cute little buns. They looked very adorable. She felt very happy. It had been almost half a year since she traveled to this place. Wei Xiaowan was also in new clothes, counting the dishes. The house was spotless, cleaned thoroughly by the sisters. "Older sister, I didn't expect you to buy so many dishes." Wei Xiaowan was surprised. There were many kinds of meat. Not to mention the fresh vegetables, including bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and some noodles she didn't recognize. "What is this?" Wei Xiaoye was also surprised. "You don't know what this is?" "I don't know." Seeing Wei Xiaojun looking at her in confusion, she quickly added, "I bought this last time in the county. They said it's something you can eat like noodles, so I thought I'd give it a try." Wei Xiaojun suddenly understood. "Eldest sister, how many things do I really know? There are many things in the county that I don't recognize. We will learn more and more in the future," Wei Xiaoye said with a smile. She realized that since Wei Xiaojun didn't know what sweet potato flour was, there might not even be sweet potatoes in this time period. No wonder the villagers struggle to have enough to eat. During bad years, they even go hungry. Wei Xiaoye quickly glanced at the system but unfortunately did not see any sweet potatoes or sweet potato seedlings. "System, please remind me when there are sweet potato seedlings available." "Okay, host." However, sweet potatoes are very important for someone who has traveled through time. Our current level is still far from enough. Once our level increases, I will definitely remind you. "I see. Sweet potatoes are indeed important for someone who has traveled through time. They are beneficial for the country and the people." What neither of the Wei sisters expected was that Cheng Shi came over with Huzi. "Your father and brother both said you should return to your mother's house for the new year. During this festive time, our whole family should be together, happily and united." As soon as Cheng Shi entered Wei Xiaoye's yard, she felt completely at ease. She thought that saying this to her eldest daughter would surely make her very happy. But Wei Xiaoye replied calmly, "There's no need. I have 2 girls with me, and I'll keep my younger sister here to celebrate the new year together. We'll have a good time." Cheng Shi was quite puzzled. "Why don't you want to go back to your mother's house for the new year? Your father and brother have accepted you, and your family welcomes you. Why do you not want to go? Perhaps you think I should be grateful for being accepted as the head of the family. But honestly, I just don't want to go. I would be a guest at my mother's house, and it wouldn't be as comfortable as being at home. Don't worry, I will go back to pay my respects on the 2nd day of the new year." Wei Xiaoye knew that Cheng Shi was very traditional, and she didn't want to explain further. Cheng Shi still felt her eldest daughter was too rebellious and turned to her younger daughter. "Then will you come back with me for the new year? You are not married yet, so you should be at home." Wei Xiaojun thought about it and realized that according to customs, she should indeed be at home for the reunion. Wei Xiaoye packed some food for Wei Xiaojun to take back. Eldest sister, on the second day of the new year, I will come back with you. But we also need to visit relatives in the clan to pay our respects. Don't worry, I have it all planned. When Cheng's mother and daughter returned home, Yu was waiting at the door. Seeing that Wei Xiaoye did not come back with them, she felt a bit disappointed. If her sister-in-law had brought the children home for the new year, she would have taken care of all the meat, vegetables, and even the New Year gifts. That's why she encouraged Cheng to ask Wei Xiaoye to come back for the holiday. But it didn't work. She had never seen a woman so stubborn. Then she noticed the basket in Wei Xiaojuan's hand, which contained some meat and pastries, and her mood brightened. Huzi opened his hands and said, "Mom, this is from Xiaoxing. It's really delicious." Without needing to say more, Xiaoxing had shared some snacks with him. Wei Xiaofeng said coldly, "It's a shame I had to personally ask my daughter to come home for the new year. Truly ungrateful." "All right," Xiaoya said she is a married woman now. Old Wei felt a bit disappointed too, but he was used to it and had even anticipated it when Cheng left. Wei Xiaoya was very comfortable spending the new year at home with her two children. The three of them not only prepared a big feast with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, but Wei Xiaoya also bought cola and juice from the system. The taste nearly overwhelmed the two kids with joy. Even Wei Xiaoya herself was very happy. This was the joyful drink of the modern world, and she could enjoy it in ancient times. Wishing my two little girls a healthy and happy new year. Wei Xiaoya raised her glass of cola with a gentle smile. Xiaoxing and Xiaoya also raised their juice glasses, saying, "Wishing our mother a happy new year and becoming more beautiful." Wei Xiaoya's smile was as bright as a flower. Becoming more beautiful? But to be fair, although she was the mother of two children, she was still in her prime. She had just turned 23 after the new year. She was still at the age of a recent college graduate. While the three of them were enjoying their meal, they suddenly heard someone knocking at the door. Wei Xiaoya frowned. Who could it be on such a festive day? Who was so thoughtless? But she still went to open the door, worried that someone might have an urgent matter. Of course, she held a lamp in one hand and a hammer in the other, fully prepared. When she opened the door, she saw a person and a horse. Who else could it be but Lu Jinu? Seeing Wei Xiaoya's readiness, Lu Jinu found it amusing and quickly explained, "Wei, I happen to be in your county, and since I can't go back for the new year, I thought I would come and see you." Wei Xiaoya sighed in relief. This person was out and about during the new year. What kind of identity did they have, and what were they investigating? "Come in, it's cold, isn't it?" Lu Jinu led his horse into the yard. After tying it up, he replied, "It's not too cold. I'm dressed warmly. I didn't mean to disturb you during the new year." What he didn't say was that, unable to return home for the holiday, he felt quite bored with a few friends at the inn. He felt restless and a bit lost. It was a strange feeling. In fact, even if he could go home for the new year, he wouldn't be very interested. He had spent the new year away from home many times before. But for some reason this time he felt an emptiness inside. Suddenly, he thought about visiting his benefactor. Once that thought crossed his mind, he disregarded how absurd it might be and rode over. He had considered what he would say if his benefactor didn't open the door or thought he was strange. What if there were many people at his benefactor's house? Yet he came anyway without a care. Following the graceful Wei Xiaoya, Lu Jinu felt a sense of relief. Upon entering the main room, Lu Jinu noticed that only 3 women, a mother and her daughters, were in the Wei household. The excuses he had prepared to visit his benefactor for a meal were unnecessary. "I thought you would go back to your family for the new year, or have them come here," Lu Jinu said, trying to make conversation. "If I had gone back, you would have missed me," Wei Xiaoye replied as she invited him to sit down. The room had 2 braziers and several oil lamps, making it warm and bright. 2 young girls looked at him with wide eyes and politely called him Uncle Lu. Wei Xiaoye poured him a cup of hot tea, and then some cola. This cola was in an ancient-style bottle, beautifully crafted and charming. Lu Jinu took a sip of the hot tea, and when he tried the cola, his eyes widened. "Delicious, right?" Wei Xiaoye laughed. It's truly wonderful. I can't describe the taste, but I want to drink more, Jinu said, and as he set down the cup, he accidentally burped. Wei Xiaoye burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Jinu's face turned slightly red. Although he was skilled in martial arts, he had never been so rude. It's okay. This drink has a lot of bubbles, which is why it makes you burp. I'm not laughing at you. I just find it amusing, Wei Xiaoye kindly explained, trying to ease his discomfort. Worried he might feel awkward, she changed the subject. You're just in time for the New Year's Eve dinner. I was just exchanging blessings with the two girls. She picked up the cola and said, I wish you peace and success in the new year. Jinu quickly stood up and raised his glass, saying, I wish Madam Wei good health and prosperity. He originally thought about wishing Wei Xiaoye eternal youth when he saw her smiling face, but he caught himself just in time and changed it to prosperity. This blessing was exactly what Wei Xiaoye wanted to hear. Immediately, she smiled brightly and said, Thank you very much. The two clinked glasses, then put them down and started eating. Jinu finally looked at the lavish spread on the table. Even though there were only 3 of them, there were 8 dishes. 2 cold dishes, 4 hot meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. Along with delicious drinks and some snacks, the meal was very satisfying. I didn't expect Madam Wei to have such great cooking skills. Wei Xiaoye smiled and said, It's not bad, right? I may not be able to work in a big restaurant, but it's enough to handle my 2 daughters. Little Xing quickly added, Mom's cooking is the best in the world. Delicious, so tasty. Little Yu chimed in. In this cheerful atmosphere, Jinu ate 3 bowls of rice. After the meal, Wei Xiaoye didn't rush to clear the table. She brewed some hot tea for him to help with digestion. He happened to see him giving each of the little girls a red envelope. Ah, you're spoiling the kids. It's just lucky money. Under Wei Xiaoye's gaze, little Xing was about to open her red envelope, but Jinu stopped her. I'll have a cup of tea, and then leave. After I go, the little girls can look. Wei Xiaoye stopped signaling, and little Xing obediently paused, not opening the red envelope. However, little Yu didn't care. She opened her red envelope and took out a silver note. Wei Xiaoye leaned over to look and was surprised to see it was a note for 10 taels of silver. She guessed little Xing's envelope was the same. You're being too generous. It's just a meal. You don't need to do this. Wei Xiaoye murmured. Not only did little Yu take out the silver note, but she also found something else in the envelope. She poured it into her palm and revealed a small golden peanut. Seeing this, little Xing tried the same with her envelope and found a silver note and a golden peanut as well. These are too valuable. We absolutely cannot accept them. Wei Xiaoye felt overwhelmed. I don't know who you are or how much money you have, but this is too much for us to take. Jinu smiled and said, Don't worry, I mentioned before that I'm working on a case, right? If I handle it well, I'll be rewarded. I still have some money. That's good, but you should save your money. You're not married yet, right? It's better to save up for a good wife. Supporting a family requires a lot of money. Wei Xiaoye took the items from the 2 children and handed them to him. I'm being bold here, but I consider myself your benefactor. However, you've already given me money several times. To be honest, my luck has been quite good. Besides the money you gave me, I found some valuable herbs on the mountain. Plus, I have land, hills, and bamboo forests, so I have plenty to sell. Wei Xiaoye was worried he would try to give her more money, so she rambled on. Jinu looked at Wei Xiaoye for a moment before smiling. I'm from the capital, but my family has fallen on hard times, which is why I seem a bit downcast. In the capital, I'm used to seeing clothes that cost dozens of silver and noble ladies' headpieces that cost hundreds.
Who knew you would save my life?
I offered you 100 or so silver and you keep refusing. Wei Xiaoye laughed, so I really lost out? 100 or so silver is a lot for me, but maybe it's just a small amount for you. It's not that small, Jinu replied cautiously. He didn't want Wei Xiaoye to think he was too wealthy, as that would make him seem stingy. He was clearly doing his best to offer what he could. Wei Xiaoye laughed heartily. I see. Your family has fallen on hard times. So, your family might need this money. Wei Xiaoye felt that Lu Jinyu's expression seemed to cool slightly. In any case, just accept this money. Besides, it's also a New Year's gift for the little girl. Wei Xiaoye asked again, do you really have money? You won't need to live frugally, right? Lu Jinyu looked at Wei Nyangzi, who was concerned under the light, her youthful face still radiant. Her caring gaze made it hard for him to look away. I'm not foolish. I wouldn't let myself run out of money. Wei Xiaoye glanced up and noticed he was wearing a new small crown, which seemed to be silver. She remembered the small crown he had her, which was inlaid with jade. Later, she sold it to the system and earned 100 taels of silver. Now, he seems to have become much simpler. Looking at his outfit, he is dressed in sturdy clothes, with deer leather boots and a gray fur coat, so he won't be cold. Lu Jinyu naturally noticed her examining him and couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, even though I'm not very wealthy right now, I'm not poor either. This outfit is both practical and warm. Wei Xiaoye felt relieved. That's good. Anyway, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want you to go without for my sake. Please don't give me any more money. As she spoke, Wei Xiaoye hesitated. The New Year's dinner was already over, and she couldn't invite him to stay the night. If it were modern times, letting him sleep in a guest room wouldn't be a problem, since he is a gentleman. But in this time period, having him stay could cause big issues. Lu Jinyu could see her thoughts and quickly said, I have to leave soon. My friends are waiting for me at the inn in town. Wei Xiaoye secretly sighed in relief. Then wait a moment. I have something for you. That's fine, but could you give me some of that drink? I really can't part with it. Lu Jinyu raised the cup in front of him. The cup had previously held soda. Wei Xiaoye smiled with her lips pressed together. All right, I'll go get it from the kitchen. She also packed a small bundle filled with snacks and meat. After a quick trip to the kitchen, she returned holding 3 wine gourds. They were filled with soda and sealed with wooden corks. Wei Xiaoye praised the ancient packaging system. I also bought some fireworks to entertain the children. Maybe you can join them in playing. The 2 kids cheered at that. Lu Jinyu seemed to have a childlike spirit and immediately agreed, taking them to the open courtyard to set off the fireworks. Wei Xiaoye held a few lanterns and stood by, smiling as she watched them play. If only she had a camera to capture this moment and share it online. By the way, this man is really handsome, even more so than the male leads in those ancient dramas. Wei Xiaoye suddenly shook her head, realizing she was daydreaming. After playing for a while, Lu Jinyu finally mounted his horse. After handing him a bundle, Wei Xiaoye also gave him a lantern. It would be brighter to travel at night with the lantern. Lu Jinyu waved goodbye and rode off quickly, leaving the 3 of them in silence for a while. Mom, Uncle Lu has really left. Riding a horse is really fast. Wei Xiaoye snapped back to reality, listening to her 2 children. Don't tell anyone about Uncle Lu coming over for New Year's dinner today, okay? Seeing her daughters nod obediently, Wei Xiaoye added, the lucky money Uncle Lu gave you will be saved by me. You're still too young to hold onto large amounts of money, so I will give you some pocket money instead. Xiaoxing and Xiaoya naturally agreed. The 3 of them chatted while closing the courtyard gate. 2 festive red lanterns hung under the eaves, creating a warm atmosphere on this New Year's Eve. Wei Xiaoye handed each girl a red envelope containing 20 coins. For the 2 little girls, 20 coins was a lot. Xiaoxing and Xiaoya laughed as they discussed what to buy, only to realize they had everything they needed, new hair ties and plenty of snacks. After discussing for a while, they decided to save their money. That night, Wei Xiaoye sat alone on the bed, checking her savings. She saw she had 116 taels of silver and 2 taels of gold. She guessed the 2 taels of gold came from the 2 golden flowers. She hoped that Lu Jinyu was indeed as well off as he claimed. Otherwise, she had accepted too much money from him. On the bright side, having so much silver gave her confidence and a sense of security. On the first day of the new year, Wei Xiaoye spent the day at home with her children. On the second day, according to tradition, they were to visit her family. Wei Xiaoye prepared some standard gifts and took her children to her family home. Before they reached the courtyard gate, she saw Chung peeking through the door curtain. When she saw them enter the courtyard, she quickly came over, saying, "It snowed yesterday. The road must be muddy, right?" Wei Xiaoye felt a bit awkward with Cheng's warm welcome. "You also called out from the kitchen. Big sister is here. Come have some sweet soup." They had even bought some brown sugar to mix with hot water. "I'll just have plain water. The children have had enough sweets lately and don't need sweet soup." Wei Xiaoye quickly declined, unable to drink the sugary water at that moment. "Who doesn't love sweet soup?" Cheng teased, but still poured some for them. Xiaoxing and Xiaoya were well-behaved and drank the sweet soup since it was offered. Cheng hesitated for a moment and quietly said, "Xiaoya, I was just peeking outside and guess who I saw?" Wei Xiaoya politely asked, "Who did you see?" "I saw Sun Fengyang." Seeing Wei Xiaoya's wide eyes, Cheng spoke eagerly. "It really is Sun Fengyang. My eyesight is good. Even though she looked worn out and her clothes were dull, I wouldn't mistake her." You also chimed in, "It's true. I heard her mumbling when I saw her. It really is Sun Fengyang. What a pity. I wonder why she returned now. I was in the house and didn't see her. If it really is Sun Fengyang, why would she come back?" Wei Xiaojun found it strange. Maybe life outside was too hard for her. After all, the Wong family is her husband's. Just wait, there will definitely be trouble. Cheng continued her work calmly. She certainly disliked Sun Fengyang. If it weren't for that woman, her daughter wouldn't have left the Wong family. She mocked, "Sun Fengyang can't compare to Xiaoya." She thought she could leave the Wong family and even took some silver to live better. Wei Xiaoye felt speechless. What was going on with Sun Fengyang? It was said she had stolen over 10 taels of silver. With that much, she should be able to live well outside, right? And now she was returning to the Wong family? Wei Xiaoye returned to her mother's house, had a quick lunch, and then took her child back home. The Wei family was 2 or 3 miles from the Wong family, and since it was the second day of the new year, she hadn't heard any news about Sun Fengyang's return. However, on her way home, she met some people visiting relatives for New Year greetings. After exchanging pleasantries, they exchanged knowing glances. "Xiaoya, Sun Fengyang is back at the Wong family. It's quite a scene." Wei Xiaoye felt a mix of emotions. "You'll find out soon enough. I have to get going." The woman smiled and left with her husband and child. Wei Xiaoye felt even more speechless. Everyone seemed more interested in Sun Fengyang's return than she was. What no one in the Wong family expected was that Sun Fengyang suddenly returned. In the cold weather, she wore an old cotton coat, looking shabby. Her worn-out shoes were already soaked. Though she once had a bit of color, her face now looked extremely haggard, and her eyes were filled with fear. Yet, despite her fear, she stood firmly in front of a Wong family. Everyone was stunned, and it was Dogdan who spoke first. "Are you the new third aunt?" Sun Fengyang smiled at Dogdan. "Yes, Dogdan, I am your third aunt." She glanced at the dazed Wong Sansong and said, "Sansong, you need to stand up for me. You are my husband. Besides, that silver was taken away by someone else." "You foolish girl. I thought you were really dead out there. Now that you're back, hand over the silver, and I'll let you go." Lu Posey had a fierce look on her face, speaking as if it were serious. "I'll let you go." She felt that this was something she could say to her daughter-in-law who had run away and then returned. Sun Fengyang knelt on the ground. "Dad, Mom, you have misunderstood me. I did take the silver, but I was tricked. That person said it was in an underground bank with very high interest, double that of a regular bank. I thought if the interest is that high, we could make 400 won a month just from the silver. 400 won would be enough for our daily needs. Plus, with Sansong working outside, our family would be much better off." Old Wong snorted. "You think you're so clever. And you're still here talking nonsense. I may be your father-in-law, but I can't hit you. Let's talk about this after using family rules." Lu Posey had no choice but to agree. She was first surprised, then hoped that Sun Fengyang would bring out the silver. Once it was out, punishing her would be easy. But at that moment, she was sure that the silver was really gone. What high interest! Such a poor excuse? Sun Fengyang shrank back and immediately looked at Wang Sansong. Sansong, please tell Mom and Dad to stop. Let me explain first. Unexpectedly, Wang Sansong finally reacted, but it was not the response she hoped for. He stepped forward and slapped her twice. You shameless woman. How dare you come back? Aren't you the one who ran off with that pretty boy? What? He doesn't want you anymore, so you come back to me. Old Wong frowned when he heard Wang Sansong speak like that in front of everyone. Lu Posey supported Wang Sansong. Sansong, you are my own son. When you stole my silver and ran away, if it was for your own good, I could understand a little. But you stole the silver under this woman's encouragement and gave it to her and that pretty boy? There's no excuse for this. We must teach this woman a lesson today. Wang Xiaomiao also rushed out. Where's the silver? Hand it over. How much suffering has our family endured? We can't even get enough to eat or wear warm clothes, and you have the nerve to spend money on a pretty boy? She shouted loudly, clearly on the verge of breaking down. Due to being very poor these past few months, Wang Sansong has become rebellious and indifferent, and her family has started to focus on her. They really want to marry her off quickly to receive a bride price. Especially since her plan to trick Yongwen failed, the family ended up with a five-tail IOU. Her sisters-in-law have been subtly asking about which family offers the highest bride price, without considering any other conditions. Now, her reputation is already tarnished, and she can't find anyone with good prospects. So, she blames all her troubles on Sun Fengyang, believing that all her suffering is due to Sun stealing money. Sun Fengyang looks pale and says, Sansong, I was truly deceived. I have no ill intentions towards you. I was really tricked by that money shop. They are not human, they even have thugs and threatened to hold me until you brought money to redeem me. The Wong family listens in shock. Old Lady Lu spits and says, Who do you think you are, expecting us to pay to redeem you? Why don't you just stay out there? Sansong, I was fooled into thinking that if I deposited money in that shop, I would earn high interest. I didn't know it was a scam. They not only took all the money, but also locked me and some other women up, saying our families had to pay to get us back. I barely managed to escape. During the New Year, when there were fewer guards, I crawled out through a dog hole with the others. Seeing the Wong family in disbelief, Sun Fengyang hurriedly shares her prepared plan. Sansong, Dad, Big Brother, Second Brother. That underground money shop is still there and I know where it is. How about I take you there to get the money back? Old man Wong is startled. What nonsense are you talking about? I really know the place. But I heard the thugs say. That money shop is run by the county magistrate's brother-in-law, so we definitely can't go to the government office. With so many of us in the Wong family, we should go ourselves to get the money back. Looking at Sun Fengyang's serious expression, the rest of the Wong family thinks she must be either crazy or foolish. Sun Fengyang, what are you up to? Knowing it's the magistrate's brother-in-law's shop, you still want us to go there and get killed? Old Lady Lu shouts. He sure also scolds, Son. On this important day, are you looking for a fight or trouble? You actually want our whole family to go to their doom? How can your heart be so dark? Sun Fengyang felt extremely wronged. I thought there was still over 8 taels of silver. With so many of us going, maybe we could get it back. Old Lu stepped forward and slapped Sun Fengyang. You wicked person, not only did you lose the silver, but you also want our whole family to suffer. Wang Sansong came forward, grabbed Sun Fengyang's wrist, and dragged her into his room. Old Lu showed a hint of satisfaction on her face. A daughter-in-law like this needed to be taught a lesson. Although Sun Fengyang was pulled into the room and had received several slaps, she felt more determined inside. It seemed her nonsense had convinced the Wong family. You wretched woman, why are you even back? Wang Sansong suddenly yanked her and pushed her, causing Sun Fengyang to stumble and fall to the ground. Sansong, I know you're angry about the lost silver, but what could I do? I was locked up and couldn't escape. Sun Fengyang felt wronged, tears in her eyes, looking very pitiful. Wang Sansong, who hadn't seen her for many days, was taken aback, then sneered. Don't look at me with those eyes. Do you think you still have some charm left? Look at yourself now. You've aged several years. Compared to Wei, You're far worse. Hearing this, Sun Fengyang felt even more disheartened. She knew Wong Sansong was intentionally hurting her feelings. After suffering for over 2 months, she had hoped to live a sweet life with that young man, but he turned out to be nothing like a person. He didn't even take her home but rented a room in the suburbs, locking her inside without any sunlight. Whenever he left, he would lock the doors and windows tightly. The house was in a remote area with no one passing by. Even if she screamed, no one would come to save her. At first, the young man treated her sweetly, but after a few days, when he saw she wasn't giving him any silver, he changed his attitude and beat her 3 times a day. Unable to endure the beatings and unable to escape, she had no choice but to take out her hidden silver. She thought that once she gave him the silver, he would treat her well, but he still kept her locked up while he went out to enjoy himself. When she learned he was almost out of money and was thinking of selling her, she was terrified. During the New Year, when the young man went home, she took the opportunity to break a bowl and use the shards to cut the window frame. After several days of effort, she finally managed to cut through the frame and climbed out. To be honest, she didn't even know where that pretty boy was from. His name was probably fake. But how could she tell Wong Sansong about this? After thinking it over, Sun Fengyang came up with a poor excuse. She figured they wouldn't dare really follow her to find that imaginary county magistrate's brother-in-law, so she spoke nonsense. After all, being tricked out of money by the powerful was much better than running away with a pretty boy and losing money. Do you think I'm stupid? How would you know to look for that underground bank? You're clearly just following that pretty boy from the tea house. Wong Sansong squeezed her wrist tightly, ignoring her cries of pain. Sun Fengyang gritted her teeth. What pretty boy from the tea house? I don't even understand what you're saying. I was with Ding from next door to deposit money. She said her husband is a traveling merchant and she stays home with the kids, so she saves money in the underground bank for the interest. It seemed like a good idea to me. Knowing I couldn't convince you, I thought I could quietly handle it myself, and then you'd be so happy. Wong Sansong studied her expression closely, not wanting to miss a thing. Sun Fengyang looked back at him calmly, showing no signs of guilt. Really not running off with that pretty boy? Really not? Then why was he missing at that time? Sun Fengyang widened her eyes, seemingly in disbelief. How would I know? What a coincidence. Maybe something happened at his home, or he found other work. Anyway, I only bought tea there twice and didn't even notice what he looked like. Seeing Wong Sansong silent, Sun Fengyang covered her face with her hands. Sansong, what do we do about the 8 taels of silver? I think we should go there and try our luck. Maybe the county magistrate's brother-in-law will see we have a lot of people and, fearing a leak, will return our money. Wong Sansong scoffed. That's a woman's idea. Who do you think they are? 8 taels of silver, which seems huge to you, is nothing to them. They wouldn't even notice it. Sun Fengyang seemed unwilling to accept this, but they are holding many women. If I join forces with them to accuse them, do we have a chance? They are keeping us and planning to sell us to other provinces. Wong Sansong found this even more frightening and dared not think about accusing the county magistrate's brother-in-law. You stay at home and don't even think about going to the county town again. If those fierce people encounter you, you would be in serious trouble, and it would bring trouble to our entire Wong family. Sun Fengyang secretly laughed to herself. Seeing his timid demeanor, worried that she would bring him down too, sent chills down her spine. If she had anywhere else to go, she would never return to the Wong family. But compared to going back to her own family, the Wong family was somewhat better. What they didn't know was that the Wong family members were eavesdropping outside the door. They didn't fully trust Sun Fengyang, who knew if she had secretly hidden away some money. Once they realized that the money had indeed been taken, they reluctantly dispersed. Before long, old Lu shouted, "Lazy woman, are you planning to come back to the Wong family for an easy life? Hurry up and cook. After cooking, sit down and do some embroidery. You 2 troublemakers, give me back that 10 taels of silver." Sun Fengyang heard old Lu openly scolding her. Although she was angry, she knew that this matter would likely over. From now on, it would just be about making her work harder. She glanced at Wong Sansong, who sneered at her. My mother told you to work, so hurry up. Now my whole family is struggling. During the new year, we can't even have a piece of meat. Sun Fengyang felt a chill. Was the Wong family's entire savings only that 10 taels of silver? Would they not have enough to eat in the future? Had she come back here just to change her place of suffering? Before she could finish her thoughts, Wong Sansong impatiently urged, Aren't you going yet? Sun Fengyang had no choice but to stand up. I need to change my shoes first. These shoes are completely soaked. Change what? Are there even any shoes at home? Ignoring Wong Sansong's impatient tone, she planned to find her old shoes. But Wong Sansong was not in a good mood. He pushed her hard, knocking her to the ground, and said harshly, Get out. Sun Fengyang got up, feeling wronged, and didn't dare to say anything more. Facing his cold glare, she opened the door and went to the kitchen. He and Zhang were not easy to deal with either. As soon as they saw her, they spoke sarcastically. Sun Fengyang endured it all and picked up the pot to prepare rice. Even during the new year, there was no white rice, so she could only make do with some mixed grains. He reminded her, make porridge and keep it thin. There's no work these days, and I said you could just rest at home, but don't eat too much. Poor my son. Being burdened by these lowly people, he can't even have enough to eat. Sun Fengyang ignored them and went to wash the rice. Gooden rushed into the kitchen, pointing at the emotionless Sun Fengyang and shouted, Why are you back, you worthless person? You stole all our money, and now I can't even eat enough. It would be better if you just disappeared. Sun Fengyang looked at the 7 or 8-year-old Gooden, knowing that a child wouldn't say such things on their own. Someone must have told him to confront her. During the early days of the new year, the Wong family was still eating thin porridge made from mixed grains, accompanied by pickled vegetables. Everyone looked unhappy and took out their frustrations on Sun Fengyang. They didn't hold back their harsh words and forced her to do many chores. Previously, she had only embroidered handkerchiefs to avoid other tasks, allowing her to work slowly. Now, however, her embroidery had become the main source of income for the Wong family. The others kept a close watch on her, leaving her no time to rest. It wasn't until she accidentally cut her hand while chopping vegetables that they finally stopped. If you keep pushing me like this, I won't be able to do any embroidery, and we'll all suffer the consequences. I don't understand why the 2 sisters-in-law can't help with the cooking and cleaning. Even if we took the family's money, remember, that money was earned by you. Why should it concern them? Are you helping them bully me? Sun Fengyang wrapped her injured finger with an old handkerchief and tried to reason with Wong Sansong. After venting his anger, Wong Sansong's mood began to calm down. Sansong, look at your sisters-in-law. What have they contributed to this family? How much money have they brought in? If our parents were here, they could scold us for not being respectful. But what about your sisters-in-law? Why should we endure such treatment? They criticize me not because of my actions, but because they look down on you and take this chance to express it. With Sun Fengyang's patient explanation, he realized that the family's attitude towards her was also a reflection on himself. You're right. That money was mine to begin with. They have no right to speak about it. Just wait and see. Wong Sansong's expression darkened. When old lady Lu scolded Sun Fengyang again, he and Zhang joined in. Wong Sansong shouted, Dad, Mom, brothers and sisters-in-law, let's split the family. Old lady Lu felt a bit dizzy. Why do we need to split the family? If we split, you can each earn your own money and save it without worrying about me stealing it. Sun Fengyang and I will earn our own money and honor our duties according to the rules. Wong Sansong sneered, Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, do you think we can't afford food because of me and Fengyang? We can live separately and not share a pot with you. You can enjoy your meals without us. He and Zhang's faces turned red and pale. They understood the sarcasm in Wong Sansong's words. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Wong shouted loudly. Why are you acting so strange? Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, big brother, second brother, and even my 2 nephews, do we owe you anything? Should we earn money just for you to spend? From now on, if I give any money to our parents, you should give the same amount. Or should I follow what big brother and second brother do, instead of you all following us? There's no such logic in the world. When the Wei family was here, you said they only had 2 daughters and couldn't have sons, so I had to give all my money to the family. So, what if they only had 2 daughters? As he spoke, Wong Sansong seemed to slip up, mentioning Wei Xiaoye and her 2 daughters. Noticing a look from Sun Fengyang, he quickly changed the subject. This is how it will be. You do as much work as we do. If you hand over a certain amount of money, we will do the same. Don't think you can take advantage of me alone. Mother, please divide the household chores. Big brother, second brother, and I will work with our father to divide the outside tasks. Old Lu was nearly rolling in anger. Are you speaking sensibly? The year has ended, and you all plan to stay home and not find work? With so many people in the family, why not go out and earn money? Besides, it's you and that son girl who have taken all the money from the house. That money was earned by me. Even if I spent it all, so what? Isn't that fair? Besides, I'm not the only one who spent it. Wang Xiaomiao's situation ended up costing the Yang family 5 taels of silver, and it's written in the loan note. You can go collect it in a year. Wang Sansong laughed as he spoke, seeming to take pleasure in the situation. Wang Xiaomiao, who had been with he and Zhang, felt wronged when her name was mentioned and ran back to her room covering her face. Old Lu moved to hit Wang Sansong, but he stood defiantly. Come on, mother, hit me. If you do, you can all enjoy your meals. Sun Fengyang turned her head to the side, covering most of her face with her hand, as if she was startled. Zhang sure noticed that she was clearly smiling at the corners of her mouth. Zhang sure felt a chill in her heart. Sun Fengyang was not an easy person to deal with. Not only did she encourage Wang Sansong to marry her as a wife, but she also stole money from the family and left. Even when she returned empty-handed, she managed to create a rift between Wang Sansong and his family. Sun Fengyang's tactics were far more advanced than Wei Xiaoye's. Zhang sure regretted helping Lu Pozi, and he sure bullied Wei Xiaoye in the past. She had been blinded by a small benefit, thinking that having Sun Fengyang around would lead to a better life. Now, Wang Sansong had completely lost interest in working to earn money and just wanted to lie at home. Sun Fengyang had already shed her initial look of panic and started to slack off. Wang Sansong's lazy attitude made it difficult for Lu Pozi to confront him, and she ended up hitting him a few times. Are you done? Is everything okay now? After taking a few hits, Wang Sansong didn't care and signaled to Sun Fengyang, and they both went back to their room, leaving everyone else looking at each other in confusion. Lu Pozi pretended to cry, but Wang Laotu shouted, "Don't be sad during the new year." She quickly pouted, fearing bad luck, and stopped. With Sun Fengyang back, things settled down. The Wong family didn't create much of a stir, and during the new year, no one came to watch the drama unfold. Although some whispered behind closed doors, Lu Pozi maintained her family's dignity, telling people, "The third daughter-in-law is foolish. She got tricked out of her money, but she would never mention that she ran off with a man." She realized that if she offended Wang Sansong again, he would only resist more, so she decided to save face in front of outsiders. After the Lantern Festival, the village officially entered the spring planting season. Wei Xiaoye bought several acres of land and announced that she would rent out the rice fields for a 30% share of the harvest. Unexpectedly, her uncle Wei heir came over. "Xiaoya, I heard you want to rent out the rice fields for a 30% share? How about renting them to your uncle?" Wei Xiaoye readily agreed. "I owe it to you for helping me build this house. Since you want a farm, I'll rent it to you." Although she hadn't interacted much with him, she remembered that Uncle Wei heir was capable and had good emotional intelligence. Thinking back to her New Year visit when her aunt was bedridden and their family was struggling, she felt a bit of sympathy for them. The gifts you received are similar to those from your family. Now that Xiao Yang and Huzi are learning to read, that's wonderful. But I also heard that you and that girl from the AI family went up the mountain, which can be dangerous. If you really want to go, take your brother Xiaoshan with you. He came back from town last year after working there. The family he worked for has said they don't need as many people this year. I think it's best if you don't go up the mountain, but if you do, your brother Xiaoshan is strong. It's funny to say, but he has also tried hunting and has caught a few rabbits. In short, with your brother around, we old folks won't worry as much. Uncle Wei looked thin and spoke slowly. Wei Xiaoye could see the genuine concern in his eyes, which touched her.
All right.
If we go to the mountain, we will take Xiaoshan. There are many herbs up there, and air, you should let me see your herbal recipes. When Ai Chow and I went to the mountain last time, we collected a lot of herbs. Besides selling some to the medicine shop, she also saved quite a few for her grandparents. Uncle Wei was very pleased. Really? That would save a lot on medicine costs. Isn't that right? Ai Chow often went up the mountain alone to gather herbs, but she didn't go deep into the mountains. We only wandered around the foot of the mountain. We didn't dare to go further in. That's good to hear. This afternoon, I'll have your brother Xiaoshan show you the recipes. Uncle Wei was very satisfied. He hadn't expected that his once timid niece now seemed to be quite capable. When his son returned home last year, he said the family he worked for told him not to come back after the new year, which made him very upset. He comforted Xiaoshan, saying that the two of them could farm at home and manage to get by. However, they were still short on money for his wife's medicine. Thankfully, his son brought back some silver. Otherwise, he would have had to borrow money from his niece. Xiaoshan soon arrived. It was his first time visiting his cousin's big courtyard. He could hardly believe it and murmured, "No wonder my parents praise you so much. You are better than most boys in the village." Wei Xiaoye joked, "You should set a small goal for yourself, like building a house like this and getting married someday." Xiaoshan felt embarrassed. "Please don't tease me. My family's house is old, and I can't even afford the bride price. Which girl would want to marry me?" Wei Xiaoye looked at her cousin, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and thought he was only half a year younger than her. She couldn't help but feel sorry for him. With his appearance, he should have been easy to marry off, but he has been delayed. Seeing Wei Xiaoye silent, he was open-minded. "I don't want to hold up a good girl either. I have parents to support and a younger sister, who is still unmarried." Wei Xiaoye thought of his sister, his cousin Wei Xiaoqian, and felt even more upset. During the New Year visit, Wei Xiaoqian just sat quietly beside him, looking worried but full of admiration for him. Wei Xiaoqian was born mute. This makes it hard for her to find a match. Uncle Wei and Wei Xiaoshan are unwilling to settle, and they wouldn't marry Wei Xiaoqian off to a bad family just for some bride price. So, Wei Xiaoqian has also been delayed. Wei Xiaoye sighed silently. Every family has its own troubles. Tell Xiaoqian to come over and spend time with me. She shouldn't always stay at home. Isn't Xiaojun learning needlework? Let Xiaoqian learn too. Wei Xiaoshan was pleasantly surprised and agreed right away. However, Xiaojun is busy with her studies, so she can only teach when she has time off. If Xiaoqian comes over, she can also learn to read with Yang Ting. You don't have to look at me like that. I know Xiaoqian can't speak, but if she can learn to write, then we can communicate. I heard you studied the 3-character classic too? Wei Xiaoye had a good impression of this cousin and asked a few more questions. I attended school for a year, but my family couldn't afford ink and paper. I can recognize characters, but my writing isn't presentable, Wei Xiaoshan said with a wry smile. Being able to recognize characters is good. It means you're not completely blind. That's already better than many people. The two looked at the prescription left by the doctor, and Wei Xiaoye had an idea. It seems only 1 or 2 medicines are quite expensive, especially this cow bile. Luckily, the other herbs are quite common. Wei Xiaoshan also looked a bit downcast. If it weren't for his mother's illness, which requires constant medication, the family wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. The cost of medicine has drained their savings, and his mother often cries, wishing she could free herself from the burden of the family. But Uncle Wei and Wei Xiaoshan try hard to comfort her, saying that as long as she is there, they are a family. Wei Xiaoqian is even more terrified. Seeing her daughter so scared and unwilling to leave her side, she can only repeatedly promise that she will never have such thoughts again. Wei Xiaoye sighed. I have already rented out the rice fields to Uncle Wei. I plan to grow some vegetables and fruits in the garden myself. If you need some from that bamboo grove, you can go and cut some down, Brother Xiaoshan. As for going up the mountain to gather herbs, I heard from my second uncle that you used to hunt rabbits and mountain chickens. Xiaoshan became excited. In the past, when I was chopping wood in the mountains, I helped an old hunter who broke his leg. I carried him back, and he taught me some hunting skills and gave me an old bow. I managed to catch a few mountain chickens and rabbits, but later I went to work in town, so I might have lost my touch now. That's great. If we go up the mountain to gather herbs, we might also catch some rabbits and mountain chickens, Wei Xiaoye said with a smile. With her system, the hunting success rate should improve a lot. Let's see how it goes then. Can you set traps? Hunters usually set traps, right? Wei Xiaoshan shook his head. No, that old hunter couldn't either. Wei Xiaoye felt a spark of interest. She was quite keen on outdoor survival and had read many books and watched videos about it. Now, she had a chance to put her knowledge to use. Then tomorrow, I'll bring AI Chao and Manhua, and we can all go up the mountain together. Xiaoshan, get your machete and bow ready. Wei Xiaoshan smiled and quickly agreed. When they got home, Wei Xiaoye learned that his son was going to the mountain with his niece and hurried to prepare for him. Dad, why the rush? We're going early tomorrow. We agreed not to go deep into the mountains, just at the foot. It rained a bit the other day. I wonder if there are any mushrooms up there. Wei Xiaoqian's eyes lit up as she signed excitedly. Xiaoqian, you can't go. Stay home with your mother, don't worry. Wei Xiaoqian looked a bit down. By the way, Xiaoyi said you should visit her house more often. She mentioned that Xiaoxing and Xiaoyu are learning to read with the Yang family's girl and suggested you join them. She also said that Xiaowan is learning to sew in town and can teach you when she has time off. As he expected, Wei Xiaoqian brightened up at this news. Wei Xiaoyu and Wei Xiaoyu also felt pleased, regardless of whether Xiaoqian could learn. This child was too sensitive and withdrawn, not interacting much with others. If she could spend more time with Xiaoyi, perhaps she would become more cheerful. Seeing the good atmosphere at home, Wei Xiaoshan shook off his earlier gloom and felt uplifted. The father and son talked more about farming, and both felt optimistic about the year ahead. The next morning, Wei Xiaoshan arrived with a basket on his back, carrying a machete and bow inside. Wei Xiaoye and the others gathered together and took the Xing and Yu sisters to Angao's house before heading out together. When others saw them, they greeted and asked a few questions. Wei Xiaoshan said loudly, "Let's go up the mountain and see if there are any mushrooms." Gathering mushrooms is common, so others didn't ask more questions. After walking over several small hills, they reached the foot of the deep mountain, and Wei Xiaoshan realized how impressive Wei Xiaoye was. Her eyesight was truly remarkable. Whether it was herbs or mushrooms, she could spot them quickly. Wei Xiaoshan felt a bit frustrated, saying, "Xiaoya, how did you get such sharp eyes? You're much better than us." AI Chao laughed. "Isn't that true? Sister Xiaoya's eyes are amazing. I finally found a use for my talent. I didn't even realize it before," Wei Xiaoye joked. With Wei Xiaoye's constant reminders, they all gathered a lot of herbs and mushrooms. Manhua and Wei Xiaoshan, who had little experience with herbs, took careful notes to recognize them next time. Then Wei Xiaoye whispered, "Everyone don't move. Xiaoshan, look over there to the right, about 5 zhang away, there's a rabbit." Wei Xiaoshan looked closely and saw it was true. The gray rabbit blended in with the fallen leaves, making it hard to spot without careful observation. Everyone held their breath as Wei Xiaoshan quietly took out his bow and aimed. With a whoosh, the arrow flew, and the rabbit tried to escape, but it was too late. AI Chao was very excited, saying, "Sister Xiaoya, you hit it." As she spoke, she quickly ran over and picked up the injured rabbit. Wei Xiaoshan was also thrilled. "I can't believe it. This is called starting off strong." Everyone was excited. They had caught one rabbit, and surely more rabbits and pheasants were nearby. Even the usually calm Wei Xiaoshan felt competitive. After 2 hours, they had gathered a lot. Wei Xiaoshan not only caught 2 rabbits but also a pheasant. Herbs, wild vegetables, and mushrooms filled everyone's baskets. Not to mention the ferns, Wei Xiaoye even found some Chinese tune. This was a top wild vegetable in her past life, and quite valuable. She quietly estimated its worth in the system, and sure enough, it was worth 80 coins per pound. It seemed the system really liked Chinese tune. Manhua and AI Chow noticed Wei Xiaoye's excitement when she saw the Chinese tune and decided to put their collected tune directly into her basket. I didn't expect Xiaoya to like this so much. We don't really enjoy it. It's hard to sell. Wei Xiaoye happily replied, if you don't like it, then it's all mine. To her surprise, there were quite a few Chinese tune trees on the mountain. After picking for a while, she estimated they had collected at least 3 pounds. Seeing the sun high in the sky, everyone discussed whether to head back. Wei Xiaoye and Manhua pulled out some steamed buns at the same time and exclaimed, you brought some too? With the mountain's spring water, the 4 of them happily enjoyed their buns. Looking at their baskets, they were filled with their harvest. Xiaoshan, I also brought this strong rope. Later, let's make some traps and see if we can catch something. Wei Xiaoshan thought it wouldn't be that easy, but seeing Wei Xiaoye's excited face, he agreed wholeheartedly. Whether they caught anything or not, this girl was really dedicated to taking him hunting. Sister Xiaoya, I am so grateful. I went up the mountain with you last year and earned so much money. Our family's life has really improved a lot. We have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear. Especially, we got 2 big comforters and made cotton jackets for my grandparents. They often mention inviting you over for a meal. Even if there's not much to eat, it's the thought that counts from the 2 old folks. Aitzao felt truly satisfied now. Manhua couldn't hide her smile. I also owe it to following Xiaoya to make some quick money. Back then, when I had that fight with the Song family, my mother cried in her dreams. Now she's so much better, always smiling. The 2 girls are also understanding. I didn't expect life to go so smoothly. Spring is coming, and we'll work harder to improve our lives. Wei Xiaoshan saw the 3 cheerful women in front of him and encouraged himself in his heart. These women were full of confidence, and as the eldest son, he should be even more confident. After eating and drinking, Wei Xiaoye took out the strong rope and demonstrated how to make a trap for them. Is this how we catch prey? Wei Xiaoye waved her hand. It's not that simple. We also need to set up traps and simple mechanisms. Under her guidance, they dug a pit and sharpened some branches to place inside. They used branches and dirt to disguise it to look natural. Using a flexible small tree along with a rope, they created a complete trap. Wei Xiaoye used a sturdy stick to mimic how a small animal would trigger it. With a whoosh, the rope tightened automatically, securing the stick. The 3 of them exclaimed in surprise, "This is amazing!" If the prey struggles and jumps, the rope will tighten even more, or it will fall into the trap. Falling into a trap likely means injury, or even worse. Let's set up a few more traps and mark the trees around here. This way, we can find them next time, and it will also warn other hunters to avoid stepping into the traps. The group cut some vines and tied them to the tree trunks to make them noticeable. After working for a while, they set up 4 or 5 traps. It was getting late, so they decided to wrap up. Xiaoyi, you can take this rabbit home. And what about this one? Should we give it to Manhua and Aitzao? Wei Xiaoshan distributed the catch, but the 3 women declined. We didn't contribute much. Next time, if we actually catch something in the traps, we can share then. Brother Xiaoshan, once we get down the mountain, hurry to the town and sell these. The tavern should be buying at this hour, right? The 4 chatted and laughed as they walked quickly home. Once there, the 3 women began sorting herbs according to the recipe. They sold what needed to be sold. Wei Xiaoshan didn't even have time to go home before heading straight to the tavern in town. 2 rabbits and a pheasant, all quite plump, earned him over 300 coins. He was thrilled and bought half a pound of meat to take home. Wei Ershu often looked out the gate, worried about his son who had gone up the mountain. He spotted his son returning with a light step and a big smile, which made him grin too. When he saw his son had bought meat, he playfully scolded, "Why buy meat? The New Year just passed." "Dad, I'm happy, so we should celebrate with some meat." Wei Xiaoxian came over, delighted to see her brother. Wei Xiaoshan shared about their day's catch, and Wei Ersha nodded in agreement. Just remember, don't be greedy and avoid going too deep into the mountains. We also gathered many herbs and mushrooms. Xiaoyi and the others are sorting them. Just then, they heard Wei Xiaoye's voice. Uncle, Brother Xiaoshan. Wei Ershu and his son quickly went out to meet her. Wei Xiaoye arrived with 2 girls carrying a basket. Brother Xiaoshan rushed to town, so we sorted the herbs a bit. We've set aside what Aunt needs, and the rest can be sold at the apothecary. Wei Ershu waved his hand. You are too kind. Just keeping what your aunt needs is enough. Why bring the rest here? That's different. Aicao's family also needs herbs, so we sorted them the same way. Wei Xiaoye saw Wei Xiaoxian beside her, shyly smiling back at her. She also smiled in return. The sisters, Xingyue, called out to them. Xiaoya, I have sold the mountain chicken and rabbits. Here's some money for you. Please don't refuse it. If it weren't for your sharp eyes, I might have missed them. Wei Xiaoshan felt a bit frustrated. I wish I could hit every target. I missed 2 or 3 animals. Uncle Wei glanced at his son. You're dreaming. Hitting 2 or 3 is already good. Thinking you can hit every time? If you could, you should become a general. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere was great. Wei Xiaoye naturally refused the coins he offered, saying again that if they caught something in the trap, they would share it then. After chatting for a while, Wei Xiaoye looked at Wei Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, come and play often. Wei Xiaoxian felt shy, but happily nodded. She usually didn't like to interact with outsiders, being sensitive and sentimental, but she could see in Wei Xiaoye's eyes that she didn't look down on her. Seeing the 2 little girls smiling and calling her Aunt Xiaoxian without any curiosity or pity made her feel very comfortable and relaxed. After giving the herbs to Wei Xiaoshan, Wei Xiaoye agreed to go up the mountain in a couple of days. After the mother and daughter left, Uncle Wei sighed. Xiaoya has done well and is willing to take care of me, her second uncle. That's rare. Even Aunt Wei was happy because the family had some income and she looked quite well. Knowing that her son had gathered herbs that they could use saved them a lot of money, which made her feel more relaxed. Mom, don't worry. Besides saving some money on medicine, we can sell some herbs to the pharmacy. Xiaoya said it could be worth quite a bit. Some herbs are very valuable. We are really lucky. There aren't many people going up the mountain. So many herbs are untouched. Wei Xiaoshan patiently explained everything to his mother, noticing her worried expression, and quickly added, We're only exploring at the foot of the mountain. We can't go deep into the mountains. There are no paths. The trees are dense, and we wouldn't dare go in. Don't worry, we're all together. I want money, but I won't risk my life. Aunt Wei finally felt reassured. Just remember to listen to your father. Bring bows, knives, and flint. I've heard that wild animals fear fire, so if you encounter one, make sure to light a torch. Don't think about hunting. Your safety comes first. Wei Xiaoshan naturally agreed to everything. He handed over the more than 300 copper coins to his father. In the past, whenever he received his wages, he would give all the money to his father. Since returning home, he thought it would be a long time before he could contribute money to the family again. Uncle Wei was very pleased. Son, you have worked hard for this family. It's the least I can do. Dad, I noticed that the kind of snare that Xiaoyi taught me can catch prey about 70 to 80% of the time. If that's true, our family will have an easier time in the future. I wonder how that young girl figured it out. That snare really tightens around the prey, not to mention the setup of the trap. If the prey breaks free, it will still fall into the trap. As he spoke, he tied a knot with some twine and looped it around the table leg. He asked his father to try it. Uncle Wei was very interested. He reached out, pulled, and indeed, the snare tightened around his wrist. Wow, she really figured this out. Sigh, if only Xiaoyi were a boy, she wouldn't have to suffer by marrying into the Wong family. Uncle Wei sighed. He wanted his son to try making another snare but felt conflicted, so he reminded him, this was created by Xiaoyi, so you must not teach it to anyone else. If it really helps us catch prey, we should give her a good share. Wei Xiaoshan nodded repeatedly, in agreement. Tomorrow I will sell these herbs. Sister, you haven't had a new outfit for the new year. Now that spring is here, how about I get you some fabric to make a new dress? Wei Xiaoqian hurriedly refused, using sign language, We've just started to earn some money. Don't waste it. Wei Xiaoshan felt a bit down. All right, next time we earn some money, I will definitely get you some fabric. Aunt Wei smiled. Choose that cherry blossom pink for your sister. My girl is very pretty. Wei Xiaoqian still refused. Not too bright. A stone blue will do. She didn't want to attract attention, so she preferred not to dress too flamboyantly. Wei Xiaoye returned home and sold the herbs and Chinese tune to the system. Since the price for the Chinese tune was good, she earned over 400 coins. Thinking about her vegetable garden behind the house and another 2 acres of land, she decided to use 1 acre to plant watermelons. When no one else was home, if the system had fruits for sale, she would buy them to eat. She had saved quite a few watermelon seeds. Of course, those seeds were still not enough to plant a full acre. The reason she wanted to grow watermelons was that she saw the system had watermelon seeds for sale, specifically the Sweet King variety. However, there were only 500 seeds available. Wei Xiaoye sighed, unsure how much land 500 seeds could cover, but it certainly wasn't enough for an acre. Still, having seeds was a good start. At that time, watermelons were rare, and they weren't as delicious and crisp as in later times. Fortunately, the seeds came with a manual stating that early varieties should be planted in March or April. It even included methods for soaking and germinating the seeds. This really solved a big problem for Wei Xiaoya, as she had no experience growing melons, and if she messed up, it would be a big loss. She quickly bought the 500 watermelon seeds and stored them carefully, planning to plant them when the temperature rose. The next day, Yang Ting shyly said, "Sister Xiaoya, there's something I almost forgot to mention. My second aunt said she wants to arrange a marriage for my cousin with Sister Xiaowan." Wei Xiaoya was surprised. Which cousin? It's Yang Li, my brother Li. Wei Xiaoya recalled the image of that young man. He was strong and seemed honest. Yang Ting closely watched Wei Xiaoya's expression and noticed she wasn't very excited, so she sighed inwardly. It seemed Sister Xiaoya wasn't very interested in Brother Li. What about her own brother? She also learned that he had expressed his feelings to their mother, but was directly turned down. Yang Ting couldn't help but say, "Sister Xiaoya, actually, I really want Sister Xiaowan to be my sister-in-law." Wei Xiaoya raised an eyebrow. "Is that your idea, your brother's, or your mother's?" She realized that since Yang Ting mentioned it this way, Yang Wen might also have that thought. But the situation seemed to be that her cousin was the one trying to propose. There must be something going on. Who wouldn't want this? It had to be Yang Wen's mother. Yang Ting looked a bit troubled. "My brother does have that idea. But my mother said she hopes he will focus on his studies first before discussing marriage." Wei Xiaoya understood, just as she thought. That evening, when Wei Xiaowan returned, Wei Xiaoya shared the news with her. Wei Xiaowan was taken aback. "Elder sister, I don't want to get married right now." "Of course, you're still young. But do you not want to marry at all? Or do you not want to marry Yang Li? What about Yang Wen?" Wei Xiaoya pressed on. Everyone spoke so indirectly, so she needed to clarify. Otherwise, they might miss the chance and regret it later. Wei Xiaojuan's face turned red. "Elder sister, if it's Yang Wen, I." As she spoke, her voice grew softer. Wei Xiaoya understood. "If it's Yang Wen, are you willing?" Wei Xiaojun nodded gently, still blushing.
Sigh.
Wei Xiaoya found it hard to speak. She felt she might discourage this young girl who was just starting to have feelings. Wei Xiaojun was very sensitive at that moment. "Elder sister, why did you sigh? Do you think I am not good enough for Yang Wen?" Wei Xiaoya lightly tapped her. "Silly sister. How could I think that? It's just that things have gone a bit wrong. Yang Li's mother wants to propose, but Yang Wen's mother said to wait until he passes the exam before discussing marriage. I need to go back quickly, or my parents might agree to Yang Li's proposal." Wei Xiaojun was a bit anxious. "Elder sister, can you come with me? My parents won't listen to me, but they will listen to you. Then let's go back tomorrow." Wei Xiaoya certainly didn't want her sister to be hastily promised to someone, and she had already said she supported her finding someone she liked. The next morning, the 2 sisters returned to the Wei family with 2 young maids. Mrs. Chung was very happy. As long as her eldest daughter was willing to come back, She felt her daughter still cared for her family. Father, mother, I heard that the Yang family, specifically Yang Li's mother, has taken a liking to our Xiaojun. I asked Xiaojun and she doesn't have any feelings for Yang Li. If Yang Li's mother really comes to propose, please politely decline. Wei Xiaoye got straight to the point, and Wei Xiaojun felt reassured. Wei Xiaofeng frowned. The Yang family is quite well off, and I know Yang Li is a decent and honest young man. Why doesn't Xiaojun like him? Elder brother, I just don't want to marry him. How does that mean I don't like him? Wei Xiaojun felt quite upset. When her brother spoke like that, it made her feel like he thought too highly of himself. Isn't that the same thing? You don't like him, so you don't want to marry him, Wei Xiaofeng argued confidently. Don't think too highly of yourself. That young man is good, and the Yang family is quite wealthy. Don't be like your elder sister, thinking you're a fairy from the heavens. Mrs. Yu quickly nudged her husband's arm, signaling him to stop talking. Wei Xiaofeng glared. Did I say something wrong? You didn't say anything wrong. I just think I'm a fairy from the heavens, Wei Xiaoye replied nonchalantly. Her calm expression only made Wei Xiaofeng even more frustrated. Old Wei looked at Wei Xiaojun with confusion and asked, What are you thinking? If you two sisters hadn't returned today, we would have thought well of the proposal from the second son of the Yang family. Wei Xiaojun couldn't help but pat her chest, relieved. It's good that they returned early. Otherwise, it could have led to a big mistake. Before she could speak, she heard the laughter of two women coming into the courtyard. Cheng quickly went out to see, and it turned out to be the matchmaker and Aunt Yang, along with Yang Li following them. Cheng greeted them warmly and welcomed them into the living room. She also asked Wei Xiaojun to bring water and snacks to entertain them. Aunt Yang cheerfully said, Xiaojun is truly a good girl, with a nice personality and quick hands. Cheng smiled and replied, You praise her too much. She's just honest and sensible. Aunt Yang complimented her a few more times before turning to her son. You should also take a look at my son Yang Li. He's also honest and sensible. He works hard at home and is respectful to me and his father. He's strong but very kind. Yang Li blushed a bit and greeted Cheng and Old Wei. Old Wei and his wife nodded in response, both looking at him with satisfaction. Aunt Yang was even happier and hinted to the matchmaker. The matchmaker immediately praised Yang Li and continued, To be honest, in our village, several families have their eyes on Yang Li. Not only is he tall and kind, but his family situation is also quite good in our village. The key point is that Li and Wen are brothers. They are close cousins. Yang Wen is the only child in his family, so, you see, isn't Li like a real brother? Aunt Yang smiled broadly and couldn't help but interject, This year, my son Wen is going to take the exam. He is already a student and has studied for another year. The teacher said he has a very high chance of passing. Exactly. Li is the brother of a scholar. If Xiaojun marries into this family, it will be very respectable. Even your in-laws will have a good reputation. The matchmaker was getting excited, and Aunt Yang was laughing joyfully. Old Wei and Cheng couldn't help but nod along. Seeing that they were almost agreeing, Wei Xiaojun quickly nudged Cheng's waist. When Cheng turned around and saw her daughter looking anxious, her heart softened. First, let's drink some water and eat these snacks. No need to rush. As Cheng was welcoming guests, she hinted for Wei Xiaojun to follow her into the house. Wei Xiaoya did not go in. She needed to stay outside to make sure Wei Laotu didn't impulsively agree to anything. Yang's second aunt was very friendly to Wei Xiaoya, not only because she helped Yang Ting get a job, but also because she had previously assisted Yang Wen and his mother in a big way. That was really close. The Wong family is completely messed up. Wang Xiaomiao, a girl in her teens, actually dared to harm our Wen. She wants to marry into our Yang family and uses such dirty tricks. It's outrageous. Thankfully, with Xiaoya around, just a few words scared them off. Yang's second aunt laughed heartily. Wei Xiaoya appreciated her straightforward nature. It was much easier to get along with someone like her than with those who were more complicated. Look at that. Sun Fengyang has been wandering outside for months, and somehow she returned to the Wong family. She's quite clever, managing to turn Wang Sansong and the whole Wong family against each other. The matchmaker gently nudged her with her elbow, and she quickly fell silent, smiling awkwardly. Xiaoya, don't mind me. I just speak without thinking. Wei Xiaoye smiled back. It's fine. The Wong family has nothing to do with me anymore. Everyone in our village sees them as a joke. Yang's second aunt clapped her hands. Who can argue with that? The Wong family is the entertainment of our village. We all enjoy watching their misfortunes. As she spoke, she peeked to see why the mother and daughter hadn't come over yet. At that moment, Chung was feeling dizzy watching her younger daughter, who was usually very obedient and sensible, saying something unexpected. She didn't want to marry Yang Li, but had her eyes on Yang Wen. Xiao Jun, it's not that I think less of you, but that our families are too different. Why is Yang Wen, at 17 or 18, still not engaged? Not even a proposal has been made. It's clear his mother has high standards and doesn't want him to marry a girl from our village.
Did you
say something to him in private? Chung was getting anxious, tears almost welling up. What if her daughter had feelings for Yang Wen? Wei Xiaojun was also anxious and whispered, I don't have any feelings for him, Mom. Please don't say that. Chung finally felt relieved. Then just keep your thoughts in check. Mom, I don't want to marry Yang Li either. I have no feelings for him. Wei Xiaojun's voice was soft, but her tone was firm. Chung was so angry that she hit her again, saying, What do you want? Yang Li is good-looking, has a nice personality, and his family is much better off than ours. They want to propose because they see your older sister has done well. Don't think they need you that much. If they don't need me, then just refuse them. What's the problem? Wei Xiaojun, fearing Chung would change her mind, added, Anyway, I don't want to marry. If you agree to this without thinking, I won't go to their home. If you want to marry, you can go yourself. Chung felt helpless. Xiaojun, are you thinking that since your sister is doing well now, you can also be picky? She has money, but you don't. Mom, don't say that. My sister isn't being picky. She just doesn't want to marry again. I'm still learning a skill, and don't want to marry. Don't worry, once I learn and can earn money in town, I will help support the family. Why marry me off so early and benefit someone else? Wei Xiaojun thought smartly, trying to convince Chung by talking about benefits. Chung was taken aback. What are you talking about? Then tell me, do you and Dad not need my support? If I earn money, I will save it all for myself. Chung looked at Wei Xiaojun in surprise, realizing her younger daughter had changed a lot after spending time with her older sister. Of course, even if I don't talk about marriage now, if I earn money, I can't give it all to you. I have things I want to buy too. I can't just give my earnings to you. If you want something, go ask your sister. Seeing her mother's surprised expression made Wei Xiaojun happy. Mom, we can talk about this later. What matters is now. You need to refuse the proposal from Aunt Yang. I absolutely won't marry. After saying this, Wei Xiaojun didn't leave, but urged Chung to go out. When Aunt Yang saw Chung coming, she praised Wei Xiaojun and her son even more. Everyone in the village knows I'm straightforward. I don't look down on good daughters-in-law. If a good girl comes into my family, I will treat her well, just like my own daughter. Chung sighed deeply upon hearing this. The Yang family really had a good reputation in the village. Although the Yang family didn't have a scholar like the Yang family, Yang Wen was still a nephew, which was almost like having another son. Chung was a bit hesitant and said, Yang Li is truly a good child. Among the young people in our village, he certainly ranks high. However, my daughter, Xiao Wan, is still young. Her father and I want to keep her at home for a couple more years. Right now, she is learning a trade, so we will discuss her marriage later. Yang's second aunt was a bit stunned. Was this a rejection? Although the words sounded nice, the meaning was clear. Even the matchmaker, Ma, was caught off guard. She thought this match would be easy. After all, Yang Li was such a good young man. Who in the village would look down on the Yang family? Old Wei remained silent for a while, knowing that his wife and daughter had already come to an agreement. He forced a smile and said, You know, my eldest daughter married early and no longer lives under our roof. Xiao Wan has always been considerate. We truly feel she is still young and want to keep her for a few more years. Upon hearing this, Yang's second aunt almost couldn't hold back from calling out old Wei. What did he mean by no longer lives under our roof? Back then, Wei Xiaoye wanted to return to her family with her child after her divorce, but the Wei family was unwilling. Now he spoke as if he cared so much for his eldest daughter. Of course, now that Wei Xiaoye was doing well and had money, old Wei's attitude had surely changed. He was trying to win favor in front of his eldest daughter. Seeing Yang's second aunt's expression change, Wei Xiaoye smiled and said, "Aunt Yang, we are all from the same village and know that your family is not only well off but also has good values. Yang Li is right here, a fine young man. Saying Xiaowan is still young is actually my thought as well. She helps me a lot, does many tasks, takes care of my 2 kids, and is still learning a trade. So, our whole family thinks she should marry later." When Yang's second aunt heard Wei Xiaoye speak, she naturally put on a smile again. Moreover, Wei Xiaoye's words indeed made her feel better. In short, the Wei family wanted to keep Wei Xiaowan at home for a few more years because they found her useful and didn't want to let her go to another family too soon. This was only natural. She herself had noticed that Wei Xiaowan was learning a trade, and the Wei family surely cared about that. So, she smiled and waved her hand, saying, all right, Xiaowan is still young. She seems to be about the same age as my Yang Ting, who also hasn't been proposed to yet. Her mother said she should stay for 2 more years. I just came over to chat and catch up. Of course, she wanted to save face. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to say that her son was rejected by the Wei family, no matter how it turned out. That's true. The Yang family is close to us, so we should visit them more often and have some conversations. Wei Xiaoye offered a way out again, making Aunt Yang feel a bit more at ease. After the 3 left, Wei Xiaofeng expressed his dissatisfaction. I barely held back from speaking. I don't even know what you're complaining about. Yang Li is right in front of you, and you're still not satisfied. Picking on him. Mrs. Yu supported her husband. Xiaoya Xiaowan, from my perspective as someone who has eaten more meals, Yang Li is really a good match. If we're talking about a match for Xiaowan, it's up to her to decide. She needs to feel a connection, Wei Xiaoye replied coldly. Seeing the crisis averted, Wei Xiaowan was naturally happy and wanted to go to Wei Xiaoye's house with her. Wei Xiaofeng muttered again. What's the difference if she's not married and doesn't have a home? Wei Xiaorong happened to come in and heard this, feeling quite displeased. She is our sister. Who wouldn't want her to stay at home for a few more years? Why marry her off so early? Yes, you all think the same way. Now you just find me unnecessary. Wei Xiaoye ignored Wei Xiaofeng's sour remarks and instead asked Wei Xiaoyong about his studies, telling him to go to her house to get paper and ink. Mrs. Yu quickly put on a smile. Tiger's aunt. Make sure to share some of that ink with Tiger. He has improved lately and is no longer the one who dozes off in class and plays around at home. Wei Xiaoyong moved his lips but couldn't say anything. Tiger was not as Mrs. Yu described. He didn't like studying at all. Every class, he wore a frown and sometimes pretended to have a headache or stomachache just to avoid going. After class, he was like a bird set free, not thinking about reviewing at home. Wei Xiaoye calmly said, Then please bring me some of the characters Tiger has written. Mrs. Yu was taken aback. Whether Tiger's writing was good or not was another matter, but he hadn't written much at all. He preferred to use the expensive paper for doodling. Seeing he couldn't hide it anymore, Tiger burst into tears. Dad, Mom, I don't want to study. My head hurts when I do. I can write my name now, and I don't want to study anymore. Wei Xiaoye looked knowingly at Mrs. Yu, who felt both embarrassed and angry. She pulled Tiger over and pretended to swat him on the backside. Your aunt sent you to study with the teacher and even bought you paper and ink, and you say you don't want to study. Whether you want to or not, you have to study. Old Wei sighed deeply. He never expected his eldest grandson to have no interest in studying. Watching him waste the paper and ink made him feel pained. But when the younger son spoke, the elder brother scolded him, and the 2 brothers were now at odds at home. As their father, he naturally did not want to get involved too much to avoid further chaos and disturbance. Wei Xiaoye said coldly, Huzi, if you don't want to study, I won't force you. However, you still need to learn more characters. Even your little sisters, Xiaoxing and Xiaoya, can recognize many words now. It's not right for you, as their older brother, to be illiterate. But since you waste the writing materials, I won't provide them for you during this time. In the future, it will depend on your performance. Huzi realized that Wei Xiaoye was not going to coax him gently, and he felt a bit scared. He could manage his parents and grandparents, but he dared not act up in front of his aunt. Yusher also did not dare to speak up for her son, and watched as they all left. Eldest sister, I heard you went to the mountain the other day, and you went with Xiaoshan? Wei Xiaoyang asked worriedly. If you don't come today, I will come to find you. If you must go to the mountain, count me in. I am strong, and I can protect you from any wild animals. Seeing her younger brother's clear eyes, Wei Xiaoye appreciated him even more, especially since he didn't complain about not being included in the trip to earn money with their cousin. We know what we are doing. We won't go deep into the mountains. You might want to encounter a wild animal to show off your skills, but we won't run into any. Wei Xiaoyang felt relieved after his sister repeatedly said they wouldn't go deep into the mountains. Wei Xiaojun was a bit worried. Second brother, have you heard about this? What if our parents find out and cause more trouble? It's fine. I can take whoever I want. Besides, going to the mountain is not a joke. Haven't you seen how many people in the village envy me and Aitsao for finding herbs, but they don't dare to go themselves? If our parents have something to say, they can come along. The three siblings all laughed. Once they got home, Wei Xiaorong helped fetch water and wanted to chop firewood, but Wei Xiaoye sent him away. We have enough firewood at home. If we run low next time, you can help me then. Wei Xiaorong gave up and took paper and ink to prepare to go back. Wei Xiaoye called out to him again. Xiaoyang, don't be too frugal. I can afford the paper and ink. Practice your writing well. I heard that for students, neat handwriting is very important. Wei Xiaoyang suppressed his excitement. I will listen to you, eldest sister. She was encouraging him again, motivating him to pursue his studies in the future. After Wei Xiaoyang left, Wei Xiaoshan came over. The four of them agreed to go up the mountain together, not only to gather herbs but also to check if there were any animals in the traps. With this goal in mind, they quickly headed towards the traps. Wei Xiaoshan whispered. The branches that were camouflaged seemed to be gone. This meant that the trap had been triggered. The four of them excitedly ran over, even more thrilled to find that they had caught a deer. This adult deer weighed about 140 to 150 pounds. Manhua murmured, Xiaoshan, you're going to get rich. Wei Xiaoshan quickly waved his hands, saying, No, no, no. We are all going to benefit. Wei Xiaoye and Aitsao laughed. The deer had been injured by the sharp spikes in the trap and had bled to death. Wei Xiaoshan carefully jumped down and lifted the deer. Seeing that he couldn't carry it alone, Aitsao quickly jumped down too, and together they lifted the deer. Wei Xiaoye and Manhua helped pull the deer up. If it weren't for all of us, we wouldn't have been able to lift this deer. Who would have thought we would catch a deer? The four of them were all smiles. Manhua looked closely and said, This deer still has antlers, and antlers are valuable. Deer meat is valuable too. I heard someone say it costs about 70 to 80 coins per pound. Aitsao exclaimed, I knew it was valuable, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Xiaoya, quickly calculate how much this deer is worth. Wei Xiaoye quickly did some mental math and vaguely said, It's worth about a dozen taels of silver, not counting the antlers. Everyone was very happy, looking at the deer as if it were a pile of silver. There are other traps. Let's hurry and check them out. Wei Xiaoye looked at the lifeless deer with some concern, saying, What if this deer attracts wild animals? We should cover it with some branches. Fortunately, everyone had a machete, and they quickly cut several branches to cover the deer. Why don't you all check the other traps? I'll stay here to watch. Wei Xiaoye still felt worried. Xiaoya, if wild animals do come, what good will it do for you to stay here? We should all go together. We can't split up, Wei Xiaoshan insisted, not wanting Wei Xiaoye to be alone in case something happened. Manhua agreed, saying, That's right. While this deer is important, our safety is even more important. We can't separate. Wei Xiaoye nodded, Then let's go together. Seeing the other three move ahead, Wei Xiaoye quickly took out some floral spray from her bag and sprinkled it around the area where the deer was. Soon, she smelled the strong scent and hurried a few steps to catch up with them. This floral spray has such a strong smell. It should confuse any wild animals, right? No matter if it works or not, it's worth a try. Besides, the deer was in a trap before and didn't attract any wild animals, so this place might be quite safe. The four of them checked the other traps. Two were quiet, while the other two had caught a rabbit each. On the way, with Wei Xiaoye's reminder, Wei Xiaoshan hunted 2 mountain chickens. All 4 were smiling happily. After fixing the slightly damaged traps, they returned to the deer. This deer is quite heavy. If we carry it back ourselves, it will be tough, the 3 girls said, worried that if it was too difficult, they would have to grit their teeth and lift it together. Wei Xiaoshan waved her hand. Don't worry. I'll cut a small tree to make a simple sled to drag it down. Once we reach a flat area, we can carry it. Without hesitation, Wei Xiaoshan started chopping a tree, while Manhua and Aicao cut many vines. Wei Xiaoshan tied 2 sturdy tree trunks together, and the dense branches and leaves formed a makeshift sled. To prevent it from wearing out quickly, she secured more branches and leaves on top. The 4 of them placed the deer on the simple sled and tied it with vines. Wei Xiaoshan pulled it in front, while Aicao held it steady from behind. Wei Xiaoye and Manhua carried the other prey and followed behind. After some bumps, they finally reached a flatter path and checked the deer. It was still in good condition and not injured. With the path easier to walk on, Wei Xiaoshan was able to lift the deer onto her shoulder and walked forward confidently. Manhua laughed from behind. Xiaoshan, you really are strong. If I weren't strong, I wouldn't be much help, Wei Xiaoshan replied, feeling happy from the compliment and joking back. They didn't discard the simple sled. If Wei Xiaoshan got too tired, they could place the deer on it. The group carefully took turns dragging it. They were surprised when they encountered villagers along the way. Xiaoshan, you actually hunted a deer? Wei Xiaoshan felt a bit shy. I just got lucky. The heavens were kind to me. This was also what they had agreed upon earlier. They would only say they hunted it, not that they had set traps. Oh, look at you. You've turned things around and struck it rich. I heard you lost that job in town and I thought it was a pity. But now you've hunted a deer. Isn't that much better? This deer could keep you fed for 2 years. Luck really is on my side. Wei Xiaoshan was usually quiet and didn't talk much, but because of this deer, he became the center of attention. The 4 of them decided to go to town today to sell the catch. Manhua and Aicao stayed behind, while siblings Wei Xiaoye and Wei Xiaoshan went together. Time was tight, so Wei Xiaoye hired old Li's ox cart from the village. With 2 people, a deer, 2 rabbits, and 2 pheasants, the cart was nearly full. Old Li was quite envious. Xiaoshan, this trip will keep me busy for a year or 2. Wei Xiaoshan humbly replied, it's really just the heavens looking out for me, giving me a meal. He genuinely wanted to tell others that it was his cousin Xiaoya who taught him how to set traps and make that amazing snare, leading to this big catch. But Xiaoya had clearly said she didn't want this to spread. He understood the need for secrecy. He knew the saying, a gem in the woods will attract the wind. The 2 went straight to the biggest tavern, Fulelu. To their surprise, besides the owner and staff, Su Minguan was also there. When he saw Wei Xiaoye, he was very happy. Wei lady, are you here to eat or? The owner looked over too, wondering what kind of guest could make the young master greet them so warmly. He thought she was a wealthy lady. Little did he know, she was just a village woman, dressed for work and very down-to-earth. Wei Xiaoye was a bit surprised as well. Of course, she wore rough cloth clothes in the mountains, brown and dirt-resistant. Su Minguan didn't have the habit of treating people based on their clothes. He greeted her warmly. I'm here with my cousin to sell some game. Do you buy it at your tavern? Of course we do. Before the owner could speak, Su Minguan had already agreed. When he saw the deer, he took charge. Great, you have a deer. This deer is really nice. The antlers are priced separately, and the hide has some damage, but it's still worth a silver or 2. He paused and continued casually, and the deer tail can sell for 2 silver. As for the deer meat, it's priced at 85 won per pound. He felt a bit anxious, but seeing Wei Xiaoye's calm expression, it was her cousin who turned a bit red, which he found amusing. So, what price do you offer for the antlers? Wei Xiaoye wanted to see how much he would offer. If the price was good, she would sell them directly to him. If the price is lower than the system's, she will still have to sell at the system's price. This deer antler is worth 5 taels of silver. The shopkeeper sighed, realizing that the young master was too honest. If he offered 3 taels, these 2 country folks would surely be willing to sell. As for the deer meat and deer whip, the young master also quoted a high price. With just a few words, the price difference shrank by several taels. When Wei Xiaoye saw the shopkeeper's expression, she knew Su Minguan was treating her fairly. After checking the system's estimate, it was about right. So, she agreed to sell everything here. The assistant weighed the deer. The whole deer was 156 jin, priced at 85 won per jin, totaling 13 taels of silver and 261. Deer skin was 1 tael of silver. Deer whip was 2 taels of silver. Deer antler was 5 taels. Additionally, they also collected mountain chickens and rabbits, totaling 481. After all the calculations, it came to 21 taels of silver and 741. Su Minguan happily told the shopkeeper to settle the payment and said with a smile, "Wei lady, since you brought such wild delicacies to my restaurant, how about staying for a meal? I'll treat you." Wei Xiaoye smiled back, "I should thank the young master for your kindness."
Great.
I knew you too. You shameless woman, you already have 2 children, yet you're still trying to attract someone. A sharp female voice interrupted. Wei Xiaoye looked over coldly. It was that Yao Qingqing again. This time, she had no patience left and retorted directly, "Talking to a pig is pointless. I already said, no matter what love or hate you have, don't drag me into it." Seeing Yao Qingqing's face turn red with anger, Wei Xiaoye smirked, "With someone like you, even if you marry this young master, you'll always be suspicious. You wish you could be a belt tied around him, right?" Wei Xiaoshan was initially a bit anxious, but seeing his sister confidently confront the well-dressed young lady, he felt relieved. He didn't expect his sister to be so sharp-tongued, making the girl fume with anger. Su Minguan laughed, "No way, I don't want a belt like that." "Yao's sister, keep your distance. Don't interfere with my search for a wife." "What kind of wife are you looking for?" Yao Qingqing asked, her face flushed with anger, but still holding back her rage. "I naturally want to find a virtuous wife, someone who understands me, not someone who is jealous and mysterious all the time." Su Minguan had already lost his patience. He had previously scolded Yao Qingqing, yet she still acted as if she didn't care about his thoughts. Yao Qingqing let out a cold laugh and suddenly raised her hand to slap Wei Xiaoye. Su Minguan and Wei Xiaoshan both gasped in surprise but couldn't stop her in time. Before anyone could react, Wei Xiaoye quickly grabbed Yao Qingqing's wrist. Yao Qingqing cried out in pain, "Let go. My hand is going to break." She truly felt like her wrist was caught in a vice. Her maid rushed to hit Wei Xiaoye, but Wei Xiaoye easily restrained her with her other hand. Yao Qingqing, in pain and with tears streaming down her face, shouted, "Let go of me, you rude country woman. I won't let you get away with this." "Oh, you still dare to threaten me? It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet." Wei Xiaoye tightened her grip a bit more. She had no intention of hurting a woman. It was just that this spoiled rich girl was too arrogant. At first, Yao Qingqing was defiant, shouting at Wei Xiaoye. But soon, she couldn't take the pain anymore and screamed, "Su Gij, how can you just watch this woman bully me?" Seeing that both Su Minguan and Wei Xiaoye remained unmoved, she could only cry and beg for mercy. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Please let me go. Will you still talk nonsense in the future?" Wei Xiaoye asked coldly. "I won't. I promise." Only then did Wei Xiaoye release her. Once Yao Qingqing was free, she stepped back 2 paces and wanted to shout again, but when she saw Wei Xiaoye looking at her with warning in her eyes, she was scared and closed her mouth, looking at Su Minguan with teary eyes. However, Su Minguan was smiling and didn't even glance at her. Lady Wei is truly a remarkable woman. I have witnessed your prowess once again. Wei Xiaoye frowned, recalling the time she stood up for Manhua while this person was enjoying himself in the fields with a servant, watching the commotion unfold. She had seen him as she dealt with the Song family. Wei Xiaoye chuckled lightly. It was just a little self-defense. A countrywoman is certainly not as delicate as the ladies in town. She then looked at Yao Qingqing and said seriously, I have no intention of getting involved with you. If you dare to target me again, I won't be so easy to talk to next time. Besides, I have no interest in this young master. Keep your matters between you two away from me. She picked up her basket, called to Wei Xiaoyan, and turned to leave. Su Minguan called out from behind, Lady Wei, next time you have wild vegetables or game, feel free to sell them to my restaurant. I'll give you a good price. Wei Xiaoye turned her head and smiled, indicating she had heard him. The shopkeeper glanced at the young master and then at the very upset young lady from the Yao family, letting out a quiet sigh. This young lady had always been quite domineering, using her family's wealth to keep other girls away from the young master. Who would have thought she would meet her match this time? Seeing Wei Xiaoye walk away, Yao Qingqing adjusted her mood and looked at Su Minguan with a hint of sadness. Brother Minguan, since you just caught a deer, why not treat me to some roasted deer meat? Su Minguan instructed a worker, cut a nice piece of meat for Miss Yao to take home. I won't treat you to roasted meat. You can go home and roast it with Uncle Yao and Auntie Yao. I have a lot to do here, and I'm very busy, Su Minguan said before calmly entering the tavern and heading upstairs, leaving Yao Qingqing standing there. Who cares about that piece of deer meat? Yao Qingqing glared at the large piece of meat the worker brought over, fuming with anger. Her maid, who was perceptive, quickly took it and thanked him, gently advising Miss, this is a special piece of meat that young Master Su ordered to be cut. It's also his way of showing respect to your parents. Yao Qingqing turned her anger into joy. Really? He may act tough, but he has a soft heart. Take it, let's enjoy roasted deer meat at home. The maid felt relieved. As long as she avoided being blamed, that was good enough. Otherwise, being scolded was mild compared to what this young lady could do. After Wei Xiaoye and her brother walked far away, they exchanged smiles, seeing great excitement in each other's eyes. Today was indeed a fruitful day. Xiaoya, getting this catch was mainly thanks to your lasso skills and the traps you set. You should take the larger share. Hearing Wei Xiaoyan say this made Wei Xiaoye admire him even more. Business is business after all. Even siblings should keep things fair. Wei Xiaoye didn't refuse. How much do you think we should give to Manhua and Aizao? Wei Xiaoyan thought for a moment. They also contributed quite a bit. How about we give each of them 1 or 2 silver coins? Getting 1 or 2 silver coins from a trip up the mountain is quite good. I think that's fair. Let's split the rest evenly. Wei Xiaoyan quickly refused. No, you can't favor me just because I'm your brother. You take 7 and I'll take 3. We can't keep going up the mountain. First, there are dangers up there, and second, if we keep going, the villagers might get jealous and start to think about it. If nothing happens, that's fine, but if something does, who will take responsibility? So, if we have some silver saved, we can rest for a while. Wei Xiaoye currently had over 100 silver coins, so she naturally needed the money. She thought that if they split things evenly, Wei Xiaoyan would solve his urgent problems and wouldn't always think about taking risks in the mountains. She was just worried that Wei Xiaoyan might become greedy. Wei Xiaoyan didn't hesitate and agreed right away, then let's take a break for a while. Besides, spring plowing is coming soon, and there's still a lot of work to do in the fields. After talking for a while, Wei Xiaoyan finally agreed to the remaining split. For convenience, Wei Xiaoye received 10 taels of silver, while Wei Xiaoyan took 9 taels and over 700 won. The rest was for Manhua and Ai Chao 1 tael each. Wei Xiaoyan became generous and bought 2 pieces of meat, firmly giving 1 to Wei Xiaoye. He also bought some sugar because his sister, who couldn't speak, actually loved sweets. He even got some fabric, enough to make new clothes for the whole family. Although it was coarse cotton, it wasn't cheap, costing 6 coins. After buying everything, Wei Xiaoyan suddenly felt a bit regretful. I should have bought less fabric. I work all day, I don't need new clothes. Xiaoshan, you should dress up nicely and find a partner soon. Now that you have some silver, you can afford a bride price. You work hard in the fields, so why worry about not finding a good wife? Wei Xiaoye teased him, without holding back. Wei Xiaoshan hurriedly waved his hand. I don't want to cause trouble for any girl. My family has a heavy burden. I should handle it myself. What a kind person. The two of them took a bullock cart back home, and as soon as they entered the village, they were bombarded with questions. How much silver did you get for that deer? Did Xiaoshan catch it? I didn't know he had such skills. And what about the mountain chicken and rabbits? You must have made quite a bit of money. Wei Xiaoye smiled. Yes, we made a good amount of silver. But it was also good luck. We were favored by the heavens. It's not every day you can catch a deer. A woman remarked sourly. Aren't you just worried that we might all rush to the mountains and catch game to sell for silver? The mountains are vast, and there are plenty of animals. People shouldn't be so narrow-minded. There's enough silver for everyone. Wei Xiaoye looked over, noticing that many others had similar expressions, a mix of envy, jealousy, and disdain. Anyway, I'll say this. The mountains are there. Anyone who wants to go can go. It's not my concern. Those mountains aren't mine, so I can't control who goes or doesn't go. Even if someone loses their life, it has nothing to do with me. Wei Xiaoye stared at the woman. That woman was Ma Shi, who often said sharp things. Last time, she claimed that Wei Xiaoye and Manhua were ruining the village's atmosphere. Others felt a chill when they heard this. Yes, they only saw the way siblings catch that deer, but they forgot that the deep mountains could be dangerous. There were hunters who had entered the mountains before and never returned. Wei Xiaoshan said gently, Everyone, don't think we easily earned this money. To be honest, if it weren't for my mother needing medicine, I wouldn't take this risk. The mountains are indeed very dangerous. You make it sound so nice. You got the money, and now you're afraid others will go. The worst part is Wei family. Wei Xiaoshan was surprised to see Wong Sansong questioning him. He was almost laughing in anger. Wong Sansong, are you even a man? You used to bother my sister, and she didn't say much when she went back home. I didn't hit you, did I? Do you want to try today? If you're brave, go hunt in the mountains. Go after wolves or bears if you want, but don't stir up trouble for the other villagers here. Seeing Wei Xiaoshan ready to confront him, Wong Sansong quickly stepped back. Feeling he was safe, he shouted, Isn't it true? Do you think that deep mountain belongs to the Wei family? Only you can make money from it, and no one else can go? After shouting, he actually ran away. Wei Xiaoshan was furious and felt frustrated, thinking he should have grabbed him to prevent him from escaping. Then someone else shouted, Exactly. That mountain doesn't belong to the Wei family. Do you think all the good things in that mountain are yours? Wealth can change people's hearts. Wei Xiaoye wasn't surprised by the situation. The more she tried to persuade them, the more they thought she wanted to keep everything for herself. Do as you please. If you want to go to the deep mountains, go ahead. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing the village head approaching, Wei Xiaoye quickly called out, Uncle Li, I need to make a statement. Wu Lijiang looked puzzled. What's so important that it needs a statement? Please help me clarify. Recently, we were lucky to catch some game in the deep mountains, and these people say that mountain doesn't belong to the Wei family. So if they want to go, they can. But one thing, if anything happens to them, it has nothing to do with my brother and me. Wei Xiaoye looked around. Is that what you all mean? If something goes wrong, you won't blame us, right? You really have no conscience. We haven't even gone to the mountains yet, and you're already cursing us. Don't think just because you caught some game and earned money, you're so impressive. Well, whether we want to go up the mountain is our own decision. The villagers became excited and started to argue with Wei Xiaoye. Wei Xiaoshan wanted to defend himself, but found it hard to argue against the villagers. Wei Xiaoye ignored them and said to the village chief, Uncle Li, I want to make it clear in front of everyone. The prey my brother and I caught is due to our luck and skill. I can't control what others do, but if something happens, don't blame me. Even if you are all excited about the silver we earned, I still have to say, the mountain is very dangerous. After saying this, The two siblings from the Wei family stopped talking and turned to leave. Village Chief Wu felt overwhelmed and waved his hand to the crowd. Everyone, listen to me. Don't get carried away just because the Wei family caught some prey and earned some silver. Have you forgotten about the hunter who from before? The villagers were silent for a while, then started shouting again. That was a long time ago. Things are different now. Didn't you see the Wei family got some goji berries and hunted a deer? They were all excited and didn't want to hear the village chief's warnings. Village Chief Wu knew things were not good and felt a bit frustrated with Wei Xiaoye for leading people to the deep mountains. He tried to reason with them, but the crowd only grew more excited. He angrily said, "No wonder the Wei family doesn't want to deal with you anymore. Anyway, she has said it before, and I will say it again. If anyone wants to go into the deep mountains, go ahead. Just don't blame others if something happens." Village Chief Wu left in frustration. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to discuss how much silver Wei Xiaoshan's deer was worth. The siblings returned to Wei Xiaoye's yard and called for Manhua and Aicao, giving each of them one tael of silver. The two were surprised and tried to refuse. "We didn't do much. We just went up the mountain with you. Why should we get so much silver?" Wei Xiaoye replied seriously, "You both took a big risk too. Besides, we all worked hard to bring the deer back. You must have heard that the villagers are eager to go up the mountain. I advised them, but they think I want to keep the good things for myself. So, let's avoid going up the mountain for a while." Manhua and Aicao finally accepted the silver. They both understood the situation was serious, but people are like that. They couldn't stop others from taking risks. "We need to focus on farming as spring planting is coming. Let's talk about going up the mountain later." Aicao agreed. "Sister Xiaoya, we are not in such a hurry to take risks for money anymore. You should relax and not worry about what others say." Wei Xiaoye felt better and joined them in discussing the fabric that Wei Xia had bought. "Aicao, now that you have some money, you should get some fabric and make yourself a new outfit." Aicao quickly waved her hand. No, I spend my days in the fields. What do I need nice clothes for? Even though my outfit has a couple of patches, it's quite comfortable." Even though she had some money, she was still afraid of being poor. How could she dare to spend it carelessly? Wei Xiaoye understood her thoughts. There's no rush. You can dress up nicely when it's time for matchmaking. Manhua teased her, but Aicao replied seriously, "I really don't want to get married. If I marry, what will happen to my grandparents? I just wish for their health so I can take care of them for another 20 years. Manhua felt a connection. "I think the same way. I just want to take care of my mother and raise my two daughters well." Wei Xiaoye hesitated. He almost said he just wanted to honor his parents and find a good husband for his sister. But he knew he would eventually need to marry and have children. He realized he had new hopes for his life. When he returned home with the things he bought, he saw his sister looking out in the yard. Wei Xian was eagerly waiting for her brother to come back, but she didn't dare to go look for him and could only peek out occasionally. As soon as she saw her brother, she jumped with joy and smiled silently, rushing to the gate. Wei Xiaoye joked, "My sister has a nose like a dog. She must have smelled the candy I bought." Wei Xian was even happier and took the basket off his back. When she saw there were many things in the basket, she asked, "Brother, why did you spend so much money?" "Don't worry, I made a lot of money today." The siblings went inside and began to unpack their things. Just then, Uncle Wei returned. Seeing his son, he wanted to say something but hesitated because of his wife being nearby, fearing she would worry. Once the mother and child went to the kitchen, Uncle Wei expressed his concern. "I heard you hunted a deer?" Wei Xiaoye took out his pouch and handed it to his father. Uncle Wei opened it and was surprised, his eyes widening. There are actually 9 taels of silver. He took the 9 taels and returned the remaining coins along with the pouch to his son. "I have saved all the silver. You can keep the copper coins for yourself." Wei Xiaoshan initially wanted to refuse, but then thought it would be good to have some money on hand for emergencies, since he wouldn't spend it carelessly anyway. Uncle Wei asked, "Why did Xiaoya give you so much silver?" Wei Xiaoshan explained how they divided the money and mentioned he wouldn't be going to the mountains for a while. Uncle Wei sighed. "Xiaoya gave too much. It's good that you're not going to the mountains for now. I heard some people say unkind things, claiming that mountain doesn't belong to our family. I suspect many want to go up there. Now that we have so much silver, we shouldn't be greedy. Besides, Xiaoya has rented her 5 acres of land to me, so we need to work a bit harder. Wei Xiaoyan naturally agreed. But we just got this deer, and the traps in the mountains are well set. Uncle Wei interrupted. Even so, we shouldn't go to the mountains. The father and son discussed farming matters and then went to eat. Aunt Wei smiled broadly. You can buy fabric and sweets for your sister, that's good. But this meat is too expensive. We don't need to eat it so often. Wei Xiaoyan replied, I received quite a bit of silver today, Mom, so you don't need to worry. We can afford medicine for the next couple of years. Aunt Wei and Wei Xiaoxian were both surprised and happy. That's great. Then we won't need to go to the mountains anymore. We can take good care of our own fields, and since Xiaoya rented her 5 acres to us, that will be enough for the family.
But
Aunt Wei paused. Since we have silver now, Xiaoshan should start looking for a partner. Wei Xiaoshan knew this was his mother's concern, so he responded vaguely. Although Wei Xiaoye and the village leader made a statement in front of many people, it couldn't stop others from wanting to venture into the deep mountains. The Wei family also heard about Wei Xiaoye and Wei Xiaoshan getting the deer. Before Grandpa Wei could speak, Wei Xiaofeng was already angrily banging on the table at home. Mrs. Yu looked bitter. Dad, Mom, I'm not saying anything bad, but Xiaoshan is just a cousin from the other side. His real brother is right here. If Xiaoya doesn't want to take her brother, isn't Xiaoyang at home too? Xiaoyang is strong. He can't be worse than Xiaoshan. That's a deer. It must be worth at least 10 or 20 taels of silver. Just thinking about the deer made Wei Xiaofeng feel a fire burning inside. Grandpa Wei was more cautious. You shouldn't believe everything you hear. Xiaoya can gather some wild vegetables and herbs, but can she really hunt a deer? Did you all know that Xiaoshan has hunted rabbits and mountain chickens before? He even has a bow and arrow. He took Xiaoya up the mountain, which is quite impressive. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife were surprised. Why did they always assume that all the money earned was due to Wei Xiaoya's efforts? Wei Xiaoyang said coldly, Xiaoshan went up the mountain and caught some game, and now you're jealous. If that's the case, why don't you go yourself? I heard today that the villagers are saying that mountain doesn't belong to the Wei family. They want to go up there too. If you're so envious, just go. Are you really thinking you need to drag your older sister or Xiaoshan along?
how can you say that?
Aren't you my brother? Do you have no respect for me? Wei Xiaofeng's face turned red with anger. Perhaps it was because Wei Xiaoyang hit a nerve, making him feel both ashamed and furious. You two are really strange. You have hands and feet, so why do you need to rely on others? Your sister has gathered herbs and sold them, and she has caught game to sell too. The mountain is right there, and the money is just waiting for you to pick it up. Wei Xiaoyang looked down on his brother and sister-in-law, even more. He used to feel like a younger brother, and tried to accommodate them. Now, seeing that they had no skills and only complained, he didn't want to indulge them anymore and shot back at them. Huzi struck a fighting pose beside them. Dad, Mom, let's go to the mountain too. I want to catch a big bug for you. I'm even better than Uncle Xiaoshan. Yusher was alarmed. Oh dear, please calm down. There really are big bugs up there. They could eat all 3 of us in one bite. Old Wei smacked his lips. This time, Xiaoshan caught a deer. I heard he also got mountain chickens and rabbits. I wonder how much money he made. I'll go visit some neighbors. Wei Xiaofeng and his brother knew their father wanted to visit their second uncle to find out more, so they followed him. When Wei Ershu saw his older brother come over, he immediately understood the reason for the visit. Xiaoshan signaled to his father. The father and son had a natural understanding. Xiaoshan is really impressive. He's only been to the mountain twice and already has something to show for it, Old Wei said proudly, looking at his nephew. Did you catch everything with your bow and arrow? Wei Ersha laughed. Of course. He was just lucky. I told his mother that on his first trip he caught rabbits and mountain chickens, and now he's caught a deer. Since there's a deer, there must be fierce animals too. We won't let him go back up the mountain. His mother has already secured enough money for her medicine over the past 2 years, so there's no need to take such big risks anymore. Wei Xiaofeng seemed a bit envious. Xiaoshan has earned enough for Annie's medicine in just 2 trips to the mountain. With such skills, why not? Xiaofeng, you don't know, but that mountain is indeed dangerous. I didn't expect Xiao Yi and AI Chao to go to such a deep mountain. They must have been forced into it. If life is manageable, there's really no need to go to that deep mountain. The trees are so thick that they block out the sun, and there's hardly a path. I was just lucky, I suppose, thanks to my grandfather's protection. When he mentioned being forced into it, both Wei Laotu and his son looked a bit awkward. I've already talked to Xiao Yi and the others. We're busy with spring plowing now, and besides, the mountain is dangerous, so we don't plan to go up there. Xiaoyi rented her 5 acres to me. She said she only wants to grow some vegetables and fruits for her 2 kids, which is enough for them. Once the spring bamboo shoots come up, Xiaoyi can make some money too. As Wei Xiaoshan talked about Wei Xiaoye, he seemed more like an older brother, which made Wei Xiaofeng's expression darken, and even Wei Laotu felt uneasy. Why is this cousin from another branch more concerned about Xiao Yi than his own family? But since father and son confirmed that the deer was indeed hunted by Wei Xiaoshan, their feelings settled a bit. From the next day, many villagers indeed went up the mountain in groups. Wei Xiaoyi and the others saw them happily returning with wild vegetables and herbs, their expressions calm as water. Some people tried to provoke them on purpose, walking past their door while talking about how fruitful their trip to the deep mountain was. However, although they also collected herbs, they were just ordinary ones that wouldn't sell for much. AI Chao and Manhua, worried that Wei Xiaoyi might feel hurt, came to comfort her. Xiaoyi, I realized your eyesight and luck are really good. Even though they went up the mountain, they didn't find any precious herbs. That's right. They didn't catch any rabbits or pheasants either. I heard they occasionally saw rabbits and pheasants but couldn't catch them. If they wanted to catch a deer, that would be even more impossible. Wei Xiaoyi looked at her 2 friends and couldn't help but laugh. Our luck is better. As for whether they can get rich, that depends on their own luck. The villagers went up the mountain in groups for some extra income. Although their harvest wasn't much, it helped with household expenses. But seeing that Wei Xiaoyi and Wei Xiaoshan were completely unconcerned and didn't even go up the mountain, they felt it was pointless. After more than 10 days, spring plowing was finished, and Wei Xiaoyi had planted quite a few vegetables. What puzzled others was that upon learning that an acre of land next to her vegetable patch was for sale, Wei Xiaoyi bought it as well. Everyone thought she was going to plant 2 acres of vegetables, but she left them empty and took her time to act. Of course, when she had free time, she did go to plow the land. Wei Xiaorong even took 2 days to come over, not only cutting firewood for her, but also helping to prepare the fields. One day, Wei Xiaoya was teaching her 2 children to read with Yang Ting. Even Wei Xiaoxian was quietly focused on learning when suddenly there was a commotion in the yard. A loud, sorrowful cry came from outside. Wei Xiaoya felt a sudden panic and got up to see what was happening. She saw a figure rush towards her, grabbing her arm and kneeling down. Xiaoya, please, I beg you, help me. Wei Xiaoya looked closely and realized it was Ma. At that moment, Ma's face was smeared with tears and snot, her eyes swollen like walnuts, looking very distressed. What happened? What's wrong? Wei Xiaoya asked. Ma seemed to be falling apart. Xiaoya, my husband went to the mountains yesterday and hasn't come back today. I asked Zhao Er, who went with him, and he said he advised my husband to come home since they didn't catch anything. But my husband wouldn't listen, saying that some women could catch prey, so why couldn't he? He insisted on going deeper into the mountains. He still hasn't returned. Wei Xiaoya sighed inwardly. Then coming to find me is useless. I only dare to go to the foot of the mountain, not deep into it. Xiaoya, I know you are capable, and so is Xiaoshan. Otherwise, how could you catch anything? Can you and Xiaoshan help me look for him? Ma cried, almost fainting. Behind her, several women were also in tears, urging Wei Xiaoya to help. Wei Xiaoya looked at them coldly. Why don't you go? We can't, we've never been to the mountains. One woman said softly. I will not go. If you A married woman won't go, and your children won't go. Why come to me, a stranger, for help? Given your current state of panic, I won't say anything harsher. Just leave. Saying this, Wei Xiaoye pushed them away. Ma cried loudly. Xiaoya, how can you be so heartless? You're just watching me suffer. Wei Xiaoye looked over and saw others nodding in agreement. These ignorant and selfish people were almost laughable. That's right, I am watching you suffer. You have good intentions, you go save him. With that, Wei Xiaoye pushed them out forcefully. Seeing some still murmuring, she sneered, I warned you before that the mountains are dangerous. You all insist that the mountain isn't named Wei, and just because I've made some money, you want to stop me from going there. I said it wouldn't be my fault if something happened, right? Now that something has happened, you're coming to me. I really don't understand your thinking. With a loud bang, Wei Xiaoye tightly shut and locked the courtyard door, blocking the cries from outside. Back in the main room, she saw several people looking at her with fear. She reassured them, something may have indeed happened. But I have a clear conscience. I warned everyone early on. If they choose greed, what can I do? Yang Ting nodded, that's right. These people only think about the benefits and never consider the risks. Now that something has happened, they come looking for you, which is really confusing. Wei Xiaoxian was initially very scared. She worried that Wei Xiaoye would be troubled by those people and that they would insist on going to the mountain to find someone. But she saw her cousin efficiently sending everyone away. Wei Xiaoye comforted her. Don't be afraid, Xiaoxian. As long as I haven't done anything wrong, what can others do to me? Wei Xiaoxian nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with admiration for her cousin. She also wanted to live so boldly and bravely. Mrs. Ma, crying, went to the village head's house, and many women helped her plead for the village head to organize a group to go to the mountain. Village head Wu suppressed his anger. He wanted to scold these people harshly, but he knew that with everyone missing, it might be a serious situation. Losing his cool now would only make things worse. Village head, we should gather more people, especially Wei Xiaoshan and Wei Xiaoya. They know the mountain well. They are our fellow villagers. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Just now, we all came from Wei Xiaoya's house. She was quite cold-hearted, kicking us out. The village head couldn't help but retort. At that time, I and the Wei family tried to persuade you repeatedly, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, something serious has happened. Before he could finish, Mrs. Ma cried out, Village head, let's talk about this after we bring my family back. You can scold us or punish us later. We are willing to accept it. Right now, saving lives is the priority. A heavy feeling settled in the village head's heart, and he deeply understood Wei Xiaoya's feelings. He wanted to be like her and send these people away. But he couldn't. He was the village head. Then let's take more people, strong men, to go to the mountain with me. Bring any axes or knives from home, and don't forget to bring fire starters. Also, make sure to prepare some realgar. The village head quickly gave orders to gather people, and those watching could not escape. He also named some strong young men to join him. Some clever ones, without waiting for the village head's command, went directly to find Wei Xiaoshan and Wei Xiaoya. Wei Xiaoshan was easily persuaded by the newcomers. They arrived at Wei Xiaoya's courtyard, where a tall horse was. Looking into the main room, they saw guests drinking tea. When Wei Xiaoya saw them coming, she coldly asked, What do you want now? Xiaoya, the village head asked everyone to go up the mountain to look for someone, and we are all going. He specifically said you and Xiaoshan should come too, since you are familiar with the mountain. Fearing that Wei Xiaoya might refuse, he mentioned the village head's name. Lu Jinu frowned. You are a weak woman. He wanted to say that it wasn't safe for her to go up the mountain, but quickly remembered that Wei Xiaoya was not a weak woman. He changed his words. With so many strong men going, you don't need to come, do you? Wei Xiaoya sighed. It's a life at stake. I should go take a look. I may not be able to help much, but I can at least shout from the foot of the mountain. I'll go with you. You just arrived on horseback and must be tired. You should rest. But Lu Jinu waved his hand. I'm not tired. I didn't come from far this time. Wei Xiaoya didn't want to pry into his personal matters. Seeing that he didn't look tired, she thought that since he was a martial arts expert, he might indeed be helpful. Wei Xiaoye entrusted her 2 children to Manhua and went with Wei Xiaoshan and Lu Jinu to meet the village head. The village head was very happy to see Lu Jinu, knowing he had skills, and thought his help might be useful. They gathered about 20 men, all armed with hatchets and axes, ready for the journey. As they headed into the deep mountains, Wei Xiaoye and Lu Jinu quietly chatted. I didn't get to ask you earlier. Why did you come back? Lu Jinu felt a bit awkward. Wei Xiaoye was so direct. It seemed like she was annoyed that he came to see her. Because you're the only familiar face here. Mainly, I shamelessly came to ask for some medicine. I don't know if you have any, but I'm looking for something to stop bleeding and relieve pain. Wei Xiaoye nodded. I do have some medicine. I'll give it to you later. Lu Jinu sighed in relief. Wei Xiaoye quietly glanced at the other villagers, but they did not pay much attention to him. It seemed normal for him to come to see his lifesaver. People in ancient times really valued loyalty. Only Wei Xiaoshan looked at Lu Jinu, as he had not been in the village before and had never seen Lu Jinu. Seeing such a distinguished person saved by his cousin made him reflect quietly. He remembered what his parents had said about Xiaoya's difficult times. Her father and Wei Xiaofeng did not want her to stay at her family home. If she hadn't been lucky enough to find a spirit mushroom and save this young man, life would have been hard. Lu Jinu also noticed Wei Xiaoshan's gaze and, knowing he was Wei Xiaoye's cousin, smiled kindly. This surprised Wei Xiaoshan, who quickly returned the smile. The group finally reached the deep mountains, and unexpectedly, everyone looked at Wei Xiaoshan and Wei Xiaoye. Wei Xiaoshan said loudly, I've been to the mountain twice, but only at the foot. I've never reached the middle or gone to the valley behind. I wonder how far you all have gone? Xiaoya replied, that valley is eerie. Yesterday, I unknowingly walked in with Sunfu. I tried to stop him, but he said fortune favors the bold. We wandered around the mountain for half a day with nothing to show for it, so we should explore the valley. There might be many rabbits and deer. You, Xiaoya, why did you drag me into this? You left me behind while you ran out. What fortune favors the bold?
Unexpectedly, Mashi immediately scolded Xiaoya.
Everyone looked at her in disbelief. Such an unreasonable woman. Xiaoya sighed, sister-in-law, you came to my house and made a scene, and now you blame me for not bringing Sunfu with me. How could I bring a strong man like him out? Should I knock him out and drag him out, or use sleeping medicine to carry him? Ma Shi was stunned. Anyway, you ran out alone and left him behind. If anything happens to him, it's your fault. Li Zheng, I came up the mountain with everyone to look for Sunfu, and that is my loyalty. Please speak fairly. Xiaoya pleaded with Li Zheng. Wu Li Zheng coldly replied to Ma Shi, ignorant woman. We all came up the mountain together out of loyalty to our fellow villagers. If you continue to speak nonsense, you can search for your husband alone. If you can't find him, it will be your responsibility. Madame Ma did not expect that the village chief would not indulge her at all. She said in a strained voice, if I can't find him, how is it my fault? You are lenient with yourself, but harsh on others, the village chief replied without even looking at her. Since Sunfu went missing after entering the valley, let's go search the valley. Lu Jinu simply stated. However, the men felt uneasy and hesitated to move forward. Xiaoya, come with me to lead the way. Don't worry, I have a sword and skills to protect you. The men felt a bit embarrassed, but Xiaoya relaxed and quickly stepped forward. After walking for a little over a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at the valley. The village chief spoke up. This valley is indeed dark and deep. Everyone, let's shout out loud and see if we can get a response from Sunfu. More than 20 men cupped their hands around their mouths and shouted, Sunfu.
Sunfu.
They called out several times but received no reply. Madame Ma's face turned even paler. Lu Jinu had no choice but to lead everyone further into the valley. Xiaoya reminded them if we walk another 20 or so paces, we'll reach a spring. That's where we were yesterday. Not long after, they indeed found the spring, with water quietly flowing from the ravine, bringing a cool and refreshing feeling. Everyone shouted together again, But unfortunately, there was still no response from Sunfu. Should we split up to search? As soon as a man asked this, he regretted it. He felt scared being in a group, let alone splitting up to search. Sure enough, everyone opposed the idea. Even Madame Ma didn't dare to suggest splitting up. So, the group began searching in the valley again. After another quarter of an hour and another round of shouting, they heard someone calling for help. Madame Ma perked up and shouted, "Village chief, I heard it. I heard the master calling for help." Everyone heard it and felt a surge of joy. It was good to know he was still alive. Everyone carefully listened to identify the source of the voice while moving toward that direction. Finally, the cries grew closer. However, just when everyone thought they could bring Sunfu back, a man at the front shouted, "Oh no, there's a wild boar." The group panicked. A wild boar. Its strength was no joke. It could even destroy trees and houses. For an ordinary person in front of it, they would be knocked away in an instant. "Quiet, quiet." The village chief was a bit anxious, saying, "The more we panic, the more likely we are to provoke the wild boar." In the distance, they heard Sunfu's cries of both fear and joy. "Chief, Xiaoya, please come save me. I have no strength left. I'm about to die." However, the group could not see Sunfu's figure. They only noticed the wild boar aggressively guarding the entrance of a cave. Sunfu must be hiding inside the crevice, while the large boar couldn't squeeze in. Although the boar saw many people approaching, it didn't seem nervous. Instead, it continued to roar at Sunfu in the crevice. It seemed Sunfu had angered it. Someone saw Jinu draw his sword and nervously said, "I heard wild boar skin is very thick, resistant to knives and guns. But its tusks are extremely sharp and can pierce us easily." Everyone gasped in shock. Some even started to back away. Masher cried, "Uncles, we can't leave. What will happen to my family if you go?" Someone retorted, "Then you lead the way. We'll follow you. It's your family. You can't just stand by and do nothing." Masher closed his mouth and fell silent. Wei Xiaoye was also worried. The wild boar looked to weigh at least 300 or 400 pounds, much larger than an ordinary domestic pig. Moreover, it had long, sharp tusks, its weapons. "You alone can't take down this wild boar. One wrong move could be dangerous," Wei Xiaoye said with concern. "If only we could drive it away." Jinu had never fought a wild boar before, but he knew its fighting ability. If it came to a fight, he could certainly protect himself or escape. But there were so many people behind him. If the boar got angry, those behind him would be in danger. "Everyone, quickly gather some firewood and make torches. Wild boars are afraid of fire," Jinu instructed in a serious tone. The men quickly went to gather firewood, using branches and vines to make torches. Wei Xiaoye took out a net from her backpack, and everyone looked at her in surprise. The net had large holes and thick rope, perfect for catching a wild boar. "We can first try to drive it away. If the boar refuses to leave and becomes aggressive, we'll have to take a risk," Wei Xiaoye said, dividing the group into 2 teams. One team would try to drive the boar away, while the other would be ready with the net. Although everyone was scared, they thought about Sunfu, a fellow villager, and felt they couldn't leave him behind. Jinu led one group to drive the wild boar away. The boar roared repeatedly, its bristles standing on end, tail flicking, and eyes wide open, as if ready to attack at any moment. Some men felt their legs weaken, but with so many people around, they could only raise their torches and move closer. Jinu his sword forward, and the wild boar let out a deep roar, standing on its front legs and charging at him. Some people screamed in fear, dropped their torches, and ran away, too scared to confront the wild boar. The boar, filled with rage, targeted Jinu and charged at him. Wei Xiaoye's heart raced. At this speed, it was like a car crashing into him. Fortunately, Jinu was a skilled martial artist. He leaped into the air, performed a graceful flip, and quickly turned back to stab with his sword. In a flash, the sharp tip of his sword pierced the boar's side. He swiftly followed the boar, swinging his sword again, aiming for its neck with fierce energy. The boar, in pain, ran in the opposite direction. Wei Xiaoye and a group of people were holding a large net, and the boar crashed into it before it could react. Wei Xiaoye quickly shouted for everyone to pull the net tight, successfully trapping the boar against a big tree. The boar roared in anger, glaring at the people as if it could breathe fire. Unfortunately, it was tied to the tree and couldn't escape. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from their brows in the chilly spring air. Some even collapsed to the ground. Reflecting on what had just happened, they could hardly believe they had worked together to catch a wild boar. Ma Shi ran toward the rock crevice, saying, "Boss, we caught the wild boar. Come out quickly."
Ah!
Before she could finish, she screamed, startling everyone. They quickly gathered around and found Sunfu in a pitiful state. He was covered in bruises and blood. At that moment, he lay on the ground, saying, "I think I broke my leg and possibly a few ribs. That beast knocked me down. Luckily, I managed to crawl into this crevice, or I wouldn't be able to talk right now." After much effort, they rescued Sunfu, who shared his story of fighting the wild boar in broken sentences. In short, surviving the boar's attack was of luck for him. He was fortunate to have found that crevice and crawled inside. The boar, seeing Sunfu freed, let out another roar. It was a classic case of enemies meeting, and it was furious. If it weren't for him, it wouldn't be tied to that tree. What should we do with this wild boar? Wooly was feeling a bit troubled. It must be killed on the spot, and we can share the meat. After it's killed, selling it for silver is even better. That's right, I prefer silver over wild boar meat. Although the wild boar was scary, it had lost its ability to fight and could only be slaughtered. However, even though everyone had machetes, they were still a bit afraid of the raging boar. Jinu stepped forward and quickly and accurately stabbed the boar in several vulnerable spots, like the area above its eyes. He explained, "This is the boar's forehead. It's easy to kill it here." Sure enough, it wasn't long before the boar was dead. The men couldn't help but applaud, not only appreciating Jinu but also excited about sharing the boar. Wooly smiled broadly, "Let's work together to carry this boar back. If everyone wants silver, we can sell the boar and share the money among us." Everyone looked pleased. Wei Xiaoye thought that since Jinu had worked hard, he should get a larger share. Fortunately, Wooly revised his statement. However, this young Master Lu and Miss Wei contributed the most, so they will each get a tenth. The rest will be shared equally. Everyone agreed with this. The group, all strong men, made 2 simple stretchers. They lifted Sunfu and took turns carrying the boar down the mountain. When they reached a flatter area, some quick-footed people went to call for an ox cart, who will go to town to sell the boar. In the end, they chose Wuli, Wei Xiaoshan, and Zhao Er to go together. Jinu naturally followed Wei Xiaoye to her home. "Are you tired? Have some water." Jinu smiled. "It's not tiring at all. It's nothing." He almost impulsively mentioned the painful training in the military, but held back. When Wei Xiaoye came out again, she handed him a pouch embroidered with ordinary bamboo. "I've put the medicine you need inside. You know what it is." Seeing him reaching for a sleeve again, she quickly stopped him. "I really don't need money. Please don't give me any more." Jinu paused, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I don't have much silver this time." "Then you really shouldn't give me any. I see you running around often, so it must be hard for you. Keep some silver to buy meat for yourself," Wei Xiaoye said seriously. "Well, let's wait until next time when I have money to come back." Wei Xiaoye was a bit speechless. Why was this person so fixated on giving her money? She thought for a moment and said directly, "Last time you mentioned that your family was once prosperous, but then fell on hard times. You should save your money to marry a good wife and restore your family's honor. You're not young anymore. It's time to settle down." She spoke naturally, but it made Jinu blush. Why is she like this? "If I settle down, I might need more money. What I can give you is just a small token of gratitude. Let's talk about it when I have more money." While they were talking, Wei Xiaojun returned. She didn't expect Mr. Lu to be there again, so she quickly hid and played with the 2 kids in the yard, feeding the horses. Wei Xiaoshan and the others went to the town, and as soon as they entered Filelu, The shopkeeper greeted him. The village head and Zhao Er were a bit surprised, but remembering that Wei Xiaoye had worked in the town before, it wasn't too strange. However, seeing the young master of the tavern greet him too, the village head and Zhao Er widened their eyes. "Brother Wei, you came again today and even hunted a wild boar. Why didn't Wei Nyangzi come with you?" Su Minguan asked casually. Wei Xiaoye smiled. "We all worked together as a village to hunt this wild boar. It wasn't easy. Are you willing to buy it?" "Of course. Let's say it's 20 won per jin." The village head and Zhao Er were very happy. 20 won per jin for both meat and skin was truly a good deal. Even for live pigs, the price wasn't always this good. They noticed the shopkeeper seemed a bit anxious, trying to stop the young master, but he waved his hand. "Do as I say." A few workers worked together to lift the wild boar onto the scale. This wild boar was enormous, weighing 420 jin. Su Minguan quickly settled the payment of 8 taels of silver and 400 won for them. Just as they were about to leave, Su Minguan suddenly smiled at Wei Xiaoye and said, "Brother Wei, please tell Wei Nyangzi that last year she promised to supply me with bamboo shoots, but they never arrived. I understand if something came up. Now that the spring bamboo shoots are fresh, if she wants to send some, I will gladly accept." Wei Xiaoye cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you for your kindness on behalf of my sister." The three of them, with silver in hand, took the ox cart back. The village head casually asked, "It seems that the young master of the tavern is quite interested in your sister?" Wei Xiaoye said seriously, "Before, Xiaoyi and I sold the rabbit and mountain chicken to this young master. I think he liked the deer we brought back last time, so he has been a bit kind to us." The village head nodded and said nothing more. He secretly laughed at himself for thinking too much. How could a young master from a big restaurant care too much about Wei Xiaoye? Even if the Wei family had not married off their daughter and had children, the young master would only look for a wealthy young lady from a good family. The threshold is not easy to cross. After the village head and the others sold the wild boar and returned to the village, they were surrounded by villagers. "We sold it for a total of 8 taels of silver and 400 coins, the village head said with a smile. "Wei's family and young Master Lu each get 840 coins, and the rest we will share." Just from this trip to the mountain, they could share several hundred coins. Those who had refused to go up the mountain for various reasons were now feeling quite regretful. The village head knew exactly what he was doing and wouldn't confuse anyone. Therefore, each person who went up the mountain received 336 coins. Wei Xiaoye brought Wei Xiaoye and Lu Jinu's share of the money over. Lu Jinu smiled and said, "I'll give you my share." But Wei Xiaoye declined. "No, that's not right. This is your reward for your hard work. It counts as you fighting alongside our village." Lu Jinu paused and accepted the more than 800 coins. However, he found copper coins too troublesome, so he kept 10 coins and asked Wei Xiaoye to exchange the rest for silver. Wei Xiaoye didn't mind and carefully weighed the silver for him. Of course, some were happy, while others were worried. Although Sunfu was safely carried home, his injuries were severe. How could the family afford to hire a doctor? Mrs. Ma went to the village head's house and knelt down, saying, "Village head, please have mercy. My husband has been brought back, but you can't let him die, right? You just got the wild boar and shared the money. Could you donate a little?" The village head's wife was quite annoyed. "It was your husband Sunfu who refused to listen to advice and put everyone at risk by going up the mountain to find him. Even though we got the wild boar, it was still very dangerous. Now you want to take the money we earned from selling the wild boar?"
No, no.
"Madam, I know this is all my fault and my husband's fault. But if no one helps now, my husband will die." Mrs. Ma cried and pleaded. The village head's wife was truly fed up. The local leader organized the villagers to go deep into the mountains to find Sunfu, which made her very anxious. Fortunately, young Master Lu came, and since he was skilled in martial arts, she felt a bit more at ease. After a lot of effort, they managed to bring the person back, and everyone received over 300 coins, which was a small comfort in their hardship. However, the trouble was not over yet. The village leader frowned, As the village leader, I will donate 100 coins. We cannot control how much others donate. Ms. Ma was not satisfied. As the village leader, donating only 100 coins meant others would likely give even less. But seeing the village leader's wife with a very unhappy expression, she dared not complain further. Ms. Ma took the money donated by the village leader and brought her very distressed children to ask the villagers for donations, especially those who had gone into the mountains, hunted wild boars, and received money. Although many looked at them disapprovingly, they still managed to collect a few coins. Wei Xiaoye learned that others were donating 20 or 30 coins, so she decided to donate 20 coins as well. Ms. Ma, along with her 2 children, fell to the ground crying, "Xiaoya, it was my fault before. I didn't recognize your worth. In critical times, I still need to rely on you. You are so wealthy, just a little from you could save our family." This was still not enough for her. Wei Xiaoyan retorted, 20 coins is already quite a lot. You know how much effort and risk my sister took to go into the mountains. How can you expect her to give both money and effort? If she gives both, shouldn't that be enough? I am donating these 20 coins out of pity for Sunfu. The villagers have already contributed a lot. You should seek help from your own relatives for the remaining amount. Wei Xiaoye said no more and let the crying mother and children leave. Seeing Jinu deep in thought nearby, she explained, "While they are pitiful, their situation is not my fault. In fact, I have already helped them a lot. Donating 20 coins is just to avoid conflict at this moment. I thought you didn't want to be criticized by others and were acting out of kindness. That is part of it. I do have kindness. There is a saying, when one is prosperous, they help the world. When one is struggling, they focus on themselves. If I were in a difficult situation, I would only look after myself. Since I have some money now, helping others is fine. However, I won't let them think that whatever I give is expected." Wei Xiaoye spoke calmly, but she noticed Jinu still seemed to be pondering something. She was curious about what had touched him. Just as they were about to eat, Wu Lizheng's daughter, Wu Meng, came over. "Brother Lu, my father asked me to invite you to dinner." Wu Meng looked shyly at Jinu. She had worked hard to get this opportunity. At first, her parents didn't want her to come, but she thought of an excuse, saying that since they believed young Master Lu was a person of status, building a good relationship with him would definitely help her brother. Wu Lizheng agreed. His son had not yet passed the scholar exam, and if they could change their circumstances in the future, making more connections would be beneficial. Jinu frowned slightly. "No need. I am having dinner here with Madame Wei. She is my lifesaver, and I came to see her and the children." Wu Meng tried to persuade him a bit more, but seeing Wei Xiaoye still present, she became anxious. She wanted to speak privately with Jinu, but Madame Wei was not picking up on the hint. "Xiaoya, could you please get me a glass of water? I feel a bit hot after walking over." Wei Xiaoya understood. She was trying to get rid of her. However, it was broad daylight, and the doors were wide open, so there shouldn't be any issues. She agreed, and went to the kitchen to get water. Before Wu Meng could say anything, Jinu spoke coldly. "Last time, one of my subordinates acted thoughtlessly and accepted your letter. I thought you were just a naive young girl, so we need not discuss those matters again." Wu Meng didn't expect Jinu to be so direct and stammered. "Do you think my status is too low? It has nothing to do with that. Do not exchange gifts privately in the future. I do not wish to ruin anyone's reputation, nor do I want mine to be tarnished." Jinu's tone was very cold as he walked out of the room to feed the horses with the 2 children. Wei Xiaoye brought the water over, only to find the room empty. Looking up, she saw Jinu feeding the horses with the 2 little girls, all smiling. She couldn't tell what they were talking about, but the 2 girls looked at him with admiration. Wei Xiaoyan approached quietly and said, "Elder sister, what was Wu Meng doing here? She left in a hurry and didn't look well. She came to invite young Master Lu to dinner."
Don't worry about it.
Wei Xiaoyan didn't think much more of it. "I'll go make dinner." Wei Xiaoye walked into the yard, feeling the spring breeze on her face. Although it was a bit chilly, it lifted her spirits. "Mom, come quickly. Uncle Lu just said he could ride a horse at 8. Uncle Lu started practicing at 5. He can even climb walls." Lu Jinyu was a bit surprised that the two little girls immediately shared this about him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Wong Xiaoye sincerely said, "That's really impressive." Just then, Wang Xiaoshan came over, carrying 2 fish that looked to weigh about 2 pounds. After greeting Lu Jinyu, he said to Wang Xiaoye, "Xiaoya, I caught these 2 fish in the river and thought I'd bring them to add to your meal."
Perfect.
"I'll make one sweet and sour and the other with pickled vegetables," she replied. The 2 girls happily carried the fish to the kitchen. Wang Xiaoshan mentioned selling wild boar and told her that she could sell bamboo shoots directly to the restaurant when the time came. Wang Xiaoye responded, "That sounds good. Bamboo shoots are delicious and will sell well. I'll make some pickled bamboo shoots. They'll definitely be tasty." Wang Xiaoshan chuckled. "What are pickled bamboo shoots? You have so many ideas." "Of course. I have plenty of ways to make money." Lu Jinyu remarked, "Even though you are cousins, your friendship is really nice." Wang Xiaoshan was a bit surprised and felt shy. When Xiaoya was having a hard time, I couldn't help her at all. But now that her life is better, she's helping me. Honestly, I feel quite ashamed. Let's not get too sentimental. We should all look forward and focus on living happily. Alright, you two keep chatting. I'll go prepare the fish. After Wang Xiaoye went to the kitchen, Wang Xiaoshan felt a bit awkward alone with Lu Jinyu, so she made an excuse to leave. Wang Xiaowan had already efficiently prepared everything. The fish was cleaned and scaled, and even the green onions and garlic were ready. Wang Xiaoye joked, "Having an assistant like you is great for a chef like me. If I were more confident in my cooking skills, I would have jumped in already," Xiaoxing said, carefully tending to the fire. "Annie, Mom said we must have confidence."
Yes.
"My sister and I both have confidence," Xiaoya added. Wang Xiaoye laughed heartily. "Exactly. We need to be confident. Even if we don't do well the first time, we shouldn't give up. We'll improve next time." Lu Jinyu, standing outside the door, looked at the warm scene in the kitchen and suddenly thought that life was indeed quite nice. Wang Xiaowan carefully observed Wang Xiaoye making sweet and sour fish and exclaimed, "Eldest sister, no wonder your fish tastes so good. You even add sugar." "Just a little sugar to enhance the flavor. Don't skimp on the oil. You need enough, or the fish won't be crispy and the taste will suffer," she explained as she served the golden, crispy, sweet, and sour fish. It looked and smelled amazing, making everyone's mouths water. "The pickled cabbage is ready. To avoid it being too sour or salty, I soaked it in water for a while. Take the pickled cabbage out and cut it into suitable pieces. Remove the fish head and bones, then slice the fish into thin pieces and marinate them briefly with cooking wine. Heat the oil, add garlic and scallions to release their aroma, then stir-fry the dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns until fragrant. Next, add the pickled cabbage and stir-fry it so it absorbs the flavors of the seasonings. Add water and bring it to a boil, then add the fish, cooking until done. Adjust the seasonings slightly before serving." I also stir-fried some meat and made a simple stir-fry with cabbage, then asked Xiaoxing to call everyone for dinner. Lu Jinyu glanced outside and recognized that all these dishes were personally cooked by Wei Xiaoye. He tasted a bit from each bowl and praised them. "Are they really that good? They are just simple home-cooked dishes." Wei Xiaoye felt happy to receive the compliment. "You've reached a chef's level," Lu Jinyu honestly replied. "For example, this braised fish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and your pickled fish has no fishy smell at all. That's not something just anyone can achieve." Wei Xiaoye smiled secretly, knowing she had added some seasonings. At that moment, the seasonings were few, and even the spices were sold at the pharmacy. Although Wei Xiaojun watched the process, she thought those seasonings were learned by her older sister from the county. She wondered why it tasted so good. Spices aren't cheap, and ordinary people wouldn't go to a pharmacy to buy them for cooking. "It seems I could open a restaurant if I wanted to?" Wei Xiaoye joked, but to her surprise, Lu Jinyu nodded. "No, running a restaurant is too complicated and tiring, although it can be profitable. I just want to stay in this village and enjoy life." Lu Jinyu initially supported her idea of opening a restaurant, but then felt a bit regretful. If Wei Xiaoye really opened a restaurant, the business environment in town or the county would be more complicated than in the village. As a woman with 2 children, she might attract unwanted attention. Seeing her change her mind and say she didn't want to open a restaurant anymore, he secretly sighed in relief. Wei Xiaoye laughed. You young masters always say no talking while eating, yet here you are chatting during the meal. Jinu paused with his chopsticks but shrugged it off. Comfort and ease are most important. Those are just formalities. It's only necessary to observe them in front of outsiders. This was his true feeling. He usually followed the rules of wealthy families, but here he felt relaxed enough to forget those rules. Wei Xiaoye had an idea. Although her cooking skills weren't the best, she had recipes in her mind. If she described them, real chefs could definitely make tastier dishes. That was money. If she needed cash, she could sell the recipes. For example, to make the pickled fish without any fishy smell was quite difficult for most people. So, fish and shrimp weren't popular at the moment. Wei Xiaoye was lost in thought, feeling very excited. Little did she know, Jinu was quietly watching her. He saw her frown slightly, then suddenly show surprise. He wondered what good news she had. What are you thinking? He asked suddenly. Spicy crayfish. Wei Xiaoye said excitedly. Jinu looked confused, and she added with a smile, thanks to your reminder, if you come back in late spring or early summer, I will treat you to a delicious dish you've never seen before. Jinu laughed. If you say it's a dish I've never tasted, I might believe you. But if you say I've never even seen it, that seems unlikely. Since I joined the army at 14, I've traveled to many places and tasted more foods than you can imagine. Regardless of how much you've seen or eaten, the dish I'm thinking of right now will definitely be something you've never encountered or smelled before. Wei Xiaoye said confidently, raising her eyebrows as if challenging him. Wei Xiaowan almost buried her head in her bowl. These two were so childish. They were actually trying to compete. Jinu quickly agreed, all right. If I have time then, I will definitely come and try the rare dish you mentioned. They both laughed heartily. Xiao Xing and Xiaoyu chimed in, Mom. I want to eat too. We'll all get to eat it then. Don't worry. Wei Xiaoye felt happy just thinking about the spicy crayfish. After Jinu finished eating, Wei Xiaoye packed some jerky for him. He looked a bit puzzled and asked, last time I thought of asking, is this jerky beef jerky? Wei Xiaoye's heart raced a little. She had almost forgotten about that. Beef was very precious at the moment, and even if a cow died of illness or old age, it had to be reported to the authorities. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. Jinu added, and it's really delicious. Is it made by roasting? The taste is great, the meat is firm and chewy, and it fills you up. There are several flavors. This beef jerky was bought by Wei Xiaoye from the system, so it indeed had several flavors. I bought this in the county town. If you're in the county, you should be able to find it too, right? Wei Xiaoye lied without blinking. Which shop is it? If I can buy it, I would really like to get more. I forgot. It seems I didn't buy it in a shop. I got it from a stall. Jinu felt a bit disappointed. This jerky tasted much better than what he usually ate. Keep this jerky for the kids. Since it's hard to find, don't give it to me. Wei Xiaoye shrugged. I saved quite a bit. The kids and I will share. Only then did Jinu take it.
About that drink.
He was talking about soda. The taste lingered in his mind. Wei Xiaoye worried about causing trouble. I just happened to find it. I went back to the county later, but I didn't see it for sale. Jinu felt a bit regretful. He thought, such a delicious drink must be popular if it were easy to find. He walked out confidently and mounted his horse. Next time I come, maybe I'll have saved some money. And don't forget that rare treat you have. His seriousness made Wei Xiaoye smile. Giving her money was truly his obsession. Jinu rode away, and Wei Xiaoye returned to the house with a smile. Wei Xiaowan saw the joy on her sister's face and didn't dare to say anything. As long as her sister was happy, there was no need to spoil the mood. However, Wei Xiaowan had her own worries. After clearly rejecting Yang Li's proposal, she realized that even in the village, Yang Wen's family looked up to higher status. They wouldn't consider her. The gap between her sister and this young Master Lu was not just a small ditch, but a vast chasm. Well, overthinking was pointless. Seeing her sister so carefree and happy, she must know her own situation. Since Sunfu had an accident in the mountains, no one in the village dared to go there anymore. Life is more important. Although there were indeed animals in the mountains, one must also consider their own abilities. Even if Sunfu faced a wild boar alone, it would be dangerous for 10 or 8 people without a skilled fighter, like Lu Jinu, to injure the boar first, and then trap it with a strong net. Those 10 or 8 people would also be in great danger. No one dared to say things like the mountain doesn't belong to the Wei family anymore. When the Wong family learned that the villagers had gone to the mountains and didn't exert much effort, they received over 300 won from selling the wild boar, and old lady Lu started scolding at home again. The village head clearly said to let the strong men go together, but you all hide. If you 3 brothers went, you could earn a couple of silver coins. 1 day's work, 1 silver coin. You Wong family really are afraid of danger. The 3 Wong brothers acted as if they didn't hear, letting their mother scold them. Until old Wong couldn't take it anymore. Enough. Who knew what the situation would be? Do you want them to go to their deaths? Do you want to die alone? Lu Posey was momentarily speechless, but still disagreed. How is it sending them to their deaths? Each could earn over 300 coins. 3 people could share 1 silver coin. Just for 1 day's work. It's like money falling from the sky, and you 3 brothers hide away, too scared to go pick it up. That wretched Wei family got it instead. She earned over 800 coins. She couldn't shake off her frustration. Why was it so easy for Wei to make money after leaving the Wong family? Even Wei Xiaoxian's family was doing well now. Now that spring plowing is done, you all need to go to town and work, do some labor. If you keep lying around at home, I will punish you. Seeing so many people at home, Lu Posey planned to rely on a few acres of land, but she was so anxious that her mouth was breaking out in sores. Wang Sansong didn't take it seriously. I'm not going to do that thankless work. If we go, we all go together. It's so comfortable lying at home. Don't expect me to go earn money. Wang Dasong and Wang Erzong couldn't do anything about Wang Sansong. He was becoming quite difficult to handle. He didn't even care about having no sons anymore. He didn't believe their talk about their sons taking care of them in the future. The days when Wang Sansong went out to earn money were long gone. Another year has passed. Aren't you going to find a match for Xiaomiao and get her married off soon? The longer you wait, the harder it will be. Wang Sansong said leisurely, her reputation is already ruined, and if she becomes an old maid, no one will pay a bride price. Wang Xiaomiao shouted, are you still my 3rd brother? How can I become an old maid? I'm only 16. Exactly, because you're only 16, you can still get married now. If you get older and your reputation is like that, who would want you? Wang Sansong spoke harshly, almost unmanly. After he spoke, no one else chimed in, as if they were seriously considering his suggestion. Even Lu Posey, who started off with high spirits, had come to accept it. In the past, I wanted my daughter to marry an educated man or the shopkeeper in town. Now she thinks, with her reputation, who can she marry? Then marry someone far away. If you want to meet, don't do it in our village. Wang Sansong was still coming up with ideas. Wang Xiaomiao started to scream again. You want to marry me off far away, right? You married a good woman and ruined our family, and now you target me? Sun Fangnyang looked wronged. Sister, how could I have ruined the family? That money was earned by your 3rd brother, and I just wanted to make it grow. I was deceived. Your 3rd brother only wanted what was best for you. With your reputation now, what good family can you marry into? That's still better than your choice. You first married an old man, and now you're marrying my useless 3rd brother. Wang Xiaomiao, what are you saying? Wang Sansong shouted angrily and stepped in front of Wang Xiaomiao. Old Lu quickly stepped forward to pull them apart. Old Wang walked out with a gloomy face. The house erupted into noise again, and it often happened like this. He didn't want to stay at home. After the spring rain, bamboo shoots broke through the ground in the bamboo forest. They grew very quickly, getting taller in just a few days. The villagers saw Wei Xiaoye and her sister digging for bamboo shoots and admired her courage. Why did she buy the mountain where money could be made? Why hadn't anyone thought to buy it before? They only thought about digging a few when the shoots came up, thinking that was enough. Wei Xiaoyan saw the 2 baskets of shoots and felt quite pleased. Older sister, these shoots are growing well, but spring bamboo shoots don't sell for as much as winter ones. Yesterday, I saw someone selling them and found out they only sold for 4 a pound. There are too many vegetables to eat in spring, so bamboo shoots don't sell for much. It's okay, I have a plan. When they got home, Wei Xiaoyan saw her sister take out a jar, not knowing what she was going to do. I'm going to make pickled bamboo shoots. If I succeed, you'll want to eat more. Wei Xiaoyan looked at her in admiration. Sister, your mind is so clever. You can think of everything. Wei Xiaoye felt pleased. Her sister trusted her completely. The sisters worked together, washing the bamboo shoots, removing the outer skin and roots, and slicing them thinly. They added water to a pot, put in Sichuan pepper and star anise, brought it to a boil, then added the bamboo shoot slices. After cooking, they quickly took them out, rinsed them with cold water, and drained them. In a clean jar, they added pickled peppers and their juice, along with some vinegar, rock sugar, and salt, mixing it all together. Wei Xiaoyan exclaimed, "So you've wanted to make this dish for a long time and have already pickled these chili peppers." Of course. To enjoy good food, your sister works hard. Sauerkraut, pickled vegetables, and chili peppers were all prepared in advance. Wang Xiaoya was worried the chili water would be too sour, so she added some cooled boiled water to dilute it. She placed the prepared bamboo shoots into the chili water, ensuring they were fully submerged. She also added some garlic and slices to enhance the flavor. Carefully, she sealed the jar and added water around the lid to ensure it was airtight. The next day, Wang Xiaoya opened the jar and took some pickled chili bamboo shoots out into a bowl. She tasted a piece first and praised herself. This is really good, sour, crunchy, spicy, and refreshing. So delicious. Wei Xiaoyan quickly tried a piece too, her eyes wide. Sister, this is amazing. What do you think we can sell it for per pound? 10 coins per pound should be reasonable. Though she said that, Wei Xiaoyan still felt uncertain. Wang Xiaoya laughed. Silly sister, if you think this could double in price and you're unsure, do you think we're dishonest sellers? I plan to sell it for 15 coins per pound. Wei Xiaoyan naturally trusted her sister, and since Wang Xiaoya was confident, she felt she was being too soft-hearted. In business, rarity increases value. Our pickled bamboo shoots are unique. In fact, I think we could even sell them for 20 coins per pound. A pound is quite a lot. Plus, we've put in so much effort. But of course, it all depends on how the market responds. Wang Xiaoya shared her business insights with Wei Xiaoyan. What is market response? Wei Xiaoyan asked eagerly. Haha, it means seeing if customers like it. Our price will be decided by the market. Having captured her own taste with the first batch of pickled bamboo shoots, Wang Xiaoya felt great. Fortunately, there was still plenty of chili water left, so she decided to pickle 2 more jars to sell the next day. Naturally, once the chili water was used up, she would need to make more. Sister, it's a good thing you pickled so many peppers back then. Otherwise, this pickled bamboo shoot wouldn't taste so good now. Exactly. I need to grow more peppers. We love to eat them regularly. Wang Xiaoya felt a bit regretful. While the pickled peppers were nice, if they were the hot peppers, they would be even tastier. Spicy and refreshing. Remembering there were some hot pepper seeds available in the system, she planned to take them out and grow hot peppers. Such spicy peppers might be too much for most people, but I like them. Satisfying my cravings is a great joy. The next day, the 2 sisters carried a jar and took a bull cart to the town to sell pickled bamboo shoots. Xiaoyi, what do you have in that jar? A curious woman asked. That's right, it's spring bamboo shoots. Oh, so it's bamboo shoots. I can't believe you put them in a jar. The others found it a bit strange, but didn't ask further. The sisters went straight to the Fu Lai restaurant, but they didn't see Mr. Su there. As soon as the shopkeeper saw Wei Xiaoye, he greeted her. Madam Wei, are you here to sell food? Yes, I made some pickled bamboo shoots. Before she could finish, a wealthy-looking woman interrupted. What are you bringing to our restaurant? She looked Wei Xiaoye up and down. Are you that Wei woman who keeps coming to my Su family? Her tone was dismissive and mocking. The shopkeeper looked a bit anxious. Today, the lady had come to the restaurant herself to have the kitchen prepare 2 tables for a family gathering. She didn't expect to run into Madame Wei. Yao Qingqing had already complained to her twice, saying that her son was infatuated with a divorced woman with 2 children.
How could that be?
Indeed, she was now glaring angrily at Wei Xiaoye. Wei Xiaoye replied seriously, "Don't speak nonsense. I'm just here for a little business with this restaurant. Since you own it, why wouldn't you want to do business? You, a divorced woman, have quite a bold mouth. My Su family has such a big restaurant. Do you think we need to do business with you? You just want to get close to my son. It's pitiful that my son, who is still naive and talented, has caught your eye.
Wei Xiaoye siket inyardli.
It's so hard for a woman just trying to make a living. If it weren't for her being from another time, a local woman facing such a harsh and wealthy woman would probably feel scared and run away. Wei Xiaoyan was anxious. If you don't want our goods, then just say so. Why make it difficult for us?
Oh.
Are you getting upset? Don't think that just because you 2 sisters have some looks, you can freely seducing your naive son with money. Don't be ridiculous. If your son hadn't sent for me, do you think we would bother coming here? Saying this, Wei Xiaoye signaled for Wei Xiaoyan to follow her outside. Su Minguan hurried over, saying, Madam Wei, this is a misunderstanding. The woman quickly called out to stop her son. Wei Xiaoye looked at them disdainfully and said, Whether you have a misunderstanding or not is none of my concern. I will not come back to this place. Then she turned to Su Minguan and added, You really have a lot of trouble around you. I just want to sell something. What's wrong with collaborating with anyone? The 2 sisters ignored Su Mingyuan's attempts to stop them and walked straight out. Su Mingyuan, unhappy, shouted at his mother, Mother, what are you doing? Tian said with a pout, Son, you really are. Just like what that Wei lady said, foolish and easy to take advantage of. Can't you see the trick she's using? She's pretending to be high and mighty while acting wronged, just to gain the sympathy of clueless young men like you. I've seen more than you've eaten. Can I recognize these simple tactics? Su Mingyuan felt helpless and didn't want to argue with his mother anymore. Seeing Wei Xiaoye's disdainful and mocking look earlier made him feel uncomfortable. He knew she was already angry. The shopkeeper noticed Tian snorted coldly and went to the kitchen. He quickly approached Su Mingyuan and said, Young master, I saw that Madame Wei was also angry, but a few kind words should help. Su Mingyuan shot him a sideways glance. What do you know, old man? That Madame Wei is not an ordinary village woman. She has quite a temper. Wei Xiaoye came out with Wei Xiaoyan. Seeing her sister's lips tightly closed and her eyes filled with grievance, she playfully pinched her nose and said, Oh dear, if there's nowhere to hang this oil bottle, why not hang it on your mouth? Wei Xiaoyan smiled helplessly. Elder sister, you're joking again. Why can't I joke? If I can't stay here, there will be other places for me. The sisters finally exchanged smiles. We can set up a stall, but selling to a tavern would be more convenient. Otherwise, let's try other taverns first. Wei Xiaoye looked around and noticed that the Shiting Tower across from Fulai Tower was also quite busy with people coming and going. The attendant at Shiting Tower greeted them warmly. Welcome, young ladies. Do you have a reserved table? Could you please call the shopkeeper over? I have something good to sell that he would definitely be interested in. The attendant looked a bit displeased. Our shopkeeper is very busy. If everyone comes to him to sell things, when would he have time for anything else? Wei Xiaojuan's face turned red. This was something she hadn't expected. She wanted to sell some pickled bamboo shoots but kept running into obstacles. Wei Xiaoye gave her a comforting look and turned to the waiter, saying, I believe the manager is busy, but if you could invite him here, and if he doesn't want to buy my goods, my sister and I will surely enjoy a nice meal at your restaurant. I won't make it difficult for you. If the manager doesn't want to do business with me, I can do business with you. The waiter, Xiao Si, smiled back. With what you said, It will be easier for me. He indeed invited the manager over. When Manager Li heard that someone wanted to sell him something, his first reaction was to frown. Wei Xiaoye remained calm and repeated her words. It's best not to offend someone who might be a paying customer. Manager Li had no choice but to smile. You're joking, but regardless of whether we can make a deal, we can't force you to eat here. Wei Xiaoye then asked the waiter to bring a small plate and place some pickled bamboo shoots on it. The manager picked one up, initially indifferent, but his expression changed once he tasted it. After savoring it, he took another piece, saying it's really good. He turned and called the chef over to try it as well. The chef nodded. It's indeed refreshing. Much better than ordinary cold dishes. It's appetizing. I want to eat more. The manager smiled more genuinely. What price are you planning to sell it for?
15 coins per pound.
Seeing the manager frown again, she quickly added, this price of 15 coins per pound is not out of greed. The reason my bamboo shoots are so crunchy and tasty is that I added some special seasoning, which is quite expensive. Besides, if the manager sells it for 15 coins per pound, he can easily double the price. This was true. A pound of pickled bamboo shoots could fill 2 plates, and 15 coins per plate isn't too expensive. It's just a simple markup, making it a good deal. Most importantly, both the manager and the chef had tasted it and found it delicious, so selling it shouldn't be a problem. Then let's give it a try. Did you bring 2 jars today? I'll take them both. After weighing, the 2 jars of bamboo shoots totaled 40 pounds. 600 coins were successfully handed over. Wei Xiaoyan sighed in relief. Had this business really been completed? To make it convenient, the manager paid her with 6 pieces of silver. As the sisters walked out of the restaurant, Wei Xiaoye asked, Xiaoyan, you've been learning tailoring for so long. Can you now learn more detailed work? Xiaoyan hesitated, but the materials will be more expensive. Did you forget? Last time you helped me with the netting, you had over 2 taels of silver with me. Now that I have the silver for you, you can use your own money to pay for your studies. Wei Xiaojuan's face turned red with excitement. Sister, can I really go to learn? Of course. I said before that it's your own earned money. When learning a skill, you should always strive for excellence. Saying this, Wei Xiaoye took out 2 taels of silver and added it to the 6 coins she had, giving it to Wei Xiaojun. Wei Xiaojun softly said, Sister, I've also been helping at the shop and saved 5 coins. The tuition is 1 tael of silver a month. Seeing her sister share everything with her, Wei Xiaoye felt a deep sense of trust and reliance from her. That's great. Can you finish your training in 3 more months? Definitely. I can pay another 3 taels for tuition, and I can also take on some small jobs to support myself. The 2 sisters smiled at each other. Being self-sufficient is a dream for many women. Sister, after I finish my training, I can work at the shop. The shopkeeper said that those who do well can earn 1 tael a month. Even during slow seasons, I can still earn 6 or 7 coins. 1 tael a month is considered a good salary here. Wei Xiaoye quietly calculated that if Wei Xiaojun completed her training, she would spend about 6 taels on tuition. 6 taels for a high-paying job seems like a good deal. But, just like how she got the mountain with the bamboo grove for a low price, most families wouldn't let their daughters spend so much money on learning a skill. Perhaps it's not just short-sightedness. It's that they can't afford that much silver. Even if they could, they would prioritize buying land, building houses, or arranging marriages for their children. Most parents wouldn't be willing to pay a large sum up front for their daughter's training, only to benefit her future in-laws. Wei Xiaojun also thought of this. Sister, just like you said, to get a return, you must first invest. Seeing Wei Xiaojuan's confident and bright demeanor, which was so different from before, Wei Xiaoye felt at ease. No matter what, her sister would be able to rely on her own hands to live a better life in the future. Wei Xiaojun went to the shop, while Wei Xiaoye took 2 empty jars toward the ox cart. Unexpectedly, when she reached the bridge, she saw Su Minguan, who was looking around. As soon as he saw her, he came over. Wei, I was waiting for you. I didn't expect you to finish selling your snacks so quickly. Wei Xiaoye replied coldly, it's sold out. I need to go back now. Today, I feel I owe you an apology. How about I invite you to a tea house, and I can formally say I'm sorry? Su Minguan said with regret. Wei Xiaoye shook her head. Thank you, Mr. Su. Between us, it was just a business deal that didn't work out, and you've already expressed your apology. There's no need for us to interact more. My children are waiting at home. After saying this, she walked past him without looking back. Su Minguan sighed, and Wei Xiaoye heard him but chose to ignore it. The servant beside Su Minguan muttered, Young master, I think you're being too nice to her. She's just a village woman yet. What are you rambling on about? Su Minguan snapped, striding towards his own restaurant. It was just noon and the manager noticed the bustling crowd across the street and remarked, Usually, Shiaan building isn't as busy as ours. Why are there more people today? Su Minguan noticed this too, and sent his servant to find out why. Before long, the servant returned with news. I heard they have some new dish. Young master, I saw people who were originally coming here but they were told about this new dish and decided to go to the other place instead. The manager frowned. New dishes don't stay fresh for long. Let them enjoy their moment. Unexpectedly, by evening, Shiaan building was even more crowded. Strange, I just want to check again, and there were still people eating there at noon and returning for dinner, the servant said, feeling a bit frustrated. You've checked twice and still don't know what that new dish is? Su Minguan was clearly unhappy. The servant hesitated. I'll go find out again. When he returned, he looked upset. Young master, the new dish they have is actually bamboo shoots sold by Mrs. Wei, called pickled bamboo shoots. Many people are praising it, saying it's refreshing and makes you want more. Su Minguan's expression darkened. I didn't expect it to be that snack sold by Mrs. Wei. I thought they had created a new dish themselves. Young master, Mrs. Wei is something else. The last few times she came to sell wild game, we treated her well. Now, just for a small profit, she turns around and gives her business to the other place. The manager was also in a bad mood, as his income depended on sales. Su Minguan frowned slightly, recalling what Wei Xiaoye said about the troubles around him, which made her reluctant to do business with him. He had thought he finally met an interesting person, different from other women, and wanted to get along well with her. But it seemed the troubles surrounding him had scared her away. Wei Xiaoye returned home with 2 empty jars. While Wei Xiaojun was out, she bought several items from the system, including jars and pickled peppers. She didn't have enough of her homemade ones left. Although she could continue making them quickly, it would take time. When Manhua saw her digging for bamboo shoots, she came over to help. The two of them easily dug up about 100 pounds in the afternoon and helped each other peel and slice the shoots. Manhua knew Wei Xiaoye was making pickled bamboo shoots to sell, so she didn't ask too many questions and left once they finished most of the work. Wei Xiaoye was especially pleased with this. Although Manhua was friendly, she respected boundaries and didn't pry into how Wei Xiaoye made her money. When Wei Xiaojun returned, she found her older sister already tired and sleeping on the couch. She quickly made dinner and called Wei Xiaoye to eat. After dinner, the two lit several lamps and worked together on the pickled bamboo shoots. Sister, are we going to the town to sell the pickled bamboo shoots again tomorrow? Let's take a day off. I think Shiaan building still has stock, so I'll go the day after tomorrow. The next day, while Wei Xiaojun went to the shop in town, Wei Xiaoye and Manhua went back to the bamboo forest to dig for shoots. It seems that people need to have a taste for food. If you didn't love to eat, you wouldn't come up with these snacks, Manhua joked. Exactly. In life, it's all about eating and drinking, Wei Xiaoye replied frankly. The ones I soaked yesterday are already flavorful. I'll share some with you later. I'm sure you'll be amazed. Manhua was certainly looking forward to it. When they returned home, as soon as she tasted the pickled bamboo shoots, she exclaimed, No wonder you can sell these to big restaurants. They're really delicious. They're so appetizing that I could eat a few more and feel hungry. Feeling hungry? Have some steamed buns with it. Wei Xiaoye had some warm steamed buns ready and served a few. The two enjoyed the pickled bamboo shoots with the buns, feeling quite content. After they were full, they started working again. Manhua, you've helped me with so much work. I'll settle up with you later. Manhua playfully scolded. You can't say that. For such little work, you shouldn't be offering me money. Of course I will. If I didn't have it, I would owe you a favor. Since I have it, why should I be stingy? Don't think too much, expecting me to give you a lot of money. Saying this, both of them laughed heartily. Wei Xiaoye felt that life was quite good. Manhua was like her close friend now. Sometimes, Aica would come to visit her, chatting and laughing together. She thought this kind of life was peaceful and easy, not aging quickly. On the third day, Wei Xiaoye and her sister brought 2 jars of pickled bamboo shoots to Shiaan building. Manager Li's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands and said, "Oh, Wei girl, we've been waiting for you. We ran out of stock yesterday. I wanted to find out where your home is, but I had no way to know. Thanks to your pickled bamboo shoots, my restaurant is now bustling." Not only were people ordering at the restaurant, but many also wanted to take some home. However, after just 1 day of selling, they ran out of stock. This made Manager Li very anxious. Seeing there were only 2 jars left, he felt regretful. It's too little. That's only about 40 pounds. If the manager needs it urgently, I can have my staff bring more from my house. I have around 200 pounds available. Wei Xiaoye found it cumbersome to deliver the goods herself. It would be much better if the manager could send someone to her house. Manager Li was delighted. "Xiaoxi, you'll take the donkey cart to Wei girl's house to pick up the goods. Bring back all the pickled bamboo shoots and return the jars." Of course, the worker Xiaoxi agreed, without hesitation. He was very attentive to Wei Xiaoye now. Who would have thought that just because he had casually served this Wei girl, he brought a lot of business to the restaurant, even surpassing the old rival Fula building. Seeing the gloomy face of the Fula building manager, everyone at Shiaan building was very happy, feeling proud. Not to mention, the owner secretly gave him a bonus of 300 coins for his cleverness. 300 coins was equivalent to 20 days' wages. Therefore, he looked at Wei Xiaoye as if she were a fortune god. The villagers saw a donkey cart enter the village and drive directly to Wei Xiaoye's yard, speculating if that young Master Lu was coming again. But to their surprise, it was Wei Xiaoye herself who got out of the cart, accompanied by the driver. Before long, the driver carefully loaded several jars into the cart and then left. A woman asked, "Xiaoyi, who is that person? Why did he take jars from your house?" "This is a worker from the restaurant. I dug up some bamboo shoots and made some snacks to sell to the restaurant," Wei Xiaoye replied openly. This matter couldn't be hidden. It was just the method of making the pickled bamboo shoots that she kept to herself. It is uncertain if someone skilled will figure out this method on their own. But since it's a good time to make money, they should take advantage of it now. The women were envious, saying, "You moved so many jars at once. It seems you sold over 100 pounds. "That's right," Wei Xiaoye replied with a smile. "How much is it per pound?" "Well, that's hard to say. The tavern owner mentioned it's a business secret." Some women whispered, "Tell me quietly. I promise not to share." But Wei Xiaoye kept quiet and didn't reveal any details. That afternoon, Xiaoxi came with a donkey cart to deliver the jars. They had already settled on 3 taels of silver. After returning, they weighed the jars precisely and added another 151. With the silver coming in, Wei Xiaoye was naturally very happy. Some curious onlookers noticed the worker delivering empty jars and started to get ideas. That day, Wei Xiaoye and Manhua dug up the remaining bamboo shoots. She had a better sense of weight now and estimated it to be around 200 pounds. "Sister Xiaoya, now that you've dug up all your bamboo shoots, won't you run out soon?" Manhua, knowing how well Xiaoya's shoots sold, felt a bit anxious for her. Wei Xiaoye thought for a moment and said, "That's true. Manhua, would you like to help me? The regular price for bamboo shoots is 4 won per pound, but I'll buy them from you at 6 won." Manhua readily agreed, "Of course. I'll go around to the nearby villages and collect them." Wei Xiaoye calculated her pay for the days she would help, offering 25 won a day for 3 days, totaling 75 won. Since they had already built trust, they no longer pretended to be formal. Manhua was eager to work and had become much bolder, moving quickly. The next day, news spread to the neighboring villages that Manhua was buying spring bamboo shoots for 4 won a pound. Many people came directly to sell their shoots. It was a great opportunity, as they didn't have to go to town and could settle the deals on the spot without waiting. In just 2 days, Manhua collected over 200 pounds. On the third day, a woman in a dark blue top and red skirt approached, saying, "You're buying bamboo shoots? Look at what I have." Before she could finish, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's you." Manhua looked up from her work to see it was Wu Yanxiu from the Song family. Their past was complicated, and when their eyes met, both let out a cold huff. "Hey, I thought it was someone else coming to collect bamboo shoots. Life must be tough for you?" Wu Yanxiu said dismissively. Manhua was not going to let that slide. "Who's really having a hard time? It's been months, and you're still wearing old clothes." Wu Yanxiu paused, realizing she couldn't afford new fabric. Life at home was indeed very difficult. The money was controlled by the elder woman in the family. Now, she not only had to handle all the household chores but also work in the fields. The man who once promised to pamper her, Songda, was now indifferent, often watching her suffer under the elder woman's harshness and the old man's scolding. Every day of hard work and poor meals made her feel like she aged several years in just a few months. Even these bamboo shoots were forced upon her by the Song family's elder woman, who made her go up the mountain to dig them. It wasn't easy to get these shoots. She heard that someone was buying them for the same price as in town, so she hurried over to sell. But to her surprise, the buyer was Song Da's ex-wife. Looking at the woman, dressed in a stone blue dress, it seemed she hadn't worked much, and the dress still looked quite new. There were no patches on her clothes. Although she wore no hairpins or jewelry, her complexion was rosy, and she seemed a bit plumper. She looked even younger. What made her angrier was that he, the ex-wife, was smiling at others, clearly in a good mood. At that moment, Manhua was indeed in a good mood, glancing at Wu. "I won't take yours." "Why won't you take it?" Before Wu could respond, the elder woman from the Song family suddenly squeezed in. "Everyone else is taking them. Why won't you take mine?" Seeing the elder woman's boldness made Manhua want to laugh in anger. "I don't want it. Is that a problem? You Song family people, and your things make me sick. Don't come waving in front of me." The elder woman lunged to hit Manhua, but before she could, Manhua grabbed her hand. "What are you standing there like a statue for? Didn't you see your mother-in-law getting hit?" The elder woman couldn't move her wrist and turned to shout at Wu. Wu seemed to wake up from a dream and rushed over to help the elder woman. Manhua said sharply, "If you people from Helio Village treat me like this, I won't do business here anymore." The onlookers quickly teamed up to hold the elder woman and Wu, making it hard for them to move. "You annoying mother-in-law duo. Go ahead and die wherever you want. Just don't block our business here. He just doesn't want to do business with the Song family. Get them out of here." "Manhua, when you married into our river village, we all knew that you were the one who suffered the most in your relationship with the Song family. We don't think much of them." Everyone chimed in, expressing their anger towards the 2 members of the Song family. However, they were firmly held back, and as soon as they tried to speak, they were attacked by the crowd, unable to get a word out. The crowd pushed the Song mother-in-law and daughter-in-law far away before lining up again to sell bamboo shoots. Manhua felt quite pleased, chatting and laughing with the other villagers. The Song mother-in-law and daughter-in-law realized they couldn't win the argument. Now, Manhua was the center of attention, surrounded by the crowd. They even heard a woman ask Manhua, "With all these bamboo shoots, are you going to make that spicy pickled bamboo shoot dish? I heard it's very popular at the Shiaan restaurant. My sister-in-law went there yesterday and said it was delicious, but just a small dish costs 15 coins. The other women gasped in surprise. "So expensive?" Manhua looked at the Song mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who were still watching, and found it amusing. She replied, "The spicy pickled bamboo shoots are indeed delicious and very appetizing, but I can't make that dish. I'm just helping out." The others quickly came up with their own explanation. "It must be your family who is making it. No matter how good the bamboo shoots are, they can't be sold for that much unless they're really special. Your family must be doing well." Manhua laughed as she denied it, busy weighing the bamboo shoots and collecting payment. Once she gathered all the shoots, she hopped onto the ox cart and left. Even though she had hired the cart, it only cost 5 coins to the neighboring village. For the past 3 days, she had been doing this. The villagers of Xiaoyan village had gotten used to it, marveling at how the Wei family had found a way to get rich, and even Manhua was enjoying some meat soup. Aunt Gao couldn't stop smiling. Although she and Manhua had made quick money with Wei Xiaoye at the end of last year, they both knew that kind of luck was fleeting, like finding something by chance. Now, Manhua was buying bamboo shoots for Xiaoya, making a profit of 2 coins per pound. In 3 days, she had collected 300 to 400 pounds. That meant she earned 700 to 800 coins in just a few days. Plus, from their previous hunting trip where they caught a deer, Manhua also earned a couple of silver coins. Aunt Gao knew that life at home had improved greatly. If she weren't such a frugal person, she would think they were living extravagantly. The spicy pickled bamboo shoots made by Wei Xiaoye eventually ended up being sold at the Shiaan restaurant. In the restaurant, a small dish of sour bamboo shoots is being sold for 15 coins. The villagers all know that the Wei family has become wealthy again. Every day, the young worker at the restaurant drives a donkey cart back and forth to collect goods and deliver jars. Naturally, he also brings silver to Wei Xiaoye. Wei Xiaoye keeps track of her earnings. She has harvested about 400 jin of bamboo shoots from her bamboo forest, and Manhua has brought her another 300 to 400 jin. The pickled peppers and pickling liquid she bought from the system were not very expensive. Therefore, after selling all the bamboo shoots, she made a profit of over 10 taels of silver. However, making money from spring bamboo shoots does not last long since they are seasonal. But Wei Xiaoye feels very content and plans to keep 2 jars for herself to enjoy slowly. While the two are busy preparing the bamboo shoots in the yard, they see another donkey cart approaching. Wei Xiaoye is a bit puzzled. She thought the business with the restaurant was settled for today. Could there be another matter? Looking closer, she sees a plump middle-aged man jumping down from the cart, who seems to be the manager of Fluctuations. The manager, perhaps worried about getting the wrong place, shouts at the gate, "Wei madam? Is Wei madam living here?" Someone outside responds, "Yes, this is the place." "Which restaurant's manager are you?" Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang's face darkens. It seems there are other managers around. Wei Xiaoye steps out. "Oh, it's the manager." Manager Zhang puts on a smiling face. "Wei madam, my young master specifically asked me to come here." Wei Xiaoye welcomes Manager Zhang inside and serves tea. "Wei madam, I just saw you peeling bamboo shoots in the yard. Do you have any stock left?" Wei Xiaoye shakes her head. "It's all sold out. These are seasonal items and won't sell for long. I see there are still quite a few bamboo shoots in the yard, so for the next batch of pickled bamboo shoots, we at Fulela would like to place an order." Wei Xiaoye feels a bit uneasy. "Although I have done business with your restaurant a few times, I only want to run a small business and avoid trouble. Business is about fair trade. I don't want anyone to think I'm trying to take advantage and have to endure insults." Manager Zhang is somewhat displeased. What does it matter if a countrywoman is scolded by her family? But he has come with a task, so he cannot let this matter fail. "My young master said that unexpected things happened, and he arrived late. Therefore, if my wife spoke rudely, it was also his fault. It's not your young master's fault. I just don't want to get too involved and bring trouble upon myself. Besides, the bamboo shoots have already been reserved by Shiaan Tower, and we agreed that they would come to pick them up the day after tomorrow." Manager Zhang couldn't hold back any longer. "Madam Wei, on one hand, our restaurant is collaborating with you. On the other hand, my young master has been very considerate towards you, giving you excellent prices for the deer and wild boar. Yet, just because you were offended by a few words, you start to pressure us. This isn't fair, is it? On one hand, my wild game is very popular. If you think the price is too high, you can simply refuse and I won't worry about selling it elsewhere. On the other hand, I have been patient despite being offended, yet you are now being aggressive? This isn't fair, is it?" Manager Zhang initially thought Madame Wei was just a simple countrywoman who would be easily swayed with a little kindness. However, to his surprise, she was firm and unyielding in her responses. Losing his patience, he stood up and coldly said, "I thought that, Under my young master's instructions, my visit would ease any grievances you might have. But it seems your temper is quite strong. If this business isn't going to happen, then so be it. As he walked a few steps towards the door, he noticed that Wei Xiaoye not only didn't try to keep him from leaving but instead said calmly, "Take care. No need to see you off." Manager Zhang was furious. He was both angry and confused. Upon returning to the restaurant, he exaggerated the situation when reporting to Su Minguan. Coincidentally, the housekeeper's maid, Xiaotsue, came by to order ingredients and overheard everything clearly. After hearing Xiaotsue's account, Madame Tian was so angry that she smashed a teacup. How dare she deliberately oppose our Su family? Not only is she blocking our financial path, but she also dares to look down on us? Where does she get her confidence? Qingqing was right. Such a woman, aside from her pretty face, is full of tricks. Mr. Su frowned. What happened? Madame Tian, adding more details to Xiaotsue's story, made Mr. Su even more displeased. How can there be such an ungrateful woman? My son has been helping her business, and now she has teamed up with Shiaan Tower against us? Exactly, sir, just as you said. Didn't you see the smug look on Old Lee from Shiaan Tower? They've become so arrogant now. Just then, Su Minguan entered the hall. Madame Tian quickly approached her son. Minguan, you don't need to cover for that ignorant woman anymore. Xiaotsue heard everything clearly. That Wei woman is so cunning. I only spoke a few harsh truths, and now she's acting all high and mighty, teaming up with Shiaan Tower against our family. Tell me, didn't you take care of her before? You were so nice to her. It's like you were feeding a dog. Su Minguan was already unhappy, and with his father present, he didn't dare to speak out, just nodded awkwardly. Old Master Su looked at him and got even angrier. I've said it before, marriage should be between families of equal standing. Look at these low-status women. They're so calculating and narrow-minded. It doesn't matter if she's a divorced woman with 2 kids. Even if she were a pure young lady, I wouldn't allow you to have anything to do with her. Father, mother, where are you going with this? I've only worked with that Wei woman a few times and collected some wild goods. How does that mean I'm involved with her? Su Minguan felt speechless and a bit amused. He never thought about marrying Wei. Why does everyone think he has some connection with her? He just found her interesting. Just wanted to talk more. Tian was still going on. She's just a woman selling mountain goods, and she doesn't even respect us. You've helped her before, and now she's turned her back on us to climb higher? Did you see the crowds at Shiaan Tower these days? Even our old customers have gone to her. Su Minguan replied coldly, So, what do you think should happen? After you insulted Wei, should she still come begging to sell to us?
How can you talk like that?
She's just a woman selling goods. Why are you defending her? Old Master Su glared at his son. Su Minguan shrugged. She has the freedom to sell her goods. You both look down on her, but expect her to sell to you. What kind of logic is that? Fine, if we can't agree, I won't say anything more. Do as you wish. After saying this, he quickly left. Tian wanted to say more, but Su Minguan was already gone. She tried to charm old Master Su, but he shouted at her. Ignorant woman. You can enjoy your life, but now you're meddling in business. Because of your short-sightedness. Do you know how much we've lost in the shop these days? You've scared away our fortune. After shouting, old Master Su left as well. He was feeling restless and decided to visit his concubine for some distraction. Seeing that her husband and son had both left, Mrs. Tian smashed a teacup and exclaimed, It's all because of that wretched girl. Xiao Chui quickly stepped in to clean up and comforted her, saying, Madam, why bother getting upset over someone like her? That bamboo shoot won't sell for long. Exactly, it won't be long before the bamboo shoots go bad. Can she really keep using this to control our restaurant? Mrs. Tian's mood improved a bit. Wei Xiaoye was busy at home, and Manhwa remarked, Xiaoya, your business is really booming. 2 big restaurant managers are eager to work with you. I bet the bamboo shoots are bringing in great business. Wei Xiaoye replied confidently, It seems that way. If you can help me gather more bamboo shoots from further away, I'll reimburse your travel expenses. I'll sell these shoots for as long as I can. She thought to herself that no matter what, the bamboo shoots would only sell for a short time. But what about afterward? She wasn't worried. Since the pickled bamboo shoots sold so well, couldn't she do the same with other vegetables? Manhua readily agreed. Then I'll go even further. I can visit 10 or 8 villages without a problem. After a busy day, Wei Xiaoye settled the payment for the bamboo shoots and for Manhua's help. Manhua earned a total of 850 coins and smiled brightly. Wow, earning this quick money with you, Xiaoya, has made me feel bold. This isn't quick money. It's our hard-earned savings. When Manhua returned home, she couldn't hide her smile. Other villagers noticed her happiness on the way. Manhua is really fortunate. Now she's making easy money with Xiaoya. Although they sounded envious, there was a hint of bitterness in their words. Moreover, using the word with seemed a bit provocative. Those with high spirits might not tolerate that word. However, Manhua didn't mind at all. She seemed oblivious to any ill intent and sincerely said, "Yes, I'm making easy money with Xiaoya. But she's at home relaxing while you're only getting a small share. That doesn't seem fair." Manhua frowned as she looked at Wong Jinhua in front of her. Wong Jinhua was quite the gossip, always eager to talk about others. "In the past few days, I have already earned nearly a couple of silver coins with Xiaoyi, and that's just the beginning?" Wong Jinhua couldn't help but exclaim. She originally thought that Manhua working for Xiaoyi would only earn her 30 coins a day at most. Who knew it would be so much money? "Have you really earned this much in just a few days?" Manhua wanted to tease her. "That's right. Didn't you see that 2 big restaurants in our town have sent carts to buy Xiaoya's bamboo shoots? Xiaoyi has the skill. The bamboo shoots she makes are delicious and crunchy. The sheeting building is doing great business because of these bamboo shoots." Seeing Wong Jinhua's face twist in surprise, Manhua felt a sense of satisfaction. Go ahead and be jealous. After all, being jealous won't earn you a penny. When Xiaoyi divorced, Wong Jinhua had said many sour things to her. She remembered Wong Jinhua even said to her face that she and Xiaoyi were done for good. "I must take my leave now. After all, Xiaoyi and I are still busy." Manhua left in a good mood. She felt as if 2 gazes were burning into her back. It was clear that Wong Jinhua was staring at her. What she didn't know was that as soon as she left, Wong Jinhua went to find Wei Xiaoye. "Xiaoyi, I can help you collect the bamboo shoots too." Wei Xiaoye directly refused Wong Jinhua's offer. "No need, I have Manhua to help me." "Why only her? With me, you could collect even more." "You don't know me. I'm friendly and easy to talk to." At that moment, Wong Jinhua indeed had a smile on her face, seeming very approachable. Wei Xiaoye still refused. "No need. The bamboo shoots won't be around for long. They'll be gone in a few days. I heard from Manhua that these bamboo shoots are really delicious. Can I at least have a taste?" Wei Xiaoye was surprised that Wong Jinhua would directly ask for food again and refused once more. "The bamboo shoots are quite valuable. I'm very busy here, so please don't disturb me. I seem to recall you once said that I and Manhua were done for. Let's see if that's true." After saying that, she asked Wong Jinhua to leave. Wong Jinhua didn't expect Wei Xiaoye to bring up her past words in front of her, leaving her feeling embarrassed. Only when she reached the gate did her expression darken, and she muttered a few harsh words under her breath. "What's so great about it? It's just selling some food." Su Minguan never saw Wei Xiaoye again, but he could see the bustling sheeting building across the street, where there were always those sour bamboo shoots. "It's clear that it was provided by Madame Wei." Manager Zhang muttered, "I wonder how long the excitement at Sheeting Tower will last?" Su Minguan knew better. It's just a temporary novelty. Although his own shop was a bit quiet, he didn't envy the one across the street. Once the bamboo shoots were out of season, everything would return to normal. Yao Qingqing came over with her maid. "Brother Mingyuan, I've heard everything. I told you, that Wei family is trouble. When she sold those mountain goods to our restaurant, you were so kind to her. Now she's turned against us. Stop talking nonsense. If you hadn't said anything in front of my mother, this wouldn't have happened. Those bamboo shoots would have been sold here instead." Su Mingyuan looked at her, quite displeased. If you trace the issue back, it should really be blamed on Yao Qingqing. Yao Qingqing felt wronged. Can't you see her true nature after all this? Even manager Zhang chimed in. Young master, this really isn't Miss Yao's fault. If Madame Wei was grateful, she would have cleared up the misunderstanding. Instead, she was disrespectful to the lady and turned to our rival. Even when I visited her, she spoke rudely to me and had a bad attitude. She even claimed that we made a lot of business from her wild goods. Yao Qingqing gave manager Zhang an appreciative look. She secretly gave him 2 taels of silver as compensation for his recent losses. 2 taels is not a small amount. He was happy to say a few good words for her and to speak poorly of Madame Wei to Su Minguan. Manager Zhang felt that if Yao Qingqing became the young master's wife, his life would be much better. Yao Qingqing pretended not to notice his little schemes and pouted. Brother Mingyuan, I didn't expect even manager Zhang to be wronged. Honestly, it has nothing to do with him. With their back and forth, Su Mingyuan felt weighed down. Brother Mingyuan, it's just some pickled bamboo shoots. By the way, what kind of pepper is used? Manager Zhang had already sent a new worker to Shiaan Tower to buy some pickled bamboo shoots. Seeing Yao Qingqing's curiosity, he invited her to try them. Yao Qingqing had already thought of some negative comments, but once she tasted the pickled bamboo shoots, she found them to be exactly to her liking. She usually enjoyed spicy and refreshing flavors like this. Looking at the plate of pickled bamboo shoots, there wasn't much left, and she wanted to eat more. However, the shopkeeper Zhang stopped her, saying, Miss Yao, we bought these to use as a reference for our cooking. Yao Qingqing had to stop and replied dismissively, it's just sour and spicy. This flavor should be easy to make, right? We thought so too. Fulai Lu had already started making it themselves. It's just pickled bamboo shoots, similar to pickled radishes, quite simple. However, after several attempts in the big kitchen, the taste always varied, and the difference was quite noticeable. No matter how they adjusted the recipe, they couldn't replicate that delicious flavor. Some diners, seeing that Fulai Lu had pickled bamboo shoots, were initially happy, but once they tasted it, they frowned and said it was different from Shiaan Lu's. The shopkeeper Zhang smiled and said, it doesn't have to be the same, as long as it's tasty. It's just that it's not as good. Some diners, who were quite wealthy, only wanted to enjoy a flavor they liked and wouldn't be lenient with the shopkeeper Zhang. After another week or so, Shiaan Lu finally calmed down. Fulai Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. So, the bamboo shoots sold out, right? Yes, the bamboo shoots were indeed sold out and out of season. Manhua had traveled far and wide, covering an area of 30 miles, and had collected over 1,000 pounds of bamboo shoots. Wei Xiaoye earned about 20 taels of silver, while Manhua received 2 taels and 6 coins, which included the price difference for the bamboo shoots and labor costs. Manhua and Aunt Gao were happily at home. Aunt Gao saw her daughter smiling brightly. Although she looked a bit tired from all the running around, the satisfaction in her eyes was unmistakable. This was a world of difference compared to their time at the Song family. What they didn't expect was that Songda and old lady Fong came to visit, bringing some eggs. As soon as Songda entered, he shouted, Manhua, Dongzhu, I'm here to take you back. Old lady Fong was also smiling, Manhua, Dongzhu, my dear granddaughters, I'm here to take you back. Have you missed your grandma after staying at your grandmother's house for so long? Dongzhu looked at the two in fear and quickly hid behind Manhua. Manhua's expression turned cold. I have nothing to do with your Song family anymore. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Manhua, you've been angry for so long. It's time to let it go, right? We're legally married. Isn't it normal for couples to bicker? Songda still had a playful smile. Manhua picked up a broom. Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll sweep you out. We have clearly separated. I will live my good life, and you can live your poor life. How dare you disturb me again? Seeing some villagers enter, she sneered again. I know exactly what you are up to. You heard I earned some silver and want to trick me into returning to your Song family. My money will only be spent on my mother, my daughter, and my niece. You should not expect even a single coin from me. The old woman sat down on the ground, pounding her thigh and crying out, Are you even human? You are clearly my Song family's daughter-in-law, yet you stay at your mother's house, raising some niece. It's just a separation, not a divorce. Now your husband and mother-in-law have come to bring you back, and you refuse? Do you think it sounds good for a divorced woman to be out there? This made not only Dongzhu panic, but even Xingyao looked worried. Aunt Gao quickly pulled the two girls into her arms, comforting them. You don't have to listen to this old woman's nonsense. Your mother and your aunt would never go back to the Song family. Now you both have the He surname. You are part of the He family. The two girls visibly relaxed. You heard I was gathering bamboo shoots and collecting herbs on the mountain and earned quite a bit of silver, right? That's true. Our He family is living quite well. Your Song family has nothing, completely broke. Why don't you go dig for wild vegetables to improve your situation? By the way, doesn't your family have a lady who needs to drink brown sugar water every day? Take good care of her. Manhua remembered how she was beaten by Songda and Wu Shi in the past, those tearful days, and now she felt quite relieved. The old woman unusually continued to flatter Manhua. Manhua, dear, please don't say such angry things. Come back with us. I swear I will treat you and your daughter well. Aunt Gao used to hope her daughter would return to the Song family for a good life, but since Manhua's separation, she had grown accustomed to having her daughter and granddaughter around. No matter how much she wished for her daughter to find someone caring, she would never consider Songda. This was something the mother and daughter had already agreed upon. The old woman then turned her attention to Aunt Gao. Mother-in-law, I know what you are thinking. You want to keep your daughter in the He family to take care of you and raise your granddaughter. Is there such a mother in the world? Instead of wanting your daughter to live well, you just want to take advantage of her. It must be said, the old woman understood how to sway public opinion. Her seemingly ambiguous words changed the expressions of the villagers. Some people even started advising Aunt Gao, look, it seems that Songda has changed. Aunt Gao, you should let Manhua take Dongzhu back to her own home. Manhua didn't expect old lady Fong to be so shameless. She swung a broom at her, startling old lady Fong into quickly getting up. Just as she was about to order her son to hit Manhua, she held back and put on a bitter smile. Manhua, I know you hate me for not supporting you back then, but I had my reasons. Seeing that Dongzhu is already a few years old and your situation hasn't changed, I was thinking of the Song family's future. Did you really think I was on Wu's side? You saw me setting rules when you were collecting bamboo shoots in our village. Old Lady Fong had practiced this at home many times, and her sad expression drew sympathy from many.
Oh.
Then why don't you just have Wu give you a healthy grandson? I'm living happily with Dongzhu and my mother. Manhua spat. What a performance. Don't think that by trying to disgust us, we will give in for the sake of appearances. Manhua raised the broom again to swing at the two, but she was overpowered by Songda, who grabbed the broom and held her still. Furious, she shouted at the mother and son. However, they both looked pitiful, and instead of retaliating, they comforted her, saying that Wu is just a bought servant. If you don't mind, she can help you at home. If you do mind, you can sell her. With that, more women began to persuade Manhua, suggesting that she could still live a good life and enjoy some peace, so why cause trouble? Even Aunt Gao would be questioned if she tried to speak, as people would think she just wanted to keep her daughter close for her own benefit. Aunt Gao and Manhua felt utterly frustrated. They never expected this annoying mother and son to put on such a sad act. As both sides were caught in a dispute, a male voice suddenly interrupted. Songda, are you even a man? Manhua doesn't want you anymore, yet you still cling to her. Everyone turned in confusion to see Wei Xiaoye. Songda didn't know Wei Xiaoye but recognized that a man was standing up for Manhua.
Ah.
No wonder you didn't want to come back with me. It turns out you have a new man. Tell me, when did you two get together? Did you start this before I divorced you? You keep saying I wronged you, but who is really wronging whom? As Songda spoke, he tried to hit Manhua. Wei Xiaoye looked down on him, saying, I'm right in front of you. You don't dare to act, do you? Instead, you want to take your anger out on Manhua? This shows what kind of life she had at your home before. Wei Xiaoye was tall and strong, standing in front of Manhua to block Song Da's attack. Old Lady Fong fell back to the ground again, exclaiming, "Oh dear, look at this. An unfaithful daughter-in-law, flirting with other men, causing a scene in the Song family, and even competing with a servant at home. I can't believe the world has turned upside down like this, with no sense of right and wrong." The commotion grew louder, and more people gathered to watch. Someone shouted, "The Wei and He families have always been close. They are a bad influence on the village." Looking over, it was Wong Jinhua.
What?
"You can't eat my bamboo shoots or help me work for money, and now you're talking behind my back?" Unexpectedly, Wei Xiaoye had also arrived and overheard everything. Wong Jinhua, however, was not intimidated. She knew she wouldn't gain anything from Wei Xiaoye, so she decided to be bold. "Are you saying otherwise? You too have brought shame to the village. Now, people from outside think our village women are rude, beating the elderly and mistreating their husbands. Isn't all this because of you?" Wong Jinhua argued confidently. Wei Xiaoye picked up a stick from the ground. "Oh, really? Do you think I'm rude? If I don't act a bit rude now, wouldn't that be a waste of the label you've given me?" With that, she struck Wong Jinhua with the stick. Wong Jinhua was shocked that Wei Xiaoye would actually hit her. "Are you crazy? Why are you hitting me for no reason?" Wong Jinhua shouted as she tried to run away. But she couldn't escape. Wei Xiaoye continued to hit her several times before stopping. "You can say whatever you want, but my hands are mine, and I can hit you if I want. Not happy? Go ahead and report me." Wei Xiaoye was furious. It had been a while since she had fought, and Wong Jinhua had come right at her. "I'll call the village chief to take care of this," Wong Jinhua said, tears streaming down her face from the pain. She thought about getting her family to help her. If she couldn't win alone, maybe they could join forces to deal with that troublesome Wei. Wei Xiaoye ignored her and looked at the wary Song mother and son. "Are you sure my cousin is involved with Manhua?" Songda did not expect that this man was actually Wei Xiaoye's cousin, and cursed his bad luck. He couldn't believe he was getting involved with that troublesome woman again. He had experienced Wei Xiaoye's strength and was deeply wary of her. Old Lady Fong saw her son was speechless and angry, saying, "If they weren't already in cahoots, why would they protect her? You should know that if you falsely accuse them, they can take legal action against you. You could ruin their reputation and might end up punished or even jailed," Wei Xiaoye said seriously. The mother and son were taken aback at first, but then dismissed her words. They didn't believe that spreading rumors could lead to punishment or jail time. Wei Xiaoye didn't expect to intimidate them, knowing that in the countryside, there were many rumors and the county magistrate wouldn't have the time to deal with them. Wei Xiaoye turned to Aunt Gao, saying, "Aunt, for people who come to your house and cause trouble for no reason, just throw them out." "Xiaoya, we want to drive them away, but they insist on staying," Aunt Gao replied, feeling wronged. It was bad enough that she couldn't get rid of the disgusting mother and son. She also had to listen to the villagers gossiping. What was worse, they were even encouraging Manhua to reconcile with Songda. Wei Xiaoye looked at the Song family mother and son with a smile, saying, "Do you really think that servant can be treated however Manhua wants? If she were sold, would you not say a word?" "That's right. That servant was bought to work." Old Lady Fong thought she had a point. But remembering how Wei Xiaoye's cousin protected Manhua, she felt frustrated. "My son is innocent, but Manhua might not be. Whether your son is innocent or not, everyone in the village knows. And do you really think Manhua will return and manage all the money and people in the house?" Wei Xiaoye asked clearly. "What money and people?" Old Lady Fong pretended not to understand. "If Manhua sells that Wu woman, shouldn't the money go to her?" Wei Xiaoye replied. Old Lady Fong got anxious. Which family lets their daughter-in-law handle the money? Manhua, understanding Wei Xiaoye's point, laughed. "If I'm with my mother, I handle the money, and life is much more comfortable. Why would I go to your Song family to serve you all?" "Oh, I see you don't have money to marry someone else, right? By the way, why wouldn't Wu want to live with you anymore?" The Song family mother and son were left speechless, insisting that they had only bought Wu to work. "With your Song family, looking so poor that you can barely afford a meal, How can you buy a servant to work for you? Are you hoping to buy someone to have a son for you? What? Can't she have one? Manhua's thoughts became clearer. Besides this point, she couldn't understand why this mother and son wanted to get rid of Wu. The Song family showed a hint of panic, quickly trying to cover it up. Who says she can't have a son? She's just a servant. How can she give my Song family a child? Manhua laughed loudly. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. Aren't you eager to find someone to have a son? Don't you think everything outside is better? With your Song family situation, can you really afford a servant? Has that servant already run away? Old Lady Fong suddenly shouted, startling everyone present. You wretched girl. With things like this at home, you're here gloating? Hurry up and pack your things to come back with us. My Song family will pretend nothing happened. Before she could finish, Wei Xiaoye suddenly interjected, Manhua, it seems that the servant who couldn't have children really did run away. The crowd immediately buzzed with intense discussion. Song pointed angrily at Wei Xiaoye. What business is it of yours? I see you every time. It's none of my business, but can I come to watch the fun? You should ask Aunt Gao if she welcomes me or you to her home. Wei Xiaoye dismissed him. Aunt Gao immediately shouted, You Song family, get out. No matter what you're planning, my Manhua will never return to your Song family. Even if she wants to marry, she will never consider you. If you keep talking nonsense here, we will throw you out. Old Lady Fong continued to shout, trying to smear Manhua and Wei Xiaoshan, but most people didn't care. Everyone knew that when Manhua was arguing with the Song family about divorce, Wei Xiaoshan was not in the village, but working in town. At that moment, Wei Xiaoshan pulled Songda over and punched him, causing blood to flow from his nose. Do you consider yourself a man? As a fellow villager of Manhua, I can't stand what your Song family is doing. Come on, don't think you can bully two weak women like Manhua and Aunt Gao. If you have guts, come and fight me. Songda shouted, You have no connection to her. Why are you sticking your neck out for her? I just can't stand you. I find you unpleasant. I am Wei Xiaoshan. If you want to find someone to take revenge, don't come to the wrong door. As Wei Xiaoshan spoke, he threw a few punches. Song Dazarin was also unwilling to back down and wanted to fight back, but unfortunately, he wasn't as tall as Wei Xiaoshan. Not only did he miss his punches, but Wei Xiaoshan also tackled him, causing him to fall to the ground. Aunt Gao felt incredibly satisfied. This is your retribution. Now hurry up and leave. Old Lady Fong quickly helped her son up, and they fled in a panic. Those who had been gossiping earlier fell silent. Instead, they started discussing Wei Xiaoshan's sudden outburst. Wei Xiaoshan enjoyed the fight at the moment, but after they left, he felt a bit embarrassed. Aunt Gao quickly called out to him, Today, I really appreciate Xiaoshan standing up for me. Otherwise, I would have felt so humiliated. The more she looked at Wei Xiaoshan, the more she liked him, but unfortunately, he was tall and hadn't married yet. With Manhua having a child, it seemed, how could there be a possibility between them? She could only suppress her regrets and invited Xiaoshan into the house, thinking about how to treat him well. Wei Xiaoshan quickly waved his hand. I've known Manhua since we were kids, so I can't stand to see the Song family bully her again. And if they dare to come back, just call me. Aunt Gao was overjoyed. I don't think they will dare to come back. But if they do, I will definitely call you for help. Wei Xiaoshan went out with Wei Xiaoye. Seeing his cousin's teasing expression, he felt a bit shy. What are you thinking? I really can't stand the Song family bullying Manhua. Yes, I know. We all grew up together. But, Xiaoshan, you should really consider it. Manhua is great. She's kind, hardworking, and lives nearby. The more Wei Xiaoye spoke, the more Wei Xiaoshan felt his face heat up. However, he didn't argue back. Noticing his silence, Wei Xiaoye stopped talking. She wasn't just joking, she was gently nudging him forward. But she couldn't push too hard, as they each had their own thoughts and concerns. She just hinted that maybe he could give it a try. After they parted ways, Wei Xiaoye was unaware that her words had stirred up a storm in Wei Xiaoshan's heart, leaving him unable to calm down. When Wei Xiaoshan returned home, He heard his mother urging him to go meet someone again, and he couldn't help but reply, "Mom, do you look down on women who have been married before?" Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei were both taken aback and quickly scolded him. "What are you talking about? Why do you look down on women who have remarried?" They all thought this foolish son was talking about Xiaoyi. Wei Xiaoshan sighed in relief. "If I want to marry a woman who has remarried, you won't make it difficult for me, right?" Aunt Wei was stunned. "Why would you want to marry someone who has remarried? You could easily find a single woman. Our family has some money now, you're not bad-looking, and you're not lazy." "Mom, are you still looking down on women who have remarried?" "I'm not looking down on them. It's just that we have the means to marry a young lady." Aunt Wei was rarely a bit angry. Uncle Wei seemed to sense something. "Son, do you already have someone in mind? Is she a widow?"
Or,
Aunt Wei grabbed his hand in shock. "You two don't have a secret, do you?" Wei Xiaoshan was amused and helpless. When he saw his sister curiously looking at him, he sent Wei Xiaoqian away so she wouldn't hear. "Where are you all going with this?" "I was just asking. I haven't even gone to her house to ask seriously. I need to see what you think. I can't just want to marry her and let her come here to suffer, right?" When Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei saw their son was serious, they quickly asked which family she was from. Wei Xiaoshan's face turned red. "I haven't even mentioned it, so I can't say. Even if you do, it shouldn't be you who says it, but we should ask a matchmaker." "Which family is she from?" Aunt Wei patiently tried to get the information out. But then Wei Xiaoqian came back in. She hadn't left but was hiding by the door to listen. "Brother, are you talking about Sister Manhua?" Wei Xiaoqian signed with her hands. Aunt Wei understood and pressed. "Is it Sister Manhua?" Wei Xiaoshan didn't deny it. He just turned red and didn't say much. Aunt Wei realized something and fell silent for a moment. "You need to think carefully. Manhua is a good girl, we all see that. She left the Song family because they wronged and mistreated her, not because of her." Uncle Wei spoke thoughtfully. Wei Xiaoshan's eyes brightened. "Dad, it's good that you understand." Wei Xiaoqian signed again. "Sister Manhua is really nice. I like her too. I met her at Sister Xiaoya's house, and she talks to me a lot." Aunt Wei didn't expect that Manhua got along well with her daughter, so she asked more questions. She knew Manhua was a good person, but she still felt uneasy since she had been divorced and had a child. However, it was surprising that Manhua could treat her usually timid daughter so well, which made her feel very comforted. If it were another woman, she might have looked down on her sickly self and her silent daughter. So, she felt a stir of emotions. "Haven't you expressed your feelings to her yet?" "Of course not. I haven't had much contact with her, just met her a couple of times on the mountain and occasionally at Xiaoya's house. We hardly spoke. But today, when I saw the Song family bullying her again, I couldn't help but teach that Songdo a lesson." Wei Xiaoshan repeated the story. Aunt Wei empathized deeply. "I didn't expect the Song family to be so unreasonable."
my son did the right thing.
"Your aunt's family, Sai, doesn't have a man to support them, which makes it quite difficult. You need to think this through. If you are serious, I can go with your mother to propose." Uncle Wei carefully observed Wei Xiaoshan's expression to see if he was joking. Wei Xiaoshan looked a bit shy but also very happy. "Let my parents decide." The elderly couple exchanged glances, knowing their son truly had this intention. The next day, Aunt Gao was making cloth shoes and chatting with Manhua when she saw someone coming. "Who is it?" she murmured, feeling surprised. In fact, she already recognized the visitor as the matchmaker. She felt a bit heavy-hearted. Her daughter-in-law had already remarried and was no longer in the house. Why was the matchmaker here? "Old sister, great news, great news." The matchmaker entered with a big smile and took Aunt Gao's hand. "Wonderful news. Your Manhua has caught the eye of a nice young man." Before Aunt Gao could respond, Manhua anxiously said, "Aunt, are you mistaken?" "I said I won't marry again. Don't be too quick to refuse." "Would I harm you?" "I care about you," she said playfully, looking at Aunt Gao. "This is truly great news. You didn't even invite me to sit down?" Aunt Gao snapped back to reality and quickly invited her into the main room, pouring hot water and bringing out sunflower seeds and peanuts. Manhua remained very resistant. "Aunt, no matter who it is, I've said I won't marry. I just want to stay with my mother and live a good life with the two girls. But the matchmaker ignored her and turned to Aunt Gao. What about the young man from the Wei family, Xiaoshan? What do you think? Both Aunt Gao and Manhua felt as if they had been hit by a thunderbolt. He truly is a good young man. Manhua instinctively said, Aunt, please don't joke.
Xiaoshan.
He wouldn't want to marry someone like me. Aunt Gao suddenly coughed loudly, interrupting her daughter's words. Why does this silly girl think so little of herself? If Wei Xiaoshan didn't like her, why would he have stood up for her yesterday? Aunt Gao chuckled, realizing both she and her daughter were being foolish. Wei Xiaoshan? Old Ma, we just met. Don't trick me. Matchmaker Ma widened her eyes. Who am I? Do you think I've matched dozens of couples for nothing? Would I risk my own livelihood to deceive you? Aunt Gao was even happier. Is this what Xiaoshan wants? Or is it his parents' idea? Seeing that Manhua was finally blushing, Matchmaker Ma felt satisfied. We've known each other for years, so I'll be honest. Xiaoshan has this intention himself, and his parents are pleased too. Aunt Gao clapped her hands and wiped her eyes. This is truly a blessing. I trust the Wei family. Wei heir is a decent man, and his wife is kind, though her health isn't great. I haven't seen Xiaoshan's sister much, but I know she's shy and not arrogant. Manhua tried to persuade Mom. Didn't we agree? I won't marry again. I'll stay home and take care of you. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you worried that people will say you're keeping me at home just to take care of you? Why care? We can live our lives however we want. Others are just talking. Seeing that Manhua genuinely wanted to stay home, Matchmaker Ma advised, Manhua, why do you think your mother is happy about Xiaoshan? He stood up for you yesterday, and the most important thing is that the Wei family lives just a mile away. So close. Their family values are good, and they won't treat you poorly. Plus, you're friends with Xiaoya, and you'll be her sister-in-law. Do you think the Wei family would mistreat you? Aunt Gao nodded along, feeling these words resonated with her. The Wei family is much better than the Song family. She hadn't seen it before, but now she clearly understood the Wei family. Mom, is it so bad if I stay home to take care of you? If I marry again, who will look after you when you're unwell? Manhua felt a little swayed, but was more worried about her mother being alone. What are you saying? If you really marry Xiaoshan, it's so close. If anything happens, you can be here in a moment. As long as you treat your in-laws well, even if you need to take care of your own family, who can say anything against it? The matchmaker noticed the excitement in the mother and daughter and wanted to take advantage of the moment. Besides, Manhua, you are still young. Didn't the Song family say you can't have sons? After marrying into the Wei family, have a couple of healthy boys to show everyone. Aunt Gao nodded repeatedly, feeling that this was exactly what she wanted to hear. Sister, to be honest, when you mentioned Wei Xiaoshan, I felt good about it. Even if they weren't so close, I would still be at ease. I certainly hope my daughter has someone to rely on and that her family can live happily together. Manhua felt very complicated inside. She had already prepared herself to live with her mother and take good care of this widowed mother while raising her daughter and niece. By the way, my Dongzhu, Aunt Gao cautiously began. She was worried that the Wei family wouldn't want Manhua to bring Dongzhu with her. During this time, she had thought it over. If the Wei family didn't want Dongzhu, she could take her and Xingya instead. After all, they lived nearby, so it would be easy for Manhua to visit. The matchmaker looked at her with a hint of reproach. Where are you thinking? Is Wei Er such an unreasonable person? He told me himself that he would treat Dongzhu like his own granddaughter. Aunt Gao's face lit up with joy. Manhua, did you hear that? The Wei family really has good values. But Manhua wasn't as excited. She calmly replied, Aunt, all of this is just talk. We still need to see their actions. Even though I'm remarrying, there should still be a bride price. Aunt Gao felt a bit conflicted. It was true that her daughter was remarrying with a child, but if there was a bride price, it would show that the groom's family valued her daughter. It would also silence those in the village who looked down on them. However, she worried that if they brought this up, it might upset the Wei family. So, she thought that even if the bride price was a little less, it would be fine. While she hesitated about how to speak, the matchmaker patted her hand. Don't worry. Wei also said that everything should follow customs and traditions. What others have, Manhua shouldn't miss out on. However, we still need to discuss the wedding banquet with you. As soon as Aunt Gao heard according to customs, she was already satisfied. But when it came to the wedding banquet, Manhua directly said, if this marriage really happens, I don't want to hold a banquet. I think the banquet is just for others to see. It's unnecessary. Just a few tables for a small gathering. Inviting our own relatives is fine. The matchmaker readily agreed. Manhua, you are very sensible. I will pass on these words to the Wei family. Next time we discuss details, we will have to exchange small gifts. The matchmaker left feeling quite pleased. Another match was made, and soon the matchmaking gift would be in hand. When Uncle Wei's family arrived with the matchmaker to propose to Manhua, everyone in the village was surprised. However, it also made sense to them. Wei Xiaoyan was indeed of marrying age, but the fact that he wanted to marry Manhua was a bit unexpected. Some felt sorry for Wei Xiaoyan, thinking that although the Wei family had claimed to be poor, they had clearly hunted a deer recently, which would have brought in a good amount of silver. They had more than enough for a wedding. Others thought Manhua was getting a good deal, considering it was her second marriage and she had a daughter. The one truly surprised was Wei Xiaoye. She had only mentioned it briefly, and now the process was moving so quickly. Wasn't there supposed to be more time to develop feelings? But she was mostly happy. She knew both Wei Xiaoyan and Manhua well, and they made a great couple. Many villagers were curious and learned that the betrothal gifts included 4 taels of silver, 2 bolts of fine cotton cloth, a silver hairpin, and various grains and meats. The villagers remarked that this was quite impressive, perhaps even more so than some first marriages. Aunt Gao, stroking the beautiful cotton cloth, worried she might ruin it by touching it too much. Manhua teased, Mom, it's just cotton cloth. If it were silk, would you keep it under wraps? Aunt Gao playfully swatted her. You silly girl. Seeing how much the Wei family values you makes me so happy. Today, I noticed Xiaoshan's expression when he looked at you. He seemed a bit shy. Aunt Gao's teasing made Manhua blush, but she felt sweet inside. The thought of a man in his 20s being shy about marrying her was both delightful and amusing. Since they wouldn't be hosting a grand banquet, just inviting close relatives, there would only be about 4 tables. Therefore, the date was quickly set for the 6th of May. In the village, the customs weren't as strict as in the city. After all, everyone had to work, and there were no rules against couples seeing each other before marriage. When Wei Xiaoye was planting watermelons, both Wei Xiaoyan and Manhua went to help her. Xiaoyi, you've quietly grown watermelon vines, and they look really fresh, Manhua said with some surprise. What made you think of planting watermelons? No one in the village does that. Wei Xiaoye smiled. I went to the county town a few days ago and saw someone selling watermelon seeds. I thought it would be great to enjoy sweet watermelons in the summer. But they are watermelons. Even if they grow, how can we bear to eat them? They sell for a high price. If you manage to grow them, Xiaoyi, you could make a fortune. Hearing this, Wei Xiaoyan chimed in with a smile. Xiaoyi has always been lucky with money. I believe she will succeed. They had been engaged for several days, but this was their first meeting. Fortunately, Wei Xiaoyi didn't tease them. After some initial shyness and awkwardness, they became more relaxed. I put a lot of thought into growing these watermelon vines. Overall, these seedlings look good, and I hope they produce big watermelons so I can make a lot of money, she said, feeling a bit regretful. There weren't enough watermelon seeds. If there were more, she could plant several acres at once and really strike it rich. In just one day, they finished planting half an acre of watermelons. Seeing that the two of them seemed a bit reluctant to leave, Wei Xiaoye invited them to her home for a meal. I think I'll pass. We're all friends here, so no need to be so polite, Manhua said, feeling a bit shy. What's wrong with that? I specifically told Xiaowan to buy more vegetables when she comes back from town. You should bring Dongzhu and Xingyu along, Wei Xiaoyan said as Manhua left. I'll go home to take a shower and change into clean clothes before coming back. I'm all sweaty and sticky, Wei Xiaoye said. Wei Xiaoye smiled and said, then hurry up. After returning home, she tidied up until Wei Xiaoyan came back. Xiaoyan was busy cooking and laughing. I didn't expect Xiaoshan and Manhua to suddenly hit it off. What gifts should we prepare for their wedding? Wei Xiaoye thought about giving a silver bracelet as a gift for her good friend. You're still young, so you don't need to worry about giving a big gift. Since you're learning embroidery now, how about stitching a nice handkerchief instead? That would be lovely, the two sisters agreed. Just then, Wei Xiaoshan and Manhua entered together. They didn't expect to arrive at the gate at the same time. Wei Xiaoye looked up and saw a man, a woman, and a child, truly resembling a family of three. She didn't know that at the same time, Manhua was feeling the same way. After returning, she tidied herself up and put on new clothes. To her surprise, Wei Xiaoshan was dressed similarly in fresh attire. This special effort to look nice pleased her and made her feel valued. Dongzhu had no objections to this man who would soon be her stepfather. In fact, she was quite happy about it. The three of them sat down to eat with Wei Xiaoye's family, enjoying a warm atmosphere. Manhua picked up a piece of seaweed and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so spicy. Is this the mountain pepper pickled seaweed?" Wei Xiaoye was pleased with her reaction and laughed heartily. That's right. Isn't it delicious? Besides the spicy seaweed, there were also peanuts and radish pieces. These three side dishes whetted everyone's appetite. Xiaoya, your mind is really sharp. The bamboo shoots are out of season, but you managed to come up with this dish. Are you planning to sell it to that sheeting building? Manhua thought of this as well.
Exactly.
If it weren't for selling to them, I wouldn't bother thinking about it, Wei Xiaoye replied, then reconsidered. But I would still think about it since I need to eat too. The table burst into laughter again. I bet many people are trying to copy you, but they just can't get the same flavor. What kind of pepper is this? We've never seen it before, Manhua casually asked. Wei Xiaoye had already prepared her answer. I bought these fresh ingredients in the county. To be honest, the traveling merchant said this pepper is especially spicy and unique. I didn't believe it at first, but I bought it out of pity for him. I didn't expect it to taste so good. She had also planted several plots of sky peppers, but she didn't want to mention that yet. You should be making money. You dare to think and try new things. Manhua and Wei Xiaoshan exchanged a knowing glance, both smiling as they thought of something. You two are exchanging glances, aren't you? Go ahead. I can't see anything, Wei Xiaoye joked freely. The other two finally stopped being shy. Being teased made them more relaxed. The next day, Manager Zhang of Fulai Building looked grimly at the sheeting building across the way, where he saw that Wei lady being warmly welcomed by Manager Li. Young master, look over there. Are those two up to something again? Su Minguan shook his head helplessly. Manager Zhang seemed a bit obsessed. The spring bamboo shoots are out of season. What could they possibly do? Besides, saying up to something sounds too harsh. His mood has been quite good these days. After the spring bamboo shoots ran out, the two restaurants are evenly matched. Young master, look. He really has some bad tricks up his sleeve. Manager Zhang said anxiously, pointing directly. When Su Minguan looked over, he saw several plates in front of Manager Li. Manager Li had just put down his chopsticks, clearly very satisfied. Su Mingyuan's expression darkened. Is this never-ending? Manager Li also felt a sense of crisis. Mrs. Wei, the kelp and peanuts are 20 coins per pound. The small radishes are 15 coins per pound. I can accept these prices. However, I have a condition. I'm all ears. Earlier, I wanted to buy your recipe, but unfortunately, you were unwilling to sell. So, it would be good for us to cooperate long-term. However, I rely on this restaurant to support my family of over 10 people. Therefore, I hope to sign a contract with you stating that these dishes can only be supplied to my restaurant. This idea came to Manager Li because the competition between the two restaurants was becoming more intense. Previously, he wouldn't have bothered with such trouble. The chef is from his own family and is quite skilled. If he had new dishes, he would just buy the recipe, learn it, and add some freshness to the restaurant. But Mrs. Wei was unwilling to sell the recipe. He thought that only supplying his restaurant was already a minimum requirement. Seeing Wei Xiaoye still thinking, he felt a bit anxious. If these spicy side dishes were sold at the other restaurant, how much damage would it do to his own? He would be the one jumping up and down in frustration. Wei Xiaoye said cautiously, I know you are worried about competition from other restaurants. How about this? I will only choose you as my partner in this town. But in other towns or counties, I won't limit myself. Of course, our contract shouldn't be long-term. Let's sign it monthly. Manager Li was quite unhappy, monthly signing. That's too loose. Manager, my small dishes can sell for this price at any restaurant. To be honest, the only reason I'm willing to supply you now is because of some unpleasantness with the other restaurant. I'm also too lazy to find another partner or open my own shop for retail. Before Wei Xiaoye could finish, Manager Li's attitude softened, and he could only agree. Wei Xiaoye was also being clever. If there were any issues and she didn't want to sell to this restaurant, she could simply stop making those small dishes for a while. Signing a contract was just a form of reassurance for both sides. After all, she didn't require a specific amount of supplies from the restaurant. She wanted some freedom, not to feel like she was working all the time. The contract was quickly drafted in 2 copies. Wei Xiaoye carefully reviewed it, saw no issues, and signed it. Xiaoxi, take the donkey cart to send Madame Wei back and bring the vegetables over. Manager Zhang instructed loudly. The assistant, Xiaoxi, quickly agreed and went to drive the donkey cart. Wei Xiaoye smiled as she left the restaurant, planning to wait at the alley entrance. Unexpectedly, Su Minguan approached at the right moment. Madame Wei, long time no see. How have you been? Wei Xiaoye felt it was strange. It hadn't been that long since they last met. She still managed to keep a slight smile. Oh, it's you, young Master Su. I wonder if Madame Wei is collaborating with Shiding Tower again? Indeed, I am. Seeing the coolness on Wei Xiaoye's face, Su Minguan lost his composure a bit. Madame Wei, do you not think this is unfair to me? We were acquainted first and collaborated first. Do you remember the wild game? I offered you very favorable prices. The smile on Wei Xiaoye's face completely faded. Last time, your head manager came to my house and said the same thing. I told him that while you did give me favorable prices, did the deer and wild boar also bring good profits to the restaurant? In this Benyuan town, deer and wild boar are quite rare delicacies, right? If you and the head manager are trying to use this as leverage, I find it a bit laughable. This is merely a business transaction between us. Just because we did some business, should I bear the inexplicable anger from those around you? Is that fair? Su Minguan didn't expect Wei Xiaoye to respond with such a lengthy statement. He had indeed thought that way. He had helped her with business a few times. She should tolerate some anger from Yao Qingqing and his mother, right? Besides, he had apologized. Do you think I should bow down before money? Or do you think that since you apologized, I should just let it go? But you are mistaken about one thing. I am not begging you for business. Even if I hadn't done those deals with you, I could still work with others. Even if the prices were a bit lower, I could accept that. However, I want more than just money. I want respect. After saying this, Wei Xiaoye got onto the donkey cart. Little C was a bit nervous at first. He worried that the young master from the restaurant across the street would use sweet talk to charm their restaurant's fortune god. Fortunately, Madame Wei looked calm and, after speaking, got onto his donkey cart. He finally relaxed and couldn't help but show a proud expression. The young master from the restaurant had been put in his place right in front of him. As Su Minguan saw the donkey cart about to leave, he hurried a few steps and whispered, Madame Wei, is our friendship only measured by these few small collaborations? Have you forgotten that in Hewan village when you helped a woman, I also offer my support? Wei Xiaoye's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. If you hadn't brought this up, I would have respected you more. Since you mentioned it, it seems you are just seeking a favor in return. I do appreciate your words back then. They did help me and Manhua a bit. But tell me, how much do you think those words are worth?
What?
Su Minguan was stunned. He didn't understand what Madame Wei meant. You think your support means I should cooperate with you in this business. How much money do you think you deserve? Is 1 coin enough for a few words? Su Minguan finally got angry. You are insulting me. Exactly. If you can't handle a little insult, then why should I tolerate the anger from your people? And they have said much worse than I just did. Su Minguan stood there, watching the donkey cart drive away. So this is what it feels like to be insulted? After being insulted, not even a single coin, or even two, could make up for the humiliation he felt. So, why did he think Madame Wei would smile at him after being insulted by Yao Qingqing and his mother? Yet, he still felt a bit unconvinced. Madame Wei was just a divorced woman from the countryside. Even if she had some skills in cooking, how could she compare to him, a young master? Wei Xiaoye sat in the donkey cart, took a sip of water from her space, and secretly laughed at herself. Look at her, getting serious again. Why was she being so serious? Would that young master really understand what she meant? Would he agree? Forget it. How could he truly understand her meaning or think that they were equal and should respect each other? He would only assume that since he had helped her business, she should repay him. Little C sat at the back of the cart and said with a smile, "Wei, I didn't expect you to be so good with words." "I'm not good with words. I just have my reasons." Little C scratched his head. "I don't really understand that. But I didn't expect the young master from Filelu to be at a loss in front of you." Wei Xiaoye secretly laughed. This young man didn't care about the details. He was just happy to see the rival in trouble. When the villagers saw the donkey cart arrive at Wei Xiaoye's house, they all knew it meant more money was coming. Sure enough, the young man carried several jars to the cart. "Xiaoya, these bamboo shoots are out of season. What delicious food have you made?" Wei Xiaoye smiled. "The bamboo shoots may be out of season, but other vegetables have grown." The village women were all envious. The vegetables from the fields were usually not worth much. Even if taken to town, it would take several pounds to sell for a single coin. Who would have thought that Wei Xiaoye could sell these worthless vegetables for such a high price? This made everyone feel frustrated. Fulela noticed that the business at the rival restaurant, Zijdenglu, was booming again. They sent a new servant to find out why and learned that Wei had supplied goods again. It wasn't sour bamboo shoots, but kelp soaked in spicy water, peanuts, and small radishes. The servant bought some back, and everyone at Filelu tried it and fell silent. This kelp and peanuts can be supplied all year round, unlike bamboo shoots, which are seasonal. And these radishes are the least valuable, available all year and easy to store. Who knew that soaking them in that spicy water would make them so tasty? Why is our sour dish different? Su Minguan was really frustrated. Isn't it just about being spicy and refreshing? Why is the taste always different? How could a big restaurant be defeated by a few simple dishes? Su Minguan didn't believe it. As an experienced manager for decades, he found it hard to accept. But the facts were right in front of him. "I really don't believe this. Let's quickly gather some new dishes for our restaurant," Su Minguan declared, sending people to the county or city to find new recipes. As long as the dishes are good, what's the harm in spending a little more money? Wei Xiaoye naturally didn't know about this. She was happily counting her silver at home. She sold 30 pounds of kelp and peanuts each, and 40 pounds of small radishes. Her income was nearly 2 taels of silver. Life was quite comfortable for her. Wei Xiaoye thought that now she had quite a bit of silver saved up, reaching over 200 taels. Was it time to buy a donkey cart? A bull cart was too slow, and a horse cart was too expensive. She didn't dare to dream of that. But the donkey cart is worth dreaming about. Thinking about going to the county town to see the donkey cart, Wei Xiaoye prepared some small dishes as samples, hoping to find a partner there. After some thought, she decided to leave the children at Manhua's house and went to the county town with Wei Xiaoshan and Wei Xiaoyang. When the brothers learned that Wei Xiaoye wanted to buy a donkey cart, they were pleasantly surprised and remarked that life was really getting better. In the village, only Wong the landlord had a donkey cart. Even the village chief didn't have one. "I thought it would be more convenient. I heard that donkey carts are easier to handle, and they aren't as big as horse carts. Taking care of a donkey is also less demanding than taking care of a horse," Wei Xiaoye said calmly. Wei Xiaoshan exclaimed, "So you are even thinking about buying a horse cart?" "Just thinking," Wei Xiaoye laughed. I can't afford a fancy horse cart yet. I'll start with a simple one. When they arrived at the western market of the county town, all kinds of livestock were sold there. Mules and donkeys were available, and even horses. The vendors greeted them warmly as soon as they arrived. After looking around, Wei Xiaoye still wanted to buy a donkey. She spotted a young, strong donkey with clear joints and solid hooves. "Madam, you have a good eye. Look, it has bright eyes, thin and flexible ears, a wide and flat back, strong muscles, rounded ribs, and a full belly. It's truly a fine donkey." The vendor smiled widely, enthusiastically praising his donkey. Wei Xiaoye was very satisfied. The donkey looked strong and was gentle when she made eye contact with it. "How much is it?" "Madam, 30 taels. Hey, don't go. I'm not asking for an outrageous price. This is the best donkey in the market." Wei Xiaoye turned to leave, but the vendor quickly blocked her. "I make an offer, and you can negotiate. Madam, isn't business about give and take?" Wei Xiaoshan frowned. "Give us a fair price. At this rate, we might as well buy a horse." The vendor chuckled. "Buying a horse isn't at this price. 28 taels. Madam, you look like a person of quality. You need a strong donkey like this for a good impression. I like this donkey, but this price is really too high. If you can't give me a fair price, I'll go look elsewhere." Actually, Wei Xiaoye didn't know what the going rate was. But after looking around, she hadn't seen anything that expensive. Besides, she wasn't just buying a donkey. She also needed a cart. After some back-and-forth negotiation, they settled on 16 taels for the donkey and 5 taels for the cart. The vendor directly taught Wei Xiaoshan and Wei Xiaoyang how to drive a donkey cart, and they took a ride around the market. Wei Xiaoye smiled quietly, noticing the excitement in her brother's eyes, and silently reflected that men really love vehicles. They were extremely satisfied with the donkey cart. After the handover was complete, the three of them drove the cart straight to the entrance of a large restaurant called Qingfeng Building. This restaurant truly lived up to its reputation as the best in town, looking much better than Fulelu and Zeidenglu. Even Wei Xiaoye, who had come from modern times, couldn't help but marvel at the wealth gap. While the poor villagers struggled to get enough to eat, the rich spent money lavishly. They wore silk, enjoyed grand meals, and had servants at their beck and call, traveling in horse-drawn carriages. The waiter greeted them warmly. "Welcome. Please come in. How many of you are there?" Wei Xiaoshan and Wei Xiaoyang felt a bit nervous, but thankfully, they were wearing clean clothes without patches. Wei Xiaoshan suddenly thought that if he had still been wearing his old patched clothes, he wouldn't have dared to enter such a place. Wei Xiaoye asked the waiter to invite the manager. After checking, the waiter didn't make it difficult for them and went to fetch him directly. Wei Xiaoye felt relieved. It was indeed a well-run establishment. When the manager, Mr. Zhao, arrived, he looked surprised. "Do you have that pickled chili dish?" Wei Xiaoye realized. "Have you tried that pickled chili dish before?" Manager Zhao smiled. "Of course, I've had it, and there are many on the market, but they always lack a bit of flavor." Wei Xiaoye understood that her dish had sparked interest in others after it opened up the market. Fortunately, others didn't have her unique chili, so the taste was always a bit lacking. After tasting patiently, Manager Zhao nodded frequently. "This is the flavor I want." Seeing that Manager Zhao was satisfied, Wei Xiaoyang and his brother felt relieved. When discussing the price, Wei Xiaoye offered the same rate as Zeidenglu but requested that they come to pick up the goods themselves. If she had to deliver, there would be an extra fee. Manager Zhao thought it was more convenient to pick up the goods rather than wait for delivery. Wei Xiaoye provided a detailed address, and they signed a contract. Manager Zhao, being clever, naturally hoped that in the county, Wei Xiaoye would supply only to his restaurant. This time, Wei Xiaoye didn't bring much stock for convenience, just 10 pounds of each item. They settled the payment on the spot. Wei Xiaoye earned 550 coins and smiled at her brothers, saying, "Today is a good day. I've got a donkey cart. Why don't I treat everyone, and we can celebrate at this restaurant?" Wei Xiaoyang was startled and quickly declined. Wei Xiaoshan felt it was unnecessary. The two had quietly examined the restaurant's decor, which was very luxurious, and it was clear that even a simple meal would be quite expensive. They noticed that some diners were paying 1 or 2 silver coins, which was several hundred coins. This frightened them, and they quickly stopped Wei Xiaoye. Wei Xiaoye sighed, realizing there is a gap between the rich and the poor. Although he had enough silver now, spending 1 or 2 silver coins on a meal felt a bit painful. So, the three turned to leave. I bought a donkey cart, and I appreciate you both coming with me. We should still celebrate. How about I host a small feast at home? When Wei Xiaoye suggested this, the two accepted. The three rode the donkey cart around the town and bought a lot of food. They even managed to get some cooked dishes. However, Wei Xiaoye thought the cooked food might not taste very good. It wasn't as flavorful as the marinated dishes from later times. It seemed to have just a bit of salt, garlic, and cilantro. Not very rich. Looking at his two brothers, who were clearly excited and enjoying the food, Wei Xiaoye bought many cooked dishes and some pastries and candies. Thinking about the celebration, he also bought some wine. On the way back, Wei Xiaoye sat in the cart while his brothers drove it from outside, feeling quite content. When the donkey cart entered the village, the villagers were used to seeing it, thinking it was just more restaurant staff coming to find Wei Xiaoye. However, when they saw that Wei Xiaoshan's two brothers were in the cart, they were a bit surprised. Wei Xiaoye got down from the cart, and since there was no one else with him, the villagers looked puzzled. Xiaoya, why didn't the restaurant staff come with you? Are you delivering the goods by yourself? Wei Xiaoye understood their thoughts and smiled generously. Not at all. This donkey cart is mine, and I thought it would be more convenient. Wei Xiaoye actually bought a donkey cart. Many villagers wouldn't even ride in an ox cart just to save a few coins. The Wei family, however, bought a donkey cart. How much silver did this donkey cart cost? It must be at least 20 or 30 taels, right? The Wei family must be making a fortune. It seems that little pickled vegetables are really profitable. Wei Xiaoye was not modest. It's all thanks to those pickled vegetables that I've earned quite a bit of silver. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to buy this donkey cart. Manhua brought a few children over when she heard the noise. She had known since morning that they were going to the county town to buy a donkey cart, so she was not surprised. However, seeing the proud donkey and the spacious cart, she was still quite impressed. The children were even more excited, jumping with joy. Wei Xiaoshan asked Wei Xiaoye, "Xiaoya, how about I drive the donkey cart and take the kids for a ride?" Wei Xiaoye readily agreed. "Go ahead and have fun. Just come back for dinner." Manhua felt sweet inside, knowing that Wei Xiaoshan wanted to make the children happy. Among the eager kids were her own Dongzhu and Xingya. The children quickly climbed onto the donkey cart. Wei Xiaoshan smiled brightly, sat in front, and drove off. Their laughter echoed down the road, catching the attention of the villagers. Gooden followed along for a while, but Wei Xiaoshan ignored him and didn't let him on the cart. He ran home crying. Old Wong asked, "Why are you crying, Gooden?" Gooden glared at Sun Fengyang and said, "You're not my third aunt. My third aunt bought a donkey cart. They all get to ride, but I can't." Although Gooden's words were a bit jumbled, the Wong family understood clearly. Wei Xiaoye bought a donkey cart? She actually bought a donkey cart. This was even more envied than her building a big house. After all, a house was a necessity, and it brought the most pride. But a donkey cart was something you wouldn't buy unless you had extra money to spend. Wang Sansong's expression darkened. Did Daya and Area go too? They're not called Daya and Area anymore. They're called Xiaoxing and Xiaoya. It's not just them. There's Dongzhu, Xingya, and that troublesome girl Hua. Whoa, I just can't ride. Gooden felt more and more wronged and started crying again. Old Lu was both jealous and angry, and she naturally joined in. If it weren't for that ghost stealing our money, we could buy a donkey cart. She intended to say, if we had enough money, we could even buy a horse cart, but then realized that 10 taels wouldn't even buy a donkey cart, so she stopped herself. Wang Sansong sneered, not just a donkey cart, we could even fly. Sun Fengyang quickly added, Dad, Mom, let's go to the county office and make a complaint. We should have them arrest her brother-in-law. Officials must act for the people. Old Lu felt a surge of frustration. Every time she tried to confront the issue of the stolen 10 taels, the third couple made her so angry she nearly fainted.
Stop talking about that.
Tomorrow, Xiao Miao will meet her match, and finally, our family has some good news. Although the Wei family bought a donkey cart, the Wong family was not pleased. But thinking about the good news and the bride price coming in, they all tried to suppress their jealousy. Only Wong Xiao Miao stayed silent in her room, tears streaming down her face. The next day, Wong Xiao Miao was forced to wear her best outfit. It was old, but at least had no patches. The matchmaker entered the yard with a cheerful laugh. The Wong family looked at the limping man following the matchmaker, their faces unchanged. Only Wong Xiao Miao was in disbelief. She was supposed to meet a disabled person?
What is there to see? Get away from me. I don't want to meet a.
Wong Xiao Miao shouted from the side. The man's and the matchmaker's expressions darkened immediately, and an older woman with sharp eyes looked fierce. Is this the attitude of your Wong family? If you don't want to meet him, you shouldn't have made us come here and cause such a fuss. Old Wong glared at Wong Xiao Miao, silently warning her. He then smiled at the woman. It's a misunderstanding. We all know the situation. We're just here to discuss the marriage. Wong Xiao Miao looked at her mother in disbelief, while her usually caring mother turned her face away helplessly. Beside her, he urged quietly, Sister, take another look. He looks decent enough. Wong Xiao Miao felt almost hopeless. How could he be decent? He looked like a big pillar. The guests settled in the main room, and the older woman raised an eyebrow. We understand your daughter's situation. If it weren't for my son being older and needing a wife, no family would want someone with such a reputation. Do you know how much ridicule and disdain we would face bringing her home? Wong Xiao Miao wanted to speak again, but he and Zhang covered her mouth and pushed her out. The older woman scoffed. It seems your daughter isn't willing. That's not true. My daughter is just a bit spoiled and hasn't thought about marrying so soon. She doesn't want to leave her family. Lu quickly smiled, feeling uncomfortable about marrying off her pampered daughter. But her husband had warned her, and her son and daughter-in-law were also unhappy with her. Being a mother was difficult for her. The older woman laughed derisively. A pampered girl? I didn't know what kind of farmer would spoil their daughter like that. Look at this, with nothing in the house, yet they still want to pamper their daughter. The old woman's words struck a chord with the He and Zhang families. Since Wei had left her husband and home, most of the household chores fell to the two daughters-in-law. Sun Fengyang had made a big mistake by returning, but she was cunning and managed to win Wang Sansong completely to her side. When asked to do more work, the two would cause a scene at home. The two old folks were also tempted by the little money from Sun Fengyang's embroidery, so they wouldn't truly make things difficult for them. All the chores landed on these two daughters-in-law. That was one thing, but Wang Xiaomiao was not a spoiled young lady. Why should she live a life without lifting a finger at home? Now, seeing the old woman speak about Wang Xiaomiao, they felt pleased. The old woman, with a proud expression, continued, although my family is not wealthy, we are respected in the town. My son may have a disability, but he is more than enough for your daughter. If your daughter is disrespectful and marries into my family, I will make sure to teach her well. He and Zhang exchanged surprised glances. They only knew she was from a household, but they didn't realize she was from a respected family in town. Wang Xiaomiao's reputation was ruined, yet she could still marry into a well-off family? Both felt a twinge of jealousy. Was Wang Xiaomiao really considered beautiful? Their sister-in-law had a high opinion of herself, but in reality, her skin was rough, dark, and her eyes were narrow. How could she be called pretty? The man grew impatient and said loudly, Mother, why say so much? We are here to discuss the marriage. Any teachings can wait until your daughter-in-law arrives. The old woman's earlier reprimand had stunned Wang Laotu and Lu Pozi. They both looked at the matchmaker, who nodded in understanding. The Chu family is indeed well off. I wouldn't deceive you. They felt relieved. Since it was a wealthy family, then the betrothal gifts. 3 silver coins, the old woman said again, 3 silver coins. No more. Lu Pozi was so angry she nearly fainted. This was a wealthy family? This was even less than the betrothal gifts from a farming family. Then let's not talk about it. The old woman smiled lightly. Of course. Other gifts will follow the proper customs. We won't treat you unfairly. Lu Posey recalled the betrothal gifts Wei Xiaoye had given to Manhua, which were also said to follow customs, and she couldn't help but feel a stir of hope. In my village, there's a woman who divorced and has a child. For her second marriage, the man gave 4 taels of silver, 2 bolts of fine cotton cloth, and a silver hairpin. The food and other gifts are not worth mentioning, as there is plenty. I wonder how your family compares in terms of customs. What? Are you dreaming in broad daylight? Is everyone still asleep? The elderly woman from the Chu family suddenly shouted, startling everyone. She looked ready to jump up, and the matchmaker quickly calmed her down, sighing towards Lu. Aunt Wong, you shouldn't compare with Manhua. Why can't I compare with Manhua? She is also a second wife with a child. No matter what, my daughter Miao Miao is a pure young lady. Although she had a falling out with the Yang family over some matters, is my Miao Miao not a pure young lady? Lu became agitated as well. She couldn't believe her daughter was considered less than Manhua. Wong Sansong chimed in. That's right. My sister's reputation is intact. We simply chose not to argue with the Yang family because they are educated and bring honor to our village. If we really wanted to, the county magistrate would side with us.
Don't speak so nicely.
I've done my homework. If you think your daughter is valuable, go ahead and aim high. The Chu family is not desperate. As she spoke, the mother and son stood up, showing no interest in further discussion. The matchmaker grew anxious, trying to hold the Chu family back while saying, "Let's discuss this more." After calming them down, the matchmaker quickly pulled Lu aside and walked away. Lu, do you really think your Miao Miao will be easy to find a match for? You've asked me to help look for how long? Since last year, it's almost been half a year, and this is the only family we found. Are you really going to ruin this chance? Lu was shocked that her daughter seemed to have no prospects at all. Initially, she hoped to find a shopkeeper or a scholar from the town, but after that incident, her daughter's reputation suffered. She thought of lowering her standards and just finding a family with a decent background. But after searching, there was still no news. This family is at least from the town. Don't be fooled by the son having a limp. He is strong and capable. If you truly don't want this, you might miss out on this opportunity. The matchmaker could see Lu's anxiety and knew exactly what she was thinking. In reality, it was indeed difficult for Wong Miao Miao to find a match. The 2 nearby villages all know about her situation and don't care about her at all. The Chu family has already learned everything about the Wong family. If they had any other choice, they wouldn't consider this marriage. The matchmaker said, the Chu family is decent and will follow the proper customs. If they don't want to propose to your family, it's clear that the longer this drags on, the worse the options will become. Lu Posey hesitated but eventually nodded. Keeping her daughter at home was not a solution. The 3 daughters-in-law in the house could no longer tolerate the situation, and she feared what might happen if it continued like this. In the end, the marriage was settled quickly, set to take place in just 6 days. After the Chu family and the matchmaker left, Wang Xiaomiao caused a scene at home, but was scolded by the He and Zhang families. In a few days, you will be a Chu family woman. Don't think that after marrying, life will be as easy as it is at home, they warned. Have you seen your mother-in-law? You must serve her well, and your husband must not be disobedient. If you want to have a son, you need to hold your head high among your sisters-in-law. The more they spoke, the colder Wang Xiaomiao felt. She could see the clear delight in their eyes, as if they were looking forward to her struggling after marriage. Are you all crazy? You just want to see me suffer. Wang Xiaomiao shouted in frustration. Just then, Lu Posey entered and slapped her across the face. Wang Xiaomiao looked at her mother in disbelief. This was the mother who had always loved her. With tears in her eyes, Lu Posey said, I hit you for your own good. You are about to get married. Your sisters-in-law are right. If you keep this attitude after marriage, your life will be harder than bitter herbs. Mom, I don't want to marry that person. Can I refuse? I can't even marry a decent man? That mother and son are clearly difficult to deal with. You're sending me to my doom, Wang Xiaomiao cried, covering her face. Lu Posey waved for the daughters-in-law to leave, and then quietly shared the matchmaker's words. Do you think you are still in demand? I've been looking for a match for 6 months to find this family. Don't you think others care about your reputation? Wang Xiaomiao couldn't hold back her tears any longer and cried out louder. Even he Manhua, with a child, can marry into a good family. Wei Xiaoye is single, yet she lives just fine with her child. I won't get married. Can't I just live my own life? Old lady Lu sighed deeply. What do you have to compare with others? Don't even mention the Wei family, just look at Manhua. After her divorce, she took care of everything at home. Look at her mother. Her work is so much easier now. What have you done each day? If you could be as hardworking as Manhua, your sisters-in-law wouldn't treat you this way. What do you mean by treating me well or not? Don't you just want to trade me for a few taels of silver? What can 3 taels do? And you are actually willing. Wang Xiaomiao was quite upset, her voice strained. Old lady Lu was resolute. 3 taels isn't much. But because of you, our family owes the Yang family 5 taels. Have you forgotten the IOU you wrote? Do you think you can escape? It needs to be paid back within a year. If we don't pay, how do you think the Yang family will treat us? This is like losing more than we gain. You should get married soon while there are still families looking for a daughter-in-law. As she spoke, old lady Lu frowned herself. She was truly unhappy with this marriage proposal. At this moment, she could only hope that the family would treat her daughter well and not mistreat her. It seemed she was trying to convince Wang Xiaomiao, and perhaps herself as well. What your sisters-in-law said is true. You should do as they say. Once you marry, you'll be part of the Chu family. You need to honor your in-laws, serve your husband, and make them happy. I believe they will treat you well in return. Wang Xiaomiao recalled how her sisters-in-law lived at home, especially thinking about how Wei Xiaoye lived in this family, and she shivered. Would she have to live like that too? Waking up before the rooster and eating worse than a dog. What's the point of getting married? You don't need to think of any tricks here. You see, your father and I are getting old, and your sisters-in-law won't accept you. Before, I kept them in check, but soon your elder brother will be in charge. If you want to live comfortably in our home without doing anything, that won't work. Old lady Lu could see her daughter's thoughts clearly and immediately cut off her ideas. Besides, if you can be as capable as the Wei family, earn money, build a house, and buy a donkey cart, then your father and I would be happy to find you a husband. Thinking of Wei Xiaoye's house and donkey cart, old lady Lu felt a pang in her heart. Why should she enjoy those things alone? No. Why should she enjoy them with 2 little girls? Wang Xiaomiao was stunned. Mother, if I could earn that much money, why would I need to marry anyone? I could just live my own good life. As the mother and daughter talked, they drifted off topic, imagining Wei Xiaoye's comfortable life before they both sighed. Wang Xiaomiao knew that if she didn't get married, her 3 sisters-in-law would stop helping her. Not to mention her 3 brothers, who were eyeing her small bride price greedily. Mother, it's all your fault for not hiding the money well back then. 3rd brother and son's family are fine, so why should I be rushed into marriage? Wang Xiaomiao felt more and more wronged. If she had money, she wouldn't have to put up with this situation. Getting married sooner is better. After all, the Chu family is from the town, which is better than marrying a villager. At least it was from the town. Otherwise, she would end up marrying someone from the village and Lu Posey would lose face. Wang Xiaomiao cried again. But that man from the town was and looked fierce. The news of Wang Xiaomiao's engagement didn't stir much excitement in the village. Everyone thought she wouldn't marry into a good family, anyway. Lu Posey, however, boasted a few times outside, claiming the groom's family was well off, but no one paid much attention. Lu Posey was furious. Some people even asked directly, "Is there something wrong with him?" "What's wrong? My son-in-law is doing well." Lu Posey quickly clarified. "I heard he has trouble walking." "Sure, he has some trouble, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't have to do any hard work at home. He has a shop to manage." Lu Posey raised her voice. thinking this would impress them. However, those people just smiled subtly, not taking her seriously, which made Lu Posey very angry. Forget it. Once Xiaomiao is married and living well, wearing gold and silver, they'll all respect her. A few days later was Wang Xiaomiao's wedding day. The red wedding dress was quite rough, and she left in a bullock cart. Some curious people found out that aside from a small bride price, all they had were some grains. Yang's mother was still upset at home. That troublemaker is finally married off and won't cause us any more trouble. Now she'll be someone else's problem. Mother, I heard that family has a man with a bad leg who looks fierce. She'll surely suffer after marrying him. Why would the Wong family marry her off? Yang Ting felt scared thinking about it. Yang's mother quickly comforted her, saying, "My silly daughter, the Wong family is rotten from top to bottom. Why would they marry you off for just a few coins? People like us wouldn't let you marry for such a small amount. Don't think about the Wong family situation as your own." Yang Ting then smiled shyly. Wang Xiaomiao's intentions are not good. No matter how her life turns out, if it's not good, it's her own doing. As she expected, on the very day Wang Xiaomiao got married, she was hit. She didn't realize that although it was said to be a town, the family was very poor, with many sisters-in-law. Her husband, Chu Shi, was the eldest son and hadn't married due to his leg issues. It turned out he was already 26 years old. He had 3 younger brothers, all of whom were married. Once she married in, she became the eldest sister-in-law. Under the flickering candlelight, she saw Chu Shi take off his clothes, revealing part of his withered leg. She struggled to control her fear and quickly turned her head away. But before she knew it, Chu Shi grabbed her hair and forcefully turned her back. Chu Shi's face twisted in anger. "What? You dare to look down on me? Do you think I'm not as handsome as the pretty boy you like? You should look at yourself and see if you're worthy." Saying this, he slapped her twice across the face. Wang Xiaomiao, who had always been pampered at home, had never experienced such humiliation. She screamed and quickly stood up, running to the door, trying to escape. What she didn't expect was that the door was locked from the outside. Wang Xiaomiao pulled at the door frantically, but couldn't open it. Terrified, she turned back to see Chu Shi approaching with a sinister smile. Despite his leg issues, he used a cane to jump forward and grabbed her wrist tightly. "What do you think you're doing, looking down on me?" With a strong throw, he knocked Wang Xiaomiao to the ground. The room was small, and no matter how hard she tried to escape, she couldn't. Though Chu Shi had only one leg, he was quick. Once he caught her, he started hitting her wildly. Wang Xiaomiao cried out in despair, but no one came to help. Chu Shi was like a monster. The more she cried, the more excited he became. On such a tragic wedding night, all of Wang Xiaomiao's thoughts and fantasies vanished. She no longer thought about anything else, only wishing to avoid being hit. As Chu Shi continued to torment her, Wang Xiaomiao kept begging for mercy. Seeing the strange excitement in her new husband's eyes, she realized she had fallen into a wolf's den. The next morning, Wang Xiaomiao was woken up by the clattering sounds in the kitchen. Just as she was about to complain, the satisfied Chu Shi beside her impatiently said, "Aren't you going to help?" Wang Xiaomiao instantly became alert, her body stiffened, and she hurriedly got up. This time when she opened the door, she found that the lock had been released. This family was truly heartless. But she dared not say anything and obediently went to the kitchen. There was only one sister-in-law in the kitchen. Upon seeing her bruised face, she didn't even offer a word of comfort. Wang Xiaomiao numbly helped to start the fire. Her mother-in-law, Mrs. Wu, also came over. Looking at her face, she coldly said, "You need to be obedient, or your husband will hit you. You were already a disgrace before marrying into our family, so consider yourself lucky to be with the Chu family. Don't be ungrateful." Wang Xiaomiao felt like her world had collapsed, but she could only respond meekly. 3 days later, on the day she was supposed to return home, the Wang family did not see Wang Xiaomiao bringing her new husband back. Old Lady Lu waited anxiously and walked to the gate several times. He sure sighed. It seems Xiaomiao's in-laws are not easy to deal with. That's her fate, Zhang Shi said dismissively. If she hadn't caused trouble at her family, she could have married better. Old Lady Lu looked gloomy and quietly cried in her room. Sun Fengni frowned, realizing that her daughter was being cared for, but she treated her daughter-in-law differently. When they had teamed up with Wang Xiaomiao and He Shi against Wei Xiaoye, where had that attitude gone? Lost in thought, she wondered if the tides had turned. How well was Wei Xiaoye doing after leaving the Wong family? As she pondered, she stopped her sewing. Wang Sansong glanced at her and said, "What are you thinking about? You stole so much silver and still have the nerve to be lazy here?" Sun Fengni didn't retort and resumed stitching a handkerchief. Aunt Yang found some free time and went to Yang Wen's house. "Sister-in-law, didn't the Wong family owe you 5 taels of silver? Now that Wang Xiaomiao is married and they've received the bride price, shouldn't we go collect the money? Should we rush to ask for the silver?" Aunt Yang scoffed. "Do you think they will pay us back if we don't go remind them?" Yang's mother thought about it and agreed. "You're right. Since it's my silver, we should go ask for it." Not only the 3 sisters-in-law went, but also 2 brothers from the Yang family and their sons. The Yang family was going to the Wong family to collect their debt. Old Lady Lu was quietly mourning in her room, unaware that instead of her daughter returning, a group of people had come to demand payment. Old Wong was furious. "Didn't you say it would be paid back within a year? It's only been a few months. What's going to happen when you run out of money? Now that you have cash, you think you can avoid paying?" Aunt Yang was leading the charge. She was usually very straightforward and had a loud voice. Old Lu felt very frustrated. "You claim to be educated. It seems like all you care about is money. Don't think the Wong family is easy to bully. Let's stick to the agreement and pay it back within a year. You have money now but refuse to pay. What about when you didn't have any? You plan to avoid paying then, right?" The Wong family had just received a small amount of betrothal money and had only enjoyed a couple of good meals, but now they were being pressured by the Yang family, and everyone was extremely angry. Naturally, someone went to call the village head, who sighed, wondering why the Yang family couldn't just wait a year. It was just a few coins. Why the rush? But the Yang family had a point. The Wong family had money now but was clearly not willing to pay back. They seemed to be planning to avoid it. "Since you have money, pay back some of it. Let's start with 2 coins. The agreement states you owe 2 coins, leaving 3 still owed." The village head's words upset the Wong family, who felt he was being unreasonable and siding with the Yang family. The village head was very angry. "If you refuse to accept my mediation, then settle it among yourselves. In the future, if anything happens to your family, whether from the Yangs or the Weis, no matter what happens, don't come to me for help." The crowd chuckled. It was possible for the Wong family to be attacked by the Yang family, but with the Wei family, that seemed unlikely. Wei Xiaoye had already divorced, and the Wei family had already vented their frustrations. Wang Sansong was more concerned. Who knew how unpredictable Wei Xiaoye could be? If she showed up with a hammer again and the village head wouldn't help, what would they do? He was still thinking about mending things with Wei Xiaoye. Even if they couldn't be a couple, they had 2 daughters together. Once the daughters grew up and understood things, he hoped to connect with them, and if they married well, they would still honor him as their father. Uncle Yang was a rough man and immediately shouted, "On the day you harmed my nephew, I wasn't home. If I had been, would you still be standing here? If you are unhappy with the village head's mediation, fine, but you won't be living in this house anymore. If the Yang family doesn't get the money, we'll tear down your house." Several of Yang's nephews stepped forward together. "If you don't pay back the money, we'll tear down your house right now." Wang Laotu felt overwhelmed. He only received 3 taels of silver for marrying off his daughter, and now he had to give away 2? What was the point of rushing to marry her off? What good came from it? The 3 brothers of the Wong family were on high alert, fearing the Yang family might come charging in at any moment. "You dare to tear down my house, we will report you to the county office," He Shi said, lacking confidence. "If the county magistrate asks why we tore down your house, the reason is clearly written on the IOU that you signed and stamped," Yang's mother scolded sharply. The Wong family recalled that the document stated they had set up a trap, which required them to pay 5 taels of silver. This was not good evidence for them. Going to the county office? If you want to go, let's go now, Yang's second aunt said forcefully. All right, can we settle for 1 tael now? Don't think just because my sister is married. We received much of a bride price. Wang Sansong's tone softened. Yang's mother refused. No, you must return 2 taels. The other 3 taels must be paid back in the second half of the year. After a back and forth, the Wong family had no choice but to return 2 taels of silver. In front of the village chief and the villagers, the IOU was marked to show that 2 taels had been repaid, with 3 taels still owed. As the Yang family left, the Wong family felt a heavy cloud hanging over them. Marrying off a daughter brought only 3 taels of silver, and the Yang family took away 2 right away. It felt like a piece of flesh had been cut from them, leaving them uncomfortable. Sun Fengyang was very upset. What kind of life is this? Wang Sansong replied coldly, if you don't want to live in my family, go back to your own. Your family doesn't even look for you when you're missing. Sun Fengyang fell silent. She knew exactly what her family was like. Who could she rely on? He sure thought about cooking, and old Lu shouted, make the porridge thinner today. There's nothing going on, so why eat so much? Instead of sitting around, you should go up the mountain to gather mushrooms and wild vegetables to earn some money. He sure, feeling frustrated, went into the kitchen with a lot of anger inside her. At that moment, some villagers were also gathering mushrooms and wild vegetables, but they clearly weren't as lucky as Wei Xiaoye. When Wei Xiaoye went up the mountain, she would come back with baskets full. However, she was now well off and rarely went up the mountain anymore. Surprisingly, instead of foraging, she started making pickled dishes and experimenting with other things. Wei Xiaoye spread the word in the village that she was collecting crayfish. The villagers thought she was making too much money and was too happy, which made her a bit confused. What do we need the crayfish for? They are only paying 3 coins per pound. But she wanted the bigger ones. These creatures are plentiful in the small ditches, with 2 large pincers, and they look quite ugly. Just looking at them makes one shiver. But since they could bring in money, the villagers were eager to catch them. Some even wondered if these creatures could be used for medicine. Otherwise, why would Wei collect them? Wei Xiaoye didn't share any secrets, only saying she wanted to buy them. The adults were skeptical, but the children believed it. They went barefoot, without fishing rods, just using a thin string with a bit of worm tied to it, and surprisingly caught many. They were worried Wei Xiaoye would say it was just for fun, so they only brought 1 or 2 pounds to her. To their surprise, Wei Xiaoye actually accepted them. Manhua helped weigh them, and Wei Xiaoye quickly paid the children in copper coins. It was either 3 or 4 coins, or 5 or 6. The children gasped in excitement, all happy. This was the first time they earned money. Wei Xiaoye even bought a new jar to store these ugly crayfish, making Manhua feel uneasy. Why do you like them so much? They scare me, Manhua said, glancing at them before turning away. Wei Xiaoye laughed heartily. When I put them on the table, let's see if you're still scared. These are just crayfish. The children actually earned copper coins from Wei Xiaoye. Naturally, the adults took notice. They were impatient to catch them like the children, so they used bamboo fish baskets instead, which was much faster. Aizao was also very quick. As soon as she heard the news, she went to catch them. She avoided the crowds and found a ditch at the foot of the mountain, managing to catch quite a few. She brought over a dozen pounds of crayfish to Wei Xiaoye's yard, still a bit worried. Sister Xiaoya, are you sure this will be useful? I've never heard of these ugly things being useful. Don't worry, I have a use for them. You caught some really good ones, they're quite big. Wei Xiaoye quickly paid her, totaling 51 coins. It wasn't until she had collected most of the jar that Wei Xiaoye told everyone to stop. We'll collect more in a few days. This is enough for now. Those who rushed to catch crayfish all earned copper coins. Later arrivals were quite unhappy. Xiaoya, we only went to catch them because you asked us to. Now you don't want them? What can we do with these ugly things? Wei Xiaoye looked at the small crayfish brought by the woman. They weren't very impressive. I didn't need the ones you brought in the first place. Look at this, it's brought by the mugwort, and it's quite big. Seeing that the woman was still trying to make a fuss, Wei Xiaoye said seriously, I will definitely want more in the future, but I won't take such small ones. If you disagree, then I won't take your mud skippers either. The woman's face turned purple with anger, but she had to back down. Then I'll pick out the bigger ones. Will you take them this time? That works. Seeing her take the initiative to compromise, Wei Xiaoye also softened her approach. So the woman, holding back her frustration, picked out the larger mud skippers and weighed them. In the end, she got 9 coins and left with a smile. That evening, Wei Xiaoye soaked some small crayfish in salt water for an hour, then cleaned them with a brush. She cleaned the shrimp belly, cut off the heads, and found the middle part of the tails, twisting it to remove the intestines. Wei Xiaojun and Manhua followed her lead, their expressions hard to describe, but they were focused on the task. Seeing their puzzled faces, Wei Xiaoye couldn't help but laugh. You don't need to look so serious. You'll see that it's all worth it later. The three of them paid little attention to her reassurance. They thought Wei Xiaoye was just experimenting, and they didn't dare to hope for a delicious result. Wei Xiaoye heated oil in a pan and added the cleaned and dried crayfish, frying them for a while before taking them out. Aitzai lamented, so much oil for these ugly things. They really deserve to be cooked. Laughter filled the room at Aitzai's amusing remark. She poured out half of the excess oil to maintain the right amount. Then, she added dried chili, garlic, cinnamon, nutmeg, star anise, and Sichuan pepper, allowing the spices to release their rich aroma in the hot oil. Using a spatula, she gently stirred to ensure the spices mixed well and heated evenly, letting the fragrance fill the air. She added the fried crayfish and stirred them evenly. Wei Xiaoye quietly mixed in some seasonings she bought, adding cooking wine, chicken essence, salt, sugar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and beer, simmering it on low heat to infuse the flavors. This was indeed her experiment, with a rich variety of seasonings. She had already thought it through. She could sell the crayfish herself or sell the recipe. If she sold the recipe, it would definitely have fewer seasonings, but skilled cooks could still make it taste great even without some ingredients. Crayfish are mainly about being fresh, fragrant, and spicy, delivering that satisfying kick. After collecting the juice, the bright red and tempting crayfish were served on the table. Come on, let's enjoy a good meal. I have some fruit wine, so let's not waste it. Wei Xiaoye invited them to sit down and poured each of them a glass of green plum wine. She picked up her chopsticks first, grabbed a crayfish, peeled off the shell, and put the shrimp meat in her mouth, unable to help but exclaim, so delicious. No wonder it comes from a master chef. Her self-praise made them all laugh. They thought Wei Xiaoye was just putting on a show, and they were ready to humor her. But as soon as the shrimp meat entered their mouths, they all gasped in surprise. It was indeed very tasty. Spicy and fragrant. It was hard to stop eating. Pairing it with a sip of wine made it even better. Wei Xiaoye became proud. What do you think? Would I lie to you? Truly a master chef. Absolutely deserving. Turning stone into gold. The three of them praised her at the same time, making Wei Xiaoye very happy. Wei Xiaoye felt quite satisfied. In her past life, she was somewhat reclusive and didn't have many friends. Now, she had a few close friends, enjoying crayfish, drinking wine, and chatting together. What a joy. You all think, how much can this crayfish sell for per pound? The name mud crab sounded terrible, so they quickly accepted the term crayfish. 10 coins? Wei Xiaojun asked tentatively. 10 coins is too cheap. It should be at least 12 coins. Ai Chao added 2 coins. 15 coins. If we're going to do it, let's do it big, Manhua said boldly. Wei Xiaoye glanced at them. You are all too cautious. It should sell for at least 20 coins per pound. The three of them were surprised. Can this crayfish really be worth so much? You really underestimate business people. If I sell it for 20 coins, do you believe that restaurants would charge 50 coins for a small dish, maybe even less than a pound? Ai Chao sighed. There's no business without trickery. Wei Xiaoye laughed again. Of course, in the village, scraping for food won't make you rich. You have to be a businessman. Wei Xiaoye felt a bit torn about whether to sell the goods and recipe to the town's restaurant or to open her own crayfish shop. Selling it herself seemed to offer higher profits. But it would also require more effort. Maybe she could do both? Early the next morning, Wei Xiaoye and her sister prepared the crayfish, loaded them onto a donkey cart, and headed to the town. With the donkey cart, they arrived in just over an hour. The crayfish were still hot. As soon as Manager Li saw Wei Xiaoye, he immediately greeted her with a big smile. "What great news, Mrs. Wei. You've come here driving your own cart." After so many years as a manager, even though the owner was a family member and paid well, there were always many expenses at home, and he couldn't even afford a donkey cart himself. He truly envied Wei Xiaoye's cart. Wei Xiaoye smiled back. "Congratulations to you too. What do I have to celebrate?" Manager Li realized, could it be that Mrs. Wei has new dishes? New dishes meant more business. That's right. Wei Xiaoye was welcomed into the inner room. Manager Li and the chef looked at the food box she brought with eager anticipation. When the box was opened, both were puzzled. What is this? Wei Xiaoye found it amusing. The small crayfish had its heads cut off, so they didn't recognize it. Don't ask yet, just try it. They picked one up, imitating Wei Xiaoye, peeled it, and put the meat in their mouths. Their eyes widened simultaneously. The meat was tender and juicy, with a spicy and fragrant flavor that excited their taste buds. With just a bite, the delicious juices burst in their mouths. "It's truly delicious, hard to resist," Manager Li praised sincerely. "How much can you sell a plate like this for at your restaurant?" Wei Xiaoye asked directly. Manager Li pondered. He didn't even know what it was or how much it cost. This large plate seemed to weigh nearly a pound. Manager Li tentatively suggested 60 or 70 coins, perhaps. Having tasted it, he knew it was meat. Although it wasn't chicken or pork, it was similar to fish. Wei Xiaoye nodded. "The price is quite reasonable. This is a crayfish." She found it a bit amusing. Seeing the two who had just enjoyed the dish, now looking incredulous yet trying to hold back, she couldn't help but laugh. Manager Li had seen many things. This is actually a crayfish? That ugly creature can be eaten? And it tastes so good. The chef was also shocked, but he accepted it more quickly. That ugly thing is everywhere, and no one knew it could be eaten. Wei Xiaoye pondered for a moment. "What do you think? Manager, how can we cooperate?" Manager Li became excited. If Mrs. Wei could prepare these fresh daily and deliver them to our restaurant, it would clearly be quite troublesome. Instead, why don't we buy the recipe from you? The chef's eyes lit up. If they could really buy the recipe, then he would be the one benefiting. If he could learn this skill, it would be impressive. "How much silver is your restaurant willing to pay for the recipe?" Li, the shopkeeper, thought. 20 taels of silver. Wei Xiaoye frowned. 20 taels of silver is too cheap. I might as well catch the crayfish myself and sell them. Earning 20 taels is easy. Li thought about it and agreed. 20 taels sounded like a lot, but considering the high profit, it wasn't much. How about 30 taels? Li added 10 more. Wei Xiaoye was still not satisfied. When she was poor, 30 taels was a big deal for her. Now, with 200 taels, she didn't think much of 30. "It seems we can't agree. I'll just catch the crayfish myself, and you can sell them at your restaurant. That way, both of us benefit." Wei Xiaoye dismissed the 30 taels, and Li hesitated. He wasn't sure if he was missing a good opportunity. He gritted his teeth. "Madam Wei, if you sell the recipe to my restaurant, you can't sell it to anyone else. If we can agree on a price and I sell you the recipe, then I will be the only supplier for the crayfish. You can't buy from anyone else." Li was clever and understood Wei Xiaoye's intention. She would catch the crayfish easily and sell them to the restaurant without much effort. If he wanted to buy from others, he could lower the price. But Madame Wei wouldn't agree. If he didn't accept this condition, she wouldn't sell the recipe at all. "How much would you charge if you supplied the crayfish to the restaurant?" Li asked. 20 per pound. "Madame Wei, you sell to me at 20 per pound, but this dish has been cleaned. Without the heads, the weight is much less." Li implied that it was still too expensive. Wei Xiaoye understood. 18 won per pound. If it's lower, I'll have to find another partner. This was Wei Xiaoye's trump card. Sure enough, both Li and the chef were startled. They had just managed to outbid the restaurant across the street and couldn't let Madame Wei go there. All right, I'll buy the crayfish at 18 won per pound, and I won't accept anyone else's supply. Also, the recipe for 30 taels of silver. Li felt it was an unfair deal, but the high profit was tempting, so he agreed. Wei Xiaoye found it amusing to see him gritting his teeth. The two discussed the details further. Wei Xiaoye said loudly, "Shopkeeper, we have cooperated several times, and it has been quite pleasant. If I weren't so bothered, I would definitely handle this food business myself. If you take someone else's goods, I will have to make this recipe public. That way, it would be fair." The shopkeeper was startled, and the chef couldn't help but say, "That's too unfair. If you only take my goods, then this business will be exclusive to you and me. Since you won't let me have an exclusive business, I won't let you have one either." Wei Xiaoye thought for a moment. "Just like that pickled vegetable, I will also find a partner in the county for this mud skipper. The agreement I sign with him will be the same as yours." The shopkeeper's face fell a bit. Wei Xiaoye added, "If you think this condition isn't good, I will have to find another partner." To put it simply, relying on this fresh taste to capture the market is a risk. No one knows how much can be earned or for how long. Every business has risks. You need to assess it well. The shopkeeper chuckled. What was happening to him? He was being lectured by a young woman in her 20s? After years of doing business, how could he not know these things? "This is a big matter, Miss Wei. Why don't you wait for my news? I will report to the owner today and give you a clear answer this afternoon." Wei Xiaoye nodded. As a shopkeeper, he was like a professional manager. This cooperation has its risks and costs, so he needed to discuss it with the owner. As the two sisters walked out of the restaurant, Wei Xiaojun felt a bit disappointed. "Eldest sister, I thought everything would go smoothly. I didn't expect the shopkeeper would need to discuss it." She was used to her eldest sister having everything go well, so when there was a small hiccup, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Wei Xiaoye glanced at her. If everything went smoothly, that would be lucky. But in business, things are rarely that easy. Earning money is not simple. Seeing Wei Xiaojun nod repeatedly, Wei Xiaoye secretly smiled. Making money was indeed not easy. In fact, for her, earning money had become relatively easier. Wei Xiaojun still went to the embroidery shop, while Wei Xiaoye drove back alone. Driving the donkey cart wasn't difficult, especially since her donkey was quite gentle and obedient. She accidentally caught a glimpse of Filelu, where Su Minguan was also present, and he turned his face away coldly. Wei Xiaoye sighed quietly. When business fails, feelings also fade. That's fine. Fortunately, she had no emotional entanglements with him. Otherwise, she would be the one getting hurt. When I returned home, I saw that old man Wei had brought his whole family over. They all came out to see when they heard the sound of the donkey cart. Old man Wei looked a bit proud and said, "This donkey cart looks really nice." His eldest daughter had always been seen as a misfortune for the family since her divorce, a source of shame. He never expected her to be so capable and successful. Now, not only did they have a big house, but also this impressive donkey cart. There were only 2 donkey carts in the village. Mrs. Cheng noticed her eldest daughter was quiet and quickly broke the awkward silence, saying, "Xiaoyi, we heard you bought a donkey cart, so we came to take a look." "Big sister, with this donkey cart it will be convenient to go anywhere, Mrs. You said, feeling a mix of surprise and a little bitterness, but also very happy. She hoped her husband could use the donkey cart to take her back to her family for a visit to show off a bit. Wei Xiaoye replied calmly, "Yes, with this donkey cart, it's easy to go anywhere. It only takes half an hour to get to the county town." Wei Xiaofeng, noticing Mrs. Yu's hint, hesitantly asked, "Xiaoyi, could I borrow the donkey cart for a bit?" Everyone in the Wei family looked hopeful, worried that Wei Xiaoye might refuse. But Wei Xiaoye directly declined, saying, "I bought this donkey cart to make it easier for my business. I need to use it often, and if I lend it out, it might cause problems." She thought Wei Xiaofeng would mock her as usual, but to her surprise, he changed his tone. That makes sense. Now that your business is doing well, the big manager at the tavern in town is friendly with you. Wei Xiaoye raised an eyebrow, looking at Wei Xiaofeng with confusion. Wei Xiaofeng felt a bit awkward. I know you're collecting cicadas and have a lot of dealings with the tavern, so I was hoping you could help me find a job. I want to earn some extra money to rebuild our house. In the future, when Xiaoyang gets married and Huzi grows up, we will need more money. Wei Xiaofeng actually seemed responsible. Wei Xiaoye was naturally skeptical. Looking at old man Wei and his wife, they still had smiles on their faces. Wei Xiaoye was speechless, wondering what was going on. Mrs. Chung gently said, Xiaoyi, your brother should be more responsible now. We've told him that if he doesn't shape up, when we split the family, we will live with Xiaoyang, and he and his family can live their own lives. Dad, Mom, big sister, we were wrong before. According to our customs, it's not right for parents to live with their youngest son. Xiaofeng really thought it through. With such a capable older sister, it's only natural for him to want to help our family and earn some money. You is a good talker. Weixie finds you interesting. She doesn't try to hide her and her husband's intentions, admitting that they are indeed close and it would be easier to benefit from each other. Since you're here, you might as well stay for a meal, she says. Weixie doesn't say anything else. Chung, and you're very happy. Xiaoya's willingness to have them for dinner shows they can still be close. Chung is someone who likes to keep things tidy. Even though the house is already clean, she immediately grabs a cloth and starts wiping down the kitchen again. You have seen Weixie's abundance many times, but she is still surprised. It's not a holiday, yet the older sister's house always has meat and vegetables. There's not just pork, but also prepared chicken. Big jars and containers are quietly lined up together. You knows these are the source of her sister-in-law's wealth. Then she sees another large jar outside the kitchen, filled halfway with mudfish, and she can't help but feel a chill. To earn this kind of money, one really needs a strong heart. Wei Lao and his two sons are very fond of the donkey cart. After asking Weixie, the three of them take the cart around the village several times. Wei Lao greets everyone he meets, unable to hide his pride. Weixie laughs, Dad, this donkey cart belongs to my older sister, and you're so happy. If you bought your own cart, then my smile would reach the sky. Wei Lao chuckles, feeling very content. The donkey cart is a novelty, but since it belongs to Weixie, the villagers are not too surprised. They've seen it before, and everyone knows Weixie has really succeeded. So when they see Wei Lao and his two sons, the villagers only compliment Uncle Wei, you really have a wonderful daughter. Wei Lao doesn't deny it. He can't deny it, and he happily agrees. Xiaofeng, I never expected to have a day where I could shine because of your sister. Xiaofeng inevitably feels a bit sour inside. His father should be proud of him as the eldest son. However, he doesn't even rank in the village. Now, when people talk about the Wei family, they only think of Weixie. This woman who got married, divorced, and has 2 kids. As Wu Lijing passed by the courtyard, he joked, Oh, old Wei, you're really showing off now. Old Wei, not daring to act out in front of Wu Lijing, smiled and replied, It's just that I'm an old man with shallow eyes. I saw my daughter buy a donkey cart and wanted to try it too. It's a bit sad, really. I haven't even ridden in a bullock cart much. Of course. Xiaoyi bought a donkey cart, and we don't even have one at home, Wu Lijing said, but there was no sign of discomfort in his tone or expression. Old Wei immediately complimented, Madame Lijing is great at managing money. You're saving up a lot of silver for your son to take the scholar exams. Wu Lijing and his wife felt pleased. Their son was their hope. If he could pass the scholar exam, it would bring honor to the family. As the donkey cart moved away, Wu Meng sighed, What's so great about buying a donkey cart and showing off? Isn't it all thanks to Brother Lu's silver? Madame Lijing pretended to scold her. What sour words are you saying? If someone hears you, they might think you're unhappy with the 3 taels of silver Brother Lu gave us. I'm not criticizing Brother Lu. I'm clearly talking about Wei Xiaoye, who got some silver and is flaunting it in the village. Wu Lijing frowned. You should think about getting married soon, so you don't keep daydreaming here. Wu Meng ran off with tears in her eyes. She knew her parents would start planning a match for her, likely with a common laborer or a village boy. Finding a scholar would be nearly impossible. Her brother wasn't doing well either. They would see if he could pass the scholar exam this year. If she became the sister of a scholar, then finding a scholar to marry would be possible. But why didn't young Master Lu notice her? Even being a secondary wife would be better than nothing. Old Wei, proudly driving the donkey cart, said, Xiaoyang, you should think about marriage too. What do you think of Li Zheng's daughter? Wei Xiaoyang was startled. No, please don't. Not to mention, I wouldn't dare to hope. Li Zheng's daughter will surely marry someone of higher status. Why would she look at a poor guy like me? Don't underestimate yourself. You should know that our Wei family is now one of the wealthy families in the village. Your sister is part of a wealthy family now. Old Wei sighed again, wishing he could be the wealthy one. If his son and grandson could find good matches, the Wei family would continue to prosper. Xiaoyi is capable, but she's not a son and has given birth to 2 daughters. If only one of those daughters were a son, carrying the Wei name, that would be their own grandson. Old Wei's excitement was slightly dampened, feeling that something was missing. By the way, it would be best for Xiaoyi to find a husband and have a son. After all, that would be their own grandson. Old Wei became excited again and couldn't help but say to Wei Xiaoye, Xiaoyi, now you have money and a house, and you even bought a donkey cart, but there's still one thing missing. Wei Xiaoye knew what he was going to say and replied directly, you mean a man, right? It doesn't matter.
I don't want to marry again.
You don't need to marry again. Marrying again would be a loss. With so much money, marrying a man? That wouldn't work. You should find a good son-in-law and have a couple of healthy boys. That way, you'll have both sons and daughters and enjoy life. Old Wei had a concerned expression for her, which made Wei Xiaoye laugh.
What are you laughing at?
Am I wrong as your father? Wei Xiaoye noticed everyone in the room was looking at her, all agreeing with Old Wei. Chen quickly said, Xiaoyi, this is your parents' plan for you. You only have 2 daughters, and when they grow up and marry, you'll be all alone. If you have sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren, it will be a lively family, and you can enjoy family happiness. Xiao Xing immediately leaned over, Grandpa, Grandma, my sister, and I will take care of Mom. We won't let Mom be alone, Xiao Yu added. You smiled at the 2 little girls. You are good kids. But when you grow up, you will get married. If you had a brother, he would always be with your mom. Don't you think? Xiaoya replied cheerfully, my sister, and I won't marry. We will always be with Mom. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly tense, Wei Xiaoya waved her hand. Xiao Xing, Xiaoyu, you don't need to worry.
Mom knows what she's doing.
She then said seriously, don't talk about these things in front of the kids. Whether to marry or find a husband isn't important. Are we still eating? You quickly went to serve the dishes, feeling relieved inside. If this wealthy sister-in-law doesn't marry or find a husband when she gets old, wouldn't it be their own Tiger who benefits? She needed to teach Tiger to be extra nice to his aunt. Old Wei looked at the stewed chicken and big pieces of pork on the table, fell silent, and quickly started to eat. Only Chung was still worried. It was hard to steer the conversation here, and now everyone had fallen silent. The eldest daughter not marrying or finding a husband and just living with 2 little girls was truly her concern. But now that the eldest daughter has so much money, she really shouldn't get married. It's best to find a suitable husband instead. She thought about this and decided she must persuade her daughter again. However, the men willing to come forward might not be very reliable or capable. But as long as they can have children, that's enough. After all, the goal is just to have a son, so there's no need to be too picky. Wei Xiaoye had no idea what her hardworking and simple mother was thinking about at that moment. Just after finishing dinner, they heard the sound of a donkey cart. Wei Laotu hurried to check, worried that someone might be trying to steal the cart. But he saw a new donkey cart approaching, and the shopkeeper and a young man called out, Is Madame Wei home? Wei Laotu's face lit up with joy as he quickly replied, Yes, yes. The shopkeeper is here. Wei Xiaofeng felt a sudden shock. Knowing that her sister had earned a lot of money was one thing, But seeing the shopkeeper from a restaurant come specifically to visit was another. Wei Xiaoye welcomed them into the hall and served tea. Noticing that the Wei father and sons were still lingering, she directly asked them to leave. "Dad, big brother, why don't you go back first? I have things to discuss with the shopkeeper." Wei Laoda's excited expression dimmed a bit. He didn't expect his daughter to disregard him in front of such an important guest. But he didn't dare complain openly and could only say hesitantly, "All right then, Xiaofeng, Xiaoyang, let's go." Mrs. Yu felt a bit anxious and quietly nudged her husband. Wei Xiaofeng understood. The couple was now trying to lower their heads and follow Wei Xiaoye to earn money. With the shopkeeper personally visiting, he had to make an impression to help with future matters. "Xiaoya, I can help you out in the future. Since the shopkeeper is here, I want to hear what work needs to be done," said the shopkeeper, looking at the men with some suspicion. "So, Madame Wei has such a high status at home? Her father and brother have to listen to her." He thought her father would come to discuss contracts. Little did he know, Madame Wei directly asked them to leave. Wei Xiaoye gently said, "Big brother, you and Dad should go back first. I'll arrange things once I've finalized the deal." Seeing Wei Xiaoye treat him so kindly was rare, and Wei Xiaofeng felt happy, thinking that they were siblings after all, and the past little conflicts could be set aside. Mrs. Yu, good at reading the room, understood that her sister-in-law, though gentle, didn't want them to stay. The group then left. Manager Li was surprised that Mrs. Wei could make all the decisions herself. Usually, women must listen to their husbands, and if they don't have a husband, they must listen to their fathers or sons. He vaguely knew that Mrs. Wei had divorced and had 2 children, thinking that her father made the decisions at home, but that was not the case. So, the conditions set by Mrs. Wei were all her own ideas? That was much stronger than many men. Even Mr. Wei, when he was around, only showed respect and submission. He never thought of such strict cooperation terms. Wei Xiaoye smiled. "Did the manager bring the contract? Have you thought it through?" Manager Li snapped back to reality. "Yes, I discussed our cooperation agreement with the owner and wrote it according to Mrs. Wei's requirements." Wei Xiaoye took the contract from the assistant and began to read it carefully. Manager Li was surprised that Mrs. Wei could read so many characters. One important clause must be added. If your restaurant accepts goods from others, this contract will automatically become void, and Party A has the right to share the recipe with anyone. Wei Xiaoye lightly tapped her fingers on the table, frowning slightly, seeming dissatisfied that they hadn't included this clause. Manager Li smiled apologetically. "This clause is too harsh. Mrs. Wei, we have cooperated several times. Putting this in writing would really look bad. It seems your restaurant is not sincere about cooperating with me, so I will seek other partners." Wei Xiaoye cut him off directly, leaving him no way out. She indeed wanted to make easy money by simply reselling. However, sharing the recipe would also bring huge profits for the restaurant. That was fair. Seeing that Wei Xiaoye was unmoved, Manager Li reluctantly added that clause. The contract was made in 2 copies, and both parties signed and stamped it. Wei Xiaoye quickly wrote down the recipe and took him to the kitchen, demonstrating how to handle the crayfish. Manager Li was amazed. He never expected that this ugly creature needed to be handled this way. If not processed well, the crayfish will have mud and sand, Wei Xiaoye explained. Manager Li clapped his hands. Who else would know this? This is indeed a secret recipe. As he watched Wei Xiaoye skillfully remove the heads and intestines, he thought that without the heads, the crayfish didn't look so ugly, but the quantity seemed much less. He needed to weigh them carefully to see the difference before and after removing the heads to calculate the cost for pricing. There are quite a few wealthy families in the town, right? Eating this is all about enjoyment. Your restaurant could expand its delivery service. Also, pairing this with some drinks makes it very pleasant. Wei Xiaoye was not just speaking casually. There are indeed many wealthy families in the town. With extra money, what else would they spend it on? Manager Li smiled broadly. "Madam Wei, your words truly guide an old man like me." He looked at the half-barrel of crayfish and immediately said he would weigh and settle the payment. How about you accompany me to take this crayfish, no, this little lobster, to the restaurant? By the way, the name is really nice and impressive. First, we'll weigh it, and second, I need to teach my chef how to prepare it well. Tonight, this spicy little lobster will be on the menu. Manager Li rubbed his hands together, filled with enthusiasm. Wei Xiaoye naturally agreed. The staff and Wei Xiaoyang lifted the barrel of crayfish onto the donkey cart. 2 carts headed toward the town together. Wei Xiaoyang, driving the cart, happily said, "Elder sister, having a donkey cart at home is really convenient." Wei Xiaoye smiled too. Men, no matter their age, always want to have a vehicle. But having a donkey cart is indeed handy. Otherwise, they would still be taking a slow ox cart to the town. When villagers saw the restaurant taking the crayfish, they were amazed. No wonder Wei Xiaoye was collecting crayfish in the village. She had already made arrangements with the restaurant. It was truly a guaranteed profit. How did she get so lucky to catch the attention of the big manager at the restaurant? While the villagers were envious, they also felt helpless. Who would have thought of selling crayfish? The arrival of the crayfish at the restaurant caused quite a stir. After all, who wouldn't feel uneasy seeing so many of those strange creatures? Enduring their discomfort, they weighed the crayfish, which totaled 120 pounds. The manager immediately had the accountant settle the payment, 2 taels of silver and 160 coins. He also settled 30 taels of silver for the recipe with Wei Xiaoye. Wei Xiaoye happily accepted the payment and quietly stored it away. Then she diligently taught the chef a complete method until, after 3 rounds of testing, the chef's skills passed the test. The spicy little lobster captured everyone's taste buds. The chef was very pleased. He never expected to make such a delicious dish. Wei Xiaoye faintly heard Manager Li discussing the pricing with the chef. A plate of shrimp tails, about half a pound, would sell for 120 coins. Today, with a discount, it was priced at 99 coins. She felt a slight sting in her heart at such high profits. Even more intense than I imagined. I was quite satisfied making just a few coins from 1 pound of lobster. Well, each has its own path. Lobsters have theirs, and have theirs. It's good to earn my share. After all, lobsters don't come easily. The assistant, Xiao Si, respectfully escorted Wei Xiaoye to the door and helped her bring the donkey cart. Madame Wei is a valued guest at our restaurant, and once she enters, the staff takes good care of her cart. Manager Zhang and Su Minguan from Fulai Restaurant saw the respectful Xiao Si and the cheerful Wei Xiaoye, and their expressions darkened. Manager Zhang muttered, "Could it be that something strange is happening again? Is she determined to compete with us?" Su Minguan was also speechless. He later thought carefully about what Madame Wei had said. Respect? She wanted more than just money. She wanted respect. Not the kind that is taken for granted or a casual apology. He had never taken it seriously. His family was one of the wealthiest in town, and even in the capital, he had relatives there, and their business was thriving. In this town, there were not many people he found impressive. So why did Madame Wei have such an unexpected pride? However, from the initial confusion to later shock, he realized that an ordinary farmer's wife could actually make a rival restaurant compete with his. By evening, his unease became reality. The restaurant across the street, Shiding Lu, was brightly lit and bustling with people. Manager Zhang quickly sent a servant to find out what was happening over there. After a while, the servant returned. "I waited in line for a long time to get this. It's something called spicy lobster. They are charging 99 coins for this, claiming it's a discounted price for today. Starting tomorrow, it will go back to the original price of 120 coins. Manager Zhang and Su Minguan looked at the red lobster tails in the food box, puzzled. Spicy lobster. What is that? Su Minguan tried to pick up a lobster with chopsticks, and as he took a bite, the spicy flavor filled his mouth. It was spicy but not overwhelming, numbing yet not dull. The meat was tender and juicy, offering a rich taste that was a unique delight. After finishing one, he couldn't help but grab another. Manager Zhang also took one, and after tasting it, his eyes widened. No wonder so many people were drawn to it. This delicious dish was truly worth it. Is this A new dish that Madame Wei sent to Xidinglu? Zhang, the shopkeeper, had trembling lips, unsure if it was from anger or the spiciness of the crayfish. The young servant nodded without hesitation. That's right, I heard they even signed a contract. Zhang sighed deeply. This Wei lady must be out of her mind. Why didn't she come to us for a partnership? Just then Mrs. Tian, the owner's wife, approached. Oh, you're eating this spicy crayfish too? Mrs. Lu next door recommended this delicious dish to me, and I already sent a girl to buy some. But why is it a new dish from Xidinglu? Mrs. Tian was quite displeased. She naturally picked up a shrimp tail and put it in her mouth. She enjoyed it very much, saying it's really to my taste fresh and spicy, so good that it makes me want to have a drink. Zhang sighed again. Madam, do you know this is the work of Wei lady? Mrs. Tian was about to grab another shrimp tail when she heard this. Her eyebrows shot up.
What?
That woman who foolishly tried to get close to my son? It's her doing again. How dare she try to step on our restaurant? My son simply doesn't like her, yet she holds a grudge and treats us this way? While Mrs. Tian scolded, she picked up another shrimp tail. Su Minguan frowned. Mother, I've already said that Wei lady has no interest in me. She just wants to make some money. If she only wants to make money, why not partner with our restaurant? Do you think we can offer less than the others? This woman truly doesn't understand. Mrs. Tian ate several shrimp tails and drank some tea before continuing. Su Minguan smiled wryly. I really want to earn that money, but unfortunately, she doesn't want to cooperate with me anymore. Mother, why would she come here to face trouble if she could earn money elsewhere? Son, which side are you on? We gave her the chance to earn money and cooperate, and she should be grateful. I've never seen someone wanting to earn money while acting so high and mighty. Does she not want that opportunity? She's in the building across, treated like a goddess. Does she need to come here to face trouble and earn a humiliating income? Mother, you have it all wrong. You are the one seeking her out, not the other way around. Su Minguan, usually gentle, was now angry. If his mother hadn't interfered, Wei lady would have sought him out for cooperation. Whether it was the pickled bamboo shoots, the spicy pickled vegetables, or the spicy crayfish, they should have approached him first. The best restaurant in town should have been his Filelu. Tian was furious. She's just a divorced woman with a child who can only cook a bit, and she thinks she can control us? I want to see how capable she really is. Just watch the popularity of the person across from you. Tian looked over and saw the bustling crowd at the restaurant, her expression twisted in disbelief. Our chef was specially hired by your uncle, yet he's so disappointing. He can't even compete with a country farmer. Can't we sell this so-called spicy crayfish? By the way, what exactly is this crayfish anyway? Many people didn't understand what this suddenly popular crayfish was. The restaurant had a strict rule. If anyone revealed that this delicious crayfish was actually an ugly mudbug, they would be immediately dismissed. After returning home, Wei Xiaoye opened the door and asked Manhua and Aicao for help. She needed to buy a large quantity of mudbugs. The villagers saw the mudbugs being taken by the restaurant staff, so they knew Wei Xiaoye would continue buying them. At first, some people looked down on it, but seeing that others had already made a good profit, they naturally joined in the mudbug catching. Wei Xiaoye had prepared several large jars specifically for storing the mudbugs. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife came by again and saw that Wei Xiaoye had already called Manhua and Aicao for assistance, feeling a bit envious. You felt quite wronged. The couple had tried their best to be nice, but they still couldn't win over their harsh sister-in-law. If you still want to help me, I'll make it clear. You can buy the mudbugs from the neighboring village and earn a penny per pound. But the quality must be guaranteed. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife were initially excited, but when they heard it was only a penny per pound, they pleaded, Xiaoya, can you let us earn 2 pennies per pound? That won't work. Catching mudbugs is very simple. Anyone can do it. Wei Xiaoye firmly refused. Can I borrow the donkey cart? Wei Xiaofeng was quite tempted by the donkey cart. Wei Xiaoye thought that since the restaurant was coming to collect goods anyway, it wouldn't hurt to lend them the cart, so she nodded. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife were delighted and quickly loaded an empty jar onto the donkey cart. saying they were going to catch mudbugs. Their first stop was naturally the village where Yu's family lived. When the Yu family heard the noise, they came out to see, surprised to find the donkey cart and their daughter and son-in-law jumping down from it. Old Yu was very surprised. "Mei Fong, you're back. This donkey cart is. You didn't buy it, did you? You really wanted to keep up appearances." Unfortunately, the donkey cart wasn't theirs, so she had to tell the truth. "Dad, Mom, this donkey cart belongs to my aunt. She lent it to us." When Zhao heard this, she sighed. "Your aunt is really capable. Not only did she build a big house, but she also bought a donkey cart. It seems your cousin from the Zhou family doesn't deserve her." Last time, they had thought about introducing the wealthy Wei Xiaoye to the tall Zhou cousin. Not only did that plan fail, but the Zhou family also got a good scolding. If the Zhou family and the Yu family had no contact, they wouldn't even visit each other during the New Year. Hearing her mother bring up the previous incident, Yu felt uneasy. "Now I know, my aunt is not someone to mess with. I won't dare to provoke her again. If I do, not only would she gain nothing, but she might also be kicked out." Since her husband was present, she didn't want to say too much. Wei Xiaofeng could tell what she meant, but didn't argue. Yu understood that times had changed. If it were before, Wei Xiaofeng would have been more vocal, but now he remained silent. She realized that they couldn't compete with her aunt. "Mom, we came back to settle here and collect some locusts." Zhao thought she misheard and asked again. "Collect what?" "Locusts," Yu said, a bit impatiently. "Just don't ask so much. Anyway, my aunt needs them, and I'm helping her collect them. I can earn a penny for each pound." When Zhao heard there was money to be made, she perked up. "That sounds good. Earning a penny for each pound. Aren't locusts everywhere?" The Yu family only wanted large locusts, not small ones, at 3 pennies per pound. This news spread quickly. At first, a few children came to test it out, and they indeed sold some for a few pennies. Soon the adults in the village got involved. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife had never done business before. One was handling money, the other was weighing, and they had to check the size and quality of the locusts. It was quite lively. By the end of the day, they had nearly filled a barrel with locusts, and both were very satisfied. Just as they were about to move the barrel to the donkey cart, they saw Zhou Tianyan coming with a muddy monkey. "Sister, I heard you're collecting this stuff for 3 pennies a pound?" Yu sure did not expect her cousin to bring mud skippers. Remembering the marriage proposal, she felt a bit awkward. "Wow, you even have a donkey cart. That donkey looks amazing, so shiny," Zhou Tianyan said, eyeing the cart. "Can I borrow it?" Yu sure felt embarrassed, and Wei Xiaofeng quickly stopped him. "We can't do that. It's not ours. It's my sister's. She has a bad temper." Zhou Tianyun's expression darkened. "It's not just a bad temper. She's unbearable. With someone like her." "What nonsense are you talking? My sister is not someone you can insult. Who do you think you are?" Not only was Zhou Tianyan stunned, but everyone from the Yu family was also surprised. When did Wei Xiaofeng start defending his sister? Zhou Tianyan sneered. "All right, you all stick together. I didn't recognize your true nature." "Exactly. You didn't recognize our family. We can't afford to mess with you. Stay away from us." Wei Xiaofeng showed no respect for Zhou Tianyan and directly asked him to leave. Yu sure remained silent. Zhao sure felt anxious. "Tianyan, this is a small matter. Don't take it to heart." Zhou Tianyan was taken aback, then gritted his teeth. "No more talking. You wanted mud skippers, right? Hurry up and weigh them." Yu sure wanted to look but was pulled back by Wei Xiaofeng. "We don't want your mud skippers. Take them back where you got them." Wei Xiaofeng acted boldly, not allowing Zhou Tianyan to profit from this. "These mud skippers are clearly for you, and now you say you don't want them? Are you joking? You will take them today whether you like it or not." Zhou Tianyan slammed the bucket of mud skippers down, his eyes fierce. Zhao Sure and Yu Sure felt uneasy and tried to persuade Wei Xiaofeng. Old Yu acted as a peacemaker. "Xiaofeng, calm down. We are all family. Tianyan, look at your face. He's your brother-in-law." Zhou Tianyan thought he still needed to sell the mud skippers to the Wei family, so he stopped talking, looking for a way out. But Wei Xiaofeng was relentless. "What brother-in-law? I have a cousin like you? No way. Last time you caused a scene at my sister's house, and I didn't bother you. Now you're making a fuss again? I don't want your mudskippers. Zhou Tianyan didn't expect that after taking a step back. Wei still wouldn't let it go. He let out a loud cry and charged into fight. The Yu and Zhao families gasped as Wei Xiaofeng took a punch to the face. The made Wei Xiaofeng's head turn, and he cried out in pain. But he quickly reacted, wrapping his arms around Zhou Tianyan and kicking out. They began to wrestle fiercely, exchanging blows and neither backing down. Before long, both of their faces were bruised. With great effort, they were pulled apart by Elder Yu, both panting and glaring at each other. All right, you families, the Yu and Wei, think you're so great. Teaming up to bully me, Zhou. I'll remember this, Zhou Tianyan said as he picked up a bucket of mudskippers and turned to leave with his son, and I-ho. Zhao looked at Wei Xiaofeng reproachfully. Xiaofeng, really? This is Mei Fong's cousin. How am I supposed to face my sister and her son after this? Mother-in-law, if it's about family, you should support me. If it's about fairness, you should also support me. Zhou is trying to bully my sister. How can I, as her brother, not stand up for her? If you're worried about this and that, I have nothing more to say, Wei Xiaofeng replied as he walked toward the donkey cart. Zhao was taken aback. Her son-in-law was confronting her in public. She wanted to scold her daughter, but saw her hurry after her husband. Zhao began to complain. What use is it to raise a daughter like this? She never stands by me, always siding with her in-laws. Elder Yu shot her a look. If she didn't side with her in-laws, would you bring her back and provide for her? Zhao pouted and sighed deeply. Now they had all left, leaving her feeling isolated. The rift with her sister was becoming harder to mend. Yu sat in the donkey cart, seeing her husband's bruised face and feeling heartbroken. Why did you get into a fight with him? You act so nice to Xiaoyi, but now you're fighting for her? Is the sun rising in the west? Wei Xiaofeng forced a smile through the pain. Well, it's about knowing who to support. Last time, Xiaoyi said our family didn't stand up for her, and we should make a scene at the Wong family. Now let's see what she says. Yu's eyes lit up. So you fought on purpose? Of course, not on purpose. I'm not foolish. That cousin of mine with the last name Zhou is so tall. Did I just let him hit me for nothing? It really hurts. But I see that Xiaoya's business is getting bigger, yet she is too wary of us. After all, we are siblings, and any distance between us should be resolved. This beating was for standing up for her, so she should at least appreciate what I did. Wei Xiaofeng spoke sincerely to Yu Shi, sharing her true feelings. Yu Shi nodded repeatedly. You are absolutely right. No matter what, we are family. But Xiaoya only cares for Xiaoyang and Xiaowan, even later for Xiaoshan, but she doesn't pay attention to us. Honestly, I feel a bit resentful. Seeing that no one was around, Yu Shi cautiously asked, Dear, if Xiaoya hadn't become successful, would you still have stood up for her and taken this beating? Wei Xiaofeng paused for a moment. Then I would have taken a beating for nothing, right? Anyway, she is capable now, so I shouldn't have taken this beating for nothing. The two drove a donkey cart and arrived at Wei Xiaoya's house as dusk approached. Manhua first saw the bruised Wei Xiaofeng. Oh no, what happened? Did something go wrong while catching the cicadas? Well, my cousin Zhou was being unreasonable. Xiaofeng said he wouldn't buy his cicadas, but he insisted on selling them to us. Xiaofeng was thinking about Xiaoya and ended up getting into a fight with him. Zhou is so tall, Xiaofeng really got the worst of it. As Yu Shi spoke, she looked at Wei Xiaoya's expression. However, Wei Xiaoya seemed indifferent. Wei Xiaofeng couldn't help but show a pained expression. That guy, does he dare to bully my sister? I'll make him regret it. Manhua was a bit moved. It's good to have an older brother. If my brother were still here. Her eyes turned red, and she looked sad. Wei Xiaoya, however, didn't pay much attention. All right, let me check the quality of these cicadas. Not bad, let's weigh them. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife were surprised that Wei Xiaoya didn't take his injuries seriously at all. Xiaoya, look at the bruises on your brother's face, he's all beaten up. Yu Shi emphasized again in shock. Wei Xiaoya stared at her. The matter with your cousin Zhou was caused by you. Today, Wei Xiaoye standing up for me was the right thing to do. Now, are we weighing them or not? Mrs. Yu seemed to have eaten something bitter and sour and could only smile awkwardly, saying, I truly had good intentions at the time, but I didn't expect this outcome. Wei Xiaoye wanted to defend herself, but, seeing Wei Xiaoye's indifferent expression, she held back her frustration and weighed the goods. All right, this barrel of shrimp weighs a total of 136 pounds. I'll go get the money. Wei Xiaoye quickly handed them 544 coins. After deducting the 408 coins they had advanced, the couple made a net profit of 136 coins. Both of their faces were filled with smiles. In just one day, earning over 100 coins was quite good. Besides, collecting these shrimp wasn't tiring. Mrs. Yu then asked for some medicine. Xiaoya, do you have any ointment for swelling and bruising? Look at your brother's face. He has taken quite a few hits, and we can't overlook that. Wei Xiaoye went back inside and brought out a small jar of ointment for her, saying, This works well, apply it. Then we'll head back and come again tomorrow. Seeing that she didn't say anything else or invite them to stay for a meal, Mrs. Yu had no choice but to leave. Once the couple was far away, Manhua whispered, Xiaoya, after all, they are your brother and sister-in-law. If they have any thoughts, it would be better to talk it out. Your brother even stood up for you today. Even if they stood up for me, it's only natural since this trouble was caused by my sister-in-law. Of course, they have made a bit of progress compared to before. I'll just wait and see. It's all for a little benefit anyway. Noticing Manhua's disapproval, Wei Xiaoye smiled again. It's understandable for people to have a little selfishness, but it should be within what I allow. She felt like a small boss, while Wei Xiaoye and her husband seemed like somewhat disobedient employees. As long as they created value within her acceptable range, she would be a bit forgiving. If they acted entitled, she would naturally let them go. In this time and place, there were many people without jobs. Manhua still wanted to persuade Wei Xiaoye. After all, they are family. It was their mistake for not taking you in before. Now that they have realized. What they have realized is the relationship of benefits.
I feel the same way about them.
Besides, in this family, it's just me and my 2 daughters. Even Xiaowan and Xiaoyang will have their own families in the future. Manhua was a bit stunned. She couldn't understand Wei Xiaoye's thoughts. But Wei Xiaoye didn't say more. Manhua was purely from ancient times and couldn't grasp her perspective. After a while, Manhua finally retorted, I'm about to marry your brother Xiaoshan, but after I get married, I'll still be family with my mother and my sister Xingya, right? Wei Xiaoye laughed. Yes, of course, we are family. It was my mistake. She realized that saying more would not help, so she stopped talking. As someone who had traveled from another time, she didn't feel a strong natural bond with her original family. Of course, her younger siblings were good people and treated her well, so she was willing to support them. When Chengshi saw her eldest son and daughter-in-law come home with smiles, she knew they had done well today. But when she saw the bruises on her son's face, she was shocked. Who did you fight with? Chengshi looked very concerned. After Yu Shi explained the situation, Chengshi felt it was reasonable. You got hurt for Xiaoya's sake, so it was worth it for her to trust you with this task. Yu Shi thought her mother-in-law would be more worried about her son's injuries, but instead, she was concerned about her sister-in-law. Chengshi could see her daughter-in-law's thoughts and added, You both went to catch crayfish today, and it wasn't hard work, yet you earned over 100 coins. If it were anyone else, they would be eager to do it. Yu Shi quickly masked her expression and smiled. Isn't that right? It's because Aunt Tiger thinks of us, as family, that she entrusted the work to us. Look, she even gave us this excellent ointment. Saying this, she carefully applied the ointment to Wei Xiaofeng's face. Wei Xiaofeng praised, This ointment is indeed top quality. It must be expensive. It doesn't hurt much once applied. Xiaoya is your real sister, so it's only right. Otherwise, your uncle and Xiaoshan would have taken the lead. Old Wei also felt that Wei Xiaofeng's beating was not in vain, as he received the ointment from Xiaoya. Their sibling relationship needed to be repaired. Otherwise, as Xiaoya became wealthier, how could he accept that the second uncle and Xiaoshan took the lead? This side was family. The next day, 2 donkey carts arrived at the Xiang building. As soon as Xiao Si reached Wei Xiaoye's yard, he was very excited. Wei Nyangzi, the crayfish, sold out yesterday. The shopkeeper sent 2 donkey carts. Are your goods ready? Wei Xiaoye smiled. Of course, everything is ready. Seeing the excitement, the villagers came to join the fun. Although we haven't seen how much silver Wei Xiaoye has made, it's clear from the 2 large barrels of shrimp taken away by the restaurant's donkey cart that she has earned quite a bit. Wei Xiaoye was naturally happy. After this transaction, she had over 5 taels of silver in her account. Manhua called out, "Dear villagers, we are still collecting shrimp today. If you have any, please bring them in." Wei Xiaofeng and his wife also came over, thinking about switching to another village to collect. However, Wei Xiaoye stopped him, saying, "I need to go to the county today, and we'll need a donkey cart." Wei Xiaofeng quickly replied, "Then I'll go with you and drive the cart." "No need. Xiaoyang can go with me." Wei Xiaoye picked up a basket she had prepared and left with Wei Xiaoyang. Yu and Wei Xiaofeng felt disappointed. Looking at Manhua and Mugwort in the yard, they realized that staying here to collect shrimp was quite easy. But would they miss out on the money? You certainly didn't want to give up the over 100 coins they could earn in a day. Even without a donkey cart, we can use an ox cart, Wei Xiaofeng reasoned. He thought it made sense. However, the barrels were too heavy, so they took a few buckets and a scale and headed to the neighboring village on the ox cart. Wei Xiaoyang happily drove the donkey cart, saying, "Sister, I see that brother and sister-in-law have been quiet lately and are no longer opposing you. That's good. If they weren't quiet, I wouldn't pay them any attention. What are we going to do in the county today? Of course, we're expanding our market. When there's money to be made, we need to work hard." Wei Xiaoye said casually, but Wei Xiaoyang felt a wave of determination in his heart. He thought that since his sister had found a way to earn money and had people working for her, she could just stay home and count the money. Unexpectedly, she still wanted to expand the market. Wei Xiaoyang felt inspired, saying, "Sister, I want to learn from you and study hard, not limit myself to this." "Of course. The family's honor depends on you," Wei Xiaoye joked with a smile. When they arrived in the county, the donkey cart went straight to Qingfeng Building. The staff at Qingfeng Building recognized Wei Xiaoye and greeted her warmly. Manager Zhao was also pleased to see her, saying, "I was just about to pick up the goods. I didn't expect you to come yourself." Wei Xiaoye waved her hand, saying, "If you need to pick up goods, feel free to send someone. I came today to let you try a new dish." "Another new dish?" Manager Zhao's face lit up with trust. Wei Xiaoye opened the food box, and the puzzled expression on Manager Zhao's face made her smile. "What is this? It looks really tempting," he said as he picked up a shrimp tail with his chopsticks, naturally using his teeth to remove the shell and savor the shrimp meat. "It's so delicious. I want to eat more." "How strange. How much do you think this dish can sell for?" 1 or 2 coins per dish is definitely reasonable. Wei Xiaoye then shared the cooperation terms with the restaurant in town. However, since the cost of living in the county was much higher, she raised the purchase price of the crayfish to 22 coins per pound. When manager Zhao learned that this was about the ugly creature, he exclaimed, "Can that thing really be eaten? And taste this good? I guarantee it with my life. It's definitely edible, delicious, and won't cause any harm," Wei Xiaoye joked playfully. "If the small restaurants in town have the courage to partner with you, I won't fall behind." Manager Zhao is truly straightforward. This money should rightfully be yours to earn. Hearing this compliment, Manager Zhao laughed heartily. "I must thank Mrs. Wei for choosing our Qingfeng restaurant in such a large county. In the entire county, Mrs. Wei only signed with 1 restaurant, which gave him a strong sense of security. They were determined to do exclusive business, like the pickled vegetables and this spicy crayfish. Unique offerings would lead to great profits. The 2 quickly signed the contract, and they immediately sent a worker and the chef back to the countryside with Wei Xiaoye. This time, they used a horse-drawn carriage. The carriage was much more impressive than a donkey cart. It was faster and had more space. When the carriage entered the village, everyone came out to see. But the villagers were not surprised, as long as it was a big deal brought by Wei Xiaoye, who would still be amazed. Manhua and Aitzao were still busy collecting crayfish, and when the worker and chef saw that they already had 1.5 tubs of crayfish, they felt both nervous and motivated. They had also tasted the spicy crayfish earlier, and it was truly addictive. They could already envision that once their restaurant offered this spicy crayfish, it would leave other restaurants far behind, making it impossible for them to catch up. Wei Xiaoye brought Xiaoyang and the chef into her kitchen, ready to teach the chef how to prepare the dish step by step. Naturally, villagers outside were very curious, but the worker and Manhua made sure no one could enter the kitchen. As Wei Xiaoye explained the tips while demonstrating, she felt a bit of stiffness in her neck and looked up to stretch it. Unknowingly, she caught sight of a pair of eyes peeking through the gap in the kitchen window.